In this world, awakening a unique talent is the only way to survive the abyss. At school, the air is thick with anticipation, some desperate, others chillingly indifferent. Tonight, destinies are forged. Some pray to ancestors. Others gamble on pure luck. Everyone begs for a skill that might actually keep them alive. Our protagonist, Trach Truong, sits in silence, lost in heavy thought. Inheritance gone. House on the line. His only gamble. Entering the abyss tonight. 10 years ago, he reincarnated here and was adopted by the Trach family, though not blood-related. They loved him like their own son. He's eternally grateful. But 5 years ago, the world truly went to hell. Mysterious dungeons suddenly tore through reality, bringing chaos to the world. Monsters flooded out, and humanity's weapons were nothing but toys against them. That day, he watched in horror as his mother was devoured by monsters. His father's final breath was spent telling them to run to protect his sister. Desperate, humans charged into the gates, fighting back with everything they had. Survivors realized that power gained inside the abyss manifested in the real world. Governments soon established hunter guilds to combat this supernatural threat. Power tiers range from 1 to 5. Only elite hunters face nightmare-class bosses. Talents are ranked D through A, escalating to the legendary SSS tier. An A-rank talent is the minimum requirement to become a professional hunter. Trach Truong rushes home, obsessed with reaching that A-rank threshold tonight. His sister greets him with a slightly charred celebratory dinner. It's his 18th birthday, the night he finally enters the system. He comforts her, promising to carry the burden so she can focus on school. They share a final, warm meal before the storm begins. She leaves for a friend's, warning him to be careful in the dark. He watches her go, checking the clock. 9:30 is the deadline. Time's up. A guide spirit appears as the system interface flickers to life. Welcome to the abyss, she chirps, acting as his personal navigator. In the tutorial zone, he must choose a codename and appearance. He chooses Rakshasa, opting for a masked outfit to hide his identity. The spirit manifests his gear. Now, touch the crystal to awaken your talent. His latent potential is about to be revealed to the world. He prays for an A rank. Golden light erupts, then suddenly dies out. Silence. Is that it? What's my rank, he asks, panicking slightly. He's on the verge of tears. Tell me. Don't leave me hanging. The spirit trembles. Your talent? It's SSS-Rank Summoning. He freezes. Come again, did I hear that right? It's a myth, she whispers. A legendary skill never seen before. No one in history has ever awakened a power this absolute. S-rank means fame. But SSS, this is his ultimate chance for revenge. He opens the system window to examine the details of his god-tier gift, summoning. It allows him to resurrect and command the souls of fallen enemies. No time limits. The army grows with his level. This is utterly broken. A one-man legion. He's no longer a degenerate, he's a monster king. He checks his stats. His mental energy is already off the charts. Being a transmigrator had its perks. The system sprite announced his official entry into the abyss. A massive portal groaned open. This was the gathering point for all rookies entering the realm. Management officers rounded up the newbies for a briefing, eventually distributing basic starter weapons to everyone. Trach Truong stood among the crowd, keeping a low profile as he observed his surroundings. A crowd gathered around an A-rank awakener. The guy bragged loudly about his high-tier elite talent. Behold, my A-rank great power punch. Bystanders watched with a mix of pure envy and jealousy. Some wept, stuck with pathetic D-rank traits. The staff barked for everyone to line up immediately. Listen up, this isn't a game. You die here. You stay dead. No, respawns. Survival is everything. Stay sharp. And don't even trust your own kind in the shadows. The altar is your only exit. Now, register your rank and choose your starting gear. Trach Truong scanned the area cautiously. Too many eyes were watching every single move. Hiding his true power was smart. In this wicked realm, showing your hand invites a dagger. He registered as a lowly D rank and chose a simple wooden bow as his weapon. The others sneered at his choice. The officer handed it over with a cold, grim warning. The officer turned to his colleague, asking how many A-rank talents had awakened this time. She checked the system window. Only 3 A ranks in this entire batch. She replied flatly, pathetic compared to last year. The reckless rookies grabbed their steel and rushed out to hunt. Meanwhile, Trach Truong struggled alone. His arrows kept missing the practice target by a mile. I'm dead meat in a real fight. Without his summons, he had to play it safe. Master the bow first. Find one target. Then I'll begin my conquest of this world. Days of brutal, relentless training followed in the quiet, secluded corners of the starter camp. Archery mastery achieved. Level 4, skill unlocked. His accuracy had finally reached 80%. Feeling the surge of progress, he finally stepped out toward the first floor danger zone. Threat assessment, violent rabbits. They have blinding speed, but their physical defense is total garbage. Then, armored turtles. High defense. Slow movement. Finally, the iron-toothed wolf boss of floor 1. Nearby, a group of rookies screamed in terror as a massive turtle chased them down. Just as the beast prepared to crush them, an arrow whistled sharply through the air. It didn't pierce the shell, but it successfully drew the monster's aggro away from the group. Trach Truong waved mockingly. Hey, little guy, wanna be best friends for a bit? The turtle wasn't amused. Its eyes burned with rage at the puny human's sudden audacity. It charged. Trach Truong turned tail and bolted straight back toward the safety of the altar. The altar's defense pillar roared. Lightning struck, leaving the beast with only 10% health. System target defeated. Item dropped 1 low-grade soul orb of strength. He smirked, picking up the orb. Exploiting the safe zone's magic barrier was pure genius. System explanation. Fallen monsters drop soul orbs in 3 distinct ranking tiers: low, mid, and high. Red for strength, green for health, blue for spirit, and gold for his agility stat. The system offered to summon the turtle's replica. He didn't hesitate for even a single second. The soul orb shattered into a brilliant, swirling light that filled the air. The armored beast materialized, now bound to his will. His first summon was finally complete. Elsewhere, another group was getting pummeled. They joked about having rabbit stew for dinner tonight. Suddenly, one of them froze, staring at the horizon with a look of pure shock. His jaw hit the floor. Another massive armored turtle was lumbering directly toward them. They panicked. Nobody rides these monsters. They were supposed to be mindless killers that attack humans. Perched atop the shell was Trach Truong, looking like a smug dungeon king enjoying the ride. What's up, boys? The rookies stood frozen. Had he actually tamed a beast of the abyss? One guy had a bright idea. We can just tame this psycho bunny. Before he finished, a furry fist rearranged his face. The others charged in. The rabbit took a hit to the arm. It retreated, letting out a roar. Crap, it's going berserk, one yelled. Don't fear. Its health is almost 0. If the 3 of us strike together, we can definitely take it down. Suddenly, 2 more rabbits leap from the brush. Their faces turn pale instantly. Nearby, Trach Truong enjoys the sunset. Suddenly, a scream shatters the peace. The trio sprints past him. Run. Shellbro, you're gonna get pulverized. Trach Truong looks back. A monstrous rabbit is closing the gap fast. It lunges, he dodges, commanding his armored turtle to counterattack. A massive tail swipe clears too. But the elite boss rabbit evades. It lands a brutal uppercut on the turtle. The others swarm in. His summon is too slow. He needs a distraction while the turtle rages. Trach Truong maneuvers, raining arrows down to draw the monster's attention. The turtle's fury explodes. It clears the field. But the boss rabbit persists. Trach Truong finally snaps. Are you kidding me right now? My first summon isn't dying today. He fires rapidly. Suddenly, a level-up flash, with boosted stats. One final tail whip crushes the remaining 3 pests. He collects 3 soul stones. 3 new shadows join his growing army. 4 subordinates now. Suddenly, a system window flashes return to the altar. Something big is happening. Back at the base, the tension is palpable. A leader speaks. You've grown, but you are still just beginners. The floor 1 boss, the iron-toothed wolf, is beyond your current reach. To open, floor 2. I've brought in a high-tier expert. Enter Lu Nuite on. She's gorgeous. I'd stay on floor 1 for her. The crowd whispers. She's an S-rank prodigy, a legendary genius, top-tier academy recruit, rich, and naturally gifted. A living legend. Don't underestimate the boss. She warns. It's a different breed of monster. Follow my lead. If you act alone, you die. No exceptions. Unfortunately, the system keeps the most critical data hidden from them. Could she beat my summons? If I can copy that boss wolf. The hunt begins. Nuet An leads the group deep into the woods. I have to hide my summons. Seeing an army would cause panic. Suddenly, a few stray rabbits and a turtle block their path. The rookies hesitate. But she draws her blade. One flash. Everything dies. An S-rank's power is terrifying. Stop staring and move. She commands. Stealing the boss kill from her seems impossible with that speed. Night falls at the boss gate. Do not attack. She orders everyone. The darkness is absolute. Nobody can see a single thing ahead. Panic sets in. But the iron-toothed wolf is already locked on. It strikes. She dances through the dark, her blade carving the beast. The boss collapses and dissolves. The rookies stand there, completely speechless. She gathers the soul essence. Did everyone receive the floor key? Move out now. The boss respawns in 60 minutes. Don't linger. She prepares to return to floor 5. Suddenly, a new rift opens. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gasped. This gate only manifests during a boss refresh cycle. The timing was impossible. Students were nearby. Suddenly, the wolf lunged. She dodged and countered. But her damage was negligible against its defense. The iron-tooth wolf missed, pivoted instantly, and resumed its relentless assault. A hit. The system alerted. Bleeding status active. Losing 1% health every 10 seconds. She had to stop the hemorrhage fast or face certain death. The beast was too fast. Desperate, 𝐒𝐒𝐿 swung her blade once more. The academy group retreated. But Trach Truong kept looking back in worry. An elite iron-tooth wolf, a rare catch. He had to tame it. They traded blows. But the boss still held half its health bar. A floor 1 elite shouldn't be this strong. They clashed again. She tried her light slash, but her blood-depleted body finally gave out. The wolf struck, shredding her defenses as she crashed into the dirt. As death approached, Trach Truong appeared, firing wildly to distract the beast. Over here. Puppy. You too slow to be a wolf. Ha ha ha. Recognizing the rookie, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 screamed for him to run and survive, but he was too busy kiting the beast, leading it far away. He cursed. The boss had half health left. Frontal combat was suicide. He couldn't let her die. He had to lure the beast away. Time to summon. He called 4 minions to engage the wolf head-on. 𝐒𝐒𝐿 unstabilized her wounds, but her heart raced with pure anxiety. Was he insane? A rookie hunter challenging an elite boss alone. She had to save him. Suddenly, a healing light enveloped her. It was the princess. Why are you here? 𝐒𝐒𝐿 gasped. We've arrived. She smiled. Behind her stood 3 more veteran hunters. Are you insane? Soloing an elite boss is pure suicide. 𝐒𝐒𝐿, a sharp-tongued ally, added more pressure. 𝐒𝐒𝐿 bowed, full of regret. The tank raised his shield. Where did that elite monster go? She remembered. A rookie hunter lured it away to protect me. They were stunned. What, a newbie hunter kiting a high-tier elite? Back with Trach Truong. He ordered his summons to launch an all-out attack. The rabbits ambushed. But the wolf's power exceeded his tactical predictions. In seconds, the beast broke free and launched a devastating counter-strike. Lethal damage. Then, a system notification: battle rabbit reached level 2. Seizing the chance, he ordered the leveled-up rabbit to charge again. 2 rabbits died. Furious, he poured everything into one final assault. Success. The tortoise final blow finally brought the elite beast down. Incredible loot. A mid-grade soul orb, wolf necklace, and bone dagger. These would sell for a fortune. Sacrificing summons was a necessary price. He summoned the wolf-S spirit, the strongest on floor 1. Indeed. Time to go. He had academy classes early tomorrow morning. While Trach Truong slept, 𝐒𝐒𝐿's group searched desperately for clues. She felt responsible. If he was hurt, she would repay him. Somehow, at home, he checked his haul and listed items on the market. He held the soul orb, wondering what power he would awaken next. With the absorption complete, an explosive surge of power courses through his veins. Trach Truong plans his next move at the martial arts hall. Morning arrives, and his sister calls him for breakfast. He reminds her to stop worrying about chores and focus entirely on her recovery. He watches her, knowing her artificial kidney is failing. He needs more credits. And fast. Part of him wants to scream it from the rooftops that he's awakened SSS-rank talent, but he kills the thought. That kind of attention brings nothing but trouble. His sister notices his late-night return. Brother, the magic realm is a death trap. She pleads. I'll find a way to pay the rent. He arches an eyebrow, curious about her plan. She just smiles, keeping her secret guarded. He heads to school, where every hallway buzzes with talk of yesterday's legendary awakenings. He checks his digital shop. No surprises there. Everything is moving exactly as planned. The soul spheres sold out overnight. His sister's life-saving surgery is finally within his grasp. 𝐒𝐒𝐿 appears at his classroom. The teacher announces a crisis during yesterday's boss raid. She's searching for the mysterious student who baited the boss, wanting to thank them personally. The room erupts. Everyone looks around, desperate to unmask the hidden hero among them. Trach Truong stays silent. Recognition is a luxury he can't afford. He keeps his head low. The teacher assumes the hero was from another class. Nuet on leaves. While the students worship their unknown god, suddenly, one student sports a devious grin. I know exactly who did it. Trach Truong's heart skips. Did someone see him, who he asks? Testing the waters, the classmate begins his analysis. While everyone fled the boss, one person charged straight into the fire. His name was Rakshasa. The boy says. Trach Truong scoffs, claiming it was probably just a panicked mistake. The conversation shifts as the boy brags about the girls he met inside the magic realm. I've got a shift at the training hall. Trach Truong interrupts. Needing to escape the chatter, his friend knows the struggle. Is it your sister? Does she need more surgery money? Trach Truong nods, saying he's got it covered. His friend offers backup for his next dungeon run. His name is Vuong Vuong, the self-proclaimed fatty beauty. While cleaning the gym, a crowd gathers around Trin Hao. He just clocked a 507-kilogram punch. That's 7 kilos over the elite great martial requirement. A massive feat for any trainee. He's an A-rank talent. Yet surprisingly humble, despite the worship from the crowd. There's always a bigger fish. Hao says. Out there, people are reaching heights we can't imagine. Trach Truong is impressed. He steps up to the machine and delivers a sharp, calculated strike. The screen flashes 497 points. A direct result of his newly invested attribute points. He stares at the numbers. His limit used to be 390. This growth is insane. One high-grade soul sphere did all this. He needs to dive back into the realm tonight. A text chimes from his sister. She's staying late at a friend's place tonight. Her morning words echo in his mind. Something is wrong. And he's going to find out what. That night, he enters the magic realm. He reviews his summon list. Deciding floor 2 is still too risky. Stepping up too early is a death sentence. He needs to play it smart. He summons his iron-toothed wolf. The goal farm a tortoise shell. After an hour, he finds his prize, just as he nears the floor 2 portal. He sees Vuong Vuong running for his life. A gang of scavengers is hunting him down, thugs who prey exclusively on weak rookies. Please? We're just newbies? Vuong cries out, begging for mercy from the predators. We don't have anything, we're broke, he screams as the thugs close in. We don't want your trash. The leader sneers. We want your real-world IDs to ransom your families. Trach Truong realizes the stakes. In this world, a leaked identity is a death warrant for your loved ones. These killers leave no witnesses. Once they get the money, they'll tie up every loose end with blood. One of the kidnappers suddenly unleashed his special skill. A murky swamp that turned the ground into inescapable mud. Pinning everyone down, the thug pressed a blade to the boy's throat, demanding secrets. But he refused to talk, just as the axe swung for the killing blow. An arrow hissed through the air, piercing the thug's arm. Who dares ambush me? He roared. As Trach Truong stepped forward, stepping from the shadows, he sneered. You're nothing but a pack of bottom-feeding trash, committing such pathetic crimes. With a mocking laugh, he turned and baited them into a chase, trapped by the leader's innate trait. The victims couldn't escape. But the hunt had just begun. Trach Truong lured them toward a treacherous ravine he knew well from his previous scouting. With only one way in or out, he prepared the perfect trap to turn the tables. The kidnappers gloated as they cornered him. Don't kill him fast. The leader grinned. I'll enjoy the torture, Trach Truong calmly asked. So, if someone dies in this dungeon, no one outside will know. The leader laughed. Exactly. No witnesses. No evidence. You will just be another missing person. Trach Truong sighed in relief. Is that so good? Then I don't have to hold back. He activated his summoning skill, calling forth his entire legion to encircle the terrified thugs. They stared in horror, unable to comprehend how one man commanded so many monsters. Realizing the danger, they turned to flee. But it was already far too late. A terrifying killing intent locked onto them as an elite wolf blocked their only escape. With a gaze as cold as ice, he whispered, no witnesses. Wasn't that what you said? He gave the cold command to his summons, leave no one alive. After the slaughter, he looted the bodies. Decent dropped items, he noted. Finding a berserk charm. The item granted a frenzy state to anyone within 3 meters for 100 seconds. A perfect trump card. Stowing it away, he headed toward the floor 2 portal. Before he could cross the threshold, the group he saved came rushing toward him. The wealthy boy shouted. Wait, hero. Thank you for saving our lives back there. Men like you are rare. I must repay you. Is 1 million coins enough for your help? Trach Truong shook his head. claiming he wasn't trying to be a hero, he just hated seeing degenerates roam free. Still, his heart ached at losing that million. But a transfer would expose his identity, a risk no solo hunter should ever take. He let the gold slip away and vanished into the gateway leading to floor 2. He emerged into a massive subterranean catacomb. The air thick with ancient dread, hunters huddled at the central altar, desperately looking for guilds or parties to join, preferring the solo life. He moved out. This floor featured 3 main monster tiers. First were the poison spiders, capable of paralyzing hunters with their toxic silk. Then the blood-sucking bats. They weren't strong, but their life drain was incredibly lethal. Finally, the boss monster, the heaven-swallowing toad. A legendary beast with iron-like skin. It possessed massive defense and a devastating area of effect stun that could crush any challenger. While checking his system guides, a hidden spider lunged from the darkness with its webbing. He sensed the danger instantly. Rolling aside and opening his summon window, the venom worked fast, draining HP by the second. His battle rabbits struggled to keep up. All out, he commanded. His summon swarmed the beast, tearing it apart in seconds. He lost a summon in the clash, gaining only 2 low-tier soul orbs as drops. He summoned the spider to check its stats. Floor 2 monsters were exponentially stronger. The grind was slow. After another hour, he had only taken down 1 more spider. Just as he sat to recover his mana, 2 blood-sucking bats swooped from the ceiling. Trach Truong's summoning reflex barely saved his life. A second slower and it would have been game over. He realized these blood-sucking bats possessed insane HP regeneration stats after every successful bite. To win, he had to focus fire. He summoned his poison spider to neutralize their healing traits. The poison's damage over time was the perfect counter to the monster's lifesteal abilities. Following the tactical plan, he crushed the pesky bats, 1 by 1, quickly clearing the room. 2 down. But more summons fell. In this dungeon, only the strongest survived the power-up process. He added the fallen bats to his ranks. 8 summons ready. Time for the floor 2 boss. Elsewhere, a heated argument was breaking out among a desperate group of low-ranking hunters. Greedy gatekeepers were demanding 10 soul spheres just to enter the boss room. A total ripoff. That's robbery, the rookies cried. The bully roared. It's a protection fee. Pay up or beat it. 1 slot left, the bully yelled. Suddenly, Trach Truong raised his hand from the crowd. I am short on spheres, he said. But I've got gold bars. Take me to the 3rd floor. The bully grinned at the offer. Don't play games, kid. If you lying, you are dead meat. Move out, I'll show you how a pro handles the heavenly toad boss. He brought the boy to the leader. Boss, we've got our final member. Let's start the raid. The leader, 𝐶, was an elite combatant, radiating a massive aura of pure power. He reminded Trach Truong of the legendary Moon Shadow. Both were high-tier, professional-grade threats. They entered the cavern. Before them stood the massive, grotesque Elder Toad boss. Holy crap. It's huge, Trach Truong muttered as 𝐶 stepped forward, shedding his coat. With a roar, the leader unleashed a flaming strike directly into the monster's face. That single blow wiped out a chunk of the boss's HP. The guild members stood in awe, enraged. The beast retaliated, coughing up a massive fireball that scorched the entire cave. Trach Truong watched closely. He needed the perfect timing to KS the final hit. He loosed an arrow straight into the toad's eye. Hey, I told you to stay back, they screamed. Realizing his mood, someone yelled. He's trying to steal the boss kill and the loot. 𝐶 scoffed. Let him. A degenerate newbie seeking death is no threat to my ranking. Don't help him. Let the heavenly toad tear that brat to pieces. The group laughed, watching Trach Truong struggle. They loved seeing a rookie overreach and fail. An archer trying to solo a boss. What a pathetic joke, they mocked. Even if he survived the boss, he'd never survive the guild waiting to finish him off. Suddenly, Trach Truong activated his system. A swarm of summons erupted before their eyes. Even 𝐶 froze. A hidden summoning trait. This wasn't just some random hunter. Arrows and summons rained down on the beast in a synchronized symphony of absolute destruction. In seconds, the floor 2 boss collapsed. The crowd's mocking laughter turned to silent shock. A newbie actually soloed the boss. Trach Truong ignored them and moved toward the dropped items. As a Lord-class monster, the loot was legendary. But a menacing voice growled from behind. Impressive tricks, kid. Now hand over the loot and 10 gold bars, or you refinished. The threat hung heavy. This was a classic betrayal. And things were about to get ugly. These vultures, Trach Truong thought. He still had his trump card, the Shadow Wolf. Taking them all down wouldn't be a problem with his current skill evolution. 𝐶 stepped up, crushing a summon with one hand. Your pets are useless against me. Bring out 100 more. They're still just trash compared to a real pro hunter. Trach Truong sighed. He only wanted the floor key. But now he wanted revenge. His fist tightened for the clash. Then, a voice boomed through the cave. Hold it. A mysterious man known as Skynet stepped forward. His eyes narrowed at the corrupt guild. I'm A. Bureau Disciplinary Officer. Stand down or face the consequences. Trach Truong recognized him, a high-ranking official sent to purge rule-breakers within the abyss. His authority was absolute. Seeing this, a lackey whispered urgently to Captain 𝐶. Captain, if he reports the bribery to Director 𝐒𝐒, we're dead. End him now. The officer continued his lecture, claiming their crimes were already fully recorded. Surrender now and confess. I am reporting this to the higher-ups immediately. 𝐶 smirked. You won't live to report anything. His hunters surrounded them both. The officer drew his weapon, shielding the MC. Don't worry, kid. I've got you. Your summoner talent is practical. Survive this, and I'll introduce you to the guild. Trust me. I am reliable. He instantly unleashed a spell, freezing an incoming attacker solid. An A-rank frost mage, the lackey gasped, his face paling with sudden fear. 𝐶 remained cold. His cooldown is 60 seconds. Kill them before he recovers. As the lackeys charged, the officer delivered a devastating, high-speed spinning kick. Don't underestimate me. I am an honors graduate from the Martial Arts University. I am only 10 classes behind. Backup is coming. Surrender and tie yourselves up now. The female hunter bared her teeth. Surrender? You re-dreaming. Old man. She buffed 𝐶's stats. And the captain lunged with a lethal, high-velocity punch. The officer fired an ice bolt, but it phased right through the target. Her B-rank support talent granted 10 seconds of total status effect immunity. Trach Truong. Run. My credibility is gone. He's too strong for us to stop. 𝐶's grin widened, his eyes flashing with murderous, cold-blooded intent. None of you are walking out of this dungeon alive today. Just before the blow landed, Trach Truong summoned a tortoise shell to block perfectly. His poison spider counterattacked, forcing 𝐶 back. Officer, leave the rest to me. The official stared in disbelief. What, you are going to fight them alone? I am not fighting. Trach Truong smirked. They are. He activated his summoning art. A heavy, suffocating, killing intent flooded the air as the iron-toothed wolf emerged. An elite rank boss, and right behind it, the massive heaven-swallowing frog appeared. The hunters were paralyzed by Trach Truong's broken, god-tier hidden talent. Captain, he just summoned 2 boss monsters at once. 𝐶's composure shattered. No retreat. I'll hold the beasts, everyone else. Kill that brat right now. 𝐶 lunged, unleashing a devastating vacuum punch toward the summons. The bosses clashed with the captain. He was surprisingly powerful and relentless. One heavy strike drained a third of the frog's HP. 𝐶 comboed flawlessly. Trach Truong watched closely, deciphering the captain's desperate, high-stakes strategy. He wanted to focus fire the frog first. The lackey jeered from the sidelines. We've farmed that frog dozens of times. You think summoning it wins this? The officer realized the captain was a true, high-tier monster in human skin. The frog's defense was crumbling fast. It wouldn't survive another onslaught. Trach Truong pulled out a rare enhancement talisman. Time to show my real power. He infused the wolf, shouting, massacre them. Its power surged into a berserk state. The hunters trembled as the wolf's aura turned into a dark, suffocating mist. 𝐶 felt it. The wolf was now an unstoppable, legendary tier calamity. He turned to flee, desperate to save his life from the summoner's wrath. Too slow. The wolf's claws shredded his back in one final, fatal strike. 𝐶 took a direct hit, screaming as he collapsed. He never expected a mere brat to possess such monstrous power. Fatal mistake. He had completely underestimated his opponent. With a final gasp, 𝐶 breathed his last. His underlings turned pale with absolute terror and scrambled to escape the slaughter. But it was too late. The iron-toothed wolves tore through them like paper. From the shadows, the discipline officer watched the entire massacre unfold. He whispered to himself, this kid's talent is terrifying. A genius like this must be recruited to serve the nation immediately, or the consequences will be catastrophic. His squad finally arrived, and he barked out orders. Surround them. Don't let a single soul escape. Trach Truong approached the fallen 𝐶. The man truly lived up to his reputation as a high-tier adventurer. The loot was massive. Among the items, he found a rare seal, a Death Realm pass. Trach Truong frowned. The Death Realm. What exactly is that? The Abyss guidebook never mentioned such a place. Shrugging it off, he decided to absorb the high-grade soul orbs first. Once finished, the officer hurried over to him. Brother Rakshasa. He called out with newfound respect. Your performance was brilliant. Will you join the Abyss Bureau and serve the state? Apologies. But that's not in my plans. Trach Truong replied. His tone left no room for debate. The officer sighed. I understand. Every hunter walks their own path. He handed over his contact info, urging him to reach out. As Trach Truong turned to leave, the officer called out one last time. I can't imagine how powerful you will eventually become, but promise you'll never turn your back on your country. Trach Truong waved dismissively and stepped through the Tier 3 portal. The atmosphere here was heavy and far more deserted than the previous floor. Higher floors meant deadlier monsters. Trach Truong knew better than to rush in recklessly before the right moment. Tier 3 followed a different rule. Only two types of enemies existed, ferocious goblin warriors and cunning goblin mages. Humanoid monsters instead of beasts. This was getting interesting. But checking his watch, he realized it was already late. He logged out for the day. Returning home, he found the house shrouded in darkness. He knocked on the bedroom door with a heavy heart. No response from Tu Feng. He pushed the door open. But his sister was nowhere to be found. Dread washed over him. She was never this late. His phone screen lit up 15 missed calls from her best friend. Fan Fan. He dialed back immediately. Fan Fan's voice was frantic on the other end. Where have you been? Get to the Van Din Club. Right now. What happened to Tu Feng? He demanded. His heart racing, he hung up and sprinted toward the Van Din Club. It was Thien Fong's most notorious luxury nightclub. Why would his sister be in a place like that? Two bouncers blocked his path. Their eyes cold. Hold it. Kid. What do you think you were doing here? He gritted his teeth. Was she working here secretly? Rage began to simmer in his chest. Whoever touched her would pay a price in blood. Without a word, he neutralized the guards in a blur and stormed into the VIP lounge. Inside, a bloated man was screaming in Tu Feng's face. I gave you a chance. You ungrateful brat. Just one drink with young Master Tran and you reset. He tossed a card onto the floor. There's 10,000 yuan. Now get over here and pour the wine. You come here as a sugar baby. Yet you're playing pure and innocent. Give me a break. Fan Fan stepped forward, her voice trembling with fear. Sir. She doesn't drink. Let me take her place instead. Please. The man shoved her aside like trash. Who do you think you are, young Master Tran? Specifically demanded her. He pointed a finger at Tu Feng's face. You're serving our VIP tonight. Whether you like it or not, Tu Feng had reached her breaking point. Tears streamed down her face as she shook with fear. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the hall. Everyone froze in shock as Trach Truong appeared. I don't give a damn who you are. Touch my sister again, and I'll break every bone in your body. The bald man sneered. You little punk. You dare challenge the Thien Hung group? Fan Fan's face turned pale. If they were from Thien Hung, then that man was the ruthless No Thien Than. This was a nightmare scenario. In Jiangbai, his influence was absolute, controlling both the underworld and powerful hunters. But Trach Truong didn't blink as he reached for the card. The fat man smirked. Assuming the boy had submitted. That's more like it. Knowing your place is a virtue. Kid. But Trach Truong's eyes burned with cold fury. You think this trash buys my sister? He flicked the card like a lethal blade at the man's face. Suddenly, a blonde-haired man lunged forward and intercepted the card with lightning-fast reflexes, narrowly escaping a broken nose. The fat man roared for blood. Kill him, break his legs, enough. Stop this at once, a commanding voice rang out. It was Sister Kwong, the legendary owner of the club. Starting a riot in my establishment. Do you all have a death wish? Boss, nah. What brings a man of your stature to my club today? Sister Kwong is a powerhouse in the city. She knows Wu is bad news, but keeps it cool to maintain the peace. The old man steps forward, his face twisted with pure arrogance. He sneers at her. Your rules are boring. My friends aren't having any fun. She just offers a sharp smile. Lord Wu. Why be petty with children? Just let it go. But the old man doubles down. Let it go. Your management is pathetic. This city needs a new owner anyway. Ha ha. Guests are always welcome. Wu. But if you re-here for trouble, crawl back to your own territory. She points directly at his face. The crowd erupts in cheers, backing her up, unfazed by his own stupidity. He barks back. You think you can stop me? Without my gold funding hunters against the monsters. You'd be dead. Only the strong deserve this life. I'm taking the girl. Kwong narrows her eyes. Is that so? Then I'm done being nice. She lunges forward, aiming a devastating kick to end the old man's posturing. Suddenly, the blonde youth blocks her strike effortlessly, sending her flying back. He's Tran Fong, a legendary S-tier genius. Wu orders his men to seize the little sister. As the guards close in, Trach Truong moves like a blur, taking them all down instantly. He glares at them. I warned you once. Touch my sister, and I'll lose my cool. Incredible speed. Tran Fong admits. Wu barks. Are you some kind of high-rank adventurer? Kwong recovers, breathless. Kid, what is your agility stat? How are you so fast? Tran Fong keeps a calm face, but internally, his mind is racing with shock. His own agility is 11. Yet this kid is faster. I am Tran Fong from Long Ho Academy. You. The main character meets his gaze coldly. Trach Truong, 5th high. Tian Fong. After some verbal sparring, Tran Fong challenges him to a duel to test his skills. Trach Truong refuses and walks away. But a wine bottle suddenly whistles through the air. Sensing the danger, Trach Truong spins and shatters the bottle with a lightning-fast kick. Caught me. Tran smirks. You were fast. But you don't leave this place without my permission. Kwong warns him. Careful, his strength stat is over 800 pounds. Don't take him lightly. Trach Truong nods to his sister. Wait here. I'll finish this, and we'll go home. Tran Fong lunges like a predator, ecstatic to finally find a worthy opponent. The impact is heavy. Trach Truong knows speed is his only edge. He must end this, now. After a perfect dodge, he counterattacks, blurring behind Tran Fong in an instant. He strikes the blind spot. Tran Fong barely reacts, forced to block by pure instinct. Asterisk. What is his hidden speed stat? Times Tran wonders. Asterisk. This guy is a complete monster. Asterisk. Old man Wu stands frozen, jaw dropped. He never expected a genius to be hiding here. He realized too late he messed with the wrong person. The battle reaches its peak. Trach Truong lands a crushing blow, leaving Tran Fong severely wounded. The onlookers are speechless. They thought he was just a kind, ordinary guy. Nobody knew he possessed such terrifying power. His sister beams with pride. My brother was just being humble. That is all. Trach Truong backs off. Tran Fong, your arm is useless now. Do you really want to keep going? Old man Wu finally intervenes. Enough. A true warrior knows when to retreat. We're done for today. Internally, he's shaken. Asterisk. A hidden master in this city. We need to pull back immediately. Tran Fong glares, clutching his broken arm. I'll remember your face. Trach Truong. The national exams are in 3 months. I'll see you at Thandai University. What a coincidence. Trach Truong replies. I am heading there too. Maybe we'll be classmates. Tran scoffs. You speed is one thing, but your total combat power is still lacking. If you were truly strong, you wouldn't let your sister come to places like this. Trach Truong just smiles calmly. My business is none of your concern. See you around. Better worry about your arm first. Find me at the Daching Martial Arts Hall later. Old Wu and Tran Fong then retreated. The crowd cheered at the sight. Trach Truong turned to his sister. It's late. Let's head home. Tier Fong. Suddenly, Sister Kwong stepped forward. Little brother. Wait, please. Stay for a moment. I truly appreciate your help today. If you have time, could we speak upstairs? I have a few questions. Brother. Sister Kwong is a good person. Tu Fong urged. Trach Truong nodded. They followed her into a private room. Without wasting time, she handed him a check for 500,000. This is a token of my sincerity. Trach Truong hesitated. He was desperate for cash, but his pride made it hard to accept such a handout. Listen, Kwong explained. You saw it yourself. Old Wu and I have a long-standing blood feud. He brought that young master just to crush my business. This money is an investment in your protection. Without your intervention, I'd be finished. Tu Fong pleaded. Brother, please. You have to help her. Trach Truong let out a heavy sigh. Fine. I'll accept the offer. I'll take the money. If Tran Fong returns to cause more trouble, I'll deal with him personally. Kwong beamed. With the deal sealed, the siblings finally made their exit and headed back home. Outside, he warned Tu Fong never to return to such dangerous places. But the pay is incredible, she argued. I don't care how high it is, he barked. Seeing his stern face, she finally lowered her head in agreement. She looked at him with gleaming eyes. You know, brother. You looked like a legendary hunter while fighting today. He felt a surge of pride, but kept his cool. Stop that. Go to sleep. You have school tomorrow morning. The next day. Fatty Wang ambushed him after class. Sobbing. Buddy, I thought I'd never see you again. I was kidnapped. If the great Rakshasa hadn't descended to save my life, those monsters would torn me apart. Trach Truong pushed the blubbering mess away. You're lucky to be alive. Then, but I need to get home and cook for my sister. Wait, don't go yet, Fatty yelled. Fatty kept rambling about Rakshasa's god-tier power and his dream of becoming his disciple. Trach Truong just smirked internally. Just as he turned to leave, two figures blocked his path. One was Trin Hao, an A-rank talent he'd seen at the gym. Hey. Weren't you the cleaner at the martial arts hall yesterday? Trach Truong froze. Had the guy noticed the hidden stats he left on the testing system? It was a direct hit. Once he confirmed Trach Truong was the cleaner, Trin Hao grew suspicious. Do you know who used the dynamometer last? He pressed. Trach Truong feigned ignorance and quickly made his escape. Trin Hao stared at his retreating back. Could a lowly cleaner really possess such overwhelming physical power? No way. His friend chimed in. Look at the records. He's nothing but a bottom-tier hunter. He didn't even crack the top 100. He couldn't possibly have triggered those high-tier system stats. Trin Hao narrowed his eyes. Maybe. But the truth will be revealed during the global exam. Back at the apartment, the siblings finished their dinner and began tidying up for the night. The news broadcasted a warning about a high-profile criminal hiding in the city. Danger was lurking everywhere. I am heading into the abyss for a bit. Trach Truong told Chu Fong. Lock the doors and stay safe. On the third floor of the dungeon, the battle with the sky-swallowing frog boss had been a bloodbath. His squad was decimated. He needed to fill 5 empty slots in his summoner interface to survive the next floor. He debated adding goblins to his ranks. Let's test their combat traits first and see if they're worth it. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed. A group of hunters was being hunted by a pack of elite goblins. Their defense stats were pathetic. The goblins tore through their formation. Ready for the kill, Trach Truong observed from the shadows. 3 frontline warriors were struggling against a single low-tier monster. These goblins have higher hidden stats than I thought. He activated his skill. Sky-swallowing frog. Come forth. The giant frog lunged, spewing a torrent of fire. He then summoned the shell turtle to tank the counterattack. But the goblins fought dirty, hurling jagged rocks. The turtle's guard finally shattered under the relentless assault. The frog unleashed another fireball, leaving the goblins near death. Shadow Wolf, end this now. At the sight of the predator, the goblin leader abandoned his squad and fled into the darkness. Damn. Trach Truong cursed. Running already? You won't escape me that easily. He summoned his battle rabbit to give chase, leaving the remaining goblin to face his wolf and frog. It was a grind. It took over 10 minutes of brutal combat to finally wipe them all out. He summoned his goblin squad. They lacked unique skills, but their base stats were absolute monster tier. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. The battle rabbit sent to scout had been killed in action. Before he could process the loss, a massive legion of goblins emerged from the distant horizon. Outnumbered, he retreated to the altar. The goblins stopped instantly, seemingly afraid to cross the threshold. These monsters were terrifyingly intelligent, possessing human-like awareness and complex tactical instincts. The hunters inside the altar stared in shock, wondering where this massive monster tide came from. Did you seduce a goblin's wife? They joked. Your taste is way too extreme, kid. The goblins didn't linger. After a brief standoff, the entire legion began to withdraw into the shadows. One goblin flipped him off before leaving. That final insult ignited a bold new plan in his mind. He shadowed them stealthily, whether ranged or melee. They maintained a perfect, unbreakable battle formation. Time to open your eyes, he whispered, summoning his army to surround the unsuspecting goblins. Shadow Wolf and the Frog launched a coordinated strike, incinerating the stone goblins with intense flames. One fell instantly. The survivor's HP was now lower than Akrush's interest in me. Realizing he was outmatched, the goblin fled. But the spider's silk instantly ensnared its legs. Go ahead. Try running again. Let's see how far you get this time. He ordered a brutal beatdown. After breaking its spirit, he successfully initiated the soul-taming process. Checking the system window, its ranged damage was insane, nearly rivaling his Shadow Wolf's power. He needed more to dominate the battlefield. His legion required even more high-tier units. He commanded his entire squad: wolf, toad, goblins, spider, and turtle to begin the next sweep. The spider's web attacks were incredibly effective. He decided to make it a core team strategist. The combat was intense. During the chaos, his level 3 lava turtle was unfortunately killed. His current roster, 7 goblins, 1 spider, shadow wolf, and the frog boss. A solid lineup. It was time. He set out to find the floor 3 boss of this cursed realm. He reached a massive encampment. The sheer scale suggested a boss of overwhelming, terrifying power. The Goblin King was guarded by a sea of minions. A solo frontal assault looked impossible. Nearby, a loud-mouthed hunter was shouting, trying to gather a crowd for a high-tier raid. He claimed to be an S-rank talent, offering free carries for the first 100 newbies. Trach Truong saw through the lies. These free carries were usually dangerous scams in lawless zones, without overseers. Betrayal was rampant. Robbery and murder happened frequently in the shadows of dungeons. Some even lost their lives. Suddenly, the scammer spotted Trach Truong and waved him over. "Hey Archer, we only need 5 more for a full party. Join us for a free run. Items are yours," he promised. Trach Truong coldly replied, "No thanks. I prefer to solo." He needed to find a blind spot to infiltrate deep into the enemy's fortified camp, relying on his summoned squad. He began his stealthy descent into the heart of the fortress. The onlookers sneered. What an arrogant brat. Turning down a pro? He's asking for death. Ignoring them. He found an alternate route and successfully flanked the massive goblin encampment. The path was deserted with minimal guards. This was the perfect opening for a surgical strike. Trach Truong drew his bow, signaled his summons, and gave the order to annihilate everyone. The guards were vaporized instantly. The loot from this surprise ambush was surprisingly rich. He collected several soul orbs, his eyes fixed on the minimap as his excitement grew. He stood right at the Goblin King's throne room when a scream echoed from within. Is someone already raiding the boss? He peered inside and saw the group from before. They were cornered by a goblin horde, with the massive Goblin King looming ahead. Trach Truong watched from the shadows. That S-rank ranker was there. So why wasn't he helping? A brutal massacre unfolded. The goblins tore through the newbies in a heartbeat, surveying the carnage. The Goblin King sat on his throne, laughing at the slaughter. The truth finally clicked for Trach Truong. This S-rank hunter was nothing but a fraud. He was a degenerate player-killer, leading newbies to their deaths just to loot their soul orbs. Trach Truong gripped a soul orb. These items were bought with the lives of innocent players. That's scum. Suddenly, a dagger whistled through the air. Trach Truong barely dodged the lethal strike. The Goblin King had spotted him. It roared. Another weakling seeking a painful death. Goblins swarmed him. Trach Truong vaulted over them, summoning 3 of his own goblins to hold the line, to clear a path for the boss fight. He summoned his poison spider for backup. They launched a coordinated strike. Trach Truong and his spider dove while his minions engaged in melee. The Goblin King snarled in contempt. Nothing but pathetic ants beneath my feet. He unleashed his whirlwind skill, obliterating 2 of Trach Truong's summons in a single blast. Trach Truong gasped. He knew the skill, but the raw damage was off the charts. He summoned the heaven-swallowing frog and mages. Unleashing a barrage, the boss easily deflected. Despite the block, the boss's health bar chipped away ever so slightly. Mortals, it bellowed. Even the frog's ultimate attack was being heavily mitigated by its defense. Every other strike was cut by half. This boss was an absolute tank. Suddenly, enemy archers rained down fire, forcing Trach Truong's team into a desperate defense. As they retreated, a blade pierced Trach Truong's side. He turned, seeing that purple-clad traitor grinning. He'd been so focused on the boss that he'd left his back wide open. Impressive. The traitor sneered. Most would be dead after a strike like that. Your hidden stats must be higher than I thought. Kid. He bragged about his invisibility trait, a perfect skill for a coward to remain hidden forever. Useless against monsters. Trach Truong spat. But perfect for backstabbing other hunters. Right. Precisely, the traitor laughed, unashamed of his vile, player-killing methods. You ruined my harvest of soul orbs. So now, you will pay with your life. Trapped between a boss and a traitor, there was no clear path to survival. Was this the end? No. Trach Truong's mind raced, searching for a desperate gambit. Ready to die, the traitor mocked. But Trach Truong just caught a glimmer of hope. He summoned the poison spider, binding the traitor in sticky silk. You think this changes anything? The boss is targeting you. Kid, not me, the traitor screamed. Trach Truong smirked, unsummoning his beasts. Who said I am running? I am staying to loot your corpse. Are you insane? The traitor yelled. Not me, Trach Truong replied. But you might be soon. I am leaving the aggro zone. With me gone. The boss only has one target left. Pure terror washed over the traitor. He'd walked right into a lethal trap. As the boss swung his blade, the traitor barely triggered invisibility to vanish into the shadows. I'll kill you for this, he hissed. Counting down 25 seconds of being webbed, he thought he was safe. Until Trach Truong suddenly reappeared with a cold gaze. Trach Truong drew his bow and aimed directly at the empty air. The arrow hit, invisibility shattered, exposing the traitor right as the boss's blade descended. The strike landed heavy, but he barely survived. Just 5 seconds left until freedom. He braced himself, ready to bolt the moment the binding wore off. THWIP. Another layer of web. 50 more seconds added. The traitor's scream of pure rage echoed. My spider threads see everything. Trach Truong sneered. I don't need eyes. How does it feel is being the prey satisfying? You've watched so many die. Now. It's finally your turn. He fired. The goblin boss delivered the crushing final blow to Talon. With the traitor dead, Trach Truong stepped up. Our turn now. He summoned his familiars and looted the purple-cloaked hunter's corpse. He found dozens of soul orbs and grade A silver silk gauntlets. Buffed and confident, Trach Truong launched an arrow at the Goblin King. Despite the new gear, his damage felt like a mere mosquito bite. Enraged, the boss unleashed a whirlwind slash, wiping out his goblin summons. The situation turned critical instantly. He used spider silk to stall while ordering his melee units to scatter. He focused all long-range fire, shredding the boss down to 9% health. One final explosive volley later, the massive Goblin King finally fell. Loot exploded everywhere as the throne shattered, revealing the floor 4 gate. He claimed a high-grade soul orb. This legendary prize was worth the struggle. He summoned the elite goblin. With this boss-tier tank, he felt invincible. He now commanded 3 bosses. Though the Dark Wolf had lower stats, still, as an elite monster, it was on the verge of evolution. He rushed toward floor 4 before the dungeon boss could respawn. Suddenly, a group of hunters from the Abyss Management Bureau surrounded him. Their badges were clear. These were high-ranking agents of the Bureau. Where's your team? They demanded. Trach Truong shrugged. I am solo. You've got the wrong guy. I don't use teams. Liar, we have reports of a serial killer targeting new recruits here. They drew weapons. Surrender now, or we will use lethal force. Explaining was useless, and fighting would only expose his hidden S-tier talent. Just as he prepared to surrender, a familiar voice stopped them. It was the glasses-wearing inspector. Wait, he's not the criminal we re-hunting. Trach Truong blinked. You re a manager now? When did that happen? Thanks to you, the manager replied. That last case got me promoted. The other agents remained skeptical of the lone survivor at the scene. Trach Truong turned serious. Every recruit lured here today was killed by Talon. The manager's jaw tightened. We must capture that monster at any cost. Trach Truong shook his head. Down it bother. I already killed him. Silence fell. Talon was an S-rank fugitive. How could a rookie succeed? He displayed his kill log. The agents stared in absolute shock. Is the new generation this strong? We'll be out of a job soon. The manager thanked him but offered one final grim warning. Talon belonged to Shining Light. That dark guild will hunt you now. He tried to recruit Trach Truong again, but was firmly rejected. Trach Truong turned away and stepped into the gateway to floor 4. He arrived to find everyone trapped inside a massive bureau-made barrier. Orders were strict. Floor 4 had been declared a high-risk death zone, but the trapped hunters just laughed. A death zone here impossible. Word on the street was the Bureau was monopolizing the 4th floor. Trach Truong suddenly remembered his rare dead zone pass. Could it be connected? A high-ranking official stepped forward, radiating an aura of absolute authority. He stood firm. The Bureau only seeks to stabilize the magic zones, not make enemies of hunters. A dead zone has manifested on the 4th floor, he warned. Most of you have no idea what that means. It is a glitch in the system manual. A lethal pocket dimension that spawns at random. The difficulty has spiked from tier 4 to tier 10 instantly. We are blocking the path for your survival, despite the warning. The hunters remained skeptical. Doubts began to fill the room. Why should we believe your lies? They shouted. All they wanted was to escape this hellhole. The official sighed coldly. Fine. If you want to play hero, go ahead. But your death is on you. One arrogant degenerate stepped up. You think I am a coward? Watch me conquer this. Without a second thought, he charged straight into the abyss. The Bureau official looked at the remaining crowd. Anyone else looking for a shortcut to the afterlife? As the crowd hesitated, the man from before crawled back. His body was mangled and broken. They have mutated, he gasped. The monsters. They have turned into frenzied demons. The horror finally set in. Do you believe me now? The official asked with a piercing gaze. I suggest you stay logged out of the 4th floor for a few days. The morale plummeted instantly. Trach Truong decided to cut his losses and logged out. It is getting late anyway. He muttered. At least there is no school tomorrow. Meanwhile, in a desolate zone, a lone warrior faced down a gargantuan beast. It looked like suicide. But the man just smirked. With a single flash of light, the giant zombie was decapitated. He moved to claim the soul orb. Suddenly, a system window flickered before his eyes. Death's Kiss defeated by Rakshasa. Rakshasa. Huh. Interesting. He headed toward the floor, 22 boss. Saturday morning at the house. Trach Truong told Tu Feng to focus on her studies today. He had business elsewhere. Fan had mentioned a job that was perfect for him. Tu Feng looked uneasy. Is Nate, her brother's line of work extremely dangerous? Trach Truong reassured her. Don't worry. You know what I am capable of. Just stay safe at home. She nodded obediently. With a final warning to be careful, Trach Truong set off. He arrived at the coordinates Fan sent. The area was eerily silent and deserted. Just as he questioned the location, Fan waved him over. She led him into a massive, hidden warehouse. 4 men stood waiting. This is my cousin, 𝐒𝐒𝐒, she introduced. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stepped forward. Heard you have skills and need cash. Ready to join my crew? Trach Truong rubbed his neck. I need the money. But I need to know the risks first. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 was blunt. We are heading into the Luanham ruins. Trach Truong froze. That city was a wasteland overrun by high-tier monsters. It is a graveyard, but full of treasure. Wealthy collectors pay millions for artifacts found there. Our mission is simple: scavenge and survive. It is highly illegal and national security has banned entry. But for this crew, the gold was worth the gamble. A massive hunter named Thiet Quang chimed in. As the saying goes, no risk, no reward. Join us, and you will be set for life. Kid. He introduced the rest, Fong Tu and Old Bat. The base pay is 300,000. Interested? Are you in or out? Trach Truong's eyes widened. That amount could change everything for his sister. Combined with his soul orb sales, he could finally afford her treatment. He smiled and shook hands. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 grinned. Since this is a high-difficulty raid, the boss doubled the pay to 3,600,000 each. The atmosphere turned electric with greed and excitement. Trach Truong pressed for details. What's our mark? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 replied. A legendary 5 Dynasties calligraphy scroll. 0400 hours tomorrow. Everyone rendezvous at the Jiangdong Museum. At dawn. Trach Truong found Xiao Fong cooking. Why up so early? You need your strength. He muttered. She smiled, wanting to fuel his journey. A new neighbor dropped off some apples earlier. She added softly. Seemed friendly enough. Yet, in this economy, fresh fruit was a luxury few could just give away. Pure generosity. Before heading out, he consumed his final mana orbs. Preparing for the hellish raid ahead, his strength stat had finally hit 14. That meant a punching force exceeding 1,000 kilograms, with 15 agility. He was ready for anything. He met the squad at the massive outer wall. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 handed him a plucked chicken. Use this when things get ugly, he warned. Trach Truong blinked. How exactly do I kill monsters with a dead bird? It is a decoy. Kid, toss it to the beasts and run for your life. They scaled the wall, overlooking a graveyard of a city. Desolation stretched as far as the eye could see. Stay close to me. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gripped his shoulder. I am keeping you alive for Fan's sake. Follow my lead, and we'll both get paid. With that, the hunt officially began. Baldy whispered to 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Cut the kid loose after this. He's just dead weight. Little did they know. This burden was actually their ultimate insurance policy. Idiots. They reached the coordinates. But the museum entrance was nowhere to be found. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 nodded to Fong Tu, who cleared the debris to reveal a hidden passage. Baldy stepped up. With one explosive punch, he shattered the wall, widening the breach for the team. Baldy's strength is 12. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 noted. He packs a serious punch. Trach Truong smirked. His stats were already higher. Watch the shadows. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 hissed. Abyss monsters love the dark. Reaching the end, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 kicked the final doors open. The grand exhibition hall of the Jiangdong Museum loomed before them. Silent and vast, they fanned out. Minutes later, Trach Truong's eyes locked onto the target scroll. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 bagged the artifact instantly. The team grinned. This was way too easy. Wait. Trach Truong's voice went cold. Where's Thiet Quang? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 called out. But only silence answered. Their comrade had vanished without a trace. We can't linger. It's a death trap. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 urged. Leave a mark, and move out. They retreated, oblivious to the glowing crimson eyes tracking them from the ceiling. Mid-run. Trach Truong's senses screamed. A sound echoed above. The ceiling imploded. Emerging from the dust was a terrifying rank 2 abyss beast. Run, I'll hold it, 𝐒𝐑𝐀𝐀𝐍𝐊 charged. But his blade shattered against the creature's armored hide. The beast's counterattack was instantaneous and brutal. It was too fast. 𝐒𝐑𝐀𝐀𝐍𝐊 barely raised his arms before the impact hit. He survived. But his arm was mangled. Go. It's just a broken limb, he roared. Trach Truong froze. This monster was a nightmare. It had swatted a veteran like a fly. The beast roared again. Remembering the decoy, Trach Truong hurled the chicken at the monster's maw. They scrambled for the exit. But the distraction barely slowed the predator down. The beast gained ground. Fang Tu struggled to carry the wounded 𝐒𝐑𝐀𝐀𝐍𝐊 as death loomed closer. Cornered. Fang Tu spit a curse, ripped off his glasses, and prepared to die fighting. Boss. Get the kid out of here. I am taking this bastard down with me. 𝐒𝐑𝐀𝐀𝐍𝐊 gripped his side. We end this together. Brother. To hell and back. A massive explosion rocked the hall. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 grabbed Trach Truong, forcing him to run. They scrambled through the narrow tunnel, escaping the carnage behind them. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 crawled out, but his blood ran cold. The bunker exit was completely swarmed by a horde of ravenous monsters. They lunged with lethal intent. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 shoved the bag at Trach Truong, barking. The artifact is inside. Run, take care of my sister. Trach Truong fired back. No way. I'll watch your sister. But we both make it out. I can afford to raise 2 brats on my own. Before he finished, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 charged the pack, guns blazing. He danced through the chaos. But a monster suddenly blinked behind his blind spot. Trach Truong screamed. Behind you, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 spun fast. But the impact sent him crashing violently into the concrete wall, just as death loomed. Trach Truong intercepted the beast. He stood his ground like a shield, pulling back a devastating, heavy fist. One punch sent it flying. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gasped. Holy hell, his raw physical stats are insane. He's actually overpowering these high-tier monsters with just his bare hands. Trach Truong panted. I can hold them. But our odds are slim. If they swarm us all at once, we're dead meat for sure. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 wiped blood away. Relax. These pit demons are solitary hunters. They won't steal another's prey unless the first one retreats. They won't attack as a group. Trach Truong felt his nerves steady. He faced the lead monster, taunting. You've got the power. But do you have the speed? Before the words landed, the beast lunged forward with a deafening, predatory roar. Trach Truong vaulted over the strike, landing a brutal counterpunch that shattered the creature's skull. It tried to grab him but collapsed. Only 3 monsters remained in their path. Trach Truong gritted his teeth, ready to gamble his life in this final, desperate showdown. As he braced for impact, a tattooed woman in skin-tight gear vaulted off his shoulder, delivering a savage aerial kick to the monster. She followed up with a bone-shattering strike that left the beast a crumpled heap of flesh on the ground. Trach Truong was floored that kick had over 2,000 pounds of force. The hot stranger shouted, Get 𝐒𝐒𝐒 into the car. Now, not wanting to end up like the monsters. Trach Truong followed her orders without a second thought. Big sis. Move it, the driver yelled. Another wave is closing in. She dived into the vehicle as the engine roared. The pit demons gave chase, relentless and hungry. Luckily, their driver was an ace. Weaving through the ruins with expert precision, he shouted back. Sis. If we don't lure these freaks to the wall, they'll breach Qianfeng City. She turned to Trach Truong, who was staring at the horde. Stop daydreaming if you don't want to die. Get up and help us. Earn your keep. I didn't save your life just for you to sit there. She ripped open a bag filled with high-grade explosives. Trach Truong's mission rained flash bombs on the pursuers to break their formation. On her signal, they both leaned out, unleashing a barrage of fire and light. The explosions successfully cut off the chase. Trach Truong finally slumped back, lungs burning as he gasped for air. Who was this woman? And how did she get military-grade hardware? The driver broke his train of thought. What did you two do to piss off those pit demons? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stopped Trach Truong before he could speak. Nothing, we were just visiting family graves when we got cornered by bad luck. We had no idea they'd swarm. Thanks for the save. The woman studied Trach Truong, intrigued by his combat instincts and raw courage during the fight. I'm impressed. Kid. You've got guts. After he gave his name, she warned. Stay away from the vessel area. You'll die unless you re a high-tier demonic realm hunter. Trach Truong nodded silently. He couldn't pinpoint her guild. But she didn't seem like the type to betray them. They finally reached the massive perimeter of the fortress city walls. This is as far as we go, she said, advising them to get 𝐒𝐒𝐒's injuries treated at the clinic immediately. Once they vanished, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 exhaled. Those two. They must be elite, demonic realm powerhouses to clear monsters that easily. Trach Truong sighed, looking at his shredded bag. The mysterious painting inside had been ruined during the escape. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 didn't care. Lives are worth more than art. By sunset, they had finished 𝐒𝐒𝐒's medical checkup. As they left, Trach Truong froze. He spotted a man whose build was identical to 𝐒𝐒𝐒, the comrade who vanished. Suspicions flared. Trach Truong decided to tail him. Staying low in the shadows, he tracked the target into a dim alley. Suddenly, the man pulled a phone, reporting directly to someone called Boss. Trach Truong's blood boiled. Was that bastard behind the entire betrayal? The real conspiracy was just beginning. Back at the scene, the boss approached the masked man. My item. Unmasked. It was 𝐒𝐒𝐒. He handed it over. My money. Every cent. The boss sneered. I admire your cold-blooded betrayal, selling out comrades for millions. Trach Truong watched. Fuming, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 took the cash. His greed, his only guide. Ruthlessness leads to success, he bragged. Then, a gun appeared. What are you doing? He screamed. A bullet answered him. The boss smirked at the corpse. Success through ruthlessness. I agree. That's why I'm being more cruel. They vanished. Trach Truong froze. A cold-blooded headshot. These guys were monsters. Who was this boss? I had to escape fast. At home, my little sister was waiting at the door. Don't ask. I sighed. Today was a living nightmare. Suddenly, the neighbor's door opened. He greeted us with a smile. Wait. That scar. He was the boss's personal assassin. I shielded Tu Feng immediately. Forcing a fake smile, he acted friendly. But his invitation felt like a trap. That's enough. I interrupted. My heart racing. I am exhausted. Maybe next time. I dragged my sister inside. The man watched us go, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Inside, I paced. That scar was a perfect match. It is him. Stay inside. I warned Tu Feng. Don't open for anyone. I needed proof. I leaped across the balcony into his room. The floor was covered in a suspicious white lime powder. My 15 agility stat saved me. A trap for intruders. The room was bare. This guy was definitely a professional. I searched under the bed and found a hidden box. An awakened ID for Hong Han Fai. It was definitely him. Why was a high-level killer living right next door? Suddenly, the door kicked open. Come out. Little rat. I hid under the bed, counting my final heartbeats. He stalked in. Gun ready. He knew I was hiding. Beep. My 8 p.m. alarm blared. He fired immediately. A muzzle flash. He kicked the bed, but I wasn't there. I triggered the system just in time. The killer grinned. Waiting. Within the abyss portal. I finally gasped for air. He'll be waiting. I can't hide in here forever. 12 hours. After that, my stamina drains and I am ejected. I have 12 hours to level up or I'm dead. Floor 4. The Management Guild's barrier is still active. The death zone remains. I can leave to grind levels. We restuck until the boss dies. The hunters panicked. Elites are moving in. But you need a rare invitation. 1 drop per 100 bosses. It's an impossible find. Forget the rewards. Someone muttered. Entering is a death sentence. Hearing that, Trach Truong pulled the invitation from his pocket. Suddenly, a system window flashed. The Death Realm gate has opened. Do you wish to enter? Trach Truong hesitated. He cleared the first 3 floors. But floor 4 was currently locked. In the real world, a high-tier powerhouse was already plotting his demise, with no other choice. Trach Truong decided to step into the Death Realm. System login. Successful. Entering the demonic zone in 3 seconds. Upon arrival, a crowd appeared. He wondered. Wait. Aren't these demonic zones usually region-locked to each country? Why were there so many foreigners? Suddenly, a hand gripped his shoulder. Trach Truong spun around. It was the stunning beauty. Knew it, She beamed. I finally found you. She'd been searching everywhere to repay him for saving her life. Who knew they'd meet here? Her uncle asked in surprise. Is this the hunter who distracted the Shadow Wolf back then? Exactly. Uncle Sao. Trach Truong humbly replied. It was nothing. Really. Not worth mentioning. Nua An introduced them. This is my uncle, Sat Fong, and my brother. 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐒. Sat Phong praised Trach Truong's courage for entering solo, but he warned this place wasn't like a normal demonic zone. The monsters here were brutal, with foreign adventurers fighting over drops. He invited Trach Truong to join their party. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 agreed, noting that Uncle Sat Phong was an elite-tier adventurer. Trach Truong froze. According to his guide, power scales from novice, skilled, to elite and beyond. He hadn't expected an elite-tier hunter. Their combat power was on a whole different level. In this high-stakes dungeon, having a powerful backer was the ultimate survival strategy. Without hesitation, he shook hands and officially joined 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐻's party. Sat Phong was impressed by the young man's lack of arrogance. 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐻 was overjoyed. She'd feared he would refuse her chance to repay him. To coordinate properly, Sat Phong suggested they reveal their unique talents. He went first. His talent, Repel, could knock enemies back 10 steps and stun them for 30 seconds. Next was 𝐒𝐒𝐒's Mirage, which created non-combat illusions that lasted for 1 hour. Finally, 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐻 mentioned her talent was the light slash he'd seen before. Now, all eyes were on Trach Truong, realizing they find out eventually. He activated his trait. My skill is summoning. Their jaws dropped. Even the summoned goblin looked around, utterly confused. So they follow your every command? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 asked. Exactly, he replied. Introductions finished. Sat Phong urged the team toward the village ahead. Other guilds were already inside. If they didn't hurry, the boss loot would be gone. Are Death Realm bosses really that dangerous? What kind of items do they drop? Sat Phong explained. This is an independent dungeon. It drops rare, attributeless soul spheres. He added that he brought the youngsters along just to gain some field experience. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the village. Hunters were clashing with humanoid monsters. The villagers are being mind-controlled. Sat Phong noted. We must find the boss. Stay close. This place is a maze. But after wandering in circles, Trach Truong stopped. Sir, your navigation is terrible. We've been here already. 𝐒𝐒𝐻 nodded. He's right. We just walked in a complete circle. Uncle, can you even lead us? If not, let someone else try. Suddenly, Trach Truong sensed movement. A pack of monsters ambushed them. Dawn panic. Sat Phong took the front, while 𝐒𝐒𝐻 covered the rear. Trach Truong summoned his warrior and mage, while 𝐶-𝑑𝐁 stood there, shaking in fear. Trach Truong smirked. This guy as a total novice. Just another fresh player. Meanwhile, his 2 summons were being absolutely pulverized. It was painful. He wondered how these mobs' hidden stats could be so insanely high. A beast lunged. Trach Truong dodged as Sat Phong blinked in, cleaving it. The old man frowned. He'd expected more from 𝐒𝐒𝐻's supposed savior. Why move like a total noob? Suddenly, lightning tore through the sky. Watch out, Trach Truong yelled. Too late. Sat Phong took the hit. A figure emerged. Well, old friend. We meet again. The mysterious doctor appeared, instantly launching a devastating fireball spell. The blast left Sat Phong paralyzed, locked in a brutal status effect. He's dangerous, Sat Phong warned. Even an elite was getting dominated. 𝐒𝐒𝐻 rushed forward, but a stray arrow hissed toward her heart. High above, a dark elf archer was already lining up another shot. Trach Truong's goblins charged, but a massive axe wielder smashed them aside. The raw attack power was terrifying. Finally, Sat Phong stood his ground. You 3 again, Sat Phong growled. Today, you want escape death. The doctor laughed, bringing 3 noobs to a fight. What a chance. Survival is the only quest. Who cares if we play dirty? Another lightning bolt crashed down. Sat Phong knew he was in trouble. He pulled out an unlabeled, mysterious vial. A desperate, high-tier potion. He downed it instantly. He had to protect 𝐒𝐒𝐻, the family's hope. Instantly, the debuffs vanished and his health bar surged back up. The doctor gasped. The activation potion. You were actually using that? 30 seconds of immunity. Then a massive HP penalty. 𝐒𝐒𝐻 panicked. She knew what this meant. Sat Phong was going all in for them. 𝐒𝐒𝐻. Run now, Sat Phong roared. I'll handle the retreat. The axeman lunged. Don't worry. I'll be quick. You all dying. Shut your damn mouth, Sat Phong barked, sending the giant flying back. They fled as the archer unleashed a barrage of homing arrows. They retracking us, the boy yelled. The arrows followed their every turn. It's an innate trait skill, 𝐒𝐒𝐻 warned. Stay on guard. She parried the storm. But one arrow slipped through, piercing her chest. A blood-curdling scream echoed as she collapsed in absolute agony. She pulled it from her shoulder. They want Uncle 6. Run. 𝐶-𝐑𝐀 tremble. What now? How do we survive this nightmare? We hide. No 𝐒𝐒𝐿 panted. We wait until the zone boss falls. Looking back, they saw the old man engulfed in more lightning. If he wasn't toast yet, he was certainly knocking on death's door. Trach Truong frowned. Why are foreign hunters here targeting 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊? I only have weak summons left. We can take another hit. Dead zones are shared. 𝐒𝐍𝐿 explained. This is an old grudge. 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 must have clashed with those degenerates in a previous raid. 𝐒𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 sobbed. If I knew it was this dangerous, I'd stayed home. My skill is useless, 𝐒𝐍𝐿 snapped. Are you even a man? Trach Truong sighed. Don't be negative. Your talent really is total trash. If everyone dies, it's on you. But honestly, we're doomed anyway. 𝐒𝐍𝐿 signals for silence. On 3. Turn left. Look at that crowd. Wait. It's the deadly butcher. Mundo's cursed blade. God. Why is our luck so trash? Out of the trap. Into a boss room. Orders. Captain, without 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊, we're toast. Just 3 of us. Stay calm. Trach Truong whispers. The system hasn't flagged us yet, but the kid won't stop whispering. How do we survive this? Hunters, behind. Boss ahead. Absolute checkmate for us. Trach Truong stays cool. Standing still is just suicide. Let's fight. 4 Eyes gasps. Are you high? Big bro, you're delusional. Pass whatever you're smoking. Man, slaying this boss, that's an impossible quest. Trach, risk it or rote. 4 Eyes panics and tries to stop him. If the foreigners arrive, we're literal monster food. Trach Truong smirks. Don't sweat it. Your hidden trait will shine. My trait. Meanwhile, 𝐷IAS is fuming over the escape. A teleport scroll 𝐷IAS slaughters nearby mobs in a rage. That scroll costs $50,000. Minimum. Infuriating. The old man's loaded. Lucky bastard. He should be dead. Victor remains cold. In this dungeon, survival is just numbers. 10% HP. If he lands near monsters, he's finished. Actually, hope he lands near the boss. Efficient execution. Karma strikes, Victor stops. They found the boss themselves. Big mouth. Bad luck. Daos grins. This is a jackpot. Death Zone loot is legendary. Guild members, prepare to raid. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 draws her bow. S-rank items belong to me. A rain of steel descends upon the deadly butcher. They pass right through physical immunity. Victor shouts. Stunned. Switch to magic strike. That freak down with lightning. No damage. This boss is breaking all system rules. I've raided since childhood. Daos growls. But this is unnatural. Victor analyzes the skill. It's not passive. It's a dimension shift. When attacked, it becomes an untargetable ghost. Impossible to hit. Nearby. 4 Eyes is sweating bullets. Hurry, I can hold. My illusion magic only lasts 1 hour. We're out of time. The plan bait the foreigners while we hunt the real one. 𝐒𝐿 draws her blade. How do we kill a ghost? Find the weakness first. Go. My little terrors. She's shocked. He has floor bosses summoned. No way. Floor bosses and a level 2 Shadow Wolf. Amazing. Time's up. All units evolution skills, active charge. The butcher is unfazed. To him, these are merely insects. Shadow Wolf pounces. The cleaver swings down in a flash. Dodge. It barely escapes a lethal strike from the boss. Trach Truong watched. Helpless against the Dead Zone's overwhelming power, the butcher loomed over them, sneering that mere insects could never defeat him. Even Trach Truong's Shadow Wolf was completely outclassed by this monstrous boss. 𝐒𝐿 signaled a dual strike, while Trach Truong used webbing to bind it. Seizing the opening, 𝐒𝐿 lunged forward with her blade of holy light. Trach Truong didn't hesitate, commanding 𝐔𝐵 to unleash a devastating fireball barrage. Enraged by the pressure, the butcher roared and launched a brutal counteroffensive. Trach Truong realized this boss possessed high intelligence and its own terrifying will. Pushing forward, Trach Truong ordered the Goblin King to clash with the monster. Despite the Goblin King's strength, the butcher's raw power was far too immense. After a fierce exchange, the butcher overwhelmed the summon, skewering the king. System analysis. The Bone Crush skill traded defense for 40% bonus damage. Suddenly, the Shadow Wolf maneuvered behind the butcher, seeking a lethal opening, but the butcher countered, swinging chains to brutally execute Trach Truong's pet, witnessing his trump card's death. A cold fury ignited in Trach Truong's soul. 𝐒𝐿 gripped his shoulder, reminding him that grief had no place here. Failure meant death for everyone, as Chimong's stamina was rapidly fading. Desperate times called for desperate measures, as Trach Truong prepared to risk everything. He synchronized Peter Parker's webs with 𝐔𝐵 flames for a final strike. This was Trach Truong's ultimate long-range assault. A desperate gamble for survival. 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 joined the fray. Slicing the butcher until its health hit 30%, the boss entered berserk state. But strangely, it retreated instead of attacking. Trach Truong stood baffled. What kind of twisted strategy was this monster planning? The butcher began devouring corpses, rapidly regenerating its health through a hidden trait. Stop it now, if that beast heals completely, we are all finished. Gambunta responded instantly, launching another explosive fireball at the feasting monster. The boss charged back. Trach Truong used web shots to keep his summons safe. 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 unleashed a light slash, while the Goblin King delivered a pincer attack. Under the relentless bombardment, the butcher's health finally plummeted to the critical zone. Trach Truong fired a final arrow, piercing the butcher's skull and ending its reign. The system chimed, Butcher of the Demon Realm defeated. Quest complete. The greedy glasses-wearing hunter immediately snatched a soul orb for himself. Among the rare loot, Trach Truong discovered an legendary weapon, an S-rank bow. This S-rank masterpiece was a total game-changer for any hunter's arsenal. Its unique trait converted 10% of all damage dealt into self-healing. 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 was stunned. S-rank items were miracles in this cursed dead zone. As he drew the string, Trach Truong felt the bow's terrifying bloodlust. The total loot, 16 attributeless soul orbs ripe for the taking, plus a blink scroll, and several high-grade instant recovery potions. Trach Truong kept the scroll, but shared the remaining spoils with 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊. He insisted she accept them, refusing to let her walk away empty-handed. This victory belonged to the team. 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 accepted, feeling a deep debt. Suddenly, Victor's furious voice thundered through the clearing from behind them. You filthy rats, how dare you deceive us with those pathetic illusions? Terror gripped the team. That was Admiral 𝐒𝐑𝐍𝐊, a foe they couldn't defeat. Daos exploded with rage upon learning Trach Truong's squad snatched the boss kill. He ordered 𝐒𝐒𝐒 to skip the talk, just slaughter them and reclaim the loot. The main character, Trach Truong, checked his system. His summons were low, making a direct clash suicide. He barked at 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 and Four Eyes to evacuate this death zone immediately. 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 stayed for revenge, while Four Eyes triggered a hidden trait and bolted. The coward vanished instantly. Trach Truong could only sigh at the sheer absurdity. Her stubbornness was legendary. Should he just leave her to her fate? She snapped back. Why are you still here? This vendetta is mine alone. Trach Truong smirked. It might be your fight, but I won't watch these degenerates break you with their sick games. Arise. Mundogak, show them terror. The enemy stood frozen in pure shock. How was that butcher back? They had just witnessed its total destruction. Was it a hallucination? V2 stepped forward, eyes narrowing at the impossibility. This is no illusion. A second butcher has been summoned to the field. Daos was baffled. The monster ignored them. Nearby, 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊's eyes welled up. She swore revenge for Uncle Six, until a system notification flashed before her. A message from Stormhunt arrived. Uncle Six was still among the living. He ordered a regroup. Relief washed over her. Her fighting spirit instantly revitalized. She briefed Trach Truong. They had to reach the level 4 altar now. Looking at his future wife, Trach Truong gave a helpless, defeated shrug. Daos fought the butcher's frenzy until the summoned beast abruptly vanished from existence, deep within the 4th floor's demon territory. The group reunited. Uncle Six beamed, praising their performance in the chaos. He slapped Trach Truong's back. That's my grandson-in-law. I knew you had potential. He then glared at Four Eyes. You, just carry the bags and try to learn. Uncle Six leaned in, whispering his matchmaking scheme. Listen, kid. We come from a prestigious bloodline, a family of legendary hunters. 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 is in her prime. Why not make this alliance permanent? 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 overheard everything. Uncle Six, how could you sell me out? Trach Truong cut the playfulness, turning to the elder with a serious gaze. Senior, I need guidance. Uncle Six nodded, his expression turning grave. Trach Truong needed to know how to crush a level 1 demon realm powerhouse. He'd handle 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 later. Right now, survival was the only priority. A real-world assassin was hunting him. He had to evolve his skills first. The Liu clan was elite within Great Xia. Their power truly immense. Their influence was massive. Uncle Six asked if he was facing trouble. If you re in danger, I'll personally ensure justice is served for you. Trach Truong thanked him, but his eyes burned with a solitary determination. Favors are heavy debts. He had to settle this score with his own hands, holding 8 high-grade soul orbs. A massive power-up was finally within reach. Four Eyes lingered nearby, eavesdropping on the heavy conversation with bated breath. He warned that demon realm experts were far deadlier than they could imagine. Uncle Six added that raw power wasn't enough. One must exploit their flaws. Every hunter must pass a brutal trial to reach the demon realm rank. Yet, the level 1 trial held a secret simplicity that most hunters overlooked. Meeting the 4 basic stat requirements is enough to pass the threshold, but true elites specialize early. maxing out specific stats to dominate the field. In the demonic realm, those who dump resources into strength become unstoppable powerhouses. Their raw damage dwarfs everyone else, just as others specialize in stamina or speed. This intel was gold for Trach Truong. His own speed already topped 15 points. Investing further would skyrocket his movement and attack frequency to legendary levels. In a real deathmatch, that massive speed advantage would be his ultimate winning edge. His only concern remained Han Fei. Which hidden stat did that monster specialize in? With the mission cleared, the group hurried to exit before their time expired. Nu Yet An bid her future husband goodbye, sending a quick system friend request. Alone at last, Trach Truong began absorbing every soul orb he had scavenged. System calculations confirmed it. His agility stat was about to hit 26. The real grind started now. He logged out, returning to his cold reality. His room was empty. Panic set in as he realized Xiaofeng was missing. He sprinted home, heart racing, fearing the predator had already reached her. He kicked the door open. Han Fei sat there, chillingly peeling an apple near her. Xiaofeng cried out in terror. The hunter had finally cornered his prey. You read back earlier than expected, kid. Han Fei sneered with cold indifference. Sit down. Let's talk. But Trach Truong wasn't looking for a civil conversation. Let her go first, he growled. This fight is between you and me. Release her. No. The cops are already closing in because of you. Trach Truong tried to de-escalate, desperate to keep the monster from snapping. The killer's mask slipped. He pressed a blade against Xiaofeng's trembling throat. I want your organs. They'll fetch a fortune on the black market. Terrified, Xiaofeng begged for mercy, promising they wouldn't report him to police. To Han Fei, they were just walking gold mines. He wasn't finished yet. Sirens wailed outside. Han Fei roared in fury. Did you call the cops? Trach Truong denied it, but Han Fei forced him to check the door. Who was it? His message to Master Wei couldn't have worked this fast. He opened the door to a delivery girl holding a bag of food. Confusion hit hard. He hadn't ordered a single thing in this chaos. She stood her ground, insisting the address on the ticket was a perfect match. Furious, he shoved her away. She yelled back about disrespecting hard-working shippers. Once clear, she smirked, ditching her hat. Bingo. That 152 million bounty is mine. Back inside, Han Fei barked orders. It was time to move the assets. He forced them toward the car, silencing Trach Truong with a cold glare. Don't be scared, Xiaofeng. I'll protect you no matter what happens. Suddenly, a dagger grazed Han Fei's arm. The delivery girl had returned armed. Damn, she muttered. My aim is a little off today. My bad. Go ahead. Kill the girl. She shrugged. It makes my job much easier. Trach Truong was stunned. Han Fei realized she was a high-tier bounty hunter. You re-fast, lady. But you think you can actually take me down? Don't judge a book by its cover, old man. Let's see your moves. She lunged. Han Fei instantly used Xiaofeng as a human shield. Trach Truong vanished, reappearing to block the blades. His god-tier speed shocked everyone, seizing the window of opportunity. Trach Truong lunges to shield Tuefeng. The girl stands frozen in shock. That speed is insane. He actually parried a blade with his bare hands. This guy is a monster. Luke Than roars at the girl. You almost killed my sister. You reckless brat. She remains completely unrepentant. No apology, just pure arrogance. She actually blames the victim for being in her way. Simply unbelievable. Han Fei, tired of being the side character, erupts in a chilling laugh, drawing everyone's gaze. I wasn't going to kill today. But plans change. The mercenary girl charges Han Fei instantly. Clear out. Bystanders, my daggers don't have eyes, she screams, showing her cold hunter traits. Han Fei smirks. Big mouth for a little brat. Let's see if you have the stats to back it up. He removes his glasses. In a heartbeat, the mercenary falls under his dark hypnotic mental skill. Hey. All agility. 0 spirit stats. No wonder your mind snapped like a dry twig. Think you can catch me? You are out of your league, little wolf. Trach Truong watches closely. The girl is a statue. He realizes she is trapped in a mental cage. So this is Han Fei's hidden power, spirit manipulation. A dangerous skill for any high-tier hunter. Now or never. Trach Truong must end this. He bolts toward Han Fei like a shadow. He pushes his speed to the absolute limit. Han Fei sees him, but his reflexes cannot keep up. As the villain draws his weapon, a devastating punch connects squarely with his jaw. Han Fei tries to fire, but a second blow sends him crashing. Officially down for the count. He stares up from the dirt, wondering how this freak can move faster than a bullet. Trach Truong exhales. Pure luck. If that gun had fired first, it would have been game over. Tiu Fong rushes over, eyes wide with worry for her brother's safety after the clash. She points at the frozen hunter. Trach Truong explains she is under a hypnotic status effect. Typical bounty hunter, blinded by greed. She nearly cost Tiu Fong her life back there. Despite the danger, Tiu Fong's kind soul wants to help. Trach Truong is shocked by her empathy. She brought this on herself. He mutters, "Why bother helping a degenerate like her? Get me a permanent marker." Tiu Fong insists. 10 minutes later, the police and teacher Lu arrive. Seeing his student still breathing, the teacher finally exhales a heavy sigh of relief. "Are you insane? Trach Truong, I told you to wait for backup. Why engage a killer alone? That man has taken 7 lives. Do you have a death wish?" "Kid." Trach Truong bows his head. "Sorry. Teach. Everything happened too fast. I never saw the messages." An officer intercedes. "Easy on the kid. Professor. He is the hero of Tianfeng City today. He took down a high-tier criminal. Scold him too much and you might lose some teeth." Teacher Lu sighs, his anger fading into pride. The officer had a point. "I am proud. Sure. But their survival was my only priority. It was far too close. Seriously though. How he is a rank 1 abyss awakened. How did you beat him?" Trach Truong hesitates. He cannot reveal his system interface yet. He needs to play it cool. He gestures toward the mercenary. "I did not do it alone. I am not that strong yet. The mercenary did the heavy lifting before she got hit by his hypnosis. I just finished it. Should we help her out?" "Professor," he asks with a sly, knowing grin. The officer recognizes her. Shen Meng Deep. Always chasing gold. A total slave to the bounty. She is a veteran, rank 1 hunter. Skilled. But she always leaves a mess for us. He pauses, squinting. Wait. What the hell is written all over her face? He leans in, examining the bizarre permanent ink symbols covering the mercenary's skin. Tiu Fong plays innocent. No idea she was like that when we found her. The officer reminds Trach Truong that the 1.5 million reward must be split. Trach Truong's heart sinks. All that life and death struggle for only half the loot. 750 grand. That's a massive score for a rookie like me. I thank the officer. That gold pays for medical bills and our guild S roster. The next day, 8 p.m. sharp, entering the 4th floor abyss. I expected a cleared zone for free exploration. My instincts were sharp. The dungeon's lethal ecosystem had stabilized perfectly. I opened my system roster. The previous war left my ranks dangerously thin. Luckily, I now held the Death Butcher and the Goblin King in my hand. With the frog's fireballs, I could handle the 3 monster tiers ahead. First up, Swineheads, followed by the Harpies, and finally the Bullhead boss. With 0 intel available, I decided to scout the terrain before engaging. Their attack stats were high. Suddenly, Swineheads ambushed me from the forest. Sensing the trash mobs, I barked a warning. Perfect timing. You filthy swine. Legendary fighters, step forth. It's time to dance on their graves. I instantly activated my summon skills Goblin King and Death Butcher. Front and center, these low-tier pigs didn't recognize my elites and charged like mindless degenerates. The Goblin King blocked their rush, but their hidden defense stats were surprisingly tough. I didn't hesitate. Death Butcher. Initiate the ambush and crush them, right on cue. His chains created a steel whirlwind that shredded those fat pigs. Suddenly, a harpy, looking straight out of a high-tier MOBA dove from the shadows, it lunged with razor claws. But my evasion reflexes kicked in just in time. A harpy. Her speed tier was insane. But anyone targeting me is already dead. I drew my divine bow. But my mastery was trash. The arrow fell limp. The shot lost all momentum and plummeted before it even reached the target. Pissed off, I summoned the heaven-swallowing frog to wipe that pest out. The summon appeared, lungs ready to burst with concentrated fire energy. A fireball erupted, engulfing the bird. Nowhere to run. You feathered freak. Target neutralized. I hurried over to loot the fallen monster's mana core. Luckily, their defense traits weren't maxed out, or this raid would have been brutal. I pulled up my updated collection. My personal power-up was looking legendary. The deck was stacked. It was finally time to meet the 4th floor boss. Out of nowhere, a high-pitched scream for help shattered my focus. A bunny loli was being hunted by a brute wielding a massive club. I am a man of justice, but getting involved in dungeon drama is usually suicide. I decided to stay in the shadows. Involvement wasn't part of my strategy. As I turned to leave, the girl grabbed my leg. begging for her life. Save me, he wants to turn me into a trophy. Her desperation hit home. I looked down coldly. Sorry. Kid. I am not here to play hero today. Head to the altar. The boiling water is ready for your final bath. I finished your quest. You can just dump me after I gave you everything. She claimed I had the items. My system window was drawing a total blank. The pursuer arrived, a hot-headed ranker known as the Furious Dragon King. He pointed his weapon at me. So you're the degenerate mastermind behind her. I'll purge this world of trash like you. I just stood there, completely baffled. Whoa. Take it easy. I don't even know who this girl is. He charged without mercy. Abandoning your ally. You're absolute scum. Just die already. Trach Truong watched in disbelief as the hot-headed lunatic lost all reason. The sneaky little bunny smirked. Amidst the chaos, she'd ignited. She saw the perfect opening to vanish. She fled instantly, leaving Trach Truong behind. Good luck. Big bro, I'm out of here. System alert: Moonlight Bunny has successfully stolen 3 intermediate soul orbs. Trach Truong froze in shock. That girl was an ally. She was a professional thief. No wonder the Dragon King was enraged. He finally landed. His fury focused entirely on Trach Truong. Wait, I don't know her, Trach Truong shouted. She just robbed me of my items too. But the Dragon King was blinded by pride. He wouldn't listen to reason. Only the language of combat. He was stubborn to the bone. It seemed a decisive duel was the only way to settle this. Without hesitation, Trach Truong signaled the system and summoned his venomous spider to the field. The Dragon King's eyes widened. A summoning skill. You actually possess a hidden summoner trait. Trach Truong didn't waste words. He commanded his heaven-swallowing frog to launch a devastating preemptive strike. Boom. Caught between the spider's webs and the frog's power. The Dragon King took massive damage. Coward, he roared through the dust. Dismiss your pets and face me in a true 1v1. He downed a red sting potion, a berserker buff. His stats exploded, filling him with violent, surging energy. With a primal roar of power, he tore through the reinforced spiderwebs like they were nothing. Trach Truong watched the transformation, wondering what kind of insane potion could grant such an overwhelming buff. The Dragon King charged with explosive speed. Trach Truong barely evaded the strike. His instincts dialed to the max. Impressive speed, the king roared in praise. But he had no intention of stopping his assault. Enough games, Trach Truong muttered. He activated his interface and summoned the massive Goblin King against the aura of a high-rank boss. The Dragon King's momentum vanished. The power gap was absolute. You demon, he gasped. Just how many boss-tier monsters can one hunter control at once? This was the floor 3 boss. Without a full raid guild, defeating it was statistically impossible. But Trach Truong wasn't finished. He raised his hand, summoning the terrifying Butcher to join the fray, facing 2 legendary nightmares. The Dragon King realized he was outmatched and finally threw in the towel. Trach Truong called back his summons. A second later, and the king would have been pulverized. Even in defeat, the man shouted, I surrender. But I am not satisfied. Fight me without your summons next time. Trach Truong just shook his head. My core trait is summoning. Why would I fight on your terms? Asking a summoner to fight alone is like asking a hunter to enter a dungeon without weapons. Forget that. Trach Truong sighed. What did that girl steal from you to make you this crazy? The man was still completely oblivious, his mind failing to grasp that they were both victims. Stop mocking me, he yelled. Weren't you 2 accomplices? Are you trying to make me explode? Trach Truong sighed in frustration. Listen closely, I am not her partner. She robbed my soul orbs too. After checking the system logs, the Dragon King finally turned bright red. Wait. Did I really mess up? My bad. Little brother. He stood up and offered a sincere apology for the chaotic misunderstanding. Trach Truong watched him, intrigued. Despite being a hot-headed knucklehead, the man's honor was genuine. He had the rare ability to admit a mistake. In this tower of betrayals, he was a rare breed. No hard feelings. The Dragon King offered his hand. Let's trade IDs. Destiny brought us together. It had been a long time since Trach Truong met someone this straightforward and friendly. Their personalities surprisingly clicked. This was an ally worth keeping in the long run. Trach Truong accepted the friend request. If you need help, just ping me, the Dragon King promised. I've got a guild meeting to attend. See you at the next checkpoint. Once the boisterous warrior left, Trach Truong refocused his gaze. The real grind was still ahead. The battle had drained his time. He needed to find the floor 4 boss before the ranking window closed. The 4th floor was a treacherous labyrinth. Fortunately, his legendary compass showed the path through the shadows. Following the guide, the boss chamber lies just ahead. deep in the desolate stone forest. Another cry for help echoes, another rescue quest. Wait. That voice sounds like Little Bunny, the floor 4 boss. Minotaur Chieftain is smashing a frozen barrier, cowering behind the ice. Little Bunny is paralyzed with fear. The ice shatters. She screams. Save me, I am too young. Trach Truong smirks. Has karma finally caught up to that brat? Behind the boss, he spots a pig-head monster acting suspicious. It is 𝐒𝐒𝐒, another victim of Bunny's petty thievery. He is enjoying this. But Trach Truong has a different perspective. She is an annoying thief. But death is a bit extreme. Watching her die would be too cold. Even for him. As the Minotaur swings, Trach Truong fires a precision arrow. The chieftain roars in rage. Who dared to strike me? The pighead spots Trach Truong and snarls. Who are you? Don't interfere. She is a thief who deserves this, he yells. She is a thief. But she does not deserve death. She is just a kid. Give her a chance to reform. The Minotaur charges. Pighead sneers. Don't lecture me on mercy. Playing hero for a beauty, let us see your skills. This is a floor boss. You are dead meat. Kid. Trach Truong remains completely unfazed by the threat. Time to show them. He summons his entire undead legion. In an instant, a full monster division fills the clearing. You summon these. What insane hidden trait is this? Attack venom spiders strike as the Minotaur fights back. With the boss distracted, Trach Truong signals the final blow. 3-on-1. The butcher smashes the boss skull with force. The heaven-swallowing frog readies a lethal fireball in its maw. Total annihilation. The boss is overwhelmed from every single side. Watching the power display, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stands in shock. Damn it. This brat can actually summon high-tier boss monsters. His disguise is useless. He retreats, cursing the girl again. You got lucky, brat. Hope your hero stays around. Under the massive assault, the Minotaur chieftain finally falls. System floor 4 boss defeated. Rewards have been issued. Soul orbs drop everywhere. Only one loss, a perfect raid. Little Bunny creeps closer, offering a shaky, timid apology. She admits her crimes and returns all the stolen loot. Trach Truong sighs. Hopefully, this lesson sticks for good. Don't steal again, or you are on your own next time. Now for the prize. He summons the fallen Minotaur chieftain. The 5th floor gate opens. Finally, time for a break. Elsewhere, a hunter named 𝐒𝐒𝐒 returns to town. He slams his door, cursing the events of the day. Damn it, the boss almost finished her off until Rakshasa interfered. What a complete buzzkill. While scrolling through the top posts, he suddenly spotted a massive bounty notification. The target was Trach Truong. The villain sneered. Rakshasa, you were dead meat. Next morning at school, Trach Truong arrived at school only to hear everyone whispering about a viral post on the Abyss forum. Curiosity piqued. Trach Truong pulled out his phone to check the hype. The Abyss forum is untraceable, operating outside any national jurisdiction with a hidden, top-secret location. Global hunters use it to share hidden stats, strategies, and even find dates, far surpassing any app. It's currently the most influential community for those braving the world's dangerous dungeons. Seeing his own bounty, he was shocked. 5 million. Investigating further, he realized the culprit was Xu Guang. That death's kiss bastard must have signaled his guild before dying. Now, they're out for blood. It looks like Trach Truong won't be escaping this storm of trouble anytime soon. He needed allies. With a reliable team, he wouldn't have to worry about a knife in his back. Inside the classroom, the buzz was all about the level 4 death zone incident from days ago. Rumor had it that the hunter who cleared the death zone was a local hero from Great Ha. The foreigners got nothing, leaving our local hunters with all the glory. It was a satisfying victory. Endless praise poured in for this mysterious, unidentified hero who saved the day. Suddenly, 4 eyes rushed over and grabbed him. Trach Truong, did you hear the insane news? My idol Rakshasa soloed the Death Zone boss. I have to make that legend my master. Unimpressed, Trach Truong pushed him away. Then go find him instead of hugging me. Suddenly, a roar echoed. Who the hell is Trach Truong? The entire class froze in shock. It was Nhak Nu, a notorious delinquent with a terrifying reputation at school. He stomped in, arrogantly. What are you staring at, Trach Truong? Get your ass out here now. Classmates trembled. This thug was an awakened, with a B-tier trait, a dangerous opponent for anyone. Messing with him meant trouble. Fatty whispered a tense warning. Watch out. Man, his physical stats are insane. They say he can kill a bull with just 1 punch. Trach Truong stepped forward, telling Fatty to back off. Nhak Nu brandished a chair. You Trach Truong. Heard you want my spot. Trach Truong calmly pushed his friend back and stood his ground. I don't even know you. Who the hell are you? 𝐒𝐔𝐿 charged with the chair. But Trach Truong wasn't about to hold back anymore. With a lightning-fast counterpunch, he sent the thug flying into the wall with a shattered face. The remaining lackeys swarmed their fallen boss. Completely terrified by the sudden display of power, Trach Truong scoffed, just another weakling acting tough. The other students watched in utter disbelief. One punch, how did he get this strong? Behind them, Trinh Hao calculated the devastating impact. That single strike recorded a staggering force of 1,046 kilograms. Trinh Hao wondered how Trach Truong's power level had surged so astronomically in such a short time. Days ago, his stat was barely 497. Now, it's over 1,000. He gritted his teeth, refusing to let anyone steal his spot at the elite martial academy. That night, he warned Tu Fong to stay alert. Security was tightening everywhere lately. She told him not to worry. The school guards were all veteran hunters from the abyss. As he prepared to enter the abyss again, Tu Fong looked at him with growing suspicion. She didn't know his hidden trait and was worried about his constant, dangerous dungeon raids. He kept his secrets guarded, promising to reveal everything once she finally awakened her own talent. Back to the level 5 abyss. The island scenery was breathtaking, but lethal boss monsters lurked beneath the beautiful ocean surface. Trach Truong finally stepped onto the ancient altar. Stepping onto floor 5, the atmosphere shifted instantly. Thousands of predatory eyes were locked onto me. Looks like the bounty on my head is actually working. The hunters are out for blood. Greedy degenerates are swarming for the reward. Leaving this altar right now would be a death trap. I'd be ambushed immediately. My plan remains the same, return to floor 4 and build my boss army. I triggered the teleport and vanished. The rats lurking in the shadows were left completely stunned. They have no way of knowing which floor I escaped to. I've completely vanished from their radar. They're lost. Meanwhile, back on floor 4 of the abyss, I'm hunting new monsters for my squad. Suddenly, I sensed Little Bunny tailing me. Stop hiding, I commanded. Forcing her into the open, she lunged forward instantly, clinging to my leg like a servant begging her master for mercy. This feels way too familiar. What now? I sighed. What kind of mess are you bringing today? She started sobbing, apologizing for the theft. She claimed she was desperate for gold and had no choice. Her request, she needs me to carry her all the way up to floor 30. Part pity, part annoyance. Let go of my leg first, I told her. Then we talk. But she held on tight. She wasn't moving until I promised to help her reach that floor. Fine, I reluctantly agreed, though I had no idea why she was obsessed with floor 30. She beamed, pulling out gear and soul spheres. Thank you, Big Brother Rakshasa, take it all. It's everything I have, but I'm no thief. I turned down her pathetic bribe. Keep your junk. I am hunting bosses anyway, so taking you along isn't a problem. Just a warning, I am still a newbie. I can guarantee we'll make it to the higher floors, but I'll give it my all. Just like that, Little Bunny officially joined my party. We ventured deep into the dark forest, hunting for elite bosses while trading stories. I needed intel. Your trait. It's a stealing skill. Right. You swipe items from targets. Trusting me now? She nodded. She calls her innate talent Swift Hand. She hates the skill, but it's her only way to survive. I quickly formulated a plan. I'll tank the aggro, and she'll use her skill to loot the boss alive for valuable items. It's a solid strategy. She'd never dared to pickpocket a high-ranking boss monster before, but I had to know. Why are you so desperate to reach floor 30? Her expression darkened. My father went missing there. I have to find him. I see it. In the abyss. Missing usually means only one thing. You were either slaughtered by hunters or monsters, or the system forcibly kicks your corpse out. Suddenly, screams pierced the air. We found a Minotaur boss absolutely massacring a group of hunters. The situation was critical. Get ready, I commanded. We're going in right now. I summoned my loyal pets and prepared for the clash. I'll draw its focus while she loots. No more talk, it was time to strike. Death Butcher lashed out his chains, binding the beast as my other summons unleashed hell. The Goblin King joined the party, delivering a brutal haymaker straight to the monster's face. The Minotaur roared in agony, instantly triggering its berserk state. It charged with a bull rush. I countered by summoning Poison Spider to bind its legs. Now, it was all up to Little Bunny. She slipped in, activated her trait, and successfully swiped a rare item, the Hard Bull Horn. Robbed while being jumped, the beast thrashed in fury, trying to crush the girl who stole its loot. Not on my watch. Keep going, I shouted. Strip that monster of everything it owns. Zero mercy. Moments later, she successfully pilfered the bull's hide too. She stuck her tongue out. Stupid beast, you can touch me, I am taking everything today. I examined the hard bull horn, checking the system manual. But it wasn't listed anywhere. He turns to Little Rabbit, explaining he needs this item to verify some hidden system data. Having looted the boss dry, Trach Truong realizes it has nothing left. He orders his butcher to end its existence. With one swift, lethal movement, he sends the boss monster to its final resting place. Mission accomplished. Trach Truong sends Rabbit to floor 5 while he returns to floor 3 for another boss hunt. As she enters the portal, Trach Truong wastes no time summoning his legendary bullhead guardian, racing against time. He rushes to the 3rd floor to farm more bosses. In the goblin camp, he quickly eliminates the king. Fortunately, no other hunters were around to contest his massive boss kill. With the Goblin King under his command, his elite battle formation is finally complete. With this squad, guild ambushes don't scare him anymore. He immediately sprints back toward the 5th floor portal. Little Rabbit greets him, whispering nervously that everyone here has seen the massive bounty on his head. Their intentions are dark, so he needs to watch his back at all times. They won't dare touch me. He scoffs. Suddenly, Moonlight Shadow appears and calls his name with excitement. We meet again. It seems the Dragon King is traveling with her party today. Seeing Trach Truong with Little Rabbit, Dragon King charges over, looking completely baffled. Hey man, why are you with that thief? Are you two working together now? Trach Truong keeps his cool, explaining that the situation isn't what Dragon King assumes. Little Rabbit has acknowledged her mistakes and sworn off her thieving habits for good. To prove it, she returns Dragon King's stolen items. He shrugs, claiming a true man doesn't sweat the small stuff. I'll let it slide this once. The great god nearby finally decides to speak up. He mentions Moonlight Shadow's story about how Trach Truong bravely distracted the Shadow Wolf, a feat few would dare. He adds that he's genuinely interested in becoming allies with someone so capable. Trach Truong remains cautious. Being his friend right now is basically a death sentence. After all, an entire mob of degenerates is currently hunting him for a payday. Wait! What the little princess shouts. You're actually the one with that huge bounty. How much is the reward? If someone's going to claim it, it might as well be me. Is money all you think about? Dragon King yells. Didn't you just get a massive reward from your last quest? She pouts, complaining that sharing half her earnings with Trach Truong ruined her monthly budget. It's seriously frustrating, she huffs loudly. Trach Truong realizes her true identity, the Golden Princess, Shen Mangdi. Her status is far higher than he imagined. Great God intervenes. Enough jokes. Rakshasa saved Moonlight Shadow's life. He's our benefactor. He's Dragon King's friend too. So we should show respect. He adds, as Dragon King starts bragging. Listen up. Everyone, Rakshsa's innate talent is absolutely insane and totally top tier. He summons elite monsters and even bosses. One Leaf Autumn stares in disbelief. Wait. Did you say bosses? The party starts gossiping, wondering if his awakening trait is actually an S-rank skill. Trach Truong stays humble. It's a bit higher. The group gasps. Higher than S, an SS rank. Dragon King continues. There are only 500 S ranks nationwide. We've stumbled upon a legendary SS rank adventurer. Trach Truong waves it off modestly. I am just a rookie, so I'll need your help, he says. Knowing it's best to hide his true stats, the group immediately sends friend requests, eager to link up with a genius. Befriending a high-tier hunter with an SS rank talent is an opportunity no one would pass up. Little Rabbit's eyes sparkle. She never expected to be carried by such an overwhelming powerhouse. He mentions that if they form a guild party, he wants Little Rabbit to join them on their climb. She doesn't need any loot. She just wants to clear the floors and reach the top. Dragon King is fine with it, but he isn't sure how the rest of the party feels. Suddenly, the little princess pipes up with her usual attitude. Why is everyone being so quiet all of a sudden? Is she trying to be a saint? The little princess demands sincerity, since they were putting in the work. Naturally, the Dragon King jumped right back into a heated argument with her. Seeing the tension, Giant God intervened, offering to cover the little rabbit's expenses himself. Fine. For the captain's sake. She's free. But don't expect a single heal if she fails. Moon Shadow whispered to Trach Truong that the little princess is their party's sole healer. She's a gold digger. Sure. But her skills are top tier and she's decent at heart. Just ignore her attitude. As for her greed, Trach Truong already had her figured out. With that settled, Giant God signaled the start. Their target, the floor 5 boss, Dark Flag Wizard. Last time, they weren't ready. But now, with elite gear and high-tier stats, things are different. With Rakshasa's aid, victory is certain. Honestly, Trach Truong stands to gain the most here. He gets the boss loot while staying hidden from those assassins in the shadows. Moonshadow issued a warning. From floor 5. Every mob and boss undergoes a massive power-up. The hunter requirements are brutal. Only perfect cooperation will see them through this trial. The party moved out, hunting everything. They weren't about to leave a single mob alive. Clearing the path now saves precious time and keeps their healing potions stocked. Suddenly, a massive horde of aggressive monsters blocked their path. The situation turned critical. Giant God slammed his shield down, activating a massive protective barrier across the battlefield. An S-rank defensive skill, this aura grants every teammate a 60% defense boost instantly. Trach Truong stared in awe. He didn't realize his team held such overwhelming power. Just then, a wandering demon lunged from the shadows, but the Dragon King was ready. One strike from his staff nearly ended it. But a lanternfish instantly healed the beast. Moonshadow stepped forward. Eyes narrowed. That fish was her target now. With a flash of light, her blade sliced through the sea dweller. Seafood was on the menu. Before the mobs could react, Knight's Curse unleashed a blizzard, freezing them solid in place. Crowd control paired with high DPS, the ultimate strategy for a lightning-fast victory. Trach Truong and the rabbit watched, mesmerized by the party's flawless high-speed coordination. Joining such a powerhouse guild was the right move. No more facing death alone. Problem was, they were so efficient, he barely got to swing his sword. They moved forward. Giant God pointed to an ancient stone. One touch grants the water god's divine protection. They had to dive deep. Confused, Trach Truong asked about the nature of this blessing. Moonshadow explained, the boss lurks at the ocean floor. Diving is the only option. The blessing is mandatory for survival. Trach Truong reached out and touched the cold stone. A system window flashed effect underwater breathing active for exactly 60 minutes. An underwater boss raid with a strict 1-hour time limit. This quest just got intense. Dragon King warned once the buff expires, you'll lose 10% HP every single minute. They failed before. But with Trach Truong's hidden stats, the Dark Flag Wizard is toast. The manual only lists it as a magic-type boss. The rest is a total mystery. The little princess scoffed at his ignorance. The strategy for floor 5 is priceless. Only a fool would give it away for free. If this elite team struggled, this boss must be a nightmare to handle, but its power only made Trach Truong want it more. Soon, they reached the abyss. Dragon King smirked, asking the princess if she'd finally conquered her fear of water. The next floors are all subaquatic. How will a healer who's scared of water survive? She snapped back with a deadly glare. One more word, and his HP stays at 0. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the depths. Giant God, you were here for the boss too. Battered and bruised, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gasped. That Black Banner Warlock. He's a total nightmare. They reached phase 3. But 2 sacrifice bursts nearly wiped the team instantly. Titan's crew knew that pain. They'd suffered the same crushing defeat before. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 retreated, wishing them luck while seeking elite mercenaries for a retry. Titan turned to Trach Truong with a grim expression on his face. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 is an S-ranker. Yet he's been stuck here for an entire month. Hiring pros costs millions. Trach Truong asked for the boss's specific combat patterns. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 explained that this warlock was unlike any previous floor guardian. The fight has 3 phases. First, he hides behind waves of summoned minions. Survive 3 waves, and the boss finally joins the fray for phase 2. Phase 2 features a lethal skill called the Dark Heavy Strike. It deals massive damage and knockback. At 50% health, phase 3 begins. That's the real hell. He triggers Death Sacrifice, a lethal map-wide attack. The damage stacks. Each hit adds 20% more power to his strikes. At 100%, it's a total wipe. Trach Truong realized the danger. Titan started the briefing. The first 2 phases aren't our biggest problem. We've practiced them thrice. For phase 3, I'll draw all the boss's aggro. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 provides damage, while Chi-Thu maintains crowd control on the field. Long Vuong and Trach Truong guard the spawns. Don't let him sacrifice any minions. With the plan set, the party crossed into the boss instance. The warlock stood amidst ruins, chanting dark spells to summon his undead horde. His staff pulsed with power. Titan yelled, "Get behind my shield." Right now, Chi-Thu unleashed Frost Rain, instantly freezing the charging mob in their tracks. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 and Long Vuong seized the opening, tearing through the frozen enemies. Trach Truong decided it was time to reveal his own summoned Shadow Legion. He ordered a defensive perimeter, but 2 strays slipped through toward the Goblin King. In a flash of steel, the small monsters actually managed to wound him. Trach Truong cursed. Even the trash mobs here dealt insane amounts of damage. Seeing the chaos, The Black Warlock commanded his entire swarm to charge. 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 covered the flank, warning everyone that Phase 2 was starting. Suddenly, the Warlock flickered behind Long Vuong. 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 screamed. Watch out, Long Vuong reacted. But he was too slow. The dark heavy strike connected. Trach Truong gaped. A boss with teleportation, luckily. The little princess acted fast. She cast Green Blessing, her healing light stitching Long Vuong's wounds back together. Long Vuong snarled, pushing himself up. I'm sick of being the punching bag, fueled by pure spite. He launched a counterattack with everything he had left, but the boss vanished again, reappearing right in front of 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊. A ruthless sneak attack followed, and 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 was sent crashing down. Trach Truong lunged, catching her mid-air. Are you hurt? Talk to me. She blushed, nodding breathlessly. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 immediately countered, freezing the boss once more. Now Long Vuong leaped high, slamming his weapon into the Warlock's skull. Wounded but not defeated, the Black Banner Warlock retreated into the shadows. Titan roared. Get ready, Phase 3 is starting. Stick to the formation. Trach Truong took his position, summoning Gamabunta, the Butcher, and Bullhead. The air turned cold. A dark portal opened. The real nightmare was starting. An endless tide of mobs surged forth. But numbers mean nothing against true quality. With a single strike, the Butcher decimated scores of monsters. Yet, our numbers remained dangerously low. Trach Truong knew they couldn't hold out forever. It was time to fight monsters with monsters. Without hesitation, he summoned the very creatures that had just fallen in battle. Seeing this, Long Vuong gaped in awe. Insane, that SS-Rank Rakshasa trait is the real deal. Distracted by the spectacle, Long Vuong missed a pack of monsters, slipping through the defense. Seeing its minions, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 triggered Death Sacrifice, draining them to fuel its devastating power evolution. Suddenly, Trach Truong was struck by a death curse, increasing all incoming magic damage by 20%. Right then, Trach Truong realized he wasn't the only one with broken skills. This curse was truly terrifying. With the crisis escalating, the giant god ordered 𝐒𝐒𝐒 to freeze the remaining mermen immediately. They couldn't let 𝐒𝐒𝐒 absorb a single monster more. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 instantly froze the mobs, while 𝐒𝐍𝐻-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 shattered them in a flash of steel. Nearby, Long Vuong fought desperately to push back the relentless tide of mermen. Trach Truong hesitated. He lacked the firepower needed to take down the boss monster right now. The water god's protection was fading fast. He had to find a breakthrough. And fast. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 lunged. Its single strike dealt more damage than the entire party's combined strength. Luckily, the princess cast a mass heal just as a stray mob ambushed 𝐒𝐒𝐻-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊. She knew they were stuck in a war of attrition. The mermen were simply too many. Seconds later, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 managed to devour another minion. Surging with dark energy, its second ultimate attack landed, sending everyone's HP bars plummeting into the red zone. At this rate, total annihilation was just moments away. 𝐒𝐒𝐻-𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 refused to die in this abyss. Suddenly, a mysterious healing light enveloped the party. No one understood where this sudden salvation came from. It was Trach Truong. His summoned mermen were actually healing the party. Long Vuong roared in excitement. Rakshasa, you're a genius, using their own kind to keep us alive. We'd be dead without you, the giant god admitted. Truly an SS rank miracle, with an army of healers at their back. HP management was no longer a concern. Their new quest: go all out and slay 𝐒𝐒𝐒. No need for expensive mercenaries today. With a battle cry, the entire party launched their final, decisive assault. Trach Truong drew his bow, summoning the heaven-swallowing frog to synchronize their power. He needed the final blow to secure the summon. The boss was cornered, its resistance futile. Under the combined might of Trach Truong and his celestial summon, the boss collapsed, utterly defeated. The party watched in stunned silence. The princess cheered as the portal opened. The dungeon floor was officially cleared. They finally secured the key to floor 6. Long Vuong rushed over to celebrate. As rare items dropped, the party insisted Trach Truong take the first pick. He deserved it. While browsing the loot, a Death Realm invitation caught his eye. Last time in the Death Realm, he gained the Butcher. Another trip meant legendary rewards. Trach Truong took only the invitation, leaving the rest of the treasure for his guild. High on victory, the group stepped boldly onto the 6th floor. The guide mentioned kobold miners here, but they were immediately blocked by 𝐒𝐒𝐒's team. Seeing them unscathed, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gaped in pure disbelief. You cleared it already, he just hired an elite. Yet they'd already conquered the floor. Just luck. The giant god smirked. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 nodded, promising they'd meet again on floor 6. Suddenly, The high-ranking hunter, hired by 𝐒𝐒𝐒, growled impatiently. The boss was already cleared. It won't respawn for 12 hours. You were wasting my time. Don't expect your deposit back. My time isn't cheap. You know, old Lee stammered in frustration. But he swallowed the loss just to clear the floor, as Yue Ying urged Trach Truong forward. He watched the scene with a cold gaze. Once I awaken as a top-tier ranker in this abyss, will people beg to pay me for help? Floor 6 was rich with valuable ore. At the altar, Trach Truong checked his system guide. Floor 6 was a shifting labyrinth. The maze layout changed constantly, meaning there was no fixed exit or entrance. Stay focused. One wrong turn means being trapped in this dungeon forever. Looking around, the little princess realized the Dragon King had vanished into thin air. Suddenly, he burst out of a nearby tunnel, screaming like a madman for help. The idiot had somehow aggroed a massive horde of kobold monsters. They were hot on his heels, ready to chop him into 100 pieces. He collapsed at the altar, his stamina bar completely depleted from the chase. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 demanded to know why a whole army of kobolds was hunting him. Turns out, 𝐒𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 swiped a rare stone right off their mining cart. The princess grabbed the stone, wondering if this loot was actually worth something. A seasoned hunter nearby approached. Is this your first time on floor 6? He explained that ore was precious here, especially the legendary dark steel. On the trade market, dark steel sells for 500,000. It's for weapon evolution. Greed flashed in her eyes, but the stone suddenly vanished from her hand. Trach Truong had snatched the ore using his superior agility stats. How do I use this mineral for a gear power-up? He asked the man. You'll need the dwarf blacksmith on floor 10. Higher gear requires elite tier ores. That stone in your hand, it's just common ore. Maybe 10,000 credits. To the princess, 10,000 was still a fortune. She wanted to farm them all. Trach Truong looked at his S-rank bow. It was time for a major enhancement. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 spoke up, suggesting they change their quest objectives. Besides hunting boss monsters, we should gather every mineral we find for later. The princess cheered, but the giant god stopped them. It's too late now. Defeating the dark shaman had eaten up most of their remaining time. It's almost dawn. Log off and rest. The princess pouted, wanting more dark steel. The Dragon King just shook his head at her blatant greed. A slave to money, he muttered. Trach Truong checked his system clock and logged out. It was late. Xiao Feng was likely already deep in sleep. The next day at the station, an officer handed Trach Truong his bounty reward. The princess was there, glaring daggers at him. I remember your face. Jerk. You stole half my reward and drew a turtle on my face. I hate you. Trach Truong smirked. Watch your mouth. I never drew anything on you. Liar, I was under hypnosis. But my mind was perfectly clear. You and your sister ruined my face. It took forever to scrub that off. Evil people live long lives, she hissed. Trach Truong shot back. Says the gold digger? The princess turned away with a cold, arrogant huff. Money is the only reality. Everything else in this world is just an illusion. Trach Truong stood baffled. Her obsession with wealth clearly stemmed from some deep, buried trauma. Suddenly, a swarm of reporters descended on them like a pack of hungry vultures. They bombarded him with questions about the arrest and his future academic plans. One even asked if he struggled with body odor. Talk about an absurd interview. Annoyed, the little princess snapped. Hey, I helped too. Why are you all ignoring me? A reporter coldly revealed that the footage showed her standing frozen under hypnosis the entire time. Later at home, Tu Feng scrolled through the viral news regarding his legendary brother. However, Trach Truong remained completely unfazed by the sudden explosion of online fame. To him, it was just a temporary buzz that would eventually fade away into nothing. He advised his sister to stay grounded before sending her to finish her homework. Now, it was time for Trach Truong to re-enter the perilous abyss once again. Reaching the 6th floor, his squad now boasted 4 new high-tier healing summons. The formation looked perfect. Surprisingly, the princess arrived early. Eager for rare mineral drops, she greeted him with a bright, unsuspecting smile as they prepared for the raid. He felt like he was walking on eggshells. If she discovered his identity, chaos would follow. New Yet On delivered chilling news. His bounty had skyrocketed to 5 billion gold. She wondered what he did to make the Shuquan Guild so incredibly bloodthirsty. It was an accident, he sighed. Sometimes, trouble simply hunts you down in this world. She warned him to stay close. Soloing in this dungeon was a guaranteed death sentence. She even offered to party up whenever he was online for extra security and support. Without hesitation, she handed over her private contact information to the mysterious hunter. He felt conflicted. Trading sensitive data with a masked stranger seemed incredibly risky for her. But Ngu Yet On didn't seem to care about the potential risks at all. He saved her life, and she wanted to repay him. Still, he politely declined her offer, visibly annoyed. She turned away. telling him to do whatever he wanted with the number. Women were truly the most unpredictable boss monsters he had ever encountered. Soon, the rest of the giant god guild arrived, ready to initiate the dangerous mission. Long Vuong was hyped, boasting about turning those monsters into a celebratory feast. Enemies that once seemed invincible now felt like mere fodder as they pushed deeper. The rhythmic sound of pickaxes echoed through the dark, damp mining tunnels ahead. Suddenly, the leader halted. Two vicious kobold miners blocked their path forward, sensing intruders. The beasts charged. The tank immediately stepped up to draw their aggro. One monster swung its heavy pickaxe, slamming into the leader with terrifying force. Trach Truong winced. These mobs hit like trucks, even piercing the leader's high defense stats. A defensive aura flared up. Watch out, their attack power is off the charts. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 unleashed a freezing spell, locking the monsters down for the damage dealers. Not wanting to fall behind, Trach Truong prepared to summon his own lethal battle pets. He kept his Dark Priest benched, though its low defense made it too vulnerable here. Incredibly, the monsters shattered the ice prison in seconds. Breaking the crowd control, they lunged at Long Vuong, landing a brutal blow that made him scream in agony. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gasped in disbelief. That A-rank freeze was supposed to last 60 seconds. How did they break free so fast? Was it hidden magic resistance or something worse? Even Trach Truong was shaken. If high-tier skills were failing, the difficulty was peaking. It was clear, without legendary gear evolution, they wouldn't survive the higher floors. Bleeding out, Long Vuong cried out for the princess to cast a desperate healing spell. Instantly, the little princess and Trach Truong triggered their area of effect healing skills. Moon Shadow arrived just in time. Despite their intense combat, they had only managed to down one beast. Nearby, the Titan continued to tank relentless strikes from another feral monster. He shouted for backup, fearing his HP bar would hit 0. He was struggling hard. Trach Truong summoned the Celestial Toad for fire support, while his Butcher and Moon Shadow charged forward. Their coordination paid off as another high-tier mob finally collapsed. They had clearly underestimated the floor 6 difficulty. Finding the boss's lair seemed nearly impossible now. The Titan suggested farming peripheral mobs first to grind experience before attempting the main quest. These mobs had insane attack power and health, hinting at a truly monstrous boss. Suddenly, more feral beasts swarmed them. The Titan barked orders to get into battle formation immediately. Only 2 appeared, but they broke through the Dragon King's crowd control and launched a devastating counterattack. Luckily, the Dark Butcher was there to absorb the impact and halt their advance. Feeling the heat, the Dragon King suggested retreating to floor 5. But the Titan stood his ground. He urged them to persevere, noting many elite guilds spent a month stuck on this floor. A whole month. The little princess nearly jumped out of her skin at the thought. Stuck here that long, how would she ever make enough gold to survive? Meanwhile, Moon Shadow noticed Trach Truong staring intensely at the monsters. Completely focused, he'd uncovered a critical hidden stat that could turn these monsters into easy prey. He pointed out that every beast shared a unique trait, the lit candle atop their heads. Moon Shadow's eyes widened. You were right. They all have those glowing candles. They likely use them for vision, Trach Truong noted, drawing his bow and taking steady aim. Earlier, a stray shot of his had accidentally knocked a candle off one of the mobs. The creature immediately lost its aggro and wandered aimlessly. That candle was their ultimate weakness. With a sharp whistle, Trach Truong's arrow sliced through the air, snuffed out the monster's flame. Just as predicted, it stood blinded and confused. Moon Shadow and the Dragon King cheered in relief. Trach, you were aiming for the candle, but you shot me right in the heart, she joked, seizing the opening. The Dragon King and Moon Shadow swiftly executed the remaining disoriented beasts. Everyone praised his god-tier observation skills, even suggesting a real-world guild meetup to celebrate. But Trach Truong stayed focused. He was still a hunted man in the real world. Revealing his identity could put everyone in the guild's crosshairs. The Titan understood the risk and agreed to postpone any offline meetings for now. According to the Demon Realm Bestiary, Floor 6 housed a hidden dungeon, the lair of the Wickmaster. This boss possessed a self-destruct skill with massive AoE damage and an astronomical health pool. Having identified the exploit, Trach Truong urged the team to move fast and hunt the boss down. The squad marched forward with the excitement of hunters closing in on a legendary drop. After a long trek, they finally arrived at the gaping maw of the boss cave. The Dragon King was eager to rush in and claim the first clear, but the Titan warned him the Wickmaster used explosive stun attacks that could wipe them instantly. Preparation was key. However, inside the cave, another party had already begun the raid. Someone had beaten them to the punch. Then, the little princess spotted a familiar face. What the hell are you doing here? She screamed, recognizing the rival. It was the Fairy of Falling Geese. Hearing her name, the girl turned with a smirk. Oh, It's just Lady Shen. The world is small. Isn't it? Still dodging those creditors. If you redone paying off the banks, don't forget your other debts. She sneered, furious. The princess barked back. Donna, get cocky. My family's status is far above yours. Debt is debt, regardless of the interest rate. So zip it. Lac Non wasn't backing down. She kept spitting venom. So what if you renew money? Look at my elite guards. Your squad is just a bunch of weak, old degenerates. The little princess snapped, her blood boiling. Shut your mouth. They aren't my soldiers. They're my friends. Trach Truong, only in his 20s, felt the sting of being called old. Who is this girl with a nasty attitude? What kind of twisted history did she and Princess Tham Du share to be at each other's throats like this? Gayat-an couldn't be sure, but suspected a deep-seated grudge following them from the real world. This wasn't a fight for the old farts to join yet. Relax, Long Vuong said. If she needs us, she'll ask. And so, the longest verbal duel in history continued to escalate. Amidst the heated clash, a scout arrived. The boss is near death. Miss, do you know these losers? Lac Non sneered. Know them. I'll never forget the humiliation she caused me. This is personal. Today, I reclaim my honor and bury her pride once and for all. She turned to the others. Listen up. Leave her squad and join mine. I'll give you all the boss loot. Plus, I'll pay each of you a monthly salary of 1 million. The princess fumed with rage. Trapped by the temptation of the enemy's offer, Long Vuong, a man of honor, utterly despised her manipulative, money-driven tactics. Keep your dirty money, I don't sell out friends. Though, could you make it 1.5 million? They didn't care about the beef. Right now, they stood together as a loyal team. Trying to buy loyalty, you'll need more than that. Lac Non laughed. You fools. If you want to rot in poverty with her, then get out of my sight. This boss floor is mine. Long Vuong fired back. By what right are you kicking us out? Pay us to leave, or we aren't moving an inch from this spot. A soldier from Lac Non's side pulled his weapon. By what right? Want to test your luck against this? Long Vuong reached for his blade, but Trach Truong quickly held him back from the confrontation. Easy, brother. We've got S-tier gear. Why pick a losing fight? Lac Non smirked. Satisfied. At least someone knows their place. Now beat it and buy some better rags elsewhere. Later. Long Vuong snapped at Trach Truong. Why do you stop me? I'm not afraid of some guns. Trach Truong smiled calmly. It's a tactical retreat. I've already set a trap for them. As Lac Non's team engaged the low HP boss, Trach Truong drew his bow and aimed at a hidden explosive. A massive blast rocked the chamber, catching Lac Non completely off guard. He didn't stop there. Arrow after arrow ignited the remaining barrels. A chain reaction of fire and debris. Her soldiers were blown back, wounded. Don't run, kill the boss, she screamed. The princess watched with joy. Seeing her rival's formation crumble was pure, unadulterated satisfaction. Lac Non spotted them through the smoke and shrieked in realization. You bottom feeders, did you do this? But the cavern's structural integrity was already failing. The floor gave way beneath Lac Non's team. They plunged into a pit, surrounded by vicious monsters. Save me, get me out of here, Lac Non barked orders at her battered, panicking guards. In this dungeon, death was permanent. She wasn't ready for her real-world heart to stop beating. The monster swarm grew. Seeing the hopeless odds, her mercenary tore up the contract and vanished. He wasn't about to die for a paycheck. He left his employer to the mercy of the beasts. A beast lunged at her, but a sudden frost froze it solid. Chi-Thu had intervened. Lac Non begged them for mercy, but the little princess wasn't feeling particularly charitable. I'll save you, the princess stated coldly. But it'll cost you 5 million per person. That's highway robbery, Lac Non gasped. But with claws closing in, money meant nothing. She desperately agreed. With a smirk, the princess tossed down a rope and hauled her up. 10 minutes later, 35 million hit the account. Only then did the princess let her rival walk. Lac Non sneered, memorizing their faces before retreating. This life-saving debt, I'll be sure to settle it later, she hissed. Long Vuong watched her vanish into the shadows before stepping closer to the rest of the party. He teased the little princess, remarking that charging 30 million gold coins was a cold-blooded move. Then again, that is pocket change for Lac Non's family, and hunters don't risk their lives for free. Trach Truong surveyed the pit. What's the play? We can reach the next floor without clearing these mongrels. The plan was set. The vanguard would dive in, while Trach Truong provided cover fire from above. Just keep 'em sizzling, they joked, leaping head first into the chaotic Monster-filled canine buffet below, while the team kited the smaller mobs. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 looked for a lethal opening on the boss. Wait, Long Vuong noticed the boss dog wasn't just wearing one candle, it had 10 of them. Leave those candles to me, Trach Truong declared, readying his bow for a series of precision shots. Thwack, Trach Truong's first arrow flew true, extinguishing the first flame on the boss's head instantly. Enraged, the boss shielded its remaining candles with its weapon, blocking Trach Truong's line of sight. Trach Truong smirked. This dumb beast actually had some high-level tactical AI after all. Below, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 cast a massive AoE freeze, locking the mobs in ice to reduce the pressure. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 lunged, but her solo DPS wasn't enough to down the beast. The boss began its counterattack. It pulled a C4 bomb from its pouch. Dodge it, Long Vuong screamed as the explosive flew. It looked like 𝐒𝐒𝐒 was doomed. Unable to react to the incoming blast in time, not on Trach Truong's watch, he sniped the C4 mid-air, saving his girl from a fiery end. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 blushed. At this rate, a lifetime of gratitude wouldn't be enough to repay her debt. Gambu. Go. Trach Truong summoned his beast, ordering a direct flame assault on the boss. Under the heat of industrial-grade flames, the boss's fur was instantly charred into a blackened mess. Smells like dinner, Long Vuong laughed, enjoying the sight of the monster being roasted alive. But the boss wasn't done. It pulled 2 more bombs from its pants. Long Vuong froze. Move, you idiot, instead of dodging. Long Vuong was still standing there with his mouth wide open. Holy crap, this mangy mutt is actually coming for me, he shrieked in total panic. The boss ignited the fuse. Take cover, Trach Truong yelled as the situation turned critical. Asterisk, boom times. The explosion ripped through the room, sending Long Vuong and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 flying with heavy damage. Seeing them fall, Q then roared. Little princess, heal them now, their HP is critical. Bombs kept flying, but amidst the chaos, Trach Truong landed a clutch shot, snuffing out another candle. Focus on the attack, I'll handle the candles so it can T-trigger any more explosions. With her HP restored, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 surged forward again, her blade glowing with a deadly aura. End this now, she thought. Another blast from those bombs would be a total party wipe. With a flash of steel, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 carved through the boss's massive health bar with precision. You mongrel, Long Vuong charged recklessly as the entire group launched their final all-out assault. Under the relentless barrage of skills, the boss's HP plummeted toward 0 at an unstoppable rate. Long Vuong cheered, but 𝐒𝐒𝐒's eyes widened in horror. Wait. It's not dying yet. It's a self-destruct. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 slammed his shield down, body blocking the impending massive explosion for the team. No, get back, they screamed. But the tank stood his ground against the suicidal beast. The blast rocked the dungeon floor. Trach Truong leaped down through the thick smoke to find survivors. As the dust settled, everyone frantically searched the debris for any sign of their legendary tank. They found his shattered shield. Tears welled up. Big brother, you can be gone like this. Why do you have to be a hero? We could be just eaten elsewhere, they wailed in grief. Suddenly, a muffled, annoyed voice grumbled from under the rubble. The group froze in shock. Quit crying, I haven't checked my lottery numbers yet. I'm not dying until I see that jackpot. The group burst into cheers. Their tank was alive, stubborn, and as greedy as ever. That was heart-stopping. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 vowed to disown the giant god if he ever pulled such a reckless stunt again. Leaning on the Dragon King, the giant god groaned. This victory had cost him everything. His gear was shattered. Even a jackpot win wouldn't cover the repairs. He needed a miracle. The party rushed to the boss's corpse, eyes gleaming as they checked the dropped items. The princess pulled out a black gold ore. Its obsidian glow eclipsed any ordinary mineral. 10 million gold. No wonder those greedy bastards from the Fallen Goose Guild wanted this boss. Pure quality. The princess handed the black gold to the giant god, insisting it was his. Without his suicidal tanking of that explosion, the squishy backline would have been wiped out, but the giant god refused. He knew he hadn't conquered the boss on his own. Split the ore, he insisted. I'll take the rest and we'll call it even. He credited Trach Truong. Without those precision shots on the candles, they'd all be dead. Trach Truong stayed humble. Giant god, just take it. You earned this reward. Besides, your gear is trashed. You need this. Reluctantly, the giant god accepted the ore. We stop here. Once I've re-geared, we'll conquer the 7th floor together. With high spirits, the party activated the return scrolls and headed back to the altar. During the trek, the princess asked Trach Truong about his plans. He was free for now. She smiled. Meet at the altar in 30 minutes. Let's go make some real money. curious about her plan. Trach Truong agreed and promised to return shortly. Back home, Trach Truong browsed the auction house for much-needed gear upgrades. With the 5 million from Little Rabbit, his balance hit a staggering 10 million gold. Everything was overpriced. E-rank armor cost millions. The gear prices were absolutely soul-crushing. Then he spotted them, a pair of boots perfectly suited for Little Rabbit's agility. He hated being a freeloader. Buying these for her would balance the scales of debt. He also managed to snag a rare silver necklace for his own build, a 10% skill buff. For Trach Truong, this hidden stat meant summoning more monsters. It was perfect. Shopping finished. He rushed back to the floor 6 altar to meet the squad. The little princess and Dragon King were already waiting when he arrived. The group was ready. All right. Princess, the Dragon King prompted. What's the money-making plan? She grinned. Their mission was high-stakes mining in the most dangerous mineral veins. She pointed toward the dogmen's territory. The Dragon King hesitated. That zone was a death trap. Trach Truong wasn't surprised. He knew exactly what she was thinking. It was dangerous. But for gold-starved hunters like them, fear was a luxury. I've got the heals, the princess chirped. Trust me. I'm as elite as they come. They moved out. The Dragon King set the rule rewards were based on performance. No fight. No gold. Little Rabbit agreed instantly. She wouldn't steal their spotlight or their hard-earned spoils. She planned to give everything she found to Trach Truong as a token of gratitude. Suddenly, dogmen ambushed them. The party instantly snapped into battle positions. Little Rabbit moved like a blur, using her elite marine training to flank the beasts. Stay clear, the Dragon King roared. If those hounds target you, you were finished. But she wasn't helpless. Don't worry about me, I can handle my own. She wove through the chaos, stripping loot from the fallen monsters with lightning speed. Trach Truong focused on the fight, shouting a warning for her to stay alert. The Dragon King pointed ahead. Beyond this cave lies the jackpot of black gold. Move it, the princess urged. Time is money, and we're here to get paid, the Dragon King warned her. This mission was no walk in the park. They reached a valley swarming with monsters, mining rare minerals from the earth. A literal mountain of riches stood tall before their very eyes. The princess fantasized about the legendary feast this massive haul would buy them. Are you naive? He snapped. A single ore weighs 5 kilograms at least. Reality hit hard. Her inventory space was laughably small for such weight. In the abyss, carry capacity scaled directly with a hunter's strength stats. Trach Truong had 16 strength. But the bag limit was still brutal. Hauling this treasure solo was a total death wish. They checked their system windows, calculating every precious slot before moving out. Trach Truong could carry 60 blocks, while the Dragon King capped at 50. As a support mage, the princess could only manage 18 blocks total. The loudest talker was the weakest link. They began luring monsters for execution. The Dragon King agreed. No ore was worth a sudden game over. Trach Truong played the bait, leading targets into their deadly 3-way ambush. He ordered Little Bunny to find cover and prioritize her own survival. A monster lunged. The Dragon King countered with a devastating, explosive strike. 1 hour of grinding later, fatigue began to drain the Dragon King. Stop whining, the princess hissed. A few more kills and we re-rich. She promised a feast. Sell the ore, rest, then dive back for more. Trach Truong noticed Little Bunny had vanished, but she suddenly reappeared. Where did you wander off to? He asked. Just exploring, she chirped. She hinted at a secret drop, refusing to reveal the mysterious item yet. They limped back to the altar, completely drained of all stamina. Merchants inside were shouting, offering high prices for top-tier minerals. The princess approached, asking if they would buy their common-grade ore. Trash, they spat. We only deal in rare dark gold minerals here. She tried to negotiate, but the market was ice-cold for commons. A guild leader approached. How much dark gold have you gathered for Master? Only 1 piece. They stuttered, trembling before the angry superior's gaze. Useless degenerates. Master Tranfong is stuck on floor 7 without gear. If he misses the Thondai Academy entrance, your lives are forfeit. The Dragon King winced. Those guys were playing a dangerous, high-stakes game. Tranfong. Trach Truong knew that name and his arrogance all too well. Their rivalry wasn't over. He had to reach floor 8 before his enemy. Their hard-earned haul was suddenly worthless without a buyer in sight. The princess decided to auction it online for a 3-way profit split. The party disbanded for the night, leaving Trach Truong and Little Bunny. She reached into her bag and revealed her secret, a dark gold ore. While they fought, she had scavenged the ultimate dropped item from a monster. She thought it was junk, but it was actually a king's ransom. Keep it, he insisted. It's your luck and your prize. Little Bunny, she shook her head. This will make you stronger. And that's what matters. Take me to floor 30. That is the only reward I want. Accepting the gift. Trach Truong watched her log off. Gripping the ore tightly. Using this ore to upgrade your gear will trigger a massive boost in raw power. By morning, Trach Truong arrived at the medical center to consult with Dr. Duong. He was there to secure a permanent life-saving transplant for young Xiaofeng, but the doctor warned him the costs were staggering, totaling over 10 million credits. Skeptical, the doctor asked if he had the funds. Trach Truong stammered. Having gathered 7 million, he proposed purchasing 1 unit for 3 million first. Promising an update after 6:30 tonight, Dr. Duong, ever the dedicated professional, offered a specialized alternative. He revealed that a revolutionary new biological implant was arriving soon. Superior compatibility comes with a higher price, giving Trach Truong more time to bridge the gap. Agreeing instantly, Trach Truong vowed to provide the absolute best for Xiaofeng's survival. Suddenly, an imposing, pale man drenched in heavy cologne strode into the room, claiming urgent private business. The stranger forced Trach Truong to make a quiet exit. The doctor reassured him, promising an immediate notification as soon as the stock arrived. Passing the stranger, Trach Truong felt a chilling aura, a dark premonition of looming danger. Once alone, the doctor demanded to know why this mysterious figure had appeared. Commander, HQ has ordered a high-priority operation within the demon realm tonight, the man reported. Meanwhile, Trach Truong spiraled into thought. How could he fund the transplant within 1 month? The grind intensified. Deep in the giant's cave, 7th floor, chaos erupted following a bloody incident. Upon arrival, Trach Truong found 𝐒𝐒𝐒 desperately trying to stabilize the panicked crowd. Shockingly, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 was revealed to be an operative of the Realm Management Bureau. Intrigued, Trach Truong asked why the hunters had abandoned their monster grinding. Dragon King explained a high-level psychopath was hunting players, far surpassing average adventurer strength. The body count had already reached double digits, and the killer was still lurking. National Security and the Bureau were deploying elite hunters to restore order in the sector. Dangerous criminals were now stalking every floor, targeting solo adventurers for the kill. With the lockdown imminent, Dragon King realized their hunting session was officially over. Just as they prepared to log off, a blood-curdling scream echoed murderer. A sinister figure known as Soulless Smile held a blade to a captive's throat. Witness the fate of those who meddle in our affairs, the killer sneered. With a cold slash, he executed the victim and vanished into the shadows instantly. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 recognized the mark of the Xiuguang Syndicate, a bold, public declaration of war. Fueled by duty, he bolted after the assassin without a second thought. Nuet An followed, and Trach Truong joined to gauge the strength of these notorious degenerates. Warnings fell on deaf ears as they left the safe zone, entering lawless territory. Panting, Trach Truong finally caught up. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 demanded to know why they were following. Explanations can wait, Nuet An countered. Focused solely on the hunt ahead, they reached a junction. The trail went cold. Which path would they take? Relying on veteran instincts, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 chose a path based on pure survival intuition. Unbeknownst to them, the killer had morphed into a giant lizard, stalking his new prey. The predator relished the thought of adding 3 more souls to his growing collection. His A-rank trait, shapeshifting, made him a high-tier threat with devastating base stats. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 signaled a hard stop. The atmosphere had shifted dangerously. They had entered the territory of savage giants slow, but possessing lethal, bone-crushing physical power. Before they could retreat, a massive shadow loomed. The encounter had begun. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 paled. An ogre giant, the most brutal variant, stood right before them. Devourers are lethal. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 reveals their trump card, the skill seal. Trach Truong gasps. A skill seal? Are you kidding me? 3 giants block the path. Kill them to proceed. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 charges. The giant counters with massive force. Trach Truong summons water spirits to sustain the party's HP. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 is amazed by the summon's incredible healing power. 1 down. But the remaining 2 are much tougher. They're too close. Aggroing one alerts the other instantly. Target confirmed. The team focuses fire on the Magic Eater. Low defense, but high silence. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 strikes first. Nuet An attacks, while Trach Truong handles the healing buffs. Ambushed, the giants detect them and launch a ferocious attack. Silence cast. Nuet An's skills are now completely locked down. She's paralyzed. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 lunges forward to draw their aggro. Strong enemy, the giant roars. Kill the strong one first, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 shouts. How long until your cooldown resets? 40 seconds, she screams. The monster charges, no escape. Trach Truong blurs in, tanking the hit just in time. Don't get sealed. 𝐒𝐒𝐒, our main damage dealer. I'll handle the front line. My stats resist their magic spells. Focus fire dawn. Teat let that monster cast again. Cooldown over. 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐒𝐿 ultimate skill is finally awakened. 1 hit kills. 1 left. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 grins. Victory is ours. Trach Truong pauses. Something feels horribly wrong here. Look out, hidden blades fly from the dark shadows. It's the killer. He's transformed into a giant lizard. A lizard on floor 7. That is absolutely impossible. It's no monster, it's the killer's elite transformation skill. One strike shreds 𝐒𝐒𝐒's brand new armor set. Too late. The killer sneers. You are all my prey now. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 shields them. Everyone. Get behind me. Now. He's camouflaged. Watch for a sudden, lethal sneak attack. He's fast. But Trach Truong has a secret counterplan. Summon Trach Truong calls forth his entire legion. The killer freezes. What? How many can he summon? A Gamboon Toad, and the Butcher. On this floor, he realizes the truth. Trach Truong is no ordinary hunter. Toad. Breathe fire, burn his camouflage to ashes. Revealed Trach Truong and the Butcher strike as one. The killer laughs. Well played. You're actually quite interesting. He warps away. The Twilight Guild will hunt you forever. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 lunges. But the killer vanishes in light. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 and trembles. How dangerous is the Twilight Guild? Lethal. They once wiped an entire elite raid team. And every member was a legendary, high-ranking hunter. Will Rakshasa meet that same dark end? Moonshadow asked. I am unsure. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 sighed. But it's possible. Trach Truong. Stay sharp. With the enemy gone, the trio returned to the altar and logged out. While awaiting orders from HQ, the mysterious smiling man reported to his superior. Reality shattered as an explosion rocked Tianfeng City, sparking mass panic. Trach Truong ordered Tu Fong to evacuate while he investigated the blast. Suddenly, a void monster manifested atop a nearby building. Tu Fong screamed in terror, facing a nightmare monster for the first time. Dawn T fear. Trach Truong vowed. No monster touches you while I am here. As the beast breached their home, he urged her toward the safe zone. Outside, the entire city had become a hunting ground for Kai monsters. Vicious creatures swarmed every corner of the urban maze. While warning civilians, Trach Truong saw a child targeted by a beast. The infant wept hopelessly until Trach Truong's kick sent the monster flying. Relief was brief. 3 monsters quickly surrounded the group. Trach Truong desperately tried to reassure Tu Fong. Despite his reassurances, she trembled until a light flash killed the first beast. He recognized the woman immediately from their encounter in the Luan Ham district. As she stood atop the roof, another beast lunged from her blind spot. Trach Truong shouted a warning, but her god-tier reflexes saved her easily. She was more than just fast. Her raw power was absolutely overwhelming. She crushed the beast instantly as a squad of soldiers reached their location. They called her commander. She ordered the corpse sent to Professor Ao Duong. So you live here, she noted. Turning toward Trach Truong, get to the shelter. Return only when the cull is complete. She vanished. She's so cool, Tu Fong teased. Do you two have a history? Trach Truong didn't answer. He only burned with a desire to surpass her. By morning, news outlets reported that the monster threat was largely neutralized. Heavy infrastructure damage remained. Officials urged everyone to stay indoors for safety. Trach Truong sat in silence, connecting the dots of these strange occurrences. Chaos in the abyss and monsters in the city. The timing was perfect. Was this a coordinated strike? This situation was far from simple. Seeking answers, the party gathered at the Abyss's 7th floor that night. The atmosphere was heavy as they discussed the recent city massacre. 10,000 dead. The Bureau was now scouting for elite high-tier hunters. A massive recruitment drive for the strongest players had officially begun. I am too weak, Dragon King cursed, wishing he could protect the innocent. Titan agreed. They trained to serve their country, not watch it burn. Shifting focus, the team analyzed the strategy for the Floor 7 boss. System rules restricted the boss room to a maximum of 3 hunters. They moved toward the boss cave, which only opened every 12 hours. Only 1 party could enter per window. 3 slots. 1 chance. Little Princess worried. Their team synergy relied on every member's unique traits. Losing even 1 person would nerf their overall combat effectiveness significantly. The first team himself, 1 autumn night, and Little Princess. The second team consists of Trach Truong, 𝐒𝐒𝐒, and Long Vuong. This lineup is perfectly balanced, with 𝐒𝐒𝐒 serving as the main DPS. Long Vuong liked the odds, but the little rabbit protested her exclusion. Trach Truong promised to return for her after clearing this hidden stage. The path was eerily empty. Someone had already cleared the mobs ahead. Just as suspected, the boss room was already swarming with rival hunters. Blocking the entrance was the arrogant young master of the Tran Guild. Beside him stood the veteran elite hunter, the mysterious Fong Van. Trach Truong gauged his power he was at least an elite tier rank. The two stood firm. Declaring the floor 7 boss as their prey, they demanded everyone wait their turn, sparking instant fury among the crowd. Why should the Tran Guild monopolize a public boss? The tension escalated. Phong Van warned them, only the strong have the right to speak here. With a cold gaze, he unsheathed his blade. Ready for blood, he unleashed a devastating sword chi that suppressed everyone in the area. Suddenly, Long Vuong charged forward. Ignoring the warning to stay back, he roared at the old man. Refusing to be intimidated by rank, old man, stop acting tough. Let's see you block this strike. Phong Van didn't even flinch. Blocking the massive blow with one hand, the countershock injured Long Vuong. Know your place, boy. Phong mocked. Trach Truong rushed to intervene. Realizing Phong Van was barely trying, the veteran still had a massive longsword strapped to his back. That blade wasn't for show. It was meant for decapitating the weak. Phong Van was a monster with hidden stats that defied all logic. His high perception detected every move. The young master joined the mockery. It's survival of the fittest. Wait your turn or die. He sneered, boiling with rage. Long Vuong prepared for another reckless assault. Trach Truong held him back. Keeping a close eye on the situation, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 agreed. They needed to see why the Tran Guild waited. There was an hidden secret behind their refusal to enter the room. The young master grew impatient. Asking when the delivery mob would appear, Phong Van remained calm. Noting the mob's spawn time was completely random, when the mob arrived, the gate would open for the boss fight. The confused girl wondered what kind of monster could act as a key. A nearby hunter explained the boss gate only opens for its food. Trach Truong realized this boss clear depended entirely on luck and timing. That was why the Tran Guild was gatekeeping the entrance so fiercely. Suddenly, the delivery mob appeared. The crowd scrambled to clear the way. The young master grinned, ready to finally enter the boss chamber. But a sudden arrow from Trach Truong struck the mob, killing it instantly. You idiot, you just killed our only ticket inside, the master screamed. If I cannot fight the boss, no one gets to leave alive. Your boss isn't my concern. Trach Truong replied. I wanted that kill. Infuriated, the young master drew his sword. Thirsting for a bloody duel, Trach Truong stood his ground. You blocked us, so now everyone waits. Let's see who breaks first. The Titan understood the plan and played along instantly. Lasat's our brother. You think we were scared of some entitled brat? That arrogant young master was fuming. He roared. Fine, I'll show you trash why the Tran family rules these dungeons. Suddenly, Elder Phong intervened. He warned the hot-headed heir against clashing with Trach Truong's party. Last night's chaos at the Demon Realm had the security bureau watching every hunter's move. A public murder would bring the guild down. Sensing the danger, the young master finally backed off. Lucky bastards. If I can raid this boss, neither can you. Everyone stays put. Trach Truong stepped forward. He claimed he could unlock the boss room without clearing the guards. The arrogant heir burst into laughter. In your dreams, loser. That is mechanically impossible. When another mini-giant spawned, Trach Truong ruthlessly executed it before anyone could react. The crowd stood frozen. The young master cursed, his rage boiling. Yet he dared not strike. Elder Phong suggested the young master retreat and recover his stamina first. With the guard dead, the respawn timer would take hours to reset. He promised to alert him the moment the monster reappeared, guaranteeing the boss kill. Convinced, the heir left 2 scouts behind to monitor the gate for any movement. The remaining hunters grew restless. They began logging off, tired of the endless waiting. Hold on just a bit longer, Trach Truong urged. I promised you a boss raid. Doubts filled the air. They thought he was just offering empty words of comfort. Respawn took 5 hours. By then, the Tran family's elites would surely return. Many abandoned the wait, choosing to grind low-tier mobs just to cover their daily expenses. The 2 henchmen sneered at Trach Truong's group, their eyes dripping with pure disdain. Foolish degenerates, risking their lives for pride. They'll never see that boss loot. As the group huddled, the Titan couldn't hold back his confusion any longer. He respected the gutsy move, but the logic behind Trach Truong's strategy remained a mystery. Trach Truong smirked. Watch this. Suddenly, a blue light flashed. He summoned the mini-giant. Reality hit them. Trach Truong's unique trait allowed him to summon any monster he'd slain. Long Vuong roared with laughter, cursing himself for forgetting such a broken hidden ability. Trach Truong was always 10 steps ahead. He commanded his summon to unlock the boss gate. The onlookers who stayed behind gasped in shock as the ancient mechanism groaned to life. The henchman's jaws dropped. Impossible. How did that lowly summon open the sealed gate? The party moved in, leaving the others to secure the perimeter against intruders. Panicked, The two scouts bolted toward the altar to report this catastrophe to their master. Floor 7's nightmare stood before them. The twin-headed giant. Long Vuong charged in blindly. The two heads were bickering, completely ignoring the tiny hunters entering their domain. One head seemed cognitively impaired, whining like a child to the other for food. Long Vuong's strike landed, but it only enraged the beast. The boss let out a deafening roar. The massive titan rose, its eyes glowing with murderous intent toward the intruders. A massive axe shattered the ground. Long Vuong barely escaped a crushing death by inches. Trach Truong summoned his merman healers. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 unleashed light blades, but damage was negligible. Before she could reposition, the giant's massive hand clamped around 𝐒𝐒𝐒's leg. It slammed her into the stone floor with bone-shattering force. A brutal impact. Long Vuong rushed to her aid. Desperate to save his teammate from the monster's wrath, he was swatted away like a fly. Fortunately, the merman's healing kept them both alive. The sky-swallowing frog took its stance. At Trach Truong's command, a massive fireball erupted. Every summon charged forward at once, surrounding the feral boss in a chaotic, desperate struggle. The twin-headed giant's cognitive side froze in shock. It couldn't fathom how Trach Truong summoned such overwhelming reinforcements, unleashing its full wrath. The beast let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, it split into two terrifying physical avatars. Both clones swung their massive axes, raining down a relentless storm of steel upon Trach Truong's party, forced onto the defensive. Trach Truong shouted to 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Concentrate all fire, we need to bring one down first. On the flank, one giant clone began brutally suppressing Truong's summoned beasts with raw, savage strength. The second clone prepared to crush Long Vuong. Unbelievably, the Taurus chieftain, a floor boss, was being dismantled with ease. This twin-headed giant was truly a monstrous threat, possessing power that defied all standard hunter ranking tiers. Watching his comrades fall one by one, rage burned in Trach Truong's eyes. This degenerate beast had to die. With only 3 hunters and the Dark Butcher remaining, the party rallied for a desperate, focused strike against one target. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 and Long Vuong executed a flawless combined strike. The beast shrieked as the devastating impact tore through its hide. Sensing a chance, Trach Truong ordered them to synchronize again. Repeat that combo, hit it with everything you've got. But strangely, the system didn't trigger the same explosive effect. The hidden synergy failed to activate this time. Stunned by the failure, Long Vuong took a heavy blow to the back. Trach Truong summoned those mermaid healers. Now, 𝐒𝐒𝐒's expression darkened. Why hadn't their ultimate finisher triggered? Something was fundamentally wrong with their tactical execution. She suspected a low proc rate. But Trach Truong's eyes narrowed. The system's hidden logic was starting to become clear. One more time, he commanded, while simultaneously ordering the Death Butcher to launch a high-stakes frontal assault. Long Vuong and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 lunged forward. This time, their strikes resonated, successfully obliterating the first giant avatar. The breakthrough Trach Truong realized that only specific offensive-type innate traits could trigger the devastating rage kill system effect. Furthermore, it seemed his summoned beasts acted as catalysts, significantly boosting the probability of the skill's evolution during combat. The remaining twin-headed clone descended into a mindless frenzy, unleashing a chaotic barrage of attacks against the group. Fortunately, thanks to their high-tier agility and refined footwork, the trio managed to evade every bone-shattering strike. Trach Truong noticed a critical system detail: the boss possessed 2 distinct HP bars. Both had to be emptied completely. Focus the mage head first, he roared. We take them down one by one until this nightmare ends. The sky-swallowing frog leaped into the fray, unleashing a massive searing fireball directly at the giant's magic-casting head. Exhausted and battered, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 and Long Vuong prepared their final ultimate. This was their last shot at survival. After sustaining a full-powered burst of skill damage, the giant's simpler head finally went limp, its life force extinguished. The remaining head wailed in agony, calling out to its fallen brother. But only silence met its desperate cries. Seeing their opening, Long Vuong urged them to finish it. Trach Truong drew his bow, aiming for the decisive kill shot. But he wasn't just looking for a kill. His true goal was to subdue and tame this legendary tier beast. The arrow whistled through the air, piercing the giant's heart. The system window flashed floor 7000 clear. As the boss disintegrated, a massive mountain of rare loot dropped. The party's excitement reached a fever pitch. Sifting through the legendary items, Trach Truong retrieved a gleaming rank A shortsword and handed it to 𝐒𝐒𝐒. This was made for you, he said, Its stats perfectly complement your unique assassin traits and combat style. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 hesitated at the sight of such a rare treasure. But Trach Truong insisted. Don't blink. You are its master. Next. He tossed a heavy rank A armor plate to Long Vuong, whose current gear was practically falling apart. It was a massive upgrade, a chance to replace his shattered defenses with the legendary protection of a floor boss. Clutching the shimmering plate, Long Vuong stood in awe. He never dreamed a hunter of his rank would possess such gear. Keep the rest. Trach Truong, they insisted. You carried this raid. The remaining items belong to you alone. Accepting their gratitude, Trach Truong stashed the loot and led the group toward the Floor 8 warp altar. After registering their progress at the new checkpoint, they planned to return to Floor 7 and regroup with their guild. Floor 8 revealed a lush, vibrant grassland. The sight stirred painful memories of Long Vuong's long-lost, destroyed homeland. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble. A massive horde of centaurs emerged from the horizon. Charging with lethal intent, panic-stricken hunters were sprinting toward the altar, desperately fleeing from the Centaur Legion's relentless, high-speed pursuit. Centaurs are the apex predators here, Long Vuong warned. Against an army of hundreds, direct resistance is absolute suicide. Just then, a mysterious man standing near the party stepped forward, his voice booming with authority as he shouted, "You can't solo these guys. You'd need 100 cavalry to win. Are you three new to this floor? Want to join our squad? For now, let's just call this sketchy old-timer the Geezer." The Geezer claims he needs 300 hunters to finally launch a rebellion against those heavy knights. Trach Truong politely asks what the requirements are to join this old man as supposedly elite guild. The Geezer grins. First, you must show absolute obedience to the commander's tactical orders. Next, the captain decides loot distribution. Finally, every member pays an entry fee of 10 spirit orbs. This slick talker starts complaining about his old age and the heavy burden of leadership. Commanding 100 hunters is exhausting. Right, surely you won't refuse a small token of appreciation. Exactly as Trach Truong suspected, pure scammers. He politely declines the invitation for the time being. He tells the old man he'll reconsider once his other friends arrive to negotiate the terms. The group teleports away instantly, leaving the Geezer shouting that he'll settle for only 5 orbs. Back on the 7th floor, Long Vuong immediately starts cursing the old man as blatant greed. Does that fossil think we're rookies? If Lasat hadn't stopped me, I'd have broken his legs. Nguyen An agrees with Trach Truong. Wasting time on trash like that is beneath them. When the squad returns to the boss room entrance, they find everyone else still safe. Quang Tu is shocked to see Trach Truong. His lackeys immediately start snitching on the archer. Young master. This archer used a summon giant to force open the boss room gates. Fuming, Quang Tu demands the truth. But Trach Truong completely ignores the degenerate's tantrum. He turns to the great god, announcing he's ready to trigger the gateway once more. He asks the great god to help Tutho clear the stage next. The deity happily agrees. The mini-giant heaves the boss doors open. The deity promises to return and protect him soon. The recluse watches in disbelief. He can't believe such god-tier talent actually exists in this world. He questions if Trach Truong's hidden skill is A rank, or perhaps a legendary S rank. Long Vuong brags. My friend's S rank talent is on a whole different level. Isn't it? The recluse laughs, revealing he has deep connections within the powerful National Security Bureau. He claims the country is starving for elite hunters and extends a formal invitation to join. Long Vuong is completely stunned. An offer from the highest authority in the land. Even Trach Truong is surprised. The Security Bureau is the backbone of the Great Xia Empire. It sounds like a dream offer. But Trach Truong delivers a cold and direct rejection. He claims he's just a student who hasn't even earned his official hunter certification yet. Quang Tu whispers, wondering if the recluse was actually trying to scout his rival just now. The old man confirms Trach Truong's power-up potential is too dangerous to leave unchecked. He warns that if the boy doesn't join their side, he'll eventually have to be eliminated. Meanwhile, back with Trach Truong's party as they navigate through the dark dungeon corridors, Long Vuong demands to know why he would walk away from such a golden opportunity. Trach Truong simply states he didn't like the vibe that scheming old man was giving off. He senses a snake in the grass. Long Vuong finds the answer impossible to accept. You've finally lost it. Man, rejecting the bureau, that is pure and total insanity. Nguyen An interjects, explaining that Long Vuong's father has always dreamed of him joining the bureau. Seeing such a massive opportunity thrown away just touched a nerve with the hot-headed hunter. Trach Truong understands, but he refuses to let anyone else dictate his own path to power. We aren't on the same level. 3 hours later, they finally breach the 8th floor. Tutho is breathless. With Trach Truong and the deity, the boss fell in under 30 minutes. This is a new speedrun record for the entire dungeon tower progression system. exhausted from the relentless grind. The team decides it's time to log off and rest. Floor 8 looms. A luxury sedan intercepts Trach Truong at dawn. Out steps the elegant and powerful 𝐒𝐔𝐌𝐌𝐻𝐍𝐈𝐍𝐆. Get in. Destination: 𝐒𝐒𝐒𝐒 Gala. He's totally baffled. Why do charity when he's currently dead broke? This is a battlefield for the city's top-tier powerhouses. The guest of honor, the Titan leading 𝐒𝐒𝐒 medical group. The kidney creator's 𝐒𝐔𝐌𝐌𝐻𝐍𝐈𝐍 drags him away instantly. A total makeover begins. The high-stakes event starts now. The gala is packed with the city's most elite players. Trach Truong arrives. Looking like a legendary high-ranking hunter, every major guild leader has gathered for this party. She leaves to network. A familiar voice suddenly calls out. It's Vuong Duong, a friendly face among these vipers. How do you get in? Without an invite. Entry is impossible. Suddenly, Trach Truong spots that arrogant degenerate. Tran Phong. Vuong Duong is stunned. You actually know that monster? Hardly. Trach Truong scoffs. He's just another piece of trash. That creep Tran Phong spots 𝐒𝐒𝐒 and moves in. He tries flirting. But she remembers his cowardice in dungeon. Back off, she snaps. I don't associate with losers. He mocks her power. Reaching out to touch her hair, she strikes his hand away. But the snake refuses to stop. Stop being so fierce, since we re-engaged. Shouldn't we start building some chemistry right now? You re-insane. I have no idea what kind of nonsense you were spouting, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 snapped. But young Master Kwong wouldn't yield. He blocked her path. Smirking. Dawn, leave me. Babe. Rage burned in 𝐒𝐒𝐒. But she was trapped by the crowd. Suddenly, Trach Truong appeared. Calling her name, looking at the man. A strange sense of familiarity washed over her. Though she couldn't place him, Trach Truong beckoned 𝐒𝐒𝐒 over, offering to introduce her to some of his friends, fuming at the blatant interference. Kwong roared. Stop right there, you were Trach Truong. Aren't you? Why are you always against me? Trach Truong played innocent. Oh, does my friend even know you? You must have the wrong person. Buddy, I have no clue who you are. Kwong snarled. Vowing to settle their old debt from the Van Din Club incident, Trach Truong let out a slow "oh," pretending to finally remember something insignificant, fed up with the mockery. The arrogant heir finally snapped and lunged forward to settle it with his fists, but his punch was easily caught. Uncle Sao stepped in. Cold and firm. That's enough. Young Master Tran, you think this is Jiangbei, even if there was an old engagement? Who knows what the future holds? This isn't your playground. Young Master, know your place and keep your distance. Faced with a powerful elder, the young master stood paralyzed. His arrogance crushed in an instant. He spat out a bitter retort. Fine. Uncle Sao, I've had my fun. I am done for today. After the martial arts tournament, I am coming for her hand, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 scoffed. What a pathetic piece of trash. Uncle Sao reassured her. Don't worry about that marriage pact. I'll handle your grandfather later. He then thanked Trach Truong, asking suspiciously if the two had met somewhere before, hiding his true identity. Trach Truong gave a vague shrug and a non-committal answer. You seem familiar too. But I can remember where. My friends are waiting. So I'll head out first. Once he was gone, Uncle Sao turned to 𝐒𝐒𝐒. That boy. He felt familiar to you too. Didn't he? Standing up for her proves that he's definitely fallen for 𝐒𝐒𝐒. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 felt a strange déjà vu but hid her blushing face when teased about her feelings. Seeing Trach Truong return, Vuong Duong marveled at his nerve for provoking a powerhouse like Tran Phong, shrugging it off. Trach Truong simply claimed he acted because he couldn't stand the sight of him. He then asked who the VIP guest was. Before an answer came, the grand doors swung wide open. Minister Dong Phuong stepped inside, flashing a smile so radiant it belonged in a high-end toothpaste commercial. Sensing his overwhelming aura, the surrounding hunters and guests flocked to offer their most respectful greetings. Trach Truong froze. Noticing a strikingly familiar girl walking beside the high-ranking government official, Vuong Duong whispered jokingly, asking if he was somehow connected to the legendary minister as well. To those who forgot, this mystery girl saved our protagonist before. Though her name remains unknown, her eyes locked with his. Meanwhile, Madame Jiang announced the high-stakes auction was officially beginning. The first item featured was the legendary painting once gifted to the Prince of the Army. Trach Truong's eyes narrowed as he spotted Boss Lai. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place. Rage blazed in his heart as he stared at the man. This degenerate profited from the blood of fallen brothers. He had to demand justice for their souls. He turned to Vuong Duong, his voice low. requesting a secret favor for his next move. After hearing the plan, Vuong Duong turned pale. Realizing the sheer danger of this high-risk mission, Trach Truong offered to go solo. But their decade-long bond made it impossible for his friend to refuse. Vuong Duong steeled his resolve, deciding to help Luke Thon despite the life-threatening risks involved. As he slipped backstage, the auctioneer set the starting bid at a staggering 5 million credits. Suddenly, the system screen flickered, broadcasting Boss Lai's illegal transactions for the entire world to see. Chaos erupted as the prestigious crowd began whispering about the dark secrets behind the masterpiece. Enraged, Boss Lai screamed like a cornered beast, demanding to find the one who leaked the footage. The video climaxed with a chilling scene of him executing the courier who delivered the painting. Madame Jiang demanded an explanation, but the villain desperately claimed it was all a fabricated frame-up. Trach Truong stepped into the spotlight, his voice cold as ice. Listen closely. Boss Lai, sins can't stay hidden forever. Your trail of blood and theft has finally reached its dead end. Li glared with murderous intent, but the young hunter ignored him. Addressing the high-ranking audience instead, he shouted, asking if they wanted to know the true identity of the butcher on the screen. He walked toward the minister's companion, the tension in the room reaching a suffocating breaking point. He asked her to confirm if the killer was Hoang Han Fai, the infamous serial murderer recently captured. The room fell silent. No one expected a top businessman to be linked to such a monster. After a brief but intense verification process, the truth was finally laid bare. The girl confirmed the killer's identity and immediately ordered the elite guards to apprehend the traitor. The mask of the patriotic entrepreneur shattered, revealing the puppet master pulling the strings of death. At last, Trach Truong felt a weight lift as he secured justice for his fallen comrades. Watching from the sidelines, Minister Dong Phuong smiled. Xiao Qin, you have quite an eye. He noted the boy's potential. Xiao Qin thanked him, though her eyes remained fixed on the protagonist. The minister warned that such a wild talent would eventually need some serious guidance and discipline. He possesses rare courage and intellect. He is a sleeping dragon destined for greatness. The official remarked. Nearby, Uncle Six and Niet An approached to pay their respects to the powerful government figure. The minister inquired about the grandfather's health, receiving news of the old man's stable condition. After the formalities, Uncle Six got straight to the point regarding the future of his niece. He formally introduced Niet An, expressing his wish for her to join the National Security Association. Entry required a Rank A talent and a Level 2 Abyss certificate as the absolute minimum. Though Nguyet An was a rare Rank S awakened, she was still only a Level 1 rookie. Uncle Six guaranteed she would reach Rank 2 within 1 year. He pushed the minister for recruitment, who seemed quite impressed. They followed protocol strictly to prevent any rumors from spreading. The minister assigned Xiao Qin the human resources head. Instead, he remained neutral, letting her handle the final recruitment decision. Uncle Six urged her to reconsider Moonshadow's incredible potential. Xiao Qin agreed. Meeting the standards was her only requirement. No exceptions allowed. Meanwhile, Jiang praised Trach Truong's bold move. She confirmed the Medical Guild's priority shipping for their team. With matters settled, Trach Truong prepared to make his exit. Jiang insisted he stay to network with the elite powerhouses. He declined. Social status meant nothing to a lone wolf. As he vanished, she sighed at his missed golden opportunity. Total waste. While others craved influence, Moonshadow's quest remained unfinished. Uncle Six promised her the security department slot was secure. She didn't care. Her eyes searched only for his silhouette. She whispered that her savior's aura felt identical to Rakshas's. Uncle Six suggested confronting him directly within the demon realm. Love clouded her judgment. She smiled like a smitten girl. She immediately reconnected to the system to find her target. He knew it. The Liu heiress had fallen for him, defeated by an archer. Trach Truong reached Floor 8's gate. He logged in, finding his party wounded at the altar. Giant God groaned. This wasn't hunting. It was pure torture. Dragon King agreed, feeling more pathetic than ever before now. What happened? Trach Truong asked. Seeing their broken gear, Moonshadow was absent. So we underestimated the mob spawn. They encountered 300 centaur cavalry. A total death trap. It was a nightmare. They were lucky to escape alive. Trach Truong calculated. 300 elites required a massive raid. Small parties stood zero chance against those overwhelming cavalry numbers. With the Rank 2 exam approaching, their progression was stalled. Moonshadow finally arrived. Apologizing for her sudden late appearance, she watched Rakshasa, wondering why he hid his secret identity. Was it a lack of trust, or something far deeper? The princess ended the silence, ordering the next dungeon raid. The manual detailed Floor 8's deadly 3 centaur combat classes. First, The archer's snipers with legendary range and perfect lethal aim. They kite targets relentlessly, maintaining a safe, untouchable killing distance. Next, the warriors' armored tanks wielding massive, bone-crushing battle axes. Their physical stats are terrifying. Then, the lightning-fast centaur cavalry, armed with scimitars. They deliver devastating damage to ground targets. Finally, the floor boss, the centaur general, commanding the heights, guarded by 3 legions. He rules through absolute military force. Preparations complete. The party set out to claim the ultimate jackpot. Giant God signaled a halt. 4 centaur warriors guarded the path ahead. He warned Trach Truong against wasting his rare, hard-earned summons now. A single mistake meant death, and a brutal grind back here. The strategy was simple: lure them out one by one. Trach Truong loosed an arrow, instantly drawing a warrior-s lethal aggro. Giant God lunged forward, his shield shattering the centaur's heavy charge. Seizing the opening, 𝐒𝐒𝐒-Thu's ice magic froze the beast solid. Long Vuong distracted the monster, exposing its unarmored flank to everyone. Following the lead, 𝐒𝐒𝐒-Thu locked its legs in permanent frost. Lac Nuit struck then, unleashing a devastating ultimate to finish it. Long Vuong marveled at how 𝐒𝐒𝐒-Ann's light damage stats had skyrocketed. After securing the loot, Trach Truong grew restless with their pace, deciding to escalate. He summoned his entire legion of beasts at once. Long Vuong stood stunned by the overwhelming power of the summons. Their presence changed everything, shielding the party from the front lines. Giant God cautioned that over-reliance on summons would stunt their growth. Philosophy aside, the remaining centaur pack had to be cleared first. As more warriors charged, Giant God braced for a high-speed collision. Coordination was flawless. Summons and hunters struck as one lethal unit. It wasn't a battle, it was a total one-sided slaughter. 3 fell instantly. Trach Truong then raised a bold idea: forming a guild. The princess scoffed. Do you even have the gold for that? She had dreamed of it too. But the costs were staggering. Founding a guild meant massive funding and responsibility for every soul. From mana stones to death benefits, the financial burden was astronomical. Trach Truong realized then that building an empire required serious capital. Guilds were the future. But he needed more power first. Soon, the group reached the entrance of the boss's lair. They spotted 𝐒𝐒𝐒-Wai's squad idling outside the massive gates. Giant God asked why they were stalling instead of attacking. This isn't a normal boss, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 warned. It's an elite grade. Trach Truong's eyes narrowed. His second encounter with an elite monster. And Floor 8 elite Long Vuong knew their chances were 0. Giant God joked they should enjoy a final meal before dying. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 turned to speak to Trach Truong, but he'd vanished. She bit her lip, feeling a strange sense of missed opportunity. At school, Vuong Duong mentioned a mysterious visitor looking for him. Trach Truong panicked. Was it a debt collector? He depaid everyone. It was the goddess 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Vuong Duong revealed. Completely shocked, he was baffled. They'd only shared a dungeon floor once. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 appeared again, whispering for him to follow her. The campus erupted. Who was this guy to capture the goddess's heart? Vuong Duong smirked, basking in his friend's legendary new reputation. Nobody knows the real Trach Truong like I do, he bragged. Let me tell the legend of young Zhang and the goddess. Wang Yang teased as jaws dropped in shock. Perched on his throne, he spilled it. Zhang pursued 𝐒𝐒𝐒 relentlessly until his unyielding willpower finally paid off. One fateful, stormy day, the goddess recognized his efforts, and they officially became a power couple. Yet, students wondered why the goddess visited him thrice today, even pulling him aside for a private meeting. Wang Yang smirked, asking what business a man and woman could possibly have behind closed doors. A girl blushed deeply, stammering. Wait, is Wang Yang saying 𝐒𝐒𝐒 is carrying Zhang's heir? That's insane. Wang Yang froze. Hey, don't pin that on me. I never said anything that scandalous. At the field, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 handed Zhang a notebook, her personal archive of elite martial arts techniques. This should give you the edge in the upcoming martial arts tournament, she whispered. Zhang was stunned. He never expected her to hand over her most precious training secrets. She explained Tsinghua Academy only had 2 slots. One was taken. He had to seize the last. I'll be waiting for you at the academy, she said, before vanishing into the crowd. Clutching the book, he realized she still didn't know his true, hidden identity. Not that he cared. Returning home, he found Xiao Qin waiting inside his house. Xiao Feng quickly introduced her as his newly assigned homeroom teacher. Zhang wasn't naive. He knew her presence was definitely linked to that chaotic banquet incident. She greeted him casually, claiming she was just there for a routine home visit. Don't just stand there, she teased. I'm not here to cause you any trouble. Xiao Feng served fruit as the heavy tension lingered between them. Xiao Qin shifted focus, mentioning she had thoroughly reviewed Xiao Feng's student files. Medical bills are millions per year. How does a degenerate like you afford such massive expenses? Naturally. Zhang wasn't about to reveal his secret system quests or dungeon grinding. I can provide for my sister, he stated. Then, she asked about his future plans. I know who you really are. Call this number if you ever need a way out. You aren't a kid anymore. If not for yourself, do it for Xiao Feng's sake. Zhang saw through her. This was a recruitment pitch for the National Security Agency. Then, she left, alone now. Zhang asked his sister exactly when this teacher had actually started her job. According to Xiao Feng, Xiao Qin only arrived at the school last week, a home visit after just 1 week. She had been tracking his awakening for a long time. Cook dinner yourself tonight, Zhang said. I am entering the demon realm early today. Xiao Feng wondered why her brother was so obsessed with diving into that dangerous abyss. At the floor 8 altar, Zhang logged in to find Giant God and Dragon King waiting. Dragon King hoped a high-rank hunter had cleared the elite boss so they could leech EXP. Suddenly, the party noticed a heated commotion breaking out nearby. An archer was arguing with an old man who refused him a spot based solely on class. Archers have trash DPS and 0 defense compared to mages. The old man sneered. You read just a drain on healer mana and a wasted party slot. Beat it. Giant God sighed. In this tower progression, the archer class was truly considered bottom tier. Zhang stepped forward. I am an archer, too. And I am founding a new guild for our class. Interested in joining, suddenly? Other hunters appeared from the shadows. From John to Khan. They rushed over, eyes wide. Is this news for real? I am serious, Zhang declared. 0 membership fees. Join us. And I'll guarantee your survival. More than that, I'll carry you all through every floor of this dungeon. With such insane rewards. Why not gamble? The crowd erupted in mocking laughter. Total scammer. They jeered. He'll trap them. Then demand a massive entry fee. Creating a guild for trash-tier archers. A pile of garbage is still just garbage. The Titan stepped in. Trach Truong. Stop. Archers alone can't down an elite boss. How do you plan to survive a charge from the Centaur cavalry? It's suicide. The Dragon King agreed. Back down now. Before this disaster becomes a tragedy. But Trach Truong wasn't bluffing. Every move was calculated with surgical precision. Talk is cheap. Seeing no other choice, the desperate archers went all in on him. They were tired of being outcasts. It was time to silence the haters forever. Seizing the moment, Trach Truong sent a friend request to the lead archer. 1 shot. Last call. Only 100 slots. Join now for free tomorrow. The price skyrockets. Desperation turned into a frenzy. Every archer on the 8th floor rushed to sign up. The Titan sighed. The arrow is shot. There's no turning back for him now. Amassing such a massive crowd was risky. Disbanding would be a nightmare if they failed. Yet, the Dragon King saw a spark. Trust him. Let's see where this madness leads. Even Moon Shadow stepped forward. She knew his genius always wore a mask of chaos. The support was infectious. Hey, do you take other classes in this archer guild? Of course. Trach Truong grinned. Founding members get elite status and legendary perks. The Titan cut through the hype. Forget perks. How do we actually clear this stage? That boss isn't some wooden target. It's an elite monster built for slaughter. Trach Truong just smirked. Patience. You'll see the show soon enough. 1 shot returned. Breathless. The 100 are ready. What's the first command? Boss. Even Trach Truong was stunned by the speed. The hype was real. Everyone. Hit the trade market. Buy iron shovels and pickaxes immediately. Confusion rippled through the ranks. Shovels, if you can find one. Get anything that digs. Surveying his makeshift army, he whispered. It's time for a masterpiece. The entire altar was a sea of bows. A sight never seen before. The spectators sneered. 1 charge from the Centaur Knights, and they'll be red paste. Brainless idiots. They hissed, following closely to watch the inevitable bloodbath. Suddenly, the enemy appeared. Centaurs. Trach Truong raised a hand. Halt. Listen up. Follow my commands to the letter. And victory is ours. The archers roared in agreement. Just give us the signal. What's the play? Simple. I'll be the bait. You provide the fire. The Titan watched with bated breath. Be careful. Those knights cover 50 meters in less than 5 seconds. I know their stats. Trach Truong replied. Titan. Stay back. This is our fight. He led the unit forward. Bows up, lock and load. But hold your fire. He drew his own bow. Aiming true. An arrow struck the lead Centaur's rear. The beast let out a thunderous roar of rage, charging straight at its provoker. Now release. A literal rain of steel descended from the heavens. The damage numbers were staggering. A blinding wall of critical hits. The centaur collapsed instantly. One Shot cheered wildly. Hell yeah, that felt incredible. Who says archers are useless? We just needed a god-tier commander. The realization hit the guild like a truck. There are no trash classes. Only trash players. Clean it up and move out. More prey awaits. The mockers watched in stunned silence. The strategy was flawless. Squad after squad of centaurs fell before the archer army. Everyone agreed, Trach Truong was a god-tier carry with stats and looks that rivaled a legendary ranker. But to him, this impossible feat was just another day in the dungeon. He recalled ancient records of a world-conquering army that dominated the battlefield with pure ranged power. Their secret, a specialized archer unit that secured victory after victory against overwhelming odds. Long Vuong stared blankly. Having never heard of such a kingdom in this awakened world, naturally, it was history from another dimension. Finally, the squad reached the boss's camp entrance. Not Tien spoke up with the usual question, guild leader. What's our next move? The hunters were confused. Trach Truong had bought supplies, but hadn't used a single item yet. The gate is ahead. The MC signaled. Everyone. Start digging pitfalls around the camp perimeter immediately, 10 meters wide. Deep enough to trap a centaur. Kuthan realized he intended to bury them alive. Trach Truong didn't deny it. Against hundreds of elite mobs. A direct clash meant certain death. Moments later, the high-ranking archers were reassigned to the dungeon excavation squad. As the fortifications rose, Kuthan asked how they'd lure those degenerates out of cover. The MC already had a plan. He would personally enter the camp to draw the aggro. Hearing this, Kuthan and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 immediately tried to stop his suicide mission. An archer's defense is too low if those centaurs caught him. His HP would hit 0 instantly. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 volunteered to tank the hit. Confident his high health could withstand the initial chase, Trach Truong refused. In this guild, his agility stat was the only one high enough to survive. His evasion rate was maxed out. And he held a hidden trump card in his inventory. He pulled out a rare vial, the ultimate performance booster for high-tier agility builds. It was a greater agility potion, capable of boosting speed by 200% for 60 seconds. As expected, the MC had calculated every variable for this high-stakes raid. Within 10 minutes, the massive trench was ready. Everyone, take your battle positions now. Once I lure the horde out, I'll use this rope bridge to cross back to safety. Kuthan warned him one last time, if the quest went south, he had to retreat immediately. The camp was crawling with aggressive mobs. But the MC didn't know the meaning of fear, watching him vanish into the enemy camp. Long Vuong couldn't shake a sense of dread, mostly because the MC still owed him gold for that last high-level gear trade. Inside, the camp was massive. This many tents meant the boss could summon a cavalry army instantly. There, in the shadows, loomed the elite boss, the commander of this nightmare zone. No player had ever cleared this floor. Elite or not. You were just more XP to me. He drew his bow, launching a precision strike aimed directly at the monster's throat. The boss dodged, letting out a primal roar. Intruders. Hunt him down and tear him apart. As the golden signal flared, Trach Truong knew the fodder cavalry was about to swarm. They charged like a mindless horde, hooves thundering as they closed the distance with terrifying speed. To lock the aggro, the MC stood his ground and mocked the oncoming beastmen. Catch me if you can. Slowpokes. He downed the agility potion, feeling the power surge. Instantly, his perception shifted as his movement speed reached legendary, godlike levels. He taunted the four-legged monsters, daring them to keep up with his two-legged sprint. At the camp gates, the centaurs were inches away. The entire raid's success rested on this moment. With a cinematic burst of speed, he leaped onto the rope and glided across the abyss. The monsters had no brakes. One by one, the entire horde plummeted into the massive pitfall. Now open fire. Trach Truong's command echoed like a death knell across the field. In seconds, the cavalry was annihilated. The efficiency of the slaughter sent chills down everyone's spine. They never knew archers could be this lethal. For the hunters, this wasn't just a win. It was evolution. Ever since awakening this class, they had never witnessed their true hidden potential. Before, they relied on cowardly hit-and-run tactics. But that pathetic era was finally over. Now, they could hold their heads high. No one would dare disrespect their rank again. Once finished, Trach Truong ordered the guild to secure all dropped items in the warehouse. Hearing this, everyone cheered and leaped down to claim their hard-earned rewards. The little princess and dragon king watched in awe as 300 centaur knights fell. The sheer amount of soul orbs made them feel useless as they asked for the next plan. This boss summons 3 waves of knights. and each wave becomes significantly more lethal. But Trach Truong wasn't worried. He already had a perfect strategy mapped out. He dove back into the camp, successfully luring the next swarm of degenerates out. The giant god sensed immediate danger, seeing the heavy armored knights charging forward. He urgently asked if their arrows could even pierce through that thick plate armor. Trach Truong knew it was impossible, but ordered them to aim for the armor's weak joints. Activate every buff skill. We cannot afford to fail at this critical turning point. Despite the rain of arrows, the heavy armor of those monsters barely took a scratch. The Dragon King realized, even with skill resets, they couldn't take these monsters down. He suggested a tactical retreat, noting they had already gained plenty for one day. But Trach Truong refused. A reset now would mean all their effort was for nothing. Worse, it would shatter the guild's morale and cause members to desert in droves. Suddenly, Trach Truong commanded everyone to cease fire and halt their attack. The giant god wondered if they were retreating, but Trach Truong just scoffed. I'm not leaving until that boss is dead. If we can't kill them, we'll ignore them. Confused by the logic, the giant god demanded to know his actual plan. We'll trap them in the pit. Then I'll lure the boss and final wave together. We kill the boss to clear the dungeon. Everyone was stunned by this insane gamble. The giant god warned him not to be reckless. Fighting them all at once was suicide. Trach Truong didn't explain further, simply telling them to put their trust in him. With time running out, he charged back into the enemy territory immediately. Nguyen grabbed his hand, blushing as she begged him not to take such a risk. Let's retreat and rethink this. He coldly joked that only a kiss would convince him. Nguyen turned bright red, her face burning with sudden embarrassment. Surprisingly, she actually agreed to let him have his way just this once, but the fool just leaped away, laughing that he was only joking to tease her. The guild members cheered for his return as he summoned the bomb Wolf King. The hunters couldn't believe their eyes, watching their leader mount a legendary creature. Is our guild leader really riding a divine beast? That is freaking legendary. Trach Truong charged at the Centaur Lord, ordering his summon to blow everything up. Following orders, the Wolf King began raining explosive projectiles across the battlefield. Enraged, the Centaur Lord raised its spear and charged directly at Trach Truong. The lesser monsters followed their leader as the Wolf King disrupted their entire formation. Trach Truong took a quick drink, knowing he had to thin the herd to reach the boss. He whispered an apology to the Wolf King. This mission required a heavy sacrifice. The Centaur Lord roared. How dare a mere human invade my camp? You've chosen death. Trach Truong barked back. Save the talk for later. Catch me if you can. Horseface. While the Wolf King stalled the mobs, Trach Truong lured the boss out successfully. Facing its end, the beast unleashed a hidden passive. A massive explosion erupted instantly. Outside, the spectators watched in horror, praying Trach Truong survived that devastating blast. Trach Truong successfully lured the monster into his domain to test this elite boss's power. Giant God marveled at the sight. Rakshasa had decimated 100 cavalrymen all alone. He ordered the squad to provide cover fire before surrounding the boss for a final assault. As the Centaur King lunged, Trach Truong leaped into the air, narrowly dodging death. He roared for his allies to focus all their fire on this monstrous trash. The hunters risked everything. They would break every bough just to bring it down. Thousands of arrows rained down, cutting the minions in half. But the boss remained unscathed. To the beast, these pathetic human attacks were nothing but a minor nuisance. Amidst the chaos, the Centaur General roared, "Humans! I'll dye my flag in your blood." His spear became a lethal streak of light, piercing directly toward the backline archers. A victim's health plummeted. Minus 2,183 damage. A fatal strike. Giant God and Dragon King froze in terror. Damn it. You have to be kidding. That boss not only blocked every arrow, but possessed absolutely devastating attack power. The casualty was Heartpiercer, who was now writhing in agony on the ground. Giant God screamed, "Everyone dodge. Do not let that spear touch you." Unlike his panicked teammates, Rakshasa remained calm. Impressive for an elite boss. He smirked. He touched the earth, and an eerie magic circle appeared. Rise. It's your turn. The ground trembled as a dark silhouette emerged from the center of the array. The black-tide shaman rose from the abyss, sending a chill through every hunter present. The dark shaman, How Rakshasa. You're a damn genius for pulling this off. Rakshasa didn't respond, his eyes fixed on the target as he commanded his summon. Shaman. Use black mist. The creature raised a twisted, grotesque puppet into the air. Darkness condensed into a lethal orb before being hurled straight at the Centaur General. A gloomy aura enveloped the enemies. The death sacrifice skill had finally been triggered. The boss's health vanished. Minus 18,800 damage. A massive hit. A system interface flashed before his eyes. Death Curse Level 1. Magic damage increased by 20%. Giant God cheered. Incredible Shadow Moon explained that the cavalry possessed 0 resistance against magic, damage scales with the target as health. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Lower health points yield lower damage numbers, but once the death curse hits 5 stacks, the target faces certain annihilation. Enraged, the general lunged at the shaman. You cursed merman. Perish in agony. The spear struck like lightning. But Giant God's shield intercepted the blow just in time. He took the hit. Minus 486 health points from his bar. Protect the shaman. Dragon King roared. Shadow Moon. Let's close in for melee. I've waited long enough. Shadow Moon leaped forward with intense, burning, killing intent. Rakshasa's fire frog charged. Ranged hunters. Focus all your damage on the boss now. The shaman continuously emitted pulses of dark energy from its cursed wooden puppet. Amidst the swirling chaos, the boss's health bar was shredded by the combined assault. Minus 37,598. Death Curse Level 2 is now active. Magic damage increased by 40%. Yet, the Centaur General still stood his ground. Damn humans. Rot in hell, the boss stomped. Losing his mind in pure rage. His final strike caused the very earth to shatter into 1,000,000 jagged pieces. Level 1. Shocking Thunder activated. A devastating AoE, dealing 1,000 damage within 5 meters, plus a 15-second stun lock. Dragon King struggled to stand, leaning heavily on his staff, while Yu-Ying had nothing to hold on to. Sensing the shift in battle, Rakshasa and the Giant God charged forward with everything they had. Disaster struck. Everyone was in peril. Rakshasa rushed to Yu-Ying's side, summoning another powerful beast to assist. The Centaur General raised his spear for a lethal blow. Pathetic insects, Rakshasa gasped in pure terror. Oh no! His weapon began pulsating with a blinding, destructive energy that threatened to consume them all. He hurled it at the Dark Wizard. Rakshasa screamed as the impact shattered their HP. Negative 61.64. Despite 3 Centaur Generals, the sea creature survived. Desperate to activate its final death sacrifice skill, even while suffering under a lethal curse, the Centaur General managed to launch one more deadly projectile. That strike was the end. The Dark Wizard's HP hit 0%. The system's cold voice echoed. Your summoned follower has fallen. Rakshasa broke into a cold sweat. Damn it. Those critical hits are just insane. Refusing to back down, he unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows. It's all or nothing now, let's go. Snake strike. Focus, Heavenly Flower. Burn him to ashes. I'm putting everything I've got onto you. A rain of sharpened arrows pierced the General's armor. Simultaneously, the Sky Toad erupted with a massive fire pillar. This coordinated assault hit hard, shaving off 92,885 health points from the boss. The boss's health bar was blinking red. Rakshasa was stunned. How is the damage output this high? Yu-Ying seized the opening, dancing through the battlefield. Her elegant strikes carved through the General's remaining life. Minus 2,000. 3,000. The numbers climbed rapidly. Suddenly, Yu-Ying realized the tactical advantage. I see it now. The boss is still suffering from those uncleansed stacks of lethal curses. Magic damage is amplified. And even my light slash is hitting way harder than its base stats. Rakshasa drew his bow again. My weapon has a lifesteal trait. This damage boost should be absolutely massive. Sensing the shift, the boss snarled. Filthy humans, you think you actually have the power to kill me? He reared back, preparing a world-shattering ultimate. Perish, Chapter 67. Frustration boiled over as his arrows failed to penetrate. Damn it, why is my personal DPS so low? This is impossible. Sky Toad. Incinerate him. Dawn it, let him finish that skill sequence or we're all dead. The giant beast opened its maw, unleashing a hellish inferno. The General stood no chance as his HP evaporated. 82,251 damage, his health bar hit absolute zero in an instant. With one final, agonized roar, the General collapsed. The thick smoke began to clear from the crater. The Centaur's body turned a spectral blue before fading away. Dragon King was speechless. An elite boss actually defeated. Suddenly, a golden system interface materialized before the entire party, announcing their hard-won victory. Congratulations, you have successfully conquered the Floor 8 Demon Realm boss, the Centaur General. A glorious victory. Rakshasa burst into triumphant laughter, leaving his comrades staring at him in utter disbelief. We did it, guild leader. Yuri a legend, one arrow cheered. Little Rabbit beamed. Next floor. Here we come. Pure admiration filled the air. The leader really delivered. He's the real deal. A man of his word. I'll follow you forever, the little princess gasped. Spotting a mountain of loot inside the 10-meter deep hole. I've never seen so much treasure. We're going to be filthy rich after we sell all this. Rakshasa shouted. Secure the battlefield. The archers dove into the pit. Scavenging every single piece of loot, he approached the spot where the boss fell. Let's see if this elite dropped anything truly legendary. A gleaming blade stood buried amidst the riches. Rakshasa pulled it out. And its hidden stats were revealed. S-rank golden warblade. Damage, 1,653,000. Perk, plus 20% attack speed. An S-rank weapon. And a 20% speed buff. The stats on this are absolutely insane. Holding the blade high, he addressed the guild. The boss dropped this S-rank beauty. Who wants it? We'll decide who needs it most. But the members shouted back. Keep it. Leader, you earned it. Without his brilliant strategy and courage, they never would have survived this centaur general nightmare. Underestimated archers like them would still be begging for carries if it wasn't for his legendary leadership. Honestly. Surviving the stage clear is reward enough. Keep the loot. Guild leader. Consider it my thanks. You've restored our pride and confidence. To us. Those are priceless treasures. We wouldn't dream of asking for more. Don't you guys agree? Market rates for a pro carry are at least 100,000. An elite boss on floor 8, that's easily $1 million. Since the leader isn't charging us a dime, the least we can do is show some gratitude. Gigant nodded in agreement. In today's raid, Rakshasa was the ultimate strategist. He single-handedly turned the tide against the monsters. Taking the spoils is only fair, but Rakshasa was never greedy. He made a stunning decision. I appreciate the sentiment, but I won't hog everything. You're all official members of this guild now. As your leader, it's my duty to ensure every hunter gets their fair share. Contribution doesn't matter today. If you fought, you get paid. The little princess jumped for joy. Heck yeah, my credit card was totally maxed out. As morale soared, Rakshasa signaled the move. It's time. Let's head to the warp gate for the next floor. Nearby, players watched in disbelief. What happened? Where's the elite boss in that centaur cavalry? Weren't it those just low-tier archers? How are they still alive? I was sure the boss would wipe them out. This makes no sense. Look at them acting all smug. Did those losers actually clear the entire floor? Envy and shock rippled through the crowd. No way. They're just archers, a trash-tier class. I don't buy it, but the centaurs are gone. And the boss is missing. How else do you explain them walking out? They probably paid a high-ranking hunter to carry them. Yeah. That's gotta be it. Soon. Rakshasa's squad reached the transition gate. I can't wait. Floor 9. Here we come. They stepped through. But the atmosphere shifted instantly. Floor 9 was a hellish nightmare of shadows and skulls. The group's excitement vanished. Where the hell are we? Is this the underworld? The manual says Floor 9 is crawling with bloodthirsty cultists. The records weren't lying. The little princess trembled, clutching her staff in fear. Can we just skip this floor? I hate blood. Seeing the fatigue, Gigant stepped up. Rakshasa. Today was brutal. Everyone's at their limit. Let's log off and tackle this floor tomorrow night. Rakshasa agreed. Good call. It's getting late anyway. Moonshadow looked relieved. I'm beat. Dragon King groaned. My legs feel like lead. That last fight was insane. Rakshasa. Everyone. Get some rest. Gigant called out. See you all tomorrow. Moonshadow lingered for a second. Hey. Rakshasa. Make sure you get some sleep too. He gave a short, curt reply. Yeah. You too. Then. He vanished. Moonshadow stared at the spot, wondering if he was him. Next day. Wang Yang lamented his grades. The national exams are right around the corner. I am totally cooked. Just focus on the books for a few days. Jai Zong encouraged him as they walked home. Hey. Did you hear? One of the 2 slots for Qingdai Academy has already been snatched up. Jai Zhong's eyes narrowed. A reserved spot, doesn't matter. I'm getting into Qingdai regardless. As they passed the school gates, a massive crowd had gathered. Da Biao. You re a disgrace, losing to a girl, don't show your face around here. Wang Yang frowned. What's going on? Why is there always a fight right before the big exams? Standing in the center of the chaos was a black-haired girl named He Lily. She ground her heel into the sobbing Da Biao. Is everyone here this pathetic? You want into Qingdai with such weak stats? Her cold gaze suddenly locked onto Jai Zhong. Hey. You over there. Come and entertain me for a bit. Jai Zhong ignored her, making her blood boil. I am talking to you. Brat, are you deaf? Careful. Wang Yang whispered. That is 𝐒𝐒𝐿 from Qingdai Academy. She's a total monster. Ignore her. Let's go. Zhai Zhang muttered, infuriated by the snub. Lily lunged forward. You arrogant little brat. Lily pivoted, launching a devastating high kick straight at his head. He seized her ankle mid-air. She gasped in shock. Lily broke free. Fast kid. Yuri not bad. She lunged again. Dodge this next kick. He ducked effortlessly. Leg strikes were her forte. He recalled counters from the secret manual. A low sweep sent Lily crashing down hard. Cloud obscuring moon. Her friends were stunned. How does he know a Master S move? I am busy. No more games. He left. Meet me at the academy. The crowd cheered. The janitor beat her, a hidden master. Unbelievable. He finally chased them away. Floor 9. Rakshasa logged in late. I overslept. System alerts flooded his screen. We went ahead. Meet us at the altar. Messages from Yuang and Longwang exploded. He waited. An archer shouted. Guild leader. You re with us. The scarred man nodded. Yes, I am your guild member. Please. What is the emergency? Tell me quickly. Help, our brothers are trapped on floor 8. Floor 8. Why weren't you with us? We were too weak. We went grinding. Centaur knights ambushed us. We re-trapped. Please save them. Rakshasa calmed him down. Stop crying. I'm coming. 1 second. Lead the way. The man smirked evilly. The jagged ravine felt like a trap. This isn't a normal. Firmo pointed ahead. Why are there so many battle flags? The centaurs left them. Almost there. A watchtower appeared. There, they re-up there. Rakshasa slowed. Something was very wrong. Knights guarded the base. Rescue mission start. He summoned the centaur general. Light erupted. Firmo trembled. A centaur general. He's mine. General. Charge the tower. The beast roared, crushing the enemy ranks. A brutal clash. Rakshasa provided cover fire. Go, I'll bait them. Save the others. Right. Firmo scurried off. Grinning, arrows rained down. Rakshasa held the line. End this quickly. This place feels strange. A massive thunderstomp shook the earth. More. A cold shadow loomed behind him. The centaur general vaulted behind Rakshasa, his heavy hooves shattering the stone pavement. Rakshasa sensed the trap. A shadowy figure was crawling through the dust below. The general's spear struck with lethal precision, sending the spy to the afterlife. An arrow hissed past. Rakshasa dodged. Fillmore. You traitor, you set me up. Fillmore stood high above, his face twisted with pure, cold-blooded malice. Don't blame me. Leader. Blame yourself for crossing paths with the Radiance Guild. Your bounty is in the millions. Greed like that can turn any friend into a foe. Rakshasa leveled his bow. Just you three, you don't have what it takes to kill me. Fillmore shrieked as an arrow hit home. Damn it, Rakshasa. You're a dead man today. This isn't a normal canyon. You've walked right into a Centaur Legion training camp. The army is returning. You'll never survive hundreds of elite Centaur cavalry at once. Their greed was pathetic. Suddenly, the ground trembled under a thunderous stampede of hooves. Rakshasa's heart raced. An endless tide of Centaur warriors was charging straight toward him. Fillmore and his thugs sneered from above. The Legion is here. You refinished. The Centaur cavalry has returned. Ha ha, Rakshasa. There's no escape for you now. Record his death. I want proof for the bounty. Don't miss a single bloody detail. We're gonna be rich. I'm filming now. The warriors swarmed Rakshasa and the general. System alert. Confirm use of random teleportation scroll. Proceed. Rakshasa gripped the scroll tight. He wouldn't let these cowards win by running away. He lunged toward the tower. The archers mocked him. What is he even doing? Why isn't he teleporting? Has he lost his mind? Is this a suicide attempt? Maybe he's begging for a spot on our tower to hide from the general. Fate is sealed. He dies today. And we get paid. It's that simple. Ha ha ha, Fillmore shouted down. Giving up already. Rakshasa, ready to beg for your life, unless you can pay more than your bounty. Don't waste your breath. Here they come. Fillmore gloated as the army closed in. 15 million gold is finally within our grasp. The cameraman shook with excitement. Rakshasa finally spoke. You've made a fatal mistake. I'm coming for your heads. You'll pay for betraying my trust with your lives. Fillmore roared with laughter. You delusional. You the one being hunted. Not us. Deal with those 5 centaur guards behind you first before you talk big. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the centaurs stopped. Rakshasa's lips curled into a cold, dark smirk. Rakshasa pointed his bow at the tower. I told you. I'm coming for you. Fillmore's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. What, how? Why aren't they attacking? The archers began to panic. The centaurs are just standing there. Why isn't he dead? Is he controlling them? Could he have a hidden trait for monster taming? Impossible controlling an entire legion. He'd be a ranker-level monster king by now. Rakshasa roared. General, order the cavalry to flatten that watchtower immediately. The centaur general bowed. As you command. My lord. Legion. Advance. He raised the command flag high. Destroy the traitors. Leave no one standing. Charge. The tower was instantly surrounded by a sea of steel and hooves. Total chaos erupted. Fillmore's allies screamed in terror. Why are they coming for us? This wasn't the plan. The aggro is all wrong. We're the ones being targeted. How did this happen? Boss, we're surrounded. They're tearing the base apart. What do we do? Fillmore snarled. His face pale. Damn you. Rakshasa, I'll take you down with me. The centaurs hacked at the tower supports. Even facing death. Fillmore kept barking threats. Rakshasa's twilight won't show mercy. The structure collapses as the archer's HP bars instantly plummet. -492. -378. -511. -507. Rakshasa stands tall. His voice chillingly cold. Remember my warning, deceive me. And your end will be agonizing. From the shadows. A cloaked figure watches the carnage unfold. Unable to hide his pure amazement, Rakshasa is truly a monster. A system interface flickers to life, connecting him to his guild members. Silent Death is down. The Fillmore squad has been wiped out. A cold voice echoes through the system. Dark Beast growls. I told you Rakshasa was dangerous. Sending those low-tier degenerates was a total waste. Another member. Mad Blade. Cuts in sharply. Where exactly is the rest of the Fillmore squad now? Dead. Wiped out by centaur cavalry. Gravedigger reports. His voice trembling with genuine disbelief. Killed by centaurs. How could elite hunters fall to mere dungeon monsters like that? Silent Death explains the terrifying reality. Rakshasa is a beast. Ray of light. Send the recording now. Dark Beast curses in a blind rage. Damn it, he's tamed an elite-tier centaur general. His power-up is insane. Boss. We cannot let him run wild. If he keeps growing, he'll be impossible for us to handle. Gravedigger nods. He's terrifyingly calm under pressure. His tactical mind is his most dangerous trait. Mad Blade scoffs. His only flaw is his kindness. He isn't ruthless enough to be a true predator. He never refuses a plea for help. If it were me, I'd have abandoned those weaklings long ago. Ray of Light disagrees. That's why he's different. Without that charisma, he wouldn't have the Liu family support. Mad Blade sulks. Big brother. Your words are cutting me deeper than any blade ever could. Silent Death shifts focus back to the target. So? What's the plan? How do we eliminate Rakshasa? Ray of Light pauses. Eyes gleaming. He's becoming quite interesting. I think it's time I met him personally, as the shadows plot. Rakshasa returns to the 9th floor of the tower to continue his progression. He meets Giant God's exhausted party. Piercing Arrow immediately begins to vent about the floor's brutal difficulty. Guild leader. Floor 9 is a nightmare. It's crawling with traps, and those fanatic cultists are literal lunatics. Rakshasa opens his demonic realm handbook, scanning the newly unlocked data regarding the 9th floor's dangers. The records show the primary monsters are cultists, distinguished by their striking red and green ceremonial robes. When a red cultist dies, its corpse undergoes a hideous mutation, rising again to hunt the living. Their stats double, and physical resistance skyrockets. However, the green cultists are the ones to truly fear. Their base stats are deceptively low, allowing hunters to cut them down with ease. But that's the trap. Upon death, they trigger a spiteful curse. Giant God confirms the Grim system notification to the team. The debuffs include reduced defense, slowed movement, and continuous HP drain. It's a literal death sentence. There are over a dozen variations. My physical defense just dropped by 15% instantly. Dragon King slams his fist in frustration. And it lasts an hour. How are we supposed to survive? Giant God mentions the ultimate hurdle. The High Priest boss is the real nightmare of this dungeon. His chamber is a pit of vipers. Their venom causes massive bleeding. One bite requires an immediate antidote. Only after every single snake is exterminated will the High Priest finally descend to join the fray. He wields devastating dark magic. One hit can reset a hunter's entire stat pool back to 0. You become useless until the boss is slain. The curse only breaks once his head falls. Then comes Phase 2. An evil god possesses his corpse, transforming him into a colossal, demonic entity. Conquering him requires at least 10 elite-tier hunters. Anything less is just a suicide mission. Rakshasa contemplates their strategy. We need support class hunters to cleanse these debuffs. Or we won't stand a chance. Giant God sighs heavily. The search for a specialized summoner or priest is never an easy quest. True supports are rare. Most only heal. They can purge high-level system debuffs yet. Dragon King suggests a costly alternative. What about activation potions? They nullify any negative status effect. They also grant massive damage reduction. But the market price for them is absolutely astronomical right now. Little Princess shrieks at the thought. 50,000 gold per bottle, that's not a price. It's highway robbery. Giant God shook his head. These activation potions were rarer than S-tier loot. Even with gold. They were impossible to find. We definitely need to recruit some support hunters. Wait. Where 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Luo suddenly realized a seat was empty. Hey. Anyone seen Lu Yuang? Did she skip the guild meeting today? Long Wang sighed. Family emergency. Apparently. Plus. She's got those high-stakes university applications to submit tomorrow. Luo made the call. Let's stand down. With half the squad hit by that debuff curse. We re-sitting ducks. One arrow groaned in frustration. This raid was a total disaster. The low morale was palpable across the camp. Where are we going to find a decent support? Meanwhile, at the Liu estate, Yuing's aura flared during her morning routine. A pair of sharp green sneakers clicked against the floor. A girl with a spunky shortcut stepped into the light. It was her cousin. Tang Xiaowei. Go easy on me. Big sis, she teased. Eyes gleaming with mischief. Yuing saw right through her. Stop playing the weakling. Xiaowei. I know what you're capable of. This girl was the reigning champion of the 40th National Student Tournament. An SS-rank genius scouted by Tsinghua and National Security. Xiaowei lunged. Her opening strike blurring with lethal speed. She wasn't holding back. She knew Yuing's true strength. Even if the world saw her as just another student, Yuing evaded the strike like a ghost. Stay focused. Vi. Arrogance is a hunter's quickest path to the grave. Class A is a different beast. There are hidden masters lurking in every shadow there. Some of my classmates have insane ratings in the demon realm. They're high-tier awakened even in the real world. Xiaowei aimed a punishing kick at Yuing's side. Is that all? Class A seems pretty overrated to me. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, halting their deadly dance. Lady Yuang, Lady Xiaowei, it was Lily. Looking battered and bruised, Lily nodded grimly. I challenged someone at school today. A brat who actually knew our secret Tang family arts. Xiaowei's eyes went wide. What? Someone using our family's forbidden techniques? Are you sure? Lily's face was deadly serious. I recognize those strikes anywhere. It was definitely the Tang style. Xiaowei dropped her stance immediately. This is unacceptable. No outsider should have that power. She grit her teeth. He must be my father's secret love child from one of his old flings. She grabbed Lily's arm. Let's go. I'm going to drag my father out and make him talk. Lily scrambled after her. Please. Lady Xiaowei. Calm down, you two don't even look related. But Xiaowei's rage was already at a boiling point. She wasn't listening to anything. I need to see that old playboy right now. Yuang could only sigh at her cousin's impulsiveness. Both of them are monsters. Their natural talent is enough to make any hard-working hunter green with envy. The national tournament arena was packed. Students were whispering nervously about their futures and university rankings. Everyone was finalizing their choices. Where are you applying? Have you made up your mind yet? Most just shook their heads. What's there to choose? It's the third-tier schools or nothing for us. Zhang Chen was heading inside when his phone buzzed. It was Pan Pan. Hey. What's up? Pan Pan's voice trembled. Zhang Chen. The teacher says your sister didn't show up for class today. She's calling to ask why she's absent. Zhang Chen felt his heart stop. Wait. What did you say? She's not at school. We left the house together this morning. Pan Pan quickly hung up to call her. Zhang Chen's mind raced with panic. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a new notification. A chill ran down his spine. Who would be messaging him at a time like this? The screen displayed a horrific sight, his sister. Bound and gagged. His blood ran cold. Quit the tournament and leave the city now. No police. Or you'll be picking up her corpse. Rage exploded in Zhang Chen's chest. He nearly crushed his phone. Who the hell did this? Did someone find out about my demon realm rank? How did they track me down? But wait. If it was for money, they'd ask for cash. They want me out of the race. I'm trapped. He fumbled through his pockets and found a business card. Yuang. She was his only hope. He dialed the number with shaking fingers. Hello Yuang, I need your help. Now. I need a favor. Please. Help me find my sister. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland, the kidnappers sat drinking and plotting their next move. I hate this rotting dump. When is the boss coming for the girl? Suddenly, one thug froze, eyes bulging as he stammered in pure primal terror. A dark shadow loomed over them. Who? Who are you? He screamed. Voice cracking, Trach Truong had arrived like a vengeful ghost, radiating killing intent. Where is she? They recognized him instantly. The legendary fighter they were warned to avoid at all costs. Don't come any closer, I am warning you, the thug barked. Shaking uncontrollably, Trach Truong didn't argue. A bone-shattering kick sent the thug's teeth flying in an instant, terrified. They folded like paper. She's inside, she's safe, we didn't touch her. He crushed a wooden pillar with one hand. Who ordered this? Speak or die. The thugs crumbled instantly. It was Tring Hao. He wanted you out of the academy. Tring Hao. That snake used my sister to rig the entrance exams. Unforgivable coward, just as suspected. He'd do anything to secure a spot at the prestigious academy. After rescuing his sister, Trach Truong raced back to the arena. Time was running out. He moved like lightning through the crowd, determined to make his match on time. At the arena, Trin Hao smirked at the news. So, he found her persistent brat. The doors burst open. Trach Truong stormed in, eyes burning with fury. Trin Hao, get out. Today, there would be no mercy. This was about pure, cold blood and retribution. You crossed the line touching my family. You've signed your death warrant. You bastard. Trin Hao laughed, unfazed. Your power is impressive, but you read just another obstacle to me. You're the only wall standing between me and the top. I'll tear you down. He pulled out a forbidden potion. To reach the academy, I'll sacrifice my humanity itself, without hesitation. He downed the vial, his body convulsing with a dark, cursed energy. Veins turned black as the transformation began. Trach Truong hissed. What have you done? Tring Hao's skin turned purple, his muscles bulging like a high-ranked dungeon boss monster. His clothes shredded as he lunged forward. You'll know soon. Right before you die, a monstrous fist swung at Trach Truong's face. He barely blocked the devastating impact. The force was overwhelming. Damn. His physical stats have skyrocketed beyond human limits. Trach Truong skidded back, arms numb. That punch. It felt like a 2-ton truck. Realizing he couldn't tank the hits, Trach Truong shifted to a high-speed evasion style. What demonic serum is that? Trin Hao roared back. Ask the devil yourself. He threw his weight into a lethal blow, aiming to end the match right here. But Trach Truong's reflexes were top tier. He slipped the punch with godlike grace. Trin Hao's fist shattered the concrete wall, his knuckles bleeding as his stamina drained. The villain grew desperate, screaming, Stop running, fight me head-on like a man. Trach Truong remained cold as ice. He wasn't falling for the bait. I'm not an idiot. I'm just waiting for the perfect opening to end you. Then, in a flash, Trach Truong channeled all his power into a single counterstrike. He buried a lethal gut punch deep into Trin Hao's core. That was for my sister. Trin Hao collapsed, gasping for air and cursing Trach Truong through the agony. But the drug wasn't finished. A second wave of mutation forced him back up. Trach Truong's eyes widened. Trin Hao's speed had reached a terrifying new tier. A massive hand clamped around his throat, choking him. Let's see you dodge death now. Trach Truong clawed at the iron grip, his vision blurring. Was this the end? Suddenly, a heavy fist came out of nowhere, sending Trin Hao flying back into the brick wall. It was Xiao Qin. She followed up with a brutal knee to his gut before checking the situation. Trach Truong. You still with us? He coughed violently, looking like he just escaped the underworld. A second later, and I'd be meeting the Reaper. She smirked. Maybe I should have been later then. She signaled her unit to move in. Secure Trin Hao. Get him out of here immediately. Take him straight to the lab. All units, move out. Understood. Ma'am? Trin Hao's face was deathly pale, his soul seemingly gone as his eyes rolled back to pure white. Trach Truong mentioned the strange potion that spiked his power. Xiao Qin nodded. That's why I am here. That substance is likely a forbidden abyss drug I've been investigating lately. Trach Truong froze in shock. What, a forbidden drug from the abyss here? That's impossible. Dungeon items aren't supposed to exist in the real world. The old records are outdated. For 2 years, certain villains have been crafting specialized soul vessels. She revealed the truth: they were using these vessels to smuggle abyssal artifacts into our reality. Trin Hao was likely a test subject. I'll need to interrogate him to find the source. Just then, the police arrived, escorting his sister, Xiao Feng, back to the scene. Seeing Trach Truong, she burst into tears and hugged him tight. Brother, I was so scared. Tianfeng City is too dangerous. He stroked her hair. It's okay. Xiao Feng, I'm here now. Teacher Hang didn't want to interrupt. Trach Truong, take her home. I'll handle the cleanup here. He agreed. Understood. We're heading out. Contact me if anything else comes up. Xiao Qin nodded. Xiao Feng sniffled. Brother, did you register for the hunter exams yet? Don't worry. I'm in. I'll get into Tsinghua Academy and earn enough to cure your illness. Her eyes sparkled. Then, does that mean I can enter the abyss with you someday? Later that night, Trach Truong returned home before diving back into the tower's 9th floor. Liu Yuang spotted him immediately. Rakshasa, you late. Did something happen in the real world? Just some trash to deal with. It's handled. She shrugged. As long as you're ready. Titan spotted him and beamed with relief. His massive frame relaxing. Guild leader, everyone's here. But how do we conquer this 9th floor raid? One shot added his praise. Without a top-tier support hunter, we won't survive this floor. I posted a recruitment ad on the forums, promising a generous share of the boss drops. He sighed heavily. But so far, no one has reached out. Titan's shoulders slumped. Elite support players are rare. Finding a legendary one is almost impossible. Dragon King spoke up. Actually, I know a high-tier support who leads a specialized squad. He hesitated. But there's a catch. Titan leaned in. His curiosity piqued. Dragon King, if you have a lead, why keep it a secret? The princess demanded. Yeah, stop stalling. What's the catch? Tell us who he is. The man is incredibly greedy and selfish. The princess's interest spiked. Wait. How greedy? Dragon King broke into a sweat. Rumor says he demands every single piece of loot. The group gasped in unison. What he wants, the entire reward for himself. The princess fumed. He's even more of a greedy degenerate than I am. He's my father's old classmate. A former top-tier ace from the National Security Bureau. He vanished from the agency years ago for reasons no one knows. Now, he runs his own elite mercenary support group. Titan marveled at the name. National Security. He must be a beast. Trach Truong's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He looked energized. That's exactly the kind of monster our guild needs. I want to see his true power. Let's hire him. No matter the cost. We desperately need a high-tier support hunter. Hearing the urgency, the Dragon King nods and calms the anxious crowd. Fine. I will contact him tomorrow. He was my father's old classmate. So he might listen. Stay tuned for updates. Trach Truong agrees, as One Arrow prepares to log off. Defeated by today's lack of progress. Let's wrap this up. However, Trach Truong narrows his eyes, halting the group with a sudden proposal. Listen. I want to scout the temple ruins. Titan. One Arrow if you're free. Come with me to check the spawn rates. One Arrow's eyes light up with instant interest. Count me in, let's do it. Titan grins. Ready for action. Then let's move. The rest of you head back, the three of us will handle the recon. As they approach the dungeon, Titan warns the team about the dangerous mechanics ahead. The monsters are concentrated inside the inner sanctum. Stay outside the gate. And we re-safe. But Trach Truong just charges forward. Then, let's go straight to the source. One Arrow doesn't hesitate for a second. I am with you. Let's clear it. Their sheer boldness leaves the surrounding players speechless and trembling with caution. The onlookers began whispering in disbelief. Are they insane? Just 3 of them. It's a suicide mission. At the threshold, Trach Truong halts. A thick crimson mist chokes the hallway. Careful. Titan Varns. That is malice energy. A system window flickers. Warning, under the influence of malice. All curse-type skill damage is increased by 10%. Trach Truong scowls. This place is a death trap, getting debuffed before the boss fight even starts. Looking at the spectral mist swirling like restless ghosts, Titan points ahead. Beyond this hall lies the boss room. Crawling with high-rank cultists. One Arrow shudders, remembering their previous wipe. Exactly. Last time, we stepped in there. That damn curse wiped us out instantly. Trach Truong nods. Measuring the risk. Understood. We were pulling back. Without a support. This raid is impossible. One Arrow Take the archers tonight and grind on the 8th floor. We need those levels. The team salutes in unison. Trach Truong watches them leave. Time to head back for now. Everyone hopes the Dragon King finds that legendary support tomorrow. Meanwhile, in Thien Phong City, an armored escort transports Trinh Hao. An officer pats his shoulder. I didn't expect a kid like you to be this stubborn. But we're almost at the security bureau. You'll talk soon enough. They try to intimidate him. Hey kid. Once you meet Professor Ao Duong, you'll be begging to tell us everything. Suddenly, disaster strikes. A massive boulder hurtles toward the convoy. Aimed directly at Trinh Hao's transport. 𝐶 screams. Look out incoming. The rock slams into the lead car, sending it flipping through the air. The driver desperately fights the wheel. But the impact is too great. Damn it, 𝐶 yells. She leaps from the rolling vehicle just in time, narrowly escaping the devastating crash. She glares toward the source. Atop a nearby building stands a mysterious figure in a twisted clown mask. His identity is hidden, but his gaze is mocking. Impressive reflexes. 𝐶 come. The legends were true. She vaults up the building, baton in hand, ready to unmask the intruder. Who the hell are you? She swings with lethal intent. But he vanishes like a shadow. Too fast, she hisses through gritted teeth. The clown chuckles. My name is irrelevant. Just know one thing. The light of Shangquang will soon shine over everything. 𝐶 freezes in shock. Shangquang, before she can move, his cloak flutters, and he vanishes into thin air. She realizes too late that she fell for a diversion. Her eyes widen in horror. It was a decoy. Below, the police cars suddenly explode, leaving nothing but fire and chaos behind. Days later, at the National Martial Arts Arena, Trach Truong finishes his final training set. The tournament is almost here. He mutters, I need more power. Suddenly, a frantic voice calls out. System windows flashed rapidly. -278. -391. -232. Critical hits landed hard. But the boss unleashed a surge of dark mana. Warning, dark magic incoming. Giant God gritted his teeth behind his shield. Damn it, he's spamming dark orbs everywhere. Alert, you are hit by dark magic. His defense shattered. The system warned of a fatal blow. -2711. Giant God was blown back, screaming, crap. That damage is insane. Moonshadow lunged to help, but was intercepted. A devastating strike sent her crashing into the dirt. Moonshadow, watch out. Her stats hit rock bottom. The High Priest glared, ready for the kill. Suddenly, a shadow flickered across her vision. Someone blurred past her at impossible speed, charging the boss. The party gasped in pure shock. The Centaur General roared, by my master's command, I shall strike you down. Cursed units. Retreat, Uncle Tai shouted. Wait for the debuff to fade. Dragon King nodded, backing off. Rakshasa knelt by Moonshadow. Are you all right? She caught her breath. Yeah. Thanks to you. Giant God limped over. Rakshasa, our stats are 0. We can deal any damage like this. If this drags on, we re-wiped. Rakshasa's eyes narrowed. I need a different strategy. And fast. The Centaur General and the High Priest clashed in a brutal, bone-shattering duel. Before long, the summon's HP bar dropped below half. He's not going to hold. Dragon King panicked. Moonshadow hissed in frustration. Damn it, this boss's dark magic is completely broken. Rakshasa began a new summon. I need to test a theory. This is our only shot. As he spoke, the Centaur General began to fade, his form turning into shimmering particles. Run, little mortal, the boss taunted. Rakshasa whispered. Skill activation. Summon Centaur General. The general reappeared at full health. Curse-free. What? The debuff? It just vanished. Exactly. Unsummoning resets all status effects. General, show this old man some true power. With a thunderous roar, the general hurled his spear with devastating, godlike force. The weapon tore through the High Priest's chest, pinning him to the ground. System boss defeated. Rakshasa stood tall, his eyes burning with the thrill of victory. The team stood frozen, staring at the corpse. Is he actually dead? The boss is down. Long live the Guildmaster. Cheers erupted throughout the dark chamber, but a chilling, hollow laugh echoed through the room, shattering their moment of joy. You think a few insects can kill me? Uncle Tai paled. Wait. He's entering phase 3. Giant God slammed his shield down. Everyone, get behind me. Brace for impact. The high priest's body twisted and snapped, transforming into a massive, terrifying snake demon. Today, you die. A colossal tail swept across the floor, crushing the pillars. The real nightmare had just begun. Damn. This monstrous power is off the charts. Rakshasa barked orders. Giant God, pull that aggro, snipers. Prep your skills now, bows drawn to their limit. He gave the cold command to unleash hell on the boss. Arrows rained down, piercing the serpent as damage notifications flooded the system window. -16 from Heaven's Bloom. -32. 24. One hunter stared at his stats, cursing in disbelief. Are you kidding? These numbers are trash. How is the damage this low? Rakshasa eyes narrowed as he analyzed the serpent's hidden traits. It's that scale armor. The defense tier is too high. Keep attacking, the serpent demon roared. Perish, you lowly degenerates. A surge of violet light erupted from its maw. Uncle Tai screamed. Look out, the boss's poison breath is coming. Summoning his guardian, he shouted. Healers, focus. Keep everyone's health bars out of the red. Pop your potions if you're low. Whatever you do, do not stop that long-range barrage. Deploying a jade barrier. He rallied the team. Hold on, its health is dropping nearby. The golden bird joined the fray. Breathing torrents of fire, the massive beast hissed, struggling to maneuver its colossal frame against the team's relentless elemental assault. Seizing the opening, the general lunged, driving a strike into the serpent's neck. Damage -372, but that lethal strike barely scratched it. The serpent demon swung its head, retaliating with terrifying predatory speed. Rakshasa's heart sank. Damn it. The centaur general pulled too much aggro. In a flash, the boss's jaws clamped onto him. Uncle Tai's voice cracked with panic. It's a life drain skill. Stop the beast before it recovers. It was too late. Gorged on blood, the serpent tossed the general aside, hissing and twisted. Monstrous delight. Ah, the taste of fresh blood. Its health bar surged back up to 60%. Retreat, Rakshasa yelled. With the general at 15% health, their front line was forced into a desperate recovery. One shot looked at the fallen general, dread sinking in. Their DPS was gutted. Now, everything rested on Dragon King and Moonshadow. Uncle Tai clicked his tongue, clearly unimpressed. Kid, you've got the instincts of a leader. But your team, they were holding you back. Rakshasa bristled. They just need more time. Every one of them has top-tier potential. Tai stared him down. I am not doubting their talent, but your party composition is fundamentally flawed. Haven to you noticed. He began breaking it down. 1 tank, 2 bruisers, 1 CC mage, and a single healer. Standard. Right. On paper. Maybe. But in reality, your squad is walking straight into a death trap. The problem is simple. You are missing massive, sustained burst damage output. In the abyss, survival is a numbers game. Without high magic penetration, you won't survive the higher ranking tiers. Your frost mage is great for crowd control, but control doesn't kill boss monsters. You're lacking a dedicated glass cannon, a mage whose only job is absolute destruction. Rakshasa fell silent as the logic sunk in. Tai pressed his advantage further. As you climb the tower, monster defense stats evolve exponentially. You'll hit a brick wall. You need a specialized support. Rakshasa heal. Adding members isn't my call. I have to talk to the group. Tai grinned, sensing an opportunity. If you're looking, I can scout some elite talent for you. With the right pieces, this team could actually reach the top. Rakshasa squinted suspiciously. And what's the price tag on these elites? At current rates, an A-rank talent costs at least 500,000 per year. S-ranks, don't even ask. After hearing the price, Rakshasa immediately shot the idea down. Forget it. We don't have that gold. And I don't trust strangers in a lawless dungeon. The abyss is a place beyond the law. You can predict a human heart. Tai shrugged. Think it over. With this setup, you'll plateau at floor 23. Any higher is a suicide mission. Across the clearing, the battle raged on. The Dragon King charged forward with a feral roar. Die, you oversized worm. From below, his teammates screamed. King, watch out. Before he could strike, the serpent's tail whipped around, smashing him down. The little princess barked at his reckless charge. You idiot, learn to dodge. My healing can keep up with your madness. Moonshadow watched in horror. Dragon King. Are you insane? Get back to the rear lines before you re-crush to death. Gold, plus 327. The snake demon cackled, savoring its victory. Ha ha ha, the end is here for you pathetic lowlifes. Poison spewed forth. Toxic burst. The elder god yelled. Watch out. Dragon King regrouped. Princess, keep those heals coming. We recounting on you. I'm trying, but my mana is bottoming out. Do something fast. Rakshasa narrowed his eyes. This stalemate was becoming a death trap. Its scales were like iron. Standard attacks were useless. He made his move. Ranged units. On me, aim. For the mouth, fire when he opens. Heartpiercer grinned. Genius. I bet he doesn't have scales on the inside. The demon inhaled for another blast. Now target the throat. Let him have it. As the maw gaped, Rakshasa signaled. A lethal volley of arrows soared true. Critical hits landed. Moonshadow cried. Finish him. The boss is nearly dead. The serpent coiled up suddenly. Dragon King gasped. What's he doing now? It turned into a hard shell. Uncle Tai roared. He's trying to escape. Dragon King blinked in disbelief. Running away, after all this effort, a tiny white snake slipped out. Little Bunny pointed. Look, there it goes. Tai panicked. Stop him. If he reaches that hole, we lose everything. Rakshasa notched an arrow. Not today. The snake shrieked in pure agony. He exhaled as it died. Too close. That was nearly a disaster. System boss slain. Rare loot showered the ground like golden rain. Whoa, the princess gasped. That greedy monster was loaded with treasure. Rakshasa checked the drops. Suddenly, Uncle Tai pulled him aside quietly. A-rank snake skin dress Dibs Dragon King grabbed the legendary serpent armor. Tai healed heavily. The boss is down. My mission here is finished. Rakshasa. A word. Rakshasa looked up. What's on your mind? Uncle. Rakshasa fell silent. Floor 30. You want me to rescue Bunny's father? Tai nodded solemnly. Please. Save my old commander. At any cost. Rakshasa walked forward. Keep your payment. I already promised the girl. If saving him is possible, I'm in. Consider it done. But floor 30 is hell. I'll need your support when the time comes. Done. Tai agreed. The elder god waved. Loot S secured. To floor 10. Tai gestured ahead. Go. My old bones can't take much more. Watch over Bunny for me. Rakshasa nodded. You have my word. Warning every 10 floors. The difficulty spikes massively. Be extremely careful. Understood. The gateway to the 10th floor stood wide open. Waiting. Floor 10 at last, one cheered. All thanks to our Captain S lead. Desolation. An ancient battlefield of bone and ash stretched before them. It's a graveyard. Someone whispered. Skeletons littered the endless. Barren horizon. The princess stretched. 7 hours fighting. It must be 3 in the morning. I'm beat. Moonshadow agreed. Let's call it a night. Everyone. Exam season is starting. We all need to prepare for the tests. Rakshasa froze. Did she know? How could she know his real identity? Moonshadow/gaze was piercing. The elder god nodded. Let's log off. Understood. Rakshasa replied. Rest well. Everyone. See you all tomorrow. Moonshadow waved goodbye. Sleep early. Rakshasa. Until we meet again. Rakshasa checks his summary. 5 high. 7 mid. 5 low. 5 high-grade soul orbs. 7 mid-grade. 4 low. Time to feast. The orbs liquefy. Surging into his body. Stats flicker. Strength +1. Speed +2. Spirit +2. Power is rising. With this growth, I'll crush the 𝐒𝐑 Academy trials without breaking a sweat. Sunrise at a grand estate. Yo. Little ZZ early. As always, Xiao Qin's nickname startles him. Seriously. Xiao Qin. Just use my real name like a normal person. Professor Pang strikes him with a ruler. Focus, channel your energy exactly as I taught you. Ow, he yelps. Then pivots. Delivering a devastating strike against the testing board. Boom. The display screams 3,010 kilograms. Xiao Qin gasps. He stares. Stunned by his growth. Over 3,000 kilos, she shouts. He mastered the integration in just a few days. I did it, he beams. It's all thanks to the Professor's elite guidance. The professor nods. Impressive. You've grasped the fundamentals of the dragon's breath technique. Then, the ruler returns. Stop yapping, back to training, focus your spirit. Gah. While he groans, Xiao Qin is reeling. Mastering Dragon's Breath that fast is unheard of. Xiao Qin. Where do you find this monster? She smirks. Scout S intuition. Professor. He chuckles. You brat. Nearly 30 and you still act like a child. She pouts. I work myself to the bone finding a prodigy. And this is the thanks? The kid's a true genius. He admits. As he leaves, Xiao Qin calls him back. She slides a photo over. I'm leaving Pioneer City. I won't be there to cheer. So, here's my early congrats. Pass the exam and become my junior at Qingda. Her eyes turn cold. But listen. You must watch out for the guy in this photo. He took out Zheng Hao. He's lethal. He narrows his eyes. Xu Guang. Exactly. He nods firmly. Understood. I'll keep my eyes peeled for him. She heads for her car. Security Bureau business. Call if you need anything. He waves back. Floor 10. Abyss. The guild gathers. Long Vuong approaches with a grin. Rakshasa. Rakshasa looks at the weary faces. Swift arrow. Why the long face? Man. Past floor 10. These mobs are built different. Long Vuong slaps his back. Don't quit now. Men don't complain. Swift arrow snaps. Then why did you run from that 10-meter behemoth? Caught off guard. Long Vuong stammers. I just wasn't ready yet. The manual says floor 10 holds a gargantuan predator. Swift arrow says. You fought it. You bet we did. Long Vuong shudders. It's 10 meters of pure nightmare fuel. Each step shakes the earth. It carries beast, men, warriors, archers, and swordsmen. It's basically a living armored tank. How do we even kill that thing? Rakshasa points ahead. We're all here now. Let's hunt this nightmare down together. Other players whisper as they march. Nearly 100 hunters. That's a massive party. A skeptic sneers. Numbers mean squat. Squishy archers against a behemoth, they were dead meat. Suddenly, the Elder God stops. He slams his shield down. Voice booming with authority, heads up combat positions. Before them looms the massive sand chariot. The Elder God grits his teeth. This thing is massive. Even my shield might break. Rakshasa. Keep the archers back. We need a safe distance, or they'll be crushed. Swift arrow protests. No way, if we were too far. Our arrows won't even scratch it. We'll be useless. Shadow Moon turns to Rakshasa. What's the play here? Rakshasa. Rakshasa studies the monster. See that beast man holding the chains. Watch his hands. He's piloting that behemoth through those links. That's the key to their control. The lead beast man snarls. Jerking the chains. Elder God. Draw aggro. Take the driver out. The massive war beast's frenzy is reaching its breaking point. Its threat level will plummet soon. Kill the beast. Then, we deal with the beastmen. The Elder God nodded. Understood. Shield raised. He charged the front line. Seeing the threat, the beastman blew his command whistle. The monster let out a blood-curdling roar at the signal. Under the beastman's control, it lunged at the Elder God. A massive horn blast sent the Elder God flying. He braced himself, shouting, "This brute's strength is insane." The beast gave no quarter, launching a relentless assault. Rakshasa signaled the team archers. Draw target the vitals now. A rain of arrows darkened the sky, piercing the beastman holding the control chains. The remaining beastmen watched in horror as their leader fell. Yet the behemoth kept rampaging forward. It trampled its own fallen master, screaming in agony. Its eyes turned crimson as it locked onto the Elder God. Rakshasa panicked. Damn it. It's Berserk Elder God. Retreat. The tremors threw the remaining beastmen off their seats. They hit the dirt as the beast bolted. The Dragon King growled through gritted teeth. What? That titan is escaping Moonshadow. Let's finish off these two stragglers. Moonshadow gave a sharp nod. They struck in unison. Moonshadow noted their agility. These beastmen have high reflexes. They're evading every strike. Hearing this, Rakshasa drew his bow. Focus fire, everyone. Strike is one. Overwhelmed by the barrage. The beastmen finally fell. They're dead. Dragon King muttered. But that beast got away. Suddenly, Moonshadow pointed toward the horizon. Everyone. Look over there. Rakshasa squinted at the beast's path. It's charging a lone survivor. We have to move now. We're too late, the Elder God cried. Yet, First Ray of Light stood perfectly calm as death approached. With a cold smirk, he unsheathed his blade. In one flash, the beast was sliced clean in two. As the carcass hit the ground, a system alert chimed. -88,441. Sheathing his sword, He grinned. Rakshasa. Finally found you. Dragon King gasped. 90,000 damage, one shot. Rakshasa froze in shock. That level of destructive power was absolutely monstrous. I couldn't even track his blade's movement. First Ray of Light glanced back with a chilling gaze, approaching with a smirk. He spoke Rakshasa. They said you were in the abyss. Finding you was a chore. Rakshasa kept his hands in his pockets. First Ray of Light, never heard of you. The stranger stepped closer. Let's be blunt. I'm from the First Light Guild. I'm here to recruit you. Rakshasa frowned. Join you, I'm not interested in a syndicate of criminals. First Ray countered. The monsters will consume everything. Survival only belongs to the First Light. Think carefully before you throw your life away. Rakshasa didn't flinch, showing his defiance. And if I choose to refuse your generous offer? First, Ray smirked silently. Then, in a blur, his cold blade was resting on Rakshasa's neck. Tell me, kid, are you really that eager to die? Rakshasa glanced back at his comrades. We aren't intimidated by you, the Elder God Bart. Dragon King added. You guys are just thugs. Moon Shadow's eyes blazed with resolve. Rakshasa. Don't listen to them, stay strong. We might be outmatched now, but we will never bow to your kind. Rakshasa's gaze sharpened, meeting the stranger's cold, displeased expression with unwavering defiance. He sheathed his blade. How naive. You don't know your place. We'll meet again. Rakshasa. We're just letting him walk, Dragon King asked. Rakshasa hid. We can't win. Not yet, the Elder God agreed. He's right. Now isn't the time. We need to grow stronger fast. Rakshasa turned to the group. Exactly. Before we moved out, Lang Feng gave me coordinates to a secret camp on this floor for gear reinforcement. Let's go. Gear enhancement. Dragon King beamed. Meanwhile, First Ray of Light opened his guild chat window. First Ray of Light, haha. You guys were right. The kid rejected the invitation. Silent Death sighed. Mad Blade. Then he's a dead man. Did you finish him off already? Boss. First Ray of Light, no. I let him live. Gravedigger replied. I don't get it. If he's not an ally, he's a future threat. Boss. Don't let a tiger grow in your backyard. Anjing is dead. But boss has his reasons. The Dark Beast agreed. First Light of Dawn nodded. Death is right. There's a tactical reason he's still breathing. A boss summoning trait is a legendary tier skill, possibly the first of its kind in history. Executing him now would be a waste of prime assets. Mad Blade grumbled. But the bastard refuses to join our guild. A god-tier skill is worthless if we can taunt control it. They argued. First Light smirked. Who said he's useless? He's the perfect tool. Explain yourself. Gravedigger First Light replied coolly. Relax. Everything is moving according to my hidden quest parameters. The entrance exams for Qingdai University are approaching the breeding ground for Great Xie's top-ranking hunters. Prepare yourselves. Mad Blade grinned wickedly. Don't worry. Boss. I'll infiltrate the ranks and slaughter every last one of those brats. Don't be reckless. Mad Blade. Those academy instructors aren't low-level mobs. First Light's expression turned grim and calculative. As Rakshasa's party advanced, the Dragon King halted. Damn. Looks like someone beat us to the spawn point. The little princess gestured ahead. Seems we aren't the only ones with intel on this hidden base-S coordinates. Those high rankers look familiar. Rakshasa squinted, his eyes narrowing. It's them. The ones from before? Small world for enemies, the Dragon King roared. Chen's face soured. Rakshasa. Old Sao snapped. Ignore them. Young master. Focus on the objective. Fine. Chen muttered. Nearby, a bald giant erupted in laughter. Finally, it's reached S-rank status. Ha ha ha. An S-rank weapon is finally in my hands. The blacksmith gave him a cold. Professional star. Hand over the rare drops to boost the success rate. But remember, the system doesn't guarantee 100% success. One bad roll and your gear shatters into dust. Choose wisely. Young Master Chen's confidence wavered at the warning. Rakshasa observed silently. The failure rate is brutal. One mistake, and that S-rank steel becomes worthless scrap. No kidding. The Dragon King gripped his A-rank staff tight. I'm not ready to gamble my main weapon yet. Old Cao whispered sternly. Stay composed. Young master. A true king doesn't fret over mere baubles and trinkets. Focus on the endgame. not petty gear. Chen nodded stiffly. I understand. Let's proceed with the evolution. The smith examined the loot. Solid base stats. And these A-rank catalysts will push the enhancement level to the limit. Without a word. He swung his heavy forge hammer, slamming it down onto the glowing steel with a roar. The Dragon King and little princess whispered like a dark mantra. Fail. Break. Fail. Shatter into pieces. Ding system enhancement successful. Chen's eyes lit up with predatory joy. Behold SS rank power. Incredible. 2800 attack power. And the freeze debuff duration has doubled to 20 seconds. Old Cao smirked. Excellent. But the princess fumed. Unbelievable. Does the system favor that degenerate? A bystander gasped. An SS rank drop. Insane. The blacksmith didn't blink. Next, bring me your steel. Old Cao's eyes narrowed at Rakshasa. His bow is already S rank. That brat is a dangerous variable. It's just dumb luck. Chen spat. The smith took the bow. Got materials. High-grade catalysts mean legendary results. He peered into Rakshasa's inventory and froze. Is this black gold ore? This can't be. Snake demon scales and tendons too. These are peak-tier materials. The bag glowed with the aura of high-level loot. Old Cao's heart skipped a beat. Serpent scales. Where the hell did a low-ranker find those? Those are floor 9 boss drops. Chen's face twisted in rage. We cleared that dungeon. Why didn't we get those? The blacksmith wasted no time. His eyes burning with a craftsman's fever as he began the fusion process. Clang clang. Each hammer strike echoed through the camp. Even Rakshasa felt a cold sweat of anticipation. Xiao Tu squeezed his arm, smiling. Don't sweat it. Rakshasa, your luck stat has to be maxed out. Yeah, he replied curtly. Chen saw his chance and sneered. Hey. Trash. Prepare to watch your weapon explode. The failure rate for S-rank gear is 40%. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. I survived the RNG. But you redoomed suddenly. The smith raised the bow high. Congratulations. Hunter. Ding. A golden system window materialized in the air, glowing with blinding intensity. System SSS rank, Bloodthirst Great Bow +1. Attack 5500 effect 1 lifesteal activated upon impact. 20% of all damage dealt is instantly converted into your own HP. Infinite sustain. Effect 2 piercing wound targets. Bleed 1% of max HP every second for 50 seconds. Durability 9 to 100. Rakshasa gripped the vibrating bow. 3400 base damage. I'll one-shot anything that stands in my way. Moon Shadow beamed. Amazing, the Dragon King gasped. An SSS rank weapon. You've become a living legend. Rakshasa warned the group. You all should upgrade your gear now. Dragon King waved him off. My luck is cursed. It'll just shatter. Titan agreed. Weapon drops are rare. Losing A-rank gear is suicide. Seeing Rakshasa succeed, Tran Thieu fumed with jealousy. He couldn't believe it. Elder Cao whispered. Young master, we must leave. The trials await. Reluctantly, he nodded. Titan signaled everyone to return to the altar. Dragon King left to check his father. Yue Ying prepared for exams. See you tomorrow. The scene shifts to a gym where shouts erupted. No way. 1,907 kilograms, the screen flashed. Trach Truong breathed heavily as Liu Wei recorded his monstrous power stats. Neural sync is stable at 34 minutes. Incredible. Li was stunned. Trach Truong. These results are beyond anything I ever expected from you. I'll keep grinding. Coach. Liu smiled. You've become my greatest pride. Go rest. Focus entirely on the awakening exam. Trach Truong nodded, wiping his brow. He left, unaware of the girl passing by him. Duong Xiaovi stepped inside, her presence instantly drawing every eye. Who are they? Look at those badges they read from the elite Tsinghua Academy. Top-tier prodigies. Why would they visit a low-ranking school like this? Miss. The testing hall is this way. Xiaovi walked in calmly. Liu Wei checked the roster. Name Duong Xiaovi. Begin the trial. Asterisk. Boom times. A light punch shattered the record, displaying 156. The students gasped. 156. She's a natural-born monster. Cao V schmirked. Boring. I am obviously the top ranker in this dump. Why bother with exams? I should just be auto-admitted to Tsinghua. Wait. A student whispered. Didn't that last guy hit over 1900? Zhao V froze. 1900. Someone here is stronger than me. Meanwhile, Trach Truong reached home. exhausted from his secret training. Brother. Yu-Ri-Bak Tu-Fong's voice was filled with pure anxiety. What's wrong? Why the pale face? Suddenly, a cold voice spoke. Finally home. Nephew, we have some business to discuss with you. His blood ran cold. These greedy relatives only wanted his parents' house. Suppressing his rage, he asked, "What brings you here today?" "Uncle," Tu Feng shouted. "Brother. Stop. They're here to steal your money." Trach Truong's eyes narrowed instantly. "Steal my money? For what?" the aunt smirked. Truong Bok got into Dongdai University. Huge news. But top-tier tuition isn't cheap. "We need family to step up," the uncle added. "Pay the fees up front. It's for your brother's future. Dongdai, that's barely a second-rate academy compared to the elite guilds. Don't play poor." The aunt hissed, her eyes gleaming with greed. "We saw the news. You got a massive reward for catching criminals. 600,000 units. We only need 400. Keep the rest." Trach Truong let out a chilling, calm smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I'll congratulate him then." Tu Feng cried. "They are so shameless." The uncle nodded. "Good. At least you still have a conscience." "Boy, we buried your parents." "Remember," the aunt pressured him for the cash. "Hand it over, give us the money." Zephyr stayed calm. "Patience. Auntie, I actually registered for the Zenith Academy entrance exam today. If I pass, should you be happy for me?" The greedy pair froze. Zenith Academy. The uncle roared with laughter. "You, a total degenerate. That is the Empire's top hunter school. Acceptance is under 1%. You were dreaming." The aunt cackled, her eyes full of mockery and spite. "Zenith Academy. He's actually serious, husband. Can you believe this brat?" Zephyr ignored them and flicked the official document. "See for yourselves. His name was there." "Brother. You did it." Little Feng cheered happily. "An official admission list." The aunt bolted upright, her face twisting. "Impossible. This has to be a system error," the uncle shouted. "Exactly. A useless kid like you could never reach those ranking tiers." "Stop lying, pay us," Zephyr smirked. "Not a single coin." Feng stepped forward. "Yeah, we don't owe you anything." Blinded by rage, the uncle raised a hand to strike the girl. Asterisk. Snap times. Zephyr caught his wrist. A scream echoed. "AGHH, he growled. "Last time I call you uncle. Touch her again. And you were finished. Now, get out." The old man shook with pain and fury. "It hurts, let go." They fled, cursing the damned kids as they ran. Feng stuck her tongue out, watching the greedy rats scramble away. "Finally, I've wanted to put them in their place forever. I need to tell everyone, my brother is a top-tier hunter now." Zephyr shook his head. "Wait. It's just a list. I am not officially in. If I fail the final quest, we'll just be humiliated." "You won't fail," he smiled. "Eat up." I'm heading to the Abyss." "The Abyss today too. Can't we just celebrate our small victory?" "I need more power-ups. Laziness won't get me through Zenith's trials." On the 10th floor, chilling winds howled through a graveyard of bones. "How was the test?" the archer sighed, his spirit crushed. Don't ask. It was brutal. Nearby, they noticed the captain's new shield. "Whoa. You actually succeeded in the shield's skill evolution. The Blade Master's attack is insane. I need this defense to survive." Moonshadow enhanced her weapon too. She showed off the glowing blade. "Leader, the guild is ready. What's the objective for today's raid?" Rakshasa looked at the tower heights. "Today, we challenge the floor boss, the Blade Master. A beastman warrior with a lethal earth-shattering slash. He has whirlwind speed, tactical genius, and legendary sword mastery traits. To win, we must fight to the end." Long Wang sighed. "But first, we have to clear the sand colossus blocking the path." "Right. Last time, that mysterious hunter saved our entire guild." Moon Shadow chimed in. "My mentor suggests 20 vanguards to pin it. Then we focus fire. But casualties will be devastatingly high." Giant God frowned. "We don't have 20 shield warriors." "It's impossible." Rakshasa smirked. "I have a plan. But I need perfect execution." Suddenly, the sand shifted. The beast emerged. "Giant God go." Giant God slammed his shield. "Watch this, System S-Rank shield equipped. Def, 5,800 to 7,400. Trait 10% damage reflection on contact. Durability, 30003,000. The behemoth lunged. But this time, Giant God didn't budge an inch. Gritting his teeth, he absorbed every blow. Lasat signaled the aggro was finally stable. "Wait until he locks the boss's hatred down." Long Vuong prepared to strike. Lasat roared. Now, everyone, engage. Instantly. Long Vuong and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 blurred forward. Eat this. You monster. Negative 2,500. Long Vuong negative 7,520 𝐒𝐍𝐿 and ingest. The system alerts flashed rapidly. Damn. 𝐒𝐒𝐒, your attack stats are insane. Lasat drew his bow. Aiming, true. Negative 617 Lasat, the beastman collapsed. Unmoving on the battlefield. The archers gasped as damage surpassed the leaders deprived of its rider. The behemoth went berserk. Giant God's voice boomed. Look out, the boss has entered a berserk state. Lasat vaulted over them. Take the vanguard, I'm hunting that war chariot. Stunned but resolute. They nodded. Lasat led the charge. Arrows notched. It's aimless while berserk move in and burn it down. The squad roared in unison. Damage numbers flooded the interface. Negative 323. Fu 298. Fu 412. Keep it up. This tank has 50,000 HP. Kill it before it regenerates. Two beastmen lunged at the line. Giant God braced his shield. Barking orders. Long Vuong. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 on strike. Now 𝐒𝐒𝐒 surged forward. Light slash. 3 blinding arcs of light tore through the air. Fu 418. Fu 518. Fu 419. Long Vuong froze. Holy. 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Your DPS is off the charts. Giant God stared. An S-rank weapon truly changed everything in this world. I need a gear upgrade too, Long Vuong yelled. Finishing off the remaining enemies. He wiped his blade. Grinning. Finally. That's the last of them. No time for breaks, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 warned. If Berserk ends. Lasat is toast. They sprinted toward the chaos. Where Lasat's team was locked in a desperate struggle, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gritted her teeth. Asterisk. We have to make it in time, asterisk. Asterisk. If we don't grab the aggro now, the behemoth will crush them. Unfazed. Lasat focused. Asterisk. One shot. It has to be a critical. He pulled the string taut. His eyes cold and calculating. The arrow flew true, burying itself in the beast's skull. Critical negative 1,057. The behemoth dissolved into data. Legendary loot exploded across the ground. He did it, the archers cheered. Lasat exhaled. Secure the drops. Quickly, Giant God smiled. Your damage output is terrifying now. Lasat. That's not even the best part. Lasat smirked. 𝐒𝐒𝐒's eyes widened. Don't tell me. Come forth, he activated a skill. The fallen behemoth reappeared as his personal mount. The guild stood in stunned silence as he stood atop the massive beast. Unbelievable. He actually summoned the boss monster. Giant God cheered. Lasat waved from above. Climb up. This should make our journey much easier. He gestured to the scout. Not Tien. Take the high ground and watch our flank. Long Vuong roared with laughter. We're going to be invincible at this rate. A few more of these. Lasat declared. And we'll have a behemoth army. Their massive silhouette moved across the horizon, drawing every eye. Suddenly, Not Tien stiffened. Pointing ahead. Hostile presence detected. Brace yourselves. High-level monster detected. A massive boss emerges. And someone is actually riding that beast. Trach Truong seized the moment to test the beast's raw power. He drew his bow. Aiming true. His arrows sniped the enemy controllers. Without masters. The massive beasts immediately went berserk, seizing the opening. Trach Truong roared the charge. Under his command, their beast surged forward. Their mount slammed violently into the enemy's flank in a Titangent-class collision. Gigant stepped up. Shield raised. 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Long Vuong, end this battle now. The two hunters lunged into the fray. Understood, they shouted in unison. Trach Truong coordinated the backline. Archers. Focus fire on the beast. The hunters bellowed their compliance. A storm of arrows darkened the sky, raining destruction upon the enemy giant. To finish it, Trach Truong declared. Time for your rebirth. His final shot struck, ending the duel, with high-tier items dropped and the beast captured. Long Vuong let out a triumphant laugh. Haha, I'm finally riding a giant. Trach Truong's beast army grew more formidable with every victory. Whispers of Trach Truong's beast army began spreading through the tower like wildfire. Did you hear? Someone on floor 10 is commanding a literal army of monsters. They say he's a high-ranking hunter from the Rift Management Bureau. I heard it's a unique mental trait. Those giants obey his every thought. Long Vuong cheered from his mount. Man. Rakshasa. This feels incredible. Ha ha ha. Trach Truong smirked, steering his beast. All right. Let's find the boss. Move out. Moments later, the party arrived at the mouth of the Swordmaster's lair. Stay sharp. Trach Truong warned. The Beastman's Swordmaster is ahead. Prepare for battle. This is our deadliest challenge yet. His guild members nodded. Faces grim, checking the system notes. Trach Truong knew they had to risk everything to win. Not Tien. Lead the ranged support. Keep him busy, Nat Tien responded with a grin. The massive gates groaned open. Trach Truong led the charge into the darkness. Inside, a crimson giant lay coiled on the floor. Its presence suffocating. Atop its back, the Swordmaster sat drinking wine on a bone throne. Looking down, he noticed the intruders and flashed a predatory, bloodthirsty grin, drawing his blade. He hissed. Foolish humans. You'll die for invading my domain. Giant reacted instantly, slamming his shield down to protect the entire group. He's too fast, get behind me. But in a blink, the throne was empty. Asterisk. Flash times the boss appeared instantly. Right in front of Gigant's heavy shield, he raised his sword, eyes gleaming. Your souls belong to my blade now. The strike exploded against the shield. Gigant groaned, desperately holding the line through the dust. Trach Truong watched intently, counting the seconds between the boss's brutal strikes. 3 seconds. Every 3 seconds, the Swordmaster unleashes a skill. Long Vuong gasped. Damn, is his skill cooldown really that short? Trach Truong shouted to the team. Listen up. His attack interval is exactly 3 seconds. Got it. Rakshasa, keep tracking his patterns. Long Vuong braced for impact, stepping from cover. Trach Truong loosed a sudden arrow. The boss flinched, but with inhuman speed. The Swordmaster sliced the arrow in two midair. Now Long Vuong. Nu yet ein. Strike while he's distracted. They lunged. But as the mace came down, the boss vanished like a phantom. Spatial displacement. The Swordmaster blinked behind them, mocking their slow movements, like children swinging toys. The boss sneered with total contempt. Teleportation. Long Vuong cursed as the boss charged. I'll shred you to pieces. Trach Truong's eyes widened. Look out, it's an AoE room clear slash. A massive cyclone erupts as the Beastman at its center drives the vortex toward the Dragon King and Moonshadow, forcing them into a desperate defense. The Dragon King curses in frustration. Damn it. He's too fast, and his skills have no cooldown. How do we even fight this? Suddenly, the little princess spots a new threat and shouts a warning. Watch out, that red-headed Colossus war chariot is charging right at us. The Crimson Predator slams into Trach Truong's group with primal fury, goring their mount with a devastating headbutt. The impact topples the beast, sending everyone flying. Suddenly, the Beastman's swordsman lunges, his blade aimed straight for the giant god and Moonshadow. Moonshadow screams in terror. Look out. The swordsman unleashes a relentless flurry of strikes, while the giant god struggles to keep his protective barrier from shattering. We need a strategy. He grunts through gritted teeth. We can find an opening. Trach Truong immediately turns to the elite archer. One arrow. Take command and destroy that red-headed beast. Leave the swordsman to me. One arrow acknowledges the order instantly. Copy that. Captain, consider that red-headed freak handled. On the flank, Trach Truong's summoned pack begins to encircle the Crimson Colossus, slamming his hand onto the earth. Trach Truong triggers a summoning circle. Arise. Great Archpriest, show him the true terror of dark magic. The Great Archpriest emerges, staff in hand, and unleashes a devastating blast of shadow energy at the Beastman. Face your judgment. The dark projectile streaks forward. But before it can land, the Beastman's blade slices the magic clean in half. Trach Truong, the Dragon King, and Moonshadow freeze in disbelief. What? No way. He just cut through pure magic. The little princess trembles. This Beastman swordsman. His power is completely broken. Moonshadow quickly shares a crucial piece of high-level lore. Uncle Six once told me only adventurers ranked above Grandmaster can parry magic with steel. I can believe a boss monster can do it. Trach Truong draws his bow, his eyes narrowing. He really is a monster. This is way beyond my calculations. In the heat of the moment, the little princess points a shaking finger as the enemy charges again. Do something, he's coming before anyone can react. The Beastman's lethal shadow looms over Trach Truong. His blade flashes with a killing glint. Die, he bellows. But just as death nears, the giant god steps in like an iron wall. His massive shield rings out as it catches the Beastman's deadly strike just in time. The enemy doesn't stop, unleashing a frenzied assault that pushes the giant god to his limit. La Sat. I can hold this line much longer. Seeing their disadvantage, the Dragon King makes a split-second tactical call. He's right, we need to pull back. Trach Truong doesn't hesitate, immediately agreeing to the retreat. Fall back, everyone. Retreat and regroup, he commands. The giant god grunts his confirmation. The beastman roars in fury at his escaping prey. You pathetic insects, don't you dare run from me. He transforms into a lethal vortex, the whirlwind slash, barreling toward the retreating party, realizing they retrapped. The giant god plants his shield firmly in the dirt to buy them time. Go, I'll hold him off, he screams. Suddenly, Moonshadow's voice turns shrill as she points toward the great archpriest. No, Lasat. Look at your summon. The great archpriest is caught in the deadly whirlwind, letting out a harrowing cry of agony. After one final shriek, the archpriest's form shatters and vanishes into nothingness. Moonshadow's heart sinks at the loss. It's over. The great archpriest is dead. Despite the loss, Trach Truong remains eerily calm. He begins chanting a new spell to steady her nerves. Done, more yet. According to the Abyssal Manual, this was part of the plan. The only way to defeat this boss is to push our limits. Meanwhile, the archpriest remains begin to glow, guided by Trach Truong's magic. A massive surge of dark mana erupts from the fallen summon's core. Razor-sharp claws erupt, and obsidian scales harden across its skin. The evolution is complete. The archpriest has become a terrifying giant serpent. A system window pings. Your summoned familiar has evolved into a rank S Naga serpent, seizing the momentum. Trach Truong summons his next heavy hitter, the Centaur General. If it's a fight to the death he wants, let's give him hell. The Naga serpent strikes with blinding speed, lunging at the beastman, not missing a beat. The Centaur General charges forward, weapons leveled for the kill. The beastman lunged without hesitation. Roaring, insolent flies die for trespassing on beast territory. He unleashed a devastating whirlwind slash, forcing the snake demon and Centaur General to retreat. The Centaur General gritted his teeth, bracing his spear. Nearby, the snake demon bared venomous fangs, waiting for a fatal opening. As the chaotic front line finally began to stabilize, the Titan shouted, Dragon King. Moonshadow. The summons are pinning the Swordmaster down. Now is our chance. Strike together. They didn't hesitate. Charging toward the legendary beastman, the Swordmaster split into 3 phantoms, parrying attacks from every direction with lethal precision. Trach Truong noticed Moonshadow freeze. Moonshadow, snap out of it. Keep up the pressure. Shaking off her shock, she raised her blade and quickly began to explain. Sorry, I was analyzing his skill logic, and I just found his fatal weakness. Trach Truong's eyes narrowed with focus. A weakness? Tell me. What is it? Look, while attacking, he can dodge, and his defense drops to almost nothing. Trach Truong observed the boss's pattern and nodded in grim realization. He trades all defense for raw power. One mistake against him means certain death, Moonshadow added. The Abyss Manual states endurance is our only path to victory. The snake demon flanked from the left, while the others squeezed him from the right. Suddenly, the Swordmaster let out a primal scream. Lower beings, I'll turn you to dust. His blade blurred, tearing through the Centaur General, who dissolved into fading light particles. System, your elite summon. The Centaur General has been killed in action. Trach Truong watched his loyal summon vanish. Powerless to stop the boss's onslaught, rage flared in his eyes. He notched an arrow. Bastard. That was my elite general, Dragon King. Moonshadow strike his opening now. They rushed forward to support him. Seeing the main character's reckless charge, the Dragon King yelled, Lasat. Get back. Your defense is too low. It's suicide. But Trach Truong had already blinked behind him. The Swordmaster sensed the threat, pivoting instantly to face the archer head-on. He raised his twin blades high. Admirable courage. Boy. Now, in silence, Trach Truong vaulted skyward, the cold steel barely grazing the soles of his boots. I can tank your hits, he muttered. So I'll bet everything on pure speed. The Swordmaster's eyes widened in pure shock. What? How did he evade that? In midair, Trach Truong drew his string tight. Dragon King. Moonshadow now. Their blades glowed with lethal intent. Moonshadow screamed, Go to hell. Monster. Massive damage numbers exploded. Trach Truong's arrow pierced the boss's chest, drawing a guttural cry. Critical hit -6,711. The Swordmaster clutched his wound, glaring at the human archer. You have won, he wheezed. Before his massive body slumped into the void, the Dragon King stood dazed, breathless. Is it over? Did we actually win? System, congratulations, you have successfully defeated the Floor 10 boss. The Swordmaster. Trach Truong exhaled, glancing at his battered team. Yeah. We took him down. Na Tian let out a wild, triumphant cheer. Hell yeah, we cleared floor 10. Little bunny beamed. Checking her system window. This can be a dream. Right. Floor 11. Here we come, their teammates cheered. Looking at Trach Truong with respect, Trach Truong stared at the boss's remains. I sacrificed an elite general for you. He didn't hesitate. Activating his hidden necromancy skill with a dark whisper. Arise. Swordmaster, the fallen boss stood. Bowing deeply. At your command. My master, Trach Truong pointed toward the next horde. Show me your strength. Annihilate them. The swordmaster gripped his hilts. His aura exploding. As you wish. Without hesitation. He unsheathed his blade and unleashed a flurry of strikes. The system interface flashed. Negative 18,944. After a relentless exchange. The Titan finally collapsed under his overwhelming power. One arrow watched in disbelief. Muttering. We struggled for so long. Yet, he ended it in a heartbeat. He gasped. Noting that the Sword Saint's damage output was terrifyingly high, thousands of points in a single swing, he whispered. Is this for real? Full of awe. One arrow turned to Trach Truong. No one can match our guildmaster, but Trach Truong sensed something was off. His voice turned cold. Any casualties? Checking the interface. One arrow replied. Trach Truong. 3 of our archers have vanished. Their names are gone from the friend list. He stated. Trach Truong knew what that meant they hadn't survived. He analyzed the grim reality. The abyss is a ruthless place where death is always a breath away. Attempting to comfort them. He commanded. Find out who knew them. We cannot dwell on grief alone. Allocate guild funds as compensation for their families. It is the least we can do. One arrow nodded. Trach Truong then urged the survivors forward. Time is wasting. Move out. We fought for 6 hours straight. Let's reach the 11th floor altar. Dragon King's eyes lit up. Finally, I can believe we actually made it this far. Before ascending. Trach Truong warned them. Stay sharp. The true trial is only beginning. They emerged on the 11th floor. Someone gasped. A harbor, are we at the coast? Trach Truong explained. Check your guides. Floor 11 is a naval battle. We need that ship to reach our goal. A teammate groaned in disgust. I hate the ocean. I am already seasick. One arrow added. The team is exhausted. We should rest until tomorrow. Trach Truong agreed. Let's halt here. I'll be offline for a few days. Trach Truong said. Moon Shadow mirrored him. Me too. I've got things to handle. Dragon King sheepishly chimed in. Same here. The academy admissions are starting. And we've been assigned duties. The little princess sighed. Typical Thondai Academy. Using students for free labor during recruitment. Trach Truong realized the entrance exams lasted for days. Wait. Will I meet them in the real world? A friend spoke up. Let's regroup after the rush. For now, get some sleep. We're all spent. Trach Truong logged off. The scene shifts to the bustling Starglow city. He stared at the gates. Thondai Academy. The pillar of our great Ha nation. A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Excuse me. Could you help me find my way? It was Tan Yuk Dong. My vision is poor. She explained. He smiled. No problem. Follow me. She grasped his hand gently. Thank you. I'm Tan Yuk Dong. What's your name? Are you a freshman too? He replied warmly. I'm Trach Truong. Nice to meet you. She sighed. Everyone says the exams are brutal. I'm worried I won't make the cut. A passing student sneered. A blind girl at Thondai. Is this some kind of joke? Why waste a slot on a blind person? How can someone who can't see fight monsters? Exactly. The academy is losing its mind, letting a cripple register. What a total waste. Trach Truong leaned in to comfort her. Ignore them. Prove your worth through your power. That's all that matters here. They reached the registration desk. An official barked. Form a line, one by one. Move it. Trach Truong froze. Staring at the man. No way. He looks exactly like Dragon King. The man. Guan Sun Wai. Snapped. Hey. What are you staring at? Kid, you got a problem. He snapped. What are you staring at? Barking at Trach Truong. Get your papers and get in line. Now. Chapter 85. Quan Sun Nungoy studied the name tag. Then turned to Dich Dong. Giant God. He's all yours, he ordered coldly. Take him to student dormitory N13 immediately. Dich Dong Sihid. His voice laced with helplessness as he warned his comrade. Old Quan. Quit using my hunter alias in public, Quan Sun Noai chuckled. Fine. Whatever you say. Old dish. Welcome. Rookie. 𝐷𝐀𝐍𝐊 greeted warmly. I'll be your guide to dorm N13. He kept babbling with unearned confidence. If those bags are too heavy for you, I can carry them. Trach Truong waved him off. His mind already calculating. So the hot-headed Dragon King is 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐒. And the giant god is 𝐷𝐀𝐍𝐊. Scene shift, dorm N13. Without hesitation, 𝐷𝐀𝐍𝐊 led the way, pointing out the looming dormitory ahead. Get some rest once we arrive. He instructed. Assembly is at 5 o'clock sharp in the main hall. Don't be late. Trach Truong nodded simply. Understood. Thanks. I've got the key. So I'll take it from here. He waved a polite goodbye to the veteran hunter. See you later. 𝐷𝐀𝐍𝐊 offered a kind smile. Take care. Kid. But as he watched him go, a strange thought crossed his mind. Why does that boy feel so familiar? Scene shift. The Grand Hall. Lei Zhenlong's voice boomed across the room. Silence, he commanded. Before softening his tone. Let's give a warm round of applause for our esteemed principal. Ran Teen Thu. As he takes the stage, Ran Teen Thu stepped up. Good evening, students. He began, launching into a lengthy self-introduction. I lead this prestigious institution with over a century of history. He boasted. Pride dripping from every word. My mission is to mold you into the pillars of our nation, he declared with absolute conviction. That is our sacred creed. Below the stage, impatient students began to grumble and groan. Talkative old man. One muttered. Others nodded. Enough with the fluff. Get to the point. What are the actual admission standards this year? Lei Zhenlong returned to the podium. Thank you, Principal. His voice turned sharp and decisive. Congratulations on meeting the initial requirements for 𝐒𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 Academy. But don't get comfortable. He warned. Meeting the bar doesn't make you an official student yet. Now, for the announcement you've all been waiting for, this year's entrance exam follows a brutal format, total elimination. The location, a 200-hectare designated exclusion zone outside the city walls. His tone grew deadly serious. Starting tonight at 8 o'clock sharp, you must survive for 72 hours in that wasteland. 0 outside items. No food. No water. No comms. And absolutely no weapons. His gaze pierced through the crowd. To ensure fairness, 26 hidden tokens have been scattered across the exclusion zone. Only those holding a token after 72 hours will officially join the ranks of 𝐒𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊. Lei Zhenlong sighed. His voice tinged with feigned regret. As for the rest, failure means immediate expulsion. You'll have to find another path for your lives. However, during the exam period, emergency supply crates will be dropped at random to help you overcome the obstacles. Whether you claim them depends entirely on your luck and raw power. One final, crucial point, he emphasized. Leaning toward the mic, there are no restrictions. Show us every ounce of your hidden potential, be it through overwhelming force or cold, calculated schemes. The only thing that matters is the token. Secure it. And you survive the cut. But remember, murder is strictly forbidden. Our surveillance drones will be watching your every move. Don't you dare cross the line. Failure means expulsion or even prison. Suddenly, a student interrupts, his hand shooting up with a desperate question. Professor, I must know. Are there any abyss monsters lurking in that fallen zone? He asks about their safety. Lei Zhenlong explains the zone is cleared of all lethal abyss threats. You can all rest easy regarding your safety. He assures them, if anyone wants to quit, find a drone and signal for help immediately. You will be evacuated. But that also means failing the entire entrance exam. If there are no more questions, let's proceed. Surrender all personal items now. His voice turning cold and professional. The buses outside are ready to transport you to the designated exam site. Some students grumble as they head out. We really have to hand everything over. No weapons allowed. This is way too harsh for an entrance trial. From the distance, seeing San Ruodong being shoved by the crowd. 𝐒𝐶 grabs her hand to help her up. Are you 𝐒𝐶? She smiles. Her voice filled with genuine gratitude. We classmates. No need for thanks. Meanwhile, Ran Tianqiu watches them intently. Pang Tihua mentioned he recently took on a new personal disciple. His name is 𝐒𝐶. Shi Qing. Go and investigate him for me. I'm on it. Principal. I never expected Professor Pang to take another student. 𝐒𝐶 and Sun Ruodong quickly find their seats on the transport bus. Looking out the window, 𝐒𝐶 notes the sky is becoming dangerously dark. I can see a thing. It's going to rain soon. She predicts quietly. 𝐒𝐶 looks at her in shock. How could you possibly know that? I use my ears to see the world. She explains calmly. I can hear thunder 10 kilometers away. The storm will be here shortly. My eyes are useless. But my hearing is sharper than any hunter-s. I can track thousands of sounds and visualize everything happening around us. She tilts her head. Already scanning the bus. Those two guys in the 5th row are already planning a secret alliance. The girl in the 9th row is complaining about being hungry. And row 14. Ruodong. Your hearing is an incredible survival trait, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 exclaims. Let's team up. We can conquer this exam together as a duo. I'll be your eyes. And your hearing will be our ultimate radar. That sounds wonderful, she cheers. Her face lighting up with hope. I agree. 𝐒𝐒𝐒. You really are a kind soul. No matter what happens during this trial today, I truly want you to succeed and enter Qingdai Academy with me. They arrive at the drop zone. This is where your trial begins. You are free to act. Keep your eyes on your communicators at all times. I wish you all luck. Now, listen closely to the final instructions. Token markers and emergency supplies have been deployed. Red signals a token. Yellow markers represent vital emergency supply crates scattered across the zone. Locations update every 8 hours. Immediately, students scramble toward different directions of the exam zone. Move it, we need to reach those coordinates before anyone else. We have to strike first, Ruodong urges. And the hunt officially begins. She urged him to act, fearing the relic would be snatched away. Don't worry about me, she whispered. She feared becoming a burden. Trach Truong declared firmly. Finding the relic isn't our priority right now. We need emergency supplies first. Tun Yuokdong looked confused. But why is that? Trach Truong grabbed her hand, pulling her close as he began to explain his survival strategy. Relics are vital. Yes, he admitted. But staying alive is the ultimate quest we must complete, with 72 hours remaining. He emphasized that survival items were the only things that mattered. If we maintain our stamina, we can just steal the relics from the others later. He smirked. Trust me. This test has only just begun. His eyes flashed with a cold, determined light, leading the way. He noted that 8 hours had already vanished since the awakening exam started. The relics are likely claimed. We need a hidden zone to recover our depleted stats. We wait for the second supply drop. Tun Yuokdong's eyes brightened at his tactical plan. She pointed 10 meters to the left. I sense something hidden over there, she whispered. A basement revealed itself. Trach Truong gasped, impressed by her sharp, radar-like awakening traits. How did you spot this hidden location? He asked, masking his genuine surprise. Without hesitation, she explained her heightened perception to the curious hunter. I heard echoes from below. It sounded like a massive, hollow underground chamber. They slipped inside. Your hearing is better than a high-rank radar, Trach Truong complimented. Suddenly, the system updated. The second wave of supplies was finally being dropped. The minimap flickered. A supply kit landed right near our current coordinates. He muttered, stay hidden. I'll retrieve the drop before any rival guilds spot the location. She nodded nervously. Please, Trach Truong. Be careful out there. Don't get caught. He reached the drop site. Luck was on his side. No one had claimed it yet. Suddenly, a razor-sharp arrow whistled through the air, thudding into the dirt at his feet. Looking for a death wish, an archer hissed. This loot belongs to our squad. Searing killing intent filled the air. Back off now, or this dungeon becomes your grave. Trach Truong's mind raced through combat simulations. A direct clash was far too risky now. They had the numbers. Securing the supplies is more important than a petty fight, he decided. In a blur of speed, he snatched the bag and vanished. The archer could only growl in fury. Damn it, he's gone, the archer screamed. The heavy warrior beside him stood frozen in shock. His agility stat must be insane. Back at the hideout, Trach Truong signaled his return. You back, Tun Yuokdong cried out, her face lighting up with pure relief. His eyes narrowed at a stranger standing there. Who is this? Identify yourself immediately. So? You're the famous Trach Truong, the girl smirked. He remained cold and unresponsive. The legendary rank 1 of the exam, she eyed him with a mix of envy and pride. I don't accept those rankings. Let's duel and see who's truly the strongest here. Her stomach growled loudly, shattering the tension. He ignored her and opened the compressed rations. If we ration these carefully, we'll survive until the system timer hits 0. He calculated. Tun Yuokdong shivered. It's freezing. I'd give anything for some hot water right now. The intruder chimed in quickly. Hey, I actually managed to find a lighter earlier. I'll trade the fire for some of those biscuits. It's a fair deal for survival. Trach Truong's gaze was sharp. 1 piece. That's the only offer you're getting. Eat and then get lost. She bristled. 1 piece. Are you kidding me right now? This exam is a nightmare. If I knew it'd be this miserable, I never would have joined. You've eaten. Now leave. He ordered coldly. The girl's face turned red with sudden fury. Why should I? This basement isn't your territory. You can just kick us out. Trach Truong's brow furrowed. His voice laced with irritation. Leave now. Your scent will draw monsters to our position. Suddenly, Sun Ruotong grew uneasy. She leaned in, whispering. Trach Truong. Stay sharp. Multiple signatures are approaching us. Voices echoed from above. The map points to this sector. Search everywhere. Wait. Hidden stairs. This must be it. An axe wielder smirked wickedly. Jackpot. Some rats were actually hiding down here. Their leader stepped forward with a greedy glare. Which of you degenerates took the relic that dropped nearby? Hand it over now if you want to live. Without hesitation, Liu Yuying's cousin pointed directly at Trach Truong. He's the one who looted the system relic. Rage flared in Trach Truong's chest. That snake. He cursed. The enemy leader didn't waste time, issuing a final ultimatum. Look, kid. I don't want to get messy. Just hand over the quest item and walk away. Unless you want to taste hell? Trach Truong stood firm, his aura surging. I don't have what you're looking for. Take one more step. And I want to be held responsible. Before they could blink, his form blurred a high-speed dash. The hunters collapsed before they could even draw weapons. Get out of my sight before I stop holding back. He roared. The leader fled in total terror. That speed? It's beyond A rank. The heavy-set hunter scrambled behind him, face pale with fear. His combat power is off the charts. Weary nothing but fodder compared to a monster like him. With the trash cleared, Trach Truong inspected the dropped item. So, this is a soul-bound relic. Interesting stats. Sun Ruotong fumed. Greedy bastards. They already have gear. Meanwhile, Liu's cousin tried to justify her betrayal with a smirk. Hey, she said, clutching her own loot. Surely a strong hunter like you won't hold a grudge against me. Trach Truong's patience finally snapped. His rage blazed like a wildfire, radiating pure pressure. Give me your relic and we re-even. She scoffed, her ego unchecked. Try it, I'll fight to the death first. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing her through the system interface. Her agility stat was high. This wouldn't be an easy takedown. In a real duel, I need a perfect tactical opening to retreat safely from this floor. Sun Ruotong warned him. Careful, her mana capacity is immense. She must be from the prestigious Liu or Tong clans. Don't underestimate her. Trach Truong. He paused, his mind racing with suspicion. Was she really part of a major guild? The Liu family. He stepped forward, locking eyes with her. Tell me. Do you know a hunter named Liu Yuang? The girl blinked, her attitude shifting instantly. Liu Yuying, she's my cousin. Why are you asking about her? You two know each other. Trach Truong's cold demeanor vanished in a heartbeat, replaced by a look of sheer disbelief. He sighed, lowering his guard. Since you Ray her sister, I'll let this slide. Just don't pull that stunt again. Leave. The realization hit her like a system notification. Wait. You re-friends with my cousin. What kind of friends are you? Is there some secret romance going on? She teased with a mischievous grin. Are you her secret boyfriend? In your dreams, Trach Truong barked, waving her off dismissively. Just get lost, I've had enough of your nonsense. She burst into laughter, enjoying his frustration. Ha, you re-blushing. That is a total confession if I've ever seen one. I'll be sure to ask Yuing all about you when I get back to the guild. She winked before vanishing. Trach Truong sighed, exhausted. What a nightmare of a girl. She is pure trouble. His expression turned grave as he looked at Sun Ruotong. Our location is compromised. We're sitting ducks here. We need to pack up and find a new safe zone immediately. She nodded softly. Trach Truong led the way. This floor isn't huge, he muttered while trekking. We have to find a hidden spot before the next wave. She followed quietly. Trach Truong's mind was a mess. His plan to hide until the final phase was ruined. Now that he held a rare relic, he was a walking target. The system wouldn't let him hide anymore. Suddenly, Ruotong gasped, her senses tingling with danger. Stop, Trach Truong. Watch out. 100 meters northeast. There's a faint life signal. Someone is critically injured but still breathing. He grunted, scanning the perimeter. Stay behind me. I'll scout ahead and check if it is a trap or survivor. Be careful, she whispered. In the distance, blood-curdling screams pierced the air. echoing through the dark corridors. 𝐒𝐔𝐌𝐿 screamed in agony. Each breath felt like his soul was being ripped apart by a dark power. Yueying watched helplessly, her hands trembling. Hang on, she urged. Don't let the system consume you just a bit longer. A twig snapped behind her. She whirled around. Weapon drawn. Who's there? Show yourself. Her eyes widened in shock. Trach Truong, he stood frozen, equally stunned to find her in this god-forsaken hellhole. 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐒, what are you doing here? Recovering her cool. She lays out the grim reality. Things are critical. 5 students are already dead. No time for a full debrief. Bottom line, head to the extraction point bus. It's safe. Trach Truong eyes her skeptically. An abyss monster, he asks. She shakes her head. No. An unidentified threat. It's chaos. I have other orders. Watch your back. He nods. Internalizing the danger. Like a gale. She vanishes into the woods. Her warnings echoing through the trees. Minister Loy, another casualty. The school intercom crackles to life with terrifying news. Emergency all hunters. Abort the exam immediately. Return to the transport vehicles now. Trach Truong. The trial is over, we have to move. He narrows his eyes. This is bad. Let's get out of here. They pivot and sprint. A piercing scream cuts through the air. Get away, stay back. Using his tracking trait, he locks onto the source. 2 targets ahead. 1 is bleeding. Move, Trach Truong barks. Nearby, a shadowy figure looms over 𝐒𝐶. A raspy voice chills the air. Don't worry. I'll end your suffering in a heartbeat. Hey. Creep. Picking on girls is a low-tier move. Trach Truong's boot connects with a heavy thud. 𝐒𝐶 beams. Brother-in-law, you look epic. He grimaces at the title. Who's your brother-in-law? Focus on staying alive. The assassin licks his lips, eyes glinting with malice. More prey had arrived. Delicious. 3 souls for the price of 1. Trach Truong begins calculating his survival odds, judging by that impact. This guy is a level 1, maybe level 2, magic realm, degenerate, if I don't strike first. We're all dead meat. 𝐒𝐶. Get 𝐒𝐒𝐒 out of here. Now she salutes. On it. Brother-in-law, he ignites his core. Fist, glowing with raw energy. Soft flow strike, the shockwave sends the killer flying back. Yet the monster manages to stay upright. Soft flow, tell me. How do you know Bang Thiet Hoa? Knowing my master's name won't save you. Yuri facing the dragon breath art. He funnels every stat point into speed and power. This single strike decides everything. The air grows heavy as the killer's senses begin to fail him. Time itself seems to fracture. The dragon breath impossible. A devastating palm strike shatters the killer's jaw, sending him spiraling into the dirt. Agony flares in his hand. The skill's output is too high for his current physical tier. 2 fingers are definitely snapped. A heavy price for victory. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 rushes to his side. We have to go, his guildmates might be near. 𝐒𝐶 cheers as they retreat. That punch was legendary. Brother-in-law, at the camp. The speakers roar. Board the buses, initiating final head count. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 spots them. 𝐒𝐶, you re-hurt, are you okay? Just a scratch. We almost died. But brother-in-law saved the day. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 freezes. Brother-in-law Trach Truong just stares into the distance. Deadpan. Suddenly, a woman's shriek pierces the camp. Abyss monster. It's right there. A guttural roar follows. So hungry. More meat. A beast emerges from the shadows. Get on the bus, go 𝐒𝐒𝐒, Anne shouts. Dich Dong moves to intercept. Form a perimeter. Protect the freshman. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 transmits a high-priority alert to Loy. Dich Dong slams his shield, charging headlong toward the towering boss monster. Get back. Dich Dong, you can solo that thing, he ignores her. Eyes fixed on the students. There's no time to hesitate, I'll be the shield. Protect the students. Din Dong charged. But the beast dominated. A lethal strike descended. Death loomed close. Din Dong closed his eyes, accepting his grim fate. Suddenly, Trach Truong intervened. You a rookie, why risk your life? Din Dong barked. It's suicide. But Trach Truong didn't flinch. His gaze, remaining ice cold. You remind me of a brave friend. I couldn't just stand by. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 struck from the shadows, her blade clashing against scales like stone. Its hide is too thick. Then, golden mana erupted from Trach Truong. Move. With one explosive strike, the high-tier monster was pulverized instantly. The dragon's breath. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gasped. A master of the soft whale style, Din Dung stood paralyzed in awe. This student was a hidden powerhouse. Incredible. Taking down an abyss beast is a legendary feat for a hunter. Impressive work. Most would be crumbled against a mid-tier boss like that. Shadows flickered as a masked figure appeared atop the fallen carcass. Identify yourself, they demanded. The stranger's voice was chillingly calm. Names are irrelevant. Just know, the Aurora Slight will soon consume everything. Rage flared in Din Dung's eyes. He recognized that twisted syndicate symbol, the Aurora Syndicate. Targeting students now, you cowards have no shame. The villain bared lethal claws. Sorry. Kids. Your journey ends in this grave. Like a blur of steel. The assassin launched a devastating, rapid-fire assault. Look out, Trach Truong shielded 𝐒𝐒𝐒 on. Drawing the villain's murderous gaze. Playing the hero. Kid, I'll make sure your death is painful. A massive shockwave hit as a powerful figure intercepted the lethal strike. It's Minister Loy, the students cheered. The elite reinforcements are here. Loy's presence was suffocating. Aurora rats in my academy, you've got a death wish. Sirens screamed as the perimeter was flooded with elite hunter police units. The assassin remained eerily still, taunting the minister from atop the beast. Minister Loy. A top 10 ranker. Impressive. But our playtime is over. Running away, Loy roared. Charging forward with a fist like a meteor. See you later. Little hunters, the villain vanished into the shadows. A monster lunged as a decoy. But Loy pulverized it with one blow. Damn it, he slipped away, the minister growled. His aura shaking the ground, with the threat suppressed. The academy grounds finally began to settle. Check the roster, get the wounded to the medical bay immediately. Deep within the 11th floor abyss. Rakshasa knelt before the Dragon King. You are back. The king smiled. I've missed our little chats. Old friend, he noticed the wound. Rakshasa. Who was strong enough to scar you? A mere scratch. He lied. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 delivered grim news. The great titan is down. He won't be joining the next raid. Will he survive? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 asked. Her voice trembling with worry. The exam was a massacre. He's hospitalized for at least several days, without a main tank. This dungeon run is a total suicide mission. Din Dung noticed a girl nearby. Asterisk, she looks exactly like Tang Xiaovi. Who's she? My best friend. She's our newest guild recruit. Xiaovi stepped forward. Her smile, hiding a mysterious, radiant sparkle. Hi everyone, I'm a total newbie. So please look after me. Watching Xiaovi's flawless performance. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 smiles. This little drama queen is definitely the legendary acting saint. Tang Xiaovi, knowing her true identity. He keeps his cool. He offers a simple, calm greeting without blowing her cover. Hello. Nearby. Dick Dung shouts to the Dragon King. Guild leader. The squad is ready. We can deploy now. The Dragon King roars back with authority. Excellent, everyone. Move out, get onto the ship immediately. Mid-voyage. Xiaovi whispers to 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Cousin. Why is this guild full of archers? Is that Rakshasa guy the leader? And why the mask 𝐒𝐒𝐒 warns her sternly? Keep your voice down. Xiaovi nods. Playing the obedient girl, the vessel sets sail into the unknown. The two sisters stand on the deck. Their conversation drowned by the waves. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 sighs. I don't get it. Why ditch your own guild just to tag along with mine? Xiaovi shrugs nonchalantly. Curiosity. Uncle Six mentioned a top-tier candidate lurking within this abyssal realm. He likes you. So I'm here to see if he's worthy of our prestigious Liu family bloodline. Blushing with fury. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 snaps. Stop it, Dawn. Tain't believe a single word that old man says. Xiaovi smirks. Enjoying the reaction. Uncle says Raksasa's talent is incredible, maybe S rank. Or even the legendary SS rank. But is he better than me? I'm an SS rank too? You know. She adds with a playful pout. How should I know you two haven't clashed? Xiaovi declares boldly. Then I'll challenge him to a duel. Nearby. Little Rabbit turns to Rakshasa. She looks up. Her eyes filled with a burning question. Big brother Rakshasa. Why did you enter the abyss? He replies softly. To give my family a better life. Once I've earned enough. I'll retire from this hunter life and find true peace away from the dungeons. To me, every second spent with my loved ones is worth more than any hidden treasure. Xiaovi creeps up to him, wearing a sly grin. Brother Rakshasa. I have a tiny request. Care to listen? Rakshasa glances at her. Oh. Hello. If you have something to say, just speak your mind. Using her most enchanting tone, she chirps. A legendary hero like you wouldn't turn down a girl's wish. Right. He watches her act. Thinking. The acting saint is plotting again. He remains composed. What is it? Speak. With a beaming. Fake smile. She drops the bombshell. Challenge me. Let's have a proper duel right here. His answer is instantaneous. I refuse. Stunned by the rejection. Xiao V's jaw drops. But she isn't finished yet. She tries to lure him with a secret. Refuse. If you fight me, I'll reveal a secret about Ngidon. His interest finally peaks. He can't help but ask. Humph. And what kind of secret are we talking about? She leans in. Whispering. I know her favorite food. Rakshasa's excitement instantly vanishes like smoke in the wind. He replies with total apathy. Not interested. Xiao V thinks fast. Wait, I even know her favorite underwear color. Rakshasa nearly chokes in embarrassment. He shoots back a single, cold word. Ridiculous. Xiao V pouts. What, don't you want to woo my cousin? I am literally handing you the ultimate winning chance, even with her matchmaking attempt. He stays stoic. He calmly sets the record straight for the young hunter. You're mistaken. We were just ordinary friends. Xiao V waves her hands frantically in total disbelief. Impossible. Pure friendship between a man and a woman doesn't exist. Rabbit is speechless. Rakshasa just stays silent. Think what you want. Suddenly, a silhouette appears on the horizon, sparking a wave of pure terror. Oh God. It's a pirate ship. A monstrous vessel tears through the waves, charging straight toward them. A hunter panics. Damn it. Why pirates? The Abyss manual said the sea route was a safe zone. Another yells back. Didn't you hear that manual was written 15 years ago? It's completely outdated trash. It's just for show. Don't trust it. A frantic scream cuts through the chaos, grabbing everyone's attention. Brace for impact. We're going to collide. The crew looks up at the approaching nightmare and curses. Son of a... My very first voyage and we hit pirates. This is insane. Rakshasa steps to the front, his presence commanding. Don't panic. Form a defensive line. Prepare for battle. Twisted. Mutated pirates roar in unison, their bloodlust echoing across the ocean as they launch their assault. They swarm the deck like locusts. Help! They re-on board. Panic spreads as the hunters are quickly surrounded. They were too fast. Our formation is shattered. I am being ganked by 5 of them. Someone help me. Rakshasa barks orders. 1 arrow. Take command. Keep the squad together. Focus all fire on the targets. 1 shot was ready. Trach Truong signaled. High Priest. Awaken. Eradicate these pirate invaders with your dark arts. His subordinate roared with iron resolve. By your command. Master. Trach Truong remained composed, drawing his bow with lethal intent as he whispered. 1 shot. 1 kill. Target the cursed ones. 1 shot rallied them. Focus. Don't miss your marks. A storm of arrows rained down, shattering the pirates' hollow courage instantly. Their bodies were shredded like meat. But the undead horde refused to stay down. One by one, they crawled back up, eyes glowing with a sinister, haunting light. Sensing the shift, Trach Truong shouted. Their HP is too high. Everyone, stay sharp. He considered summoning his beast swordsman. Kid, get back. Why are you just standing there? Jiedon smirked beside him. Dragon King. Don't worry about her. She can handle this. Duong Xiaovi smiled mysteriously. Weaving a spell, she commanded. Gravity suppression activate. The pirate, once hungry for blood, turned pale as he felt her crushing pressure. What's this? I can move. Xiaovi approached. Her smile as sharp as her blade. She laughed. I've increased your gravity 100 times. Enjoy the wait. 100 seconds of paralysis. You mine now. Her expression turned chillingly demonic. She plunged her knife into him. He shrieked. 644 damage. Help me. From afar, Kwang Tio Tho watched, trembling. That little girl. She is absolutely terrifying. Even Trach Truong stood back, impressed by her ruthless efficiency and power. Her innate trait was broken. For 100 seconds, they were just prey. Suddenly, a laugh erupted. Ka ka ka. You pathetic insects think you can conquer my sea fortress. I'll toss your corpses into the ocean to feed the sharks. In a flash, he charged. It was the boss, Captain Jack. He unleashed a hail of lead, laughing as his explosive rounds blasted the hunters away. The survivors scrambled, cursing as they realized who they were facing. Damn it. Why is the level 11 boss? Jackpot. Here, the manual said he'd be at the fortress. He appeared way ahead of schedule. The system must be glitching. Despite the chaos, The braver hunters rallied together for a desperate counterattack. "We have the numbers. Jack is alone. Kill him now, and take the loot." Long Vuong urged his partner. "La Sat. Move, we can't. Let them steal our kill." Trach Truong remained calm. "Hold your ground. Observe his patterns first." A final boss appearing early defied game logic. It's likely a decoy or a scripted event, driven by greed. The mob surged forward with a deafening war cry to finish him, but the captain was a master of combat. He easily dismantled their disorganized assault. "You want my head, you too green." He cleared the deck in seconds. Trach Truong's team retreated safely. "Close one. I'm glad we didn't jump in blindly. His damage is low, but his speed is insane. What if I cut his rope?" He notched a heavy arrow. Aiming directly at the captain's swinging lifeline, the rope swayed violently. He needed the perfect frame to time his strike. The pirate clung on stubbornly, refusing to let go of his tactical advantage. The rope snapped. Gravity claimed its debt, and the great captain crashed down with a cry. Yet, he landed on his feet. A legendary boss doesn't die from a simple fall. He burst into a maniacal laughter. "Nice try, but that won't save you from me. Time to show you my true power." Captain Jack Polly final evolution. His pet crow began to mutate, its form warping under a dark, cursed aura, from hideous to an absolute nightmare. Its eyes glowed like cursed rubies. The real fight begins. A piercing screech echoed twice as the beast obeyed. "I'll devour you all," it cried, paralyzing everyone with terror. Its massive talons, thick and deadly, snatched a hunter clean off the deck before soaring into the sky. But the creature lacked follow-through, dropping the poor soul back down safely, just seconds later. Still, it continued terrorizing the passengers. "It's over. That monstrous crow is diving straight for us," someone screamed. Quach Tu though shrieked in desperation. "What do we do? We're sitting ducks." Trach Truong turned to Duong Sao V with cold determination. "Get ready. How many targets can your trait lock down?" Her eyes never left the soaring beast as she gave a sharp, confident nod. Her resolve steeled Trach Truong's nerves. The plan was simple: use gravity suppression to pin that overgrown bird to the deck. "I'll handle the captain," Duong Sao V declared. Her mana beginning to surge, she unleashed her skill with a roar. "Gravity suppression. Don't just stand there. Move out." Caught in her invisible web, the beast shrieked for help. I can't move, master. Save me." Trach Truong rallied the survivors for a coordinated strike. "Archers. Focus, fire, bring it down." Seeing his pet overwhelmed by their numbers, the arrogant captain's smirk finally began to crack. Realizing he was outmatched, the degenerate boss chose cowardice. "Fine, we're done here for today. I'll be waiting at my sea fortress. Polly and I will give you a welcome you'll never forget." He vanished into the shadows, leaving the hunters frustrated. "Damn it, the coward got away," someone cursed as the mist cleared. The captain's mocking laughter echoed across the waves. "Dawn, keep me waiting." Anders. Even the bird looked stunned by its master's sheer audacity and ego. "Keep your heads up," Trach Truong commanded. "Our next stop is the captain's main base, the sea fortress." Suddenly, a massive shell breached the surface. "No way." The entire fortress is built on a giant turtle's back. Pirate cannons lined the shell, aiming directly at them. Trach Truong narrowed his eyes. Analyzing the threat, the Abyss manual wasn't lying. This floating dungeon was a fortress built atop a living mountain. High walls and heavy artillery surrounded the entire structure, making a frontal assault suicidal. Reaching the boss meant scaling those walls under fire, but without ladder ropes, it seemed impossible. Trach Truong pointed toward the defensive line. Getting close enough to climb won't be easy. Snipers and cannons would rain hell from above, followed by a swarm of elite pirates once they landed. As the ship docked, the question hung in the air: how could they possibly breach these defenses? "We'll figure it out on the ground," Trach Truong said. "Look. Hundreds of hunters are already attempting the raid." "How high is that wall?" 10 meters. "At least 10 meters. Perfect. That's all I need. I have a way up that doesn't involve fighting over ropes. We're going straight over the top." Suddenly, Nguyen On's expression soured. It was the last person she wanted to see, the arrogant young master Tran. Tran smirked, waving dismissively. "Well, if it isn't my lovely future wife, what a lucky coincidence." Nguyen On remained silent, but her cousin gasped. "Is it true? Are you really betrothed to the Tran family?" Nguyen On's voice was cold as ice. "Dawn, listen to his delusions. My marriage is my own choice." Tran ignored her, his arrogance on full display. "Come on, darling. Stick with me if you want to survive. My elite guild will carry you to the boss." We're going to speed run this dungeon floor? I'm not interested. 𝐒𝐒𝐒𝐿 replied flatly. Stay out of my sight. Tran's face contorted with fury. Stop acting so high and mighty, you're testing my patience. If you want to rot with these losers in this abyss. Fine. I won't stop you. I'll teach you your place once we were married. Long Vuong stepped forward. His fists trembling with rage. I'll kick his teeth in, he growled. But 𝐒𝐒𝐒𝐿 held him back. Not here. Don't waste your energy. Trach Truong placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. I've got your back. No matter what. Duong Xiaovi nodded in support, as 𝐒𝐒𝐿 took a deep breath. Her heart finally steadying. Thank you. Lasat, she whispered. She couldn't shake the feeling. He felt so familiar. Who was he really? Before she could think. The war cry erupted. Charge, take down the pirates. Savage pirates roared over the thunder of massive cannons. Exterminate them all. Ha ha ha, earth-shaking blasts tore through the air, followed by the blood-curdling screams of the dying. Look, the young master of the Chen clan is making his move. Their assault had finally begun. Defensive barriers flickered to life. Despite the bombardment, Trach Truong stood unfazed. Arms crossed in cold defiance. I see. He's using the Little Fairies Guild as cannon fodder to breach the pirates' front line. The Dragon King scoffed. A clever scheme. Too bad our party is strictly long-range archers. The little princess nodded in agreement. Indeed. It's a desperate situation. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 had mobilized a legion of mercenaries, burning through gold to dominate this demonic zone. Lacnon laughed triumphantly. Push forward, the fortress walls are within our reach. Done, to stop now. Young Master Chen sneered. Foolish girl. We'll slay the floor boss before she even touches the gate. Master. 𝐿𝐿 and Rakshasa are getting dangerously close. This isn't just a casual friendship anymore. Claim her now before things spiral. The Academy's lockdown has trapped me. But I won't wait forever. When the time is right, I'll demand her hand. 𝐒𝐒𝐿 belongs to me and me alone. Trach Truong pointed toward the chaos. The moment of truth is here. Prepare for battle. Everyone. Rakshasa. What's the plan? He clenched his fists, eyes burning. Let's show them true overwhelming power. Dropping into a low stance, Trach Truong channeled a surge of azure mana, summoning a spectral beast. Rise. Behemoth war beast smoke erupted around the creature as the summoner roared with predatory glee. Haha, I forgot we had these secret weapons, the Dragon King cheered. Exactly, with these juggernauts. Pirate cannons are useless. No more fighting for scraps on rope ladders. Gripping the massive iron chains, Trach Truong steered his beast toward the fray. All units. Full-scale assault. Heavy artillery shook the earth. Those cannons are insane. I almost died 3 times despite my healers. My teammate was vaporized instantly. There wasn't even a body left to bury. This is a nightmare. We retrapped. I can move forward. But retreating means certain death. If I leave cover, I'm dead. Wait, look at that phalanx formation over there. Is that a turtle shell? Brilliant. They were using a heavy shield wall to ignore the bombardment. They were almost at the gates already. Shadows loomed over the battlefield as a gargantuan beast emerged. By the gods. What on earth is that? That's the behemoth war machine from the 10th floor. How did they bring it up to floor 11? There are players riding it. It's that archer guild. How did they tame a legendary rank summon? Incredible. They were effortlessly crushing the defenses. That makes the turtle formation look like child's play. The pirate captain screamed in a panic. Fire, blow that monstrosity to hell. Trach Truong just signaled advance. Commence fire, Rakshasa shouted from atop the beast. Watch your step. Don't crush the stray adventurers below. Acknowledging the order, the little princess gripped the reins tight, glaring down at a rival. 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Prepare to be flattened, Shen Mengdi. You psycho. Are you seriously trying to murder me? That's cold-blooded murder times boom times. The lead behemoth slammed into the stone fortress like a living battering ram. As the beasts breached the walls, rare loot started dropping everywhere. Rakshasa roared his command. Soldiers, storm the fortress. Secure the perimeter. Rakshasa then dove headfirst toward the glowing dropped items. Move fast. We need the first clear bonus. That floor boss belongs to us. Young Master Chen watched in stunned silence before exploding in rage. Damn it, this can be happening. I refuse to let Rakshasa take the glory. I'll be the one to claim the boss head. He charged blindly. But a black muzzle suddenly pressed against his temple. Before he could react, pirates swarmed. Asterisk, clang clang, clang time steel bit into air. Elder Cow intervened just in time. His face, grim with disapproval. Control your temper, Master Chen, but the warning only fueled the fires of his humiliation. Out of my way, Rakshasa stole what's mine. And today, he pays for it with his life. Elder Cow's voice turned ice cold. Listen carefully. Master. You are blinded by pride. Regain your composure. Rakshasa's hidden trait is monstrous. You saw that power challenging him now is sheer suicide. He summoned 5 giant war chariots, simultaneously. Young Master Tran spat in disbelief. How is this possible? Old Man Cao cautioned. Know your enemy. Let's observe how they handle Captain Jack first. A sinister smirk played on Tran's lips as he reconsidered the old man's strategy. Fine. I'll crush them when they least expect it. Meanwhile, Lasat's squad reached the boss. Captain Jack glared at the intruders. His voice dripping with pure, cold malice. You dare breach my walls, feast for my pets. He unleashed a flaming giant bird. Lasat shouted. Look out, 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Suppress that beast with your skills now. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 cast Frost Storm. But the monster shrugged it off. Its rage boiling over. The bird screeched in fury. Lasat instantly summoned his grand priest to the field. 𝐒𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊. Ground that bird. The rest of you. Focus fire on the captain. With a roar, the hunters charged forward. Weapons gleaming with lethal, awakened intent. Lasat signaled his summon. Grand Priest. Activate your skill. Execute Holy Judgment. Divine Light struck the boss. System notification. Holy Punishment damage has been triggered. Damage, -698. 𝐒𝐒𝐒. His evasion is insane. Nyuyatana cried. Magic isn't working. Long Vuong gripped his blade. Then we take him down in bloody close quarters. Nuyet An surged forward. Her dual blades cutting through the air with precision. Lasat drew his bow. Analyzing. His speed is high. But his trajectory is predictable. He gave the command. The Grand Priest chanted. The Shadow Lord's power dwells within. From the shadows. Old Man Cao whispered. Lasat's tactical mind is truly formidable. Tran snarled. Formidable, don't it make me laugh. Cao realized his slip and fell silent. Patience. Young Master. Let the floor boss finish them off for us first. Jack opened fire, dual-wielding pistols. He riddled the Grand Priest with a lead storm. Long Vuong grinned as the priest fell. I see your plan now. Lasat boom. The priest evolved into a vengeful snake demon everyone. Strike while it tanks, the boss. The snake demon lunged as a hail of arrows rained down upon Captain Jack. An arrow pierced Jack's chest. He screamed in agony. Tran panicked. Watching his prey. Damn it, they're actually winning. I'm going in to kill Lasat now. Wait, Tao warned. A floor boss isn't defeated that easily. Jack's eyes turned blood red. You insects, you've awakened my wrath. Now. Taste a death more painful than hell. His laughter echoed as the entire dungeon floor began to tremble and crack violently. What's happening? Lasat braced himself. Ngayat On shouted. The ground is splitting apart. Colossal tentacles erupted from the floor. Ugh. What is that? Disgusting? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 thing. Jack roared. Meet my ultimate guardian pet. The Emperor Octopus has awakened. Nyuyet An stared in horror at the massive, writhing limbs. He hid this monster. Lasat barked. Incoming dodged the tentacles. A massive limb slammed toward Long Vuong. Damn it, my damage is too low, Long Vuong cursed. Struggling against the Titan's hide. System HP critical. The Emperor's tentacles coiled around Lasat and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 though. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 trembled. This is only floor 11. How can the boss be this strong? Lasat's eyes narrowed. Fine. Time to reveal my hidden trump card. Summoning activation. The Beastman Swordmaster appeared. Kneeling. Slaughter that octopus and its master immediately. By your command, the Swordmaster vanished into a blur of cold. Silver steel. He danced through the tentacles. His blade glowing with legendary, lethal sword intent. Slash. The monstrous limbs were carved into pieces before they could even react. He didn't stop. With a feral roar. His sword intent exploded toward the captain. The team erupted in cheers. Nyuyet An watched in awe. Suck power. Simply legendary. Young Master Chen lurked behind crates. Stammering in sheer disbelief at the sight. How can Rakshasa summon a swordmaster? He hissed. Floor 11 and already this OP. He's a total enigma. Captain Jack's eyes flared with rage as his precious pet was brutally struck. You filthy demi-human, rise. Great. Kraken. Emperor. Drag them to the watery depths. The sea erupted. A massive shockwave surged, tossing every ship into the air like toys. A hideous, bug-eyed octopus emerged. Long Vuong smirked. That's a lot of takoyaki for one night. Rakshasa shouted. Stay calm, brace yourselves and don't let the tides sweep you away. Swordmaster. Go. Suddenly. The kraken lunged. Its massive maw ready to devour the world, eyes glowing crimson. The Swordmaster roared. Whirlwind, slash. He became a lethal cyclone. charging the beast. Squelch. Both blades buried themselves deep into the Kraken's skull with a sickening thud. The beast shrieked in agony. Rakshasa pointed. Swordmaster, ignore the pet. Finish Captain Jack now. Understood. With a burst of speed, the warriors soared toward the captain's deck. The captain fired blindly. But the swordmaster tanked every shot, closing the distance like a demon. Before he could curse again, a gust of steel severed his life. A strike faster than wind. The captain collapsed, his eyes wide with shock. No. This is impossible. He wheezed. System, congratulations, you have defeated Captain Jack and his guardians. Cheers erupted. He's dead. The captain is down, behind them. The floor gate slowly hummed to life. As Rakshasa inspected the loot, one arrow approached him, awkwardly scratching his head in hesitation. Guildmaster. I need to talk to you. Please. Don't take this the wrong way. Rakshasa turned. What is on your mind? One arrow stammered. I want to lead my team away. For a bit. Why? Rakshasa asked. Master. We are too weak. One arrow admitted. Our attacks barely scratched those monsters. Our damage numbers were pathetic, just single digits. We're becoming a burden. We need to grind earlier floors to level up our stats. We'll return when we can truly fight beside you. Rakshasa narrowed his eyes. I see. But you guys weren't holding us back at all. Don't pressure yourselves. He comforted. But one arrow remained resolute, his face etched with determination. You might not mind. But we do. We refuse to be useless baggage in this crawl. He quickly added. Don't worry. Master, we aren't leaving the guild. This isn't a betrayal. This guild is our home. We just need a solo training arc to sharpen our skills for the future. If we hit a wall, we'll call for backup. Seeing their resolve, Rakshasa finally gave a firm nod. Fine. I respect your choice. Just make sure everyone makes it back alive. Stay safe. Message us if things get hairy. One arrow beamed. Thank you. Master, we won't let you down. Go conquer the next floor. We'll be grinding until our bows break. Rakshasa's team headed for the portal. Rakshasa waved back. Don't be a stranger. One arrow, we'll be waiting for you at the top. One arrow grinned. Got it, watch your backs up there. Everyone, Elder Cow whispered. Young master. The boss is dead. Let's retreat before the respawns. Rakshasa has moved on. Young Master Chen gnashed his teeth. That bastard Rakshasa. I'll be the one to end him. Mark my words. Cao realized Rakshasa's growth was explosive. If they didn't act soon, he would become an unstoppable monster. Floor 12, the Celestial Arena. A battlefield floating amidst a sea of shimmering galaxies and stars. Wow. The night sky is breathtaking, Bunny exclaimed. The princess smiled. Look at the stars. They were beautiful, but danger lurked above. Rakshasa scanned the horizon. Heads up. These are all elemental-type monsters. Don't bother with swords. They possess 100% immunity to all physical damage. Only elemental counters will work. Without magic, we won't even scratch their health bars. So, water against fire, fire against nature, Phantom asked. We have to exploit their elemental weaknesses. Rakshasa nodded, scanning their roster. Exactly. But we only have two mages, Autumn and Little Bird. Autumn's ice magic is our best bet against the fire elementals. This is where you shine. Her gravity magic acts as a pure, non-elemental force. It restricts movement, but inflicts zero direct physical damage. We have ice, but lack the diverse elements to dominate. He sighed, needing high-tier mages to balance the party. Moonshadow's eyes dimmed. Recruiting masters felt like a dream. Rakshasa nodded. Dismissed. Recovery is our only priority tonight. We can't rush while Titan is still critical. We wait. Inside the Academy's elite hall, a solemn voice echoed, Principal. The minister sent me to oversee this investigation. With Jin leading, I know the truth will surface soon. My gratitude to the minister. I'll protect this institution's honor, Minister Lowy snapped. The real threat is the candidate surge. 100 unranked hunters here will shatter our school's order. The principal's gaze hardened. Jin and I have synchronized. The trials proceed. We call the week in 3 days. Is it safe? One wrong move and casualties will skyrocket. Jin cut him off with a look of absolute authority. Fear not. We're deploying the military's most advanced simulation gear. Simulation? What kind of high-level interface are we using? The virtual combat system. The ultimate hunter training ground. Outside. The air crackled with the candidate's nervous anticipation. Groups of 10. Enter the rift. Only survival matters. They'd face hyper-realistic abyss monsters in a digital deathmatch. Group 9 here, hey. Blind girl. Where do you rank? 11. She whispered. Trach Truong stood tall. Group 3. Group 3. You're up, look. Group 2 is finishing. Trach Truong's heart hammered. His rival, Tran Phong, was inside, on screen. Tran Phong shredded a level 15 boss monster. The stadium erupted. Level 15, cleared in record-shattering time. Young Master Tran is a god. Jiangbei's pride is unmatched. He's the king. Where are the losers from Jiangdong now? Behold this score. Jiangdong's best couldn't even dream of this. Group 2. Exit. Group 3. Enter the synchronization pods. Tran Phong emerged, radiating a suffocating aura of arrogance. A mid-tier level 15 beast. His power scaling is insane. Trach Truong narrowed his eyes, his fighting spirit igniting. I've mastered this system already. First place is mine. Good luck, she cried. As they passed, sparks flew. Watch me. Tran Phong hissed. I'll crush you like insects. Shut up and wait. Trach Truong countered, cold and calm, as he synced. Jin whispered a final, chilling warning. Don't embarrass me. He just nodded. Sliding on the visor. Test initiated. Darkness shattered as a new world manifested. The realism was staggering. Suddenly, a monster lunged from nowhere. His instincts screamed. He dodged the killing blow by inches. He counters instantly, giving no quarter. The crowd watches in absolute awe. He's no pushover. Is that Trach Truong from Jiangdong? The blind girl gasped. Did he win? Xiao Vi smiled, sensing the shifting tide of battle. Before a stunned audience, Trach Truong clashed fiercely with the beast in simulation. His combat prowess was terrifying. Level 9 already, the guy is a monster. A hidden gem from Jiangdong. No one expected a hunter this lethal. However, Tran Fong's guild lacked faith, sneering at his rapid progress. Only level 9. He'll never catch up to our master Tran. Trach Truong calculated his moves as his stamina hit the red zone. His dragon breath and soft power skills were taxing his physical limits. No rest. The boss evolved to level 10. Roaring with new fury, he lunged. But the beast vanished. It possessed primitive intelligence now, an unpredictable pattern, without high-tier traits. This was a total death trap. Die already, Tran Phong cursed. While the MC prepared his true power, he leaped, grappling the beast's head. Principal Niam's eyes widened in recognition. That soft power. He's the legendary Bang 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐻𝐿's final disciple. Exactly. Ard, sir. Tucam beamed. Trach Truong is the real deal. The arena erupted. Level 16. A mid-tier abyss monster stood before him. Level 16. Is he even human? The crowd held their collective breath. Most were eliminated at level 8. Only he and Tran Phong remained. Defeating this boss meant taking the rank 1 spot in the academy. Impossible. Some whispered. Level 16 is a different tier of nightmare. Memories of the giant abyss monsters from the past test resurfaced. Pure destruction. Tran Phong gnashed his teeth, praying for the hero's downfall. Minister Loi was stunned. Could the ultimate record finally be shattered? The system's peak had always been level 15. This was uncharted territory. If this beast is truly mid-tier, Trach Truong's awakening might end here. Tucam smirked at the minister. Care to make a little bet? The minister hesitated. Meanwhile, the MC gasped, his energy nearly depleted. Defeating level 15 was a miracle. Now, level 16 loomed. More demonic, exhausted but driven. I Want Luz's roar echoed through the dungeon. He unleashed everything, but the monster blocked it with chilling ease. It was too fast. Before he could blink, the beast's strike sent him flying. He hit the ground hard, but his survival traits kept him standing. Asterisk. One last. Dragon breath. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, I have to save it for the finish. He glared at the titan. A beast 3 times his own size. Speed and power were stacked against him. Brute force wouldn't work. Is he giving up? The crowd murmured. Has he reached his limit? If he wanted to quit, he'd have logged out. He's planning something, but his stats are lower. How can he possibly overcome this gap? Don't you dare quit, Xiao Vi screamed. You're my future brother-in-law. A sudden breeze swirled around him. The air began to tremble. The monster's claws closed in. A lethal strike aimed at his throat. In a flash, he vanished. The essence of soft power Tai Chi activated. He repositioned, lunging forward to lock onto the beast's jugular. System alert quest. Complete level 16. Elite ghoul successfully suppressed. Next boss wave in 5 minutes. Xiao Jin smirked. His counter-strike tactic was absolute perfection. Minister Lai, your defeat is inevitable. The The crowd erupted into a deafening frenzy of cheers. Jiang Dong finally has a champion. Trach Truong is monstrous. Tran Fong burned with envy. Impossible, how could a degenerate outrank me? Xiao Jin stepped in. Stand down. The awakening trial isn't over yet. Trach Truong sat frozen. His nerves wound tight. A fiercer monster materialized. He roared. Looking down on me, then come and die. Steel met claw in a desperate clash. But then the monster vanished into thin air. What the system, chimed trial complete. Exiting virtual interface. Prepare for immediate logout. 5, 4, 3. He blinked in confusion. Wait. It's over already. Just as his combat flow peaked. Reality hit. Someone ripped off his headset painfully. Incredible, Xiao Jin beamed with pride. Trach. You actually cleared level 16. Your path to the Security Bureau and the Hunter ranks is now officially paved. The auditorium shook with chants. Jiang Dong's great god, you re a freaking legend. How do you solo that boss I wiped at level 4? Please. Accept my respect. Master Trach Truong. Take me as your disciple. I'll be your loyal servant forever. He stepped down. Dazed by the spotlight. What the hell is going on? Duong Xiaovi giggled. You re a superstar now. Brother-in-law. Look at all these fans. Boss. I'm a Jiang Dong local too. Let's party up in the future for sure. Whatever. He sighed. Exhausted. I'm hitting the dorms, before tonight's Demon Realm raid. Wait. Trach Truong. He turned to see Nuok Dong looking hesitant and shy. You're heading to the Demon Realm, I'm stuck on floor 11. Can you carry me? I could. But. You re-blind. Navigating high-tier dungeons is suicide for you. Before he finished, Zhao V yelled. The mob is coming, we need to move. Now, Nuok Dong. Follow me. Behind them. The swarm of fans continued their relentless chase. Nuok Dong called out. My avatar wears an azure blue mage robe. Remember that. He waved back. A thought struck him if she's blind. How does she know the color? Perhaps someone told her. Soon. The vivid blue skies of floor 11 loomed above, scanning the horizon. Rakshasa spotted a girl in blue. Is that really Nuok Dong? He approached the player. Sky melancholy. Nuok Dong. It's me. Trach Truong. You actually came, he nodded. I'll clear this floor, boss. Just stay behind me. Since you can see. She blushed. Actually. Inside the system. My vision is perfect. Rakshasa froze as her gaze locked onto his. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. I'm so sorry, wait. That means she already knows my true hidden identity. She panicked. I swear I'll never reveal who you are, your secret is safe. I'll take a blood oath, he sighed. Just keep it quiet. Fame is a headache. Only I will know. She promised, firmly. Her eyes shining with newfound loyalty, she started to swear a curse. But he stopped her. I trust you. That's enough. A system ping flared. Long Vuong shouted. Rakshasa, great god, is finally back online. Is he out of the hospital? Is his health stat fully recovered yet? Not yet. But he's mobile enough to enter the tower and start grinding again. We're re-hitting floor 11 to boost him. Join us, perfect. I am already at the site. Meet at the altar we re-warping in right now, Long Vuong signaled. He turned to Nuok Dong. My guildmates are arriving. I'll introduce you to the team. She nodded shyly just as the portal glowed. Long Vuong's party had finally arrived. Rakshasa spoke up. Everyone. Meet Skygloom. She's a friend, joining our party for this floor's expedition. Skygloom bowed politely. Dragon King laughed. Haha, if she's Rakshasa's friend. She's good in my book. Moonshadow watched them intently. What was their real connection? Was she just a friend? Or his girlfriend? Xiao Dian looked puzzled, finding her strangely familiar. Rakshasa signaled the group. Everyone is here. Let's begin. Our goal is simple, clear floor 11, and secure the quest keys for Giant God and Skygloom. Tomorrow. We push into floor 12. Giant God nodded gratefully. I appreciate the help. Everyone. As they boarded, Rakshasa checked in. Giant God. You okay? Don't worry. The doctor cleared me for combat. Rakshasa relaxed. Good. But Giant God scanned the horizon. Feeling something was off. Wait. It's too quiet. Where are the pirates? Where's Captain Horn? This is too easy, Rakshasa explained calmly. That encounter was a rare event. Usually, the spawn rates here are much lower. Haha. Then this won't be much of a challenge. Suddenly, explosions rocked the sea. The naval battle began. Rakshasa's summoned beast charged. Little Rabbit snapped at Sky Gloom. Hands off, don't touch my big brother Rakshasa. Sky Gloom panicked. Oh. I am so sorry. It is my first time riding a beast. I lost my balance. Rakshasa frowned at the outburst. Little Rabbit. Stop being so rude to our guest. Sky Gloom gasped. Rakshasa. Yuri incredible, summoning a giant war shark. What rank is your talent anyway? Little Rabbit smirked. That's nothing, big brother can even summon floor bosses to fight for him. Sky Gloom was stunned. What, he can summon bosses? Little Rabbit beamed with pride. Just watch, we're going to blitz through this. The next floor is waiting for us. Rakshasa gave the order. And the squad charged. Speed is everything, clear them out. Dragon King wiped his blade. Wow. We took down that giant octopus faster than last time. Moonshadow remained calm. Experience makes the difference. Rakshasa realized his 10 summon slots were now full. Suddenly, the system window flickered with a new update. System SSS-Rank Summoning Art Level 1. EXP 517 of 1000. Cost 10. Cooldown 60 seconds. Effect creates permanent clones of defeated targets. Clones can level up to a maximum rank of 5. Note, Level 1 summoning allows 10 clones. How many can I control as I grow? Level 2, 30 clones. Level 3, 50 clones. Level 4, 100 clones. Level 5, 500 clones. Rakshasa calculated his progress. Halfway to Level 2. Soon, he'd command an army of 30 elite followers. The gate to the next floor shimmered open before them. We got the keys. Onward to floor 12, Dragon King sighed. But we're still missing elemental mages. Rakshasa agreed. We lack fire, lightning, and earth. We need a new strategy to progress further. Giant God chimed in. I actually know a high-level fire mage. But there's a problem. She and her guild are currently stuck on floor 10. They can't reach us yet. Little Princess groaned. Must we recruit from the forums? Those mercenaries are greedier than I am. Sky Gloom raised her hand timidly. I think I might be able to help with that. Dragon King turned. Eyes lighting up. Really, do you have friends with elemental powers? No. But my trait is elemental imbuement. I can add elemental attributes to any weapon or gear. Little Princess cheered. A support mage, Yuri, a literal godsend for this raid. Rakshasa's mind raced as he analyzed the tactical advantage. With elemental buffs, we can exploit the monster's weaknesses and crush floor 12 effortlessly. It's late, though. Even if we go now, I have real-world business to attend to tomorrow. Let's fall back and recover. The guild warehouse is stocked with mana orbs for everyone. I'll distribute resources so we can challenge the next floor at peak condition. Deal. Dragon King agreed instantly. Perfect. Giant God and I have academy placement tests to oversee tomorrow anyway. With the plan set, Rakshasa closed the interface. Then we're done for today. Get some rest. Sending spirit orbs now. Recover your mana. Titan. We'll need you. Titan nods. Copy that. Resting up for tomorrow's dungeon grind. Academy briefing. The class placement test begins. Choose solo or party. That's Class AS lead. Gu Tianyang. Wait. Where is Xiao Jin? Mission complete and gone. Minister Lei eyes the eccentric instructor. Maintain your image. Gu. Yuri, an elite led. Gu just grins. Test is simple. Find me in the hall. If Yuri ready, I'll personally test you. Ruodong asks to party with Trach Truong. I'm in too. Can't let her drag the team rank down. Their rivalry is legendary. Why team up now? Trach Truong's puzzled. Chen Feng's goons laugh. Elite class, Yuri dreaming. Losers, follow Master Chen instead. They walk off with a sneer. Xiao Wei's eyes cold. I can't wait to see Chen humbled. Patience. Watch. 5 minutes later, Chen's group is blasted out. The crowd gasps. Is he a teacher or a monster? My legs snapped. Did Gu wreck even the top-tier Chen Feng? I'm out. This isn't a placement test, it's a brutal deathmatch. Chen Feng roars in humiliation, pointing a finger at the door. I'm a Chen Heir. This academy should be honored. I'm here. Grandpa forced me. I belong at an elite school overseas. Minister Lei's gaze turns ice cold. Chen Feng. Watch your tongue. A family name isn't an elite class pass. Get out now. Fine, I am leaving. Lei signals the next team to enter. Trach Truong steps forward. The air in the room grows heavy. Xiao Wei scowls. A drunken instructor. Is he really the lead? Trach Truong stays sharp. Anyone who crushed Chen is a threat. Gu sips his flask. Ready, just touch me once to pass. Don't hold back. Because I'm coming at you with everything. Ruodong's trait triggers. His internal mana flow. It's overwhelming. The drunk act is a facade. Stay sharp. Follow me. Trach Truong dives low as Xiao Wei strikes high. Ruodong supports the front. Gu laughs. Now that's some teamwork. Ruodong's staff parried Gu, tosses her aside like a doll. Trach Truong teleports behind. Gu smirks. A sneak attack. He evades effortlessly. So what, I am just getting started. Gu leaps back. Eyes gleaming. Better than the rest. But not enough. Trach Truong steadies his breath. Everyone okay? He's a monster. He's too fast, we can even graze his clothes. Xiao Wei shouts. Trach Truong's mind races. I have a plan. Support me. Pincer attack. Ruodong. Use your trait to predict his trajectory. Interesting, kids. Gu mutters. Above. The principal watches the duel. Why is Gu holding back? His movements are surprisingly slow. He usually ends this instantly. Why prolong the fight? The principal smiles. Because he's finally found gems worth polishing. Plan Alpha engage. Trach Truong launches a devastating opening strike. Limits reached. Dragon breath fails. Insane agility. Push harder. Kid. 10. 7. Nuok Dong counts. Watch him, go left. Now. Zhao V strikes. Master smirks. Predicting me, Master scoffs. Retreat. Using sound, things get interesting. My turn. You first. Inches away. She smirks. Trach Truong materializes behind him. Soft force strike trio attack. Legendary style of Pang Theet. Asterisk. Boom times. Wind shock blasts them. Incredible, the principal claps. Forcing wind shock exceptional trial. Impressive. You worth my time. Congratulations. Welcome to Class A. Master Gu leads. Cheers erupt. Gold badge cousin-esque gonna cry. We did it. Eyes watching. Whispers. They survived monsters. Class A rookies. Absolute units. 5 seats. 3 gone. Lethal. Rest. Class A starts tomorrow. Trach Truong nods. Calling home. Dad, Class A, reward me. Tonight. Demon Realm Dungeon. Floor 12. Let's clear it. Guild S waiting. Dragon King greets. Show the trait, I am hyped. Time to shine. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 smiles. Asterisk. Summon times. The blade drinks energy. Asterisk system lightning element. 30 minutes. Lightning. Let's fry these bastards. It's random RNG. No choice. Doesn't matter. Let's move. Bad roll, just wait cooldown. Then roll again. Resolve firm. Fire ignites. Weapon is buffed. Adrenaline spikes. Pure excitement. Finally, let the slaughter begin. Good luck. Basic elements active. Princess watches. Expensive scrolls. No. Pure awakened talent. Legend. Asterisk roar times. Fire beast incoming. As the words left his lips, the beast exhaled a torrent of incinerating flames. Titan lunged forward. Shield raised. I've got this fire elemental detected. Dragon King joins the fray. Berserk Dragon King. 329 Titan's Thorns. -873 Knight's Grudge. -73. Lifesteal. Rakshasa and Chithu provided backup. Exploiting elemental weaknesses makes this a cakewalk. Rakshasa noted. In a flash of steel, the fire elemental was extinguished for good. Chithu watched the remains vanish. Elemental counters are even more broken than I thought. What about my Lightning Dragon King asked. Rakshasa replied. Try it on a wood elemental next. You got it, he grinned. Eager for the next hill. Leading the way. Rakshasa warned. The palace is ahead. The elemental overlord awaits. Get ready. As they arrived, they overheard a group of hunters whispering in sheer panic. Where is the overlord? It should have spawned by now. Something is seriously wrong. Is the abyss glitching? If the boss doesn't show, we're trapped in this hellhole. The forums say it's chaos. Bosses are spawning in swarms or vanishing entirely. A floor 26 boss appeared on floor 6. Is the entire dungeon system collapsing? Dragon King's face paled. Are they serious? A total system collapse. Titan narrowed his eyes. Analyzing the gates. No. There has to be another explanation. Rakshasa scanned the crowd. Too many people waiting. We won't clear this floor today. Sky gloomed Sahil in regret. What now? It's still so early in the raid. Rakshasa suggested. Let's grind mobs nearby. We'll master our elements and farm some loot. Agreed. Moonshadow nodded. Dragon King groaned. Fine. Before my elemental buffs expire. Suddenly, a massive, bone-chilling roar echoed from the front lines. Rakshasa gripped his blade. Trouble move. They found hunters fleeing in pure terror. Run the elemental overlord. It spawned outside the palace gates. This is insane. It's supposed to be inside. Our party isn't ready for this. Stop crying and run. Your pathetic skills couldn't even scratch that monster. Dragon King gasped. Look at the size of him. Looming ahead was the floor 12 boss. Rakshasa barked orders. Positions Birdie. Hit it with gravity suppression. Now. It's Petite Birdie. Stop shortening it, she snapped. Activating her skill. Gravity field on. To their horror, the Overlord walked through the gravity field like it was nothing. Titan struck with all his might. But the damage window read. 0. 0 damage. You've got to be kidding me. Even Dragon King stood frozen in shock. Every hit was negated. Total immunity. The system windows flashed red with failure. 0. 0. Rakshasa's eyes widened. Is this boss? A null attribute type. Moonshadow gasped. What no attribute? That means we have no counter. The Overlord swung a massive fist. A single shockwave dealt 3,419 damage. Damn it. That hurts, Dragon King roared. Moonshadow grabbed him. Wait, don't rush in. Petite Birdie struggled to hold the line. My suppression is failing. We need a plan. Rakshasa gritted his teeth. Without an attribute, we're helpless. We need to force a change. Sky Gloom stepped forward. Let me try. Rakshasa looked at her. What's the plan? I'm not sure if it'll work. She whispered. But I have to try. She unleashed her skill, Elemental Infusion, suddenly. The boss was engulfed in roaring flames. No way, Dragon King cheered. She actually changed its type. Moonshadow's eyes sparkled. Brilliant move, Rakshasa grinned. Sky Gloom nodded. He's fire type now. Hit him with everything. The team surged forward. 1,400. 71 1,100. 16. Knight's Grudge landed heavy blows. Rakshasa laughed. Now that's how you hunt a boss. Little bird. Keep that gravity suppression locked down. The system alerts flash as the raid intensifies. Negative 2,147. Negative 1,304. Negative 2,016. The boss' health is down by 1/3, but just as victory nears, he unleashes a counter aura. Watch out, Giant God screams. Little bird panics. Her gravity suppression skill has completely lost its effect. Rakshasa's eyes widen as the boss shifts forms. What the hell is happening to him? Elemental mutation. Sky Melancholy explains. The Elemental Lord is rewriting his own core attributes. A massive strike hits Giant God. Negative 2,175. The boss is peaking. He's evolved. Giant God grunts. Bracing. Normal physical attacks are barely scratching him now. Rakshasa analyzes the field. One wrong element, and the counter damage will wipe the whole guild. Another transformation. The boss's body shimmers, turning into a terrifying, indestructible platinum-colored metal element. Metal Moonshadow. Your fire element is his weakness. Strike now, Rakshasa commands. Moonshadow lunges. Her blade wreathed in flames. A series of decisive strikes hit the boss. Negative 2,411. Negative 3,587. Negative 8,430. Even with those crits, the boss barely flinches. Its massive health bar remains a daunting wall. Aggro shift. The boss locks eyes with Moonshadow. Careful. You've pulled the target's hatred. The boss charges. Giant God leaps in to intercept, allowing Moonshadow to retreat safely. Too slow. She mutters. If I had the Beastman Swordmaster's skill evolution, he'd be dead. Damn it, Dragon King roars. When did he switch to lightning? My skills are completely useless. The boss ignores the tanks. Hunting Moonshadow. It lunges for a lethal finishing blow. Moonshadow can dodge. A devastating impact sends her flying the system, screams a massive warning. Negative 3,984 Rakshasa blurs into motion, catching her mid-air. Are you okay? Yuri distracted. Moonshadow. What's going on? She looks up at him, hesitating for a heartbeat. Rakshasa. I need a favor. Her eyes burn with determination. Anything. He replies firmly. Teach me the Beastman Swordmaster's techniques. He nods. First, let's kill this boss together. Stop flirting, Little Bird yells. Look up, he's entered his giant lightning form. The Elemental Lord towers over them, lightning crackling as it prepares a total wipeout skill. Rakshasa steps forward, aiming his bow. The system highlights his earth arrows, the perfect counter. He releases. The arrow streaks forward, but strangely stops just inches from the boss's skin. What? Dragon King shouts. 0 damage. Is the system glitched or something? Boom. 16,741. The critical hit shakes the entire dungeon floor. Rakshasa. That damage is god tier. Even Rakshasa is stunned by the sheer power of the crit. The boss roars in agony. Preparing one final. Desperate elemental explosion against the group. Get behind me, giant god shouts. My tanking stats are barely holding this aggro. I need a taunt, skill, or a hidden trait. This damage is getting impossible. Just a bit longer, Rakshasa yells. Firing another arrow that pierces the boss's defenses. Negative 5,799. Yes, his health is finally in the red. Moonshadow points behind them. Pale. We have company. And they don't look friendly. Other players have gathered in the shadows, waiting like vultures to steal the dropped items. They're going to kill steal, little bird cries. Dragon King snarls. Let them try it. No need. Rakshasa says coldly. I'll handle them. He activates his ultimate summoning trait. Huge shadows emerge. Dragon King grins. Rakshasa's boss tier subordinates are about to ruin their day. Finish the boss. Now Rakshasa commands. The onlookers freeze in terror as his summons materialize. Is that the Sand War Beast, the Archpriest, even the Beastman's Swordmaster? The crowd panics. Where did he get these? He's literally summoning former dungeon bosses. Summoning elites is one thing, but summoning bosses, this guy is a total monster. How are low-tier hunters supposed to survive? The demon realm is spiraling into absolute chaos. The sight ahead makes even veterans tremble. Too many boss monsters. One wrong move means instant death. Rakshasa draws his bow, locking onto the Elemental Lord's core. Go to hell, he fires. Critical strike, minus 9,371 damage. The system window confirms the boss's defeat. Rakshasa inspects the loot. It is over. Dragon King cheers. Look at all this high-rank gear. He picks up a pendant, and the system interface reveals its hidden stats. Grade A Elemental Necklace. Spirit plus 17. This stat boost suits your build perfectly. Sky, take it. Sky. We only survived this dungeon raid thanks to your support skills. Dragon King agrees. Her buffs were clutch, but the summoner shyly declines the dropped item. I can take this, suddenly. Moonshadow approaches with a grim, serious expression. Rakshasa. We have a crisis. He turns. What is it? The floor 13 portal. It's missing. The party gasps in shock. What? How is that even possible? Sky scans the area. She's right. The exit gate hasn't manifested at all. Titan worries. Is the tower's degeneration causing this? Dragon King looks around frantically. Little bird frowns. Did we waste our mana? But we already secured the boss key. Behind them, hunters panic. We redoomed. This whole sector is becoming a death trap. My guildmate says the floor 19 gate vanished too. What's happening to the system? A major collapse is coming if the dungeons close. How will we earn a living? I have a family to feed, without hunters. Who will stop the monsters from escaping? Is this the beginning of the end? Is humanity's final hour approaching? Dragon King suggests retreating. If the realm is glitching, we need to evacuate immediately. Moonshadow nods. I'll ask Uncle Six. He knows the hidden secrets of the tower. Rakshasa agrees. Everyone, head back now. The atmosphere here is getting dangerous. Next morning at the academy, the campus is buzzing with news of the dungeon crisis. The demon realm is in total disarray. Did you hear what happened last night? The guide spirits disappeared. We can even select our destination floors anymore. We refinished. Even the item trade platforms are offline. 𝐒𝐒𝐿 shouts. Wake up, Class A starts soon. Her voice echoes through the dorms, drawing the attention of several curious male students. Who's that girl? She's loud, but definitely a top-tier beauty. Trach Truong finally appears. I thought it started at 9. It's only 8 o'clock in the morning. 𝐒𝐿 rolls her eyes. Only 5 made it to Class A. Let's go check the competition. I haven't even had breakfast yet, he complains. But she drags him away anyway. Inside Class A, Tuan Duong introduces himself to a girl named Ruo Tong. Hi. I'm Lin Tuan Duong from High Vision Academy. Great to meet a fellow elite. She politely introduces herself as Sun Ruo Tong. Then, she hears familiar footsteps approaching. Trach Truong, you're finally here. Tuan Duong waves energetically at the new arrivals. Hey, I'm Trach Truong. I guess we all in the same high-ranking class now. Tuan Duong grins, pointing toward a quiet student sitting alone in the corner. That's Thu Vu. He just reads and ignores everyone. It was getting boring until you arrived. 𝐒𝐿 asks. So, how did you pass the awakening trial? That instructor was terrifying. If it wasn't for our combined effort, we never would have cleared that test. Tuan Duong rubs his head. Teacher Gu is insanely strong. I barely survived the encounter. I had to burn all my mana just to slow him down. My head still hurts. Trach Truong is surprised. You actually held him back. What kind of skill was that? It's a rare trait. Tuan Duong explains. I can manipulate objects with my mind. Tuan Duong demonstrates his skill. Trach Truong, Duong Xiao Vi, and Nuok Dong are stunned. Is that an awakening skill? Tuan Duong clarifies. My trait is object manipulation. To prepare, I absorbed many mental spirit orbs, boosting my hidden stats significantly. I can move heavy objects now. Though I am still below Master Gu Tianyang. Suddenly, Zhang Tuvu, who had been silent, finally speaks up. Your spiritual power is still pathetic. Facing a monster like Gu Tianyang with that is just a death wish. Duong Xiaovi snaps back. You talk big. How did you survive your trial against that drunkard then? Thu Vu replies coldly. I didn't fight him. I was granted a direct pass into the class. The silence is deafening. What, you skipped the awakening trial and got straight into Class A? Trach Truong narrows his eyes. Is he a degenerate with a connection? Why enter elite tier without a test? Zhao V vents. Wait. Can you actually buy your way into 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Academy now? Is this a joke? Who's joking? Gu Tianyang stumbles in. Face flushed from wine. Barking. What's all this damn noise? Sir Sao V stands her ground. I am filing a grievance. There is a case of blatant favoritism here. How can someone join Class A without an evaluation? Tuan Duong winces. Oh. He's been drinking again. The teacher ignores the insult. Eyeing Thuvu. Oh. You mean this kid right here? I broke the rules because he solved a quest that haunted me for 3 years. Zhao V's blood boils. That's unfair. It breaks the system's balance. Gu Tianyang shrugs. Fairness, you'll learn the truth soon enough. Trach Truong sighs. Drop it. Sao V. Master Gu must have a hidden motive for this decision. The teacher cuts them off. Enough talk. I've spent 6 years here at 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Academy, leading 2 generations of Class A, which is 10 elite hunters in total, but only 4 ever graduated. The survival rate is abysmal. Prepare your minds for the hell ahead. Tuan Duong Palace. And the other 6, what happened to them? Master Gu takes a swig. They re-dead. The words hit like a physical blow. Dead. All of them lost their lives. He closes his eyes. The weak die in the abyssal pit. Monsters don't show mercy to mediocrity. His gaze turns razor sharp. My standards are absolute. This training is a death march. Sharpen your resolve. Don't think your genius traits matter. To me, you are all just trash. Without another word. He turns his back, leaving the group with one final chilling warning. That's it for today. Training begins at dawn. Savor your last taste of peace. It won't last. Ah. Good wine. Zhao V's jaw drops. Wait. That is the whole lesson. Are you kidding me? Tuan Duong's voice tremble. Din, do you hear him? This is the last time we'll ever feel safe. On a desolate street, a hooded man whispers into a device. The replacement for Crazy Blade is ready. If he breaks, eliminate him. I've got 2 rats on my tail. I'll reconnect after they regone. He vanishes around a corner, only to stop dead. 2 men are waiting in the shadows. One steps forward. Zilu. National Security Bureau. You are officially under arrest. We know about your ties to the Dawn organization. The man sneers. You think you can catch me? He clears them in a single bound. The agents draw weapons, unleashing a hail of bullets. He doesn't flinch. He just stands there and laughs. Ha ha ha, abyssal items beat bulletproof vests every time. He sheds his torn coat with a smirk. Your pathetic lead toys can't touch me. IV evolved. An agent lungus. But the man parries the strike with casual ease. Mocking his opponent. National security. Risking your life for a few $1,000. How pathetic can you get? Shut up and die. But Zilu is faster. The agent collapses, his body convulsing on the pavement. He spits blood, teeth bared. Damn it. Abyssal gear, I've got my own. Cough. Bring him in. Back in the hall. Gu Tianyang points to the pods. You all familiar with VR combat systems. IV customized the difficulty for you. Now, get in. You have 24 hours. Zhao V gasps. 24 hours, without sleep. Gu Tianyang's voice thunders. Sleep. You think the monsters sleep? The enemy won't wait for you to dream. They only strike when you close your eyes forever. He was ready to strike. Suddenly, Tuan Duong interrupted with a curious frown. Hey. Where is Trach Truong? Gu Tianyang didn't bother with details, giving only a curt reply. Don't you worry about that. I've set up a special training arc for him. He is Bang 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐻𝐿's disciple. After all. Duong Tuv blinked. Wait. Special training. Meanwhile. At a remote location. A guttural scream echoed through the air. Arg. Trach Truong strained against a massive boulder. Cursing under his breath. Damn it. This rock is a monster. He pushed with everything. Channeling the dragon's breath. But the stone barely budged an inch. On the shore. Gu Tianyang sipped his wine. Completely unbothered. Breathe. Focus on your deep breathing. Seeing 30 minutes pass with almost zero progress. The master began to taunt him. Is this all Bang 𝐒𝐒𝐻𝐿's student can do? Trach Truong focused. Deep breaths. Is that the secret to the dragon's breath? He flashed back to the moment he first received the technique. Professor Bang had warned him mastering deep. Rhythmic breathing was the only way to unlock true power. 1 month later. On a flight. Tran Fong smirked over his drink. Everything set. A team is waiting at the gate. The man beside him sneered. Why fly commercial? This plane is a disgrace to your rank. Sitting with these commoners is insulting. Tran Fong remained cold. Mother hates flashiness. The Tran family's exile isn't exactly a glorious chapter for us anyway. The man checked his watch and lowered his voice. Tonight, Colonel Andrew the defense bigwig wants to discuss the Goddess Blade operation with you. Tran Fong's eyes burned with malice. The God's Blade. Perfect. He gritted his teeth. Chengda Academy. Gu Tianyang. Trach Truong. I'll make you all pay for what you did. Meanwhile, Trach Truong held the boulder with one hand while answering his sister. Hey. Tiu Fong, what's the emergency? On the other end. Her voice was bubbling with joy. Doctor. Duong called. They finally found an artificial kidney match. She chirped about the upcoming surgery. That's amazing, don't worry. I'll be right there by your side when it happens. Tu Fong giggled. Sharing one more piece of news. Oh. And my teacher showed us how to enter the demon realm yesterday. Trach Truong froze in shock. Wait. You're in the demon realm already. Tu Fong sighed. Sounding frustrated. Yeah. But the system's a mess. The guide sprite is gone. None of us new students can awaken our traits yet. By the way, what's your IGN, Trach? Truong felt a surge of protective worry. The server's been unstable lately. Be careful in there. I'll tell you my handle later. Tu Fong chirped back obediently. Got it, I really miss you. Big brother. Still balancing the weight. He replied. I am training. But I'll get leave from Master Gu for your surgery day. Tu Fong sounded relieved. After hanging up, Trach Truong roared, shattering the boulder into dust and spraying water everywhere. Oops. Went a bit overboard. Master's gonna kill me for making a mess again. Deep within the 12th floor of the demon realm. Rakshasa manifested. A figure was already waiting. You re here. Nguyen An paused her training and looked back. Yeah. You re early today. Aren't you? Rakshasa got straight to the point. Nyet un. I'm taking a leave of absence from our sessions. She blinked. Wait. Why do you need help? He shook his head. I'll handle it. Let's start today's session. Nyet on didn't push further. Fine. She leveled her blade at the masked man. Today? I'm finally going to take you down. He remained unmoved. The blade follows the wind. Your only enemy is yourself. They clashed instantly. Sparks flew as he critiqued her. Too much hesitation. Your mind is clouded with useless thoughts. The duel intensified. To beat me, you must destroy your current style. Nyet on refused to back down. She lunged forward again, watching from the side. Rakshasa was impressed. Her passion hadn't flickered once during this hellish month of training. Inside, Xiao Feng's O.R. The surgeon orders the sedative. The assistant acknowledges the command immediately. Doctor. Young leans in, whispering softly. Just relax. Little one. Don't be so nervous. Xiao Feng nods weakly. I hope. This is my last time on this table. He chuckles. Your heart rate is spiked. Talk to me. Kid. It'll help you relax. I'm 18 now. She says. My teacher took us into the abyssal rift recently. Yang's eyes glint. A hunter awakening. Tell me. What unique trait did you get? She sighs as her fear fades. The rift was unstable. No awakening yet. She smiles proudly. I want to be legendary. Just like my big brother. The doctor readies the syringe. His voice dropping low. Your brother. Huh. Is he that strong? She beams. He awakened a SSS rank god tier talent. Suddenly, her vision blurs. Her eyelids turn to lead. The anesthetic was working fast. Yang's heart skips. SSS rank impossible. I've never heard of such an awakening. He leans closer. Predatory. He's that powerful, tell me. What is his name? Brother said. It's a secret. Yang persists. I'm a friend. Xiao Feng. Tell me. Her mind drifts into shadows. She mumbles a single, terrifying name, Rakshasa. Doctor? Yang freezes. The name hitting him like a physical blow. Rakshasa. He pulls down his mask. A twisted, demonic grin spreading wide. Trach Truong is the Rakshasa. What a jackpot. His accomplice gasps in shock. Boss. Do we proceed? Yang turns to leave. His eyes cold and calculating. No. She's too valuable. Bag her. We'll use her to trade for the Rakshasa. The lackey nods. Outside. The in-surgery sign flickers with an ominous red glow. Trach Truong paces the hall. Dread clawing at his gut. She'll make it. His phone vibrates violently. He snaps it open. Who the hell is calling now? Teacher Hang's voice screams through the receiver. She's driving like a maniac. Trach Truong. Stop the surgery. That doctor is a monster. Get her out now. He pales. His voice trembling. What? What are you talking about? Explain. That man is Yang Nak, leader of the Twilight Syndicate. She's in grave danger. The words echo in his mind. The leader of the Twilight Syndicate. Rage explodes. He charges the doors. A guard blocks him. No entry. Sir. Trach Truong doesn't hesitate. He throws a heavy punch. Get out of my way. But the guard catches it. The floor cracks. You. Trach Truong growls. Trin Hao drops his mask, revealing a face twisted by malice and old scars. You've grown. Trach Truong. Good. Killing you would be boring if you were weak. Their clash sends shockwaves through the hospital. Walls crumbling into dust and debris. Help, they refighting. A nurse screams. Trach Truong roars. Move or die. A security guard watches in horror. Are they even human? Look at that wall. Don't move. His partner warns. Interfering is suicide. Just wait for the bureau. Trin Hao draws a blade. Laughing. I've bled for this rematch. Just to win. He sneers. Accrual Lee. Your sister, she's already being carved up. Hearing that, a golden aura erupts. Trach Truong vanishes. Burying a fist in Hao's gut, the villain is sent flying. His body shattering the concrete wall like glass. What power is this? Trach Truong looms over him. Eyes burning with vengeance. This is a forbidden skill bursting veins. A technique for your execution. I'm giving you a name to tell the King of Hell when you arrive. Splinters explode everywhere as thick white mist erupts. Trach Truong immediately drops into a defensive stance. Eyes piercing the haze. Stepping out from the operating room with a mask of false warmth. Duong Nak sneers. Little Trach. Didn't I tell you to wait patiently outside nearby? A bleeding Trin Hao snarls. Uncle. Hurry and kill this brat. Trach Truong stands paralyzed. His mind racing from the shock of the power Duong Nak just unleashed. That terrifying energy. It felt like the aura of the demonic realm. How is that even possible? Where is my sister? What did you do to her? He demands. Duong Nak replies coolly. Relax. Your sister is perfectly safe. However, if you ever want to see her again, you'll do exactly as I command, pointing a finger at his face. He growls. What do you want? Duong Nak smirks. Simple. Enter the demon realm at 8 tonight for a trade. The demon realm, he asks in disbelief. The rift is unstable. And I am stuck on floor 13, suddenly. A spear whistles through the air. Narrowly missing Duong Nak. Duong Nak chuckles. Ha. Looks like the Iron Lady has joined the party. Things are getting interesting. Tu Cam storms through the guards. Her eyes locked on her target. Duong Nak. Your path ends here today. Clutching a mysterious scroll. He scoffs. Escape. I don't think you understand the situation. Little girl. A sinister purple glow erupts from the scroll, forming a complex magic circle beneath their feet. Tu Cam gasps in shock. A demon realm artifact. Duong Nak sneers. 8 p.m. Rakshasa. The gates of death await. Don't be late. In a flash, they vanish into thin air. Trach Truong screams into the lingering mist. Why me? What kind of twisted game are you playing at? The smoke coalesces into a demonic face. Because You are the world's only possessor of an SSS rank talent. What 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stares at him. Trach Truong. You awakened an SSS rank talent. He remains silent. Elsewhere. A heavy voice echoes. Big brother. The massive doors slowly creak open. Duong Nak enters. His face grim. My cover is blown. We can't stay here any longer. Once I have the item. We vanish, battered and bloodied. Trin Hao collapses onto the sofa. Struggling to even breathe, his men are stunned. Boss. You've been hidden in Thiên Phong for years. Why risk exposure now? Because a new variable has appeared. Duong Nak laughs. Turning to his assassin. Dao Mo. We enter the death zone tonight. The boss monster is yours. Keep it alive until I secure the prize. Do not fail me. Consider it done. She purrs. Duong Nak barks at the others. Beast. Pang Tu guard the perimeter. No adventurers get through. Eliminate anyone who dares to interfere. Make an example out of them. The crew nods with lethal intent. Trin Hao snarls. Uncle. You have to kill Trach Truong for me. Duong Nak leans in. Rest. Nephew. Your wounds are deep. Stay and watch Truong Phong. I'll have Beast record every second of his agonizing death for your entertainment. It's time. Prepare yourselves. This time, everything will go according to plan. The room erupts in dark laughter. On the 12th floor of the demon realm, Rakshasa stands within a glowing array. The death zone is finally manifesting. A system window flickers. The gates of death are open. Will you use the invitation to enter, yes or no? Rakshasa. You here early for once. Long Vuong calls out. Approaching with the rest of the guild, he turns. Startled. What are you all doing here? Long Vuong grins. We heard you and 𝐒𝐒𝐿 were secretly training. We came to see how much you've improved. Not today. He sighs. I've got a life or death matter to handle. 𝐒𝐒𝐿 steps forward. Is it serious? Let us help. Spit it out. Man, Long Vuong adds. He grits his teeth. My sister. She's been taken by First Dawn. What? 𝐒𝐒𝐿's eyes widen in horror. First Dawn kidnapped your sister. The air grows cold as the group freezes. Their faces hardening with intensity. They're forcing me into the death zone. He confirms grimly. Long Vuong slams his fist. Those cowards, taking a girl. I am coming with you. Rakshasa. No way, I'm sitting this one out. We're brothers. Q-Than nods firmly. We don't leave our own behind. Count me in. Who else is with us? The guild roars in unison. We're with you until the end. Shen Mengdi spoke. Usually, my help costs a fortune. But for friends, I'll waive the fee. Rakshasa was moved. Thank you. But stay sharp, this dead zone is a total nightmare realm. I need everyone to prioritize their own safety. Don't take any unnecessary risks in there. The Dragon King barked. Enough talk. Let's move out before the trail goes cold. Saving your sister is our only priority. Moonlight added. Rakshasa activated the teleportation circle. Entering now, they vanished instantly. Reappearing in a twisted theme park, echoing with eerie. Blood-red musical notes. Tang Qiaowei gripped her hands. This music is cursed. Is this creepy park really the dead zone? My first time in a high-rank zone. The witch muttered. Are those foreign hunters over there? Hunters from every guild gather here. Giant God replied. Dragon King laughed. We've got the numbers. With a squad this big, no one will dare mess with us. We're the predators here. Rakshasa pointed toward the gate and checked his system interface. A message just came through. The notification was from Yang Nuo, the notorious lone wolf hunter, known as I Follow My Rules. Rakshasa. I'm at the park entrance, waiting for you. Get here immediately. He typed his reply. Another quest alert appeared. Reach the center stage. The clown was waiting. He accepted the challenge, closing the system window. He signaled the team. Move out, our contact is at the main gate. Moonlight followed his lead without hesitation. Understood. We're right behind you. Lead the way. Yang Nuo stood waiting with her arms crossed. Moments later, Rakshasa's party finally reached her position. He briefed her on the latest system intel. I am here. We have a lead on the target. The objective is the central stage. That's where the boss is hiding his prisoners. Xiao Qin eyed the newcomers with cold indifference. These are your friends. They look like fresh meat. No combat presence. She scoffed. Rakshasa nodded. They're helping. I'll evac them if things get dangerous. I won't let them die. If the situation turns south. They were heading straight back to safety. Xiao Qin's expression darkened as she warned him again. This isn't a game. Kid. Stay focused. Our enemies are from First Light. They're cold-blooded degenerates who kill without blinking an eye. Moonlight stood tall, eyes blazing. We can handle ourselves. Dragon King added. We won't be a burden. Xiao Qin turned, her cloak fluttering. Fine. I'll lead the way. Try to keep up, and stay alive. She added. Rakshasa gave a sharp nod and led the group forward. They soon encountered the first wave-twisted plushie monsters and demonic clowns lurking in the shadows. Qiaowei winced in pure disgust. These monsters are absolutely revolting. What a nightmare-fueling sight. No words. Only action. Xiao Qin lunged. Kill them fast. Efficiency is better than being bloodthirsty. Dragon King swung his heavy staff. I've been waiting to see how tough these dead zone creeps are. He clashed with a rotting carousel horse. The impact registered 3,752 damage. His arms vibrated from the sheer shockwave. Damn, these trash mobs hit like actual heavy-duty trucks. Unlike him. Xiao Qin was a blur of steel. Her spear dancing with lethal high-tier grace. She shredded a 5-meter beast. Damage numbers exploded. 17,000. 28,000. 39,000. The combat log scrolled rapidly. 17,000. 29,000. 32,000. It was absolute carnage. Moonlight gasped, her jaw dropping. Look at those numbers. Her damage output is absolutely insane. Qiaowei was equally stunned. Rakshasa. Where on earth did you find such a legendary high-rank hunter? Within minutes, the path was cleared of monster corpses. The group pressed on toward the park's set heart, with Yang Nuo spearheading the advance. They reached the central plaza, where other hunters had stalled. The main entrance was sealed tight. Damn it, the path to the stage is blocked by a barrier. Other hunters cursed. Those defense towers are lethal. The fire rate is just too high to bypass. What now? One desperate hunter shouted. Let's just rush it. We can win with sheer numbers. Are you insane? His teammate grabbed him. Face pale. Dintu, you see what happened to the assassin. He tried to sneak in and got fried by 12 lightning strikes instantly. It's a death trap. You go first. We'll follow. Rakshasa pushed through the crowd. What's the holdup here? Why is everyone stalling at the entrance? A punk with neon hair spat at the ground. Damn it. I was first in line for the boss kill. Now it's all wasted. Someone pointed toward the sky. Look up there. Rakshasa followed their gaze, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Massive iron pillars pierced the clouds like jagged needles. Interconnected rings hummed with lethal energy. One fool charged in and was instantly fried to ash. Xiao Qin's eyes narrowed. I recognize this. It's a high-level lightning defense array. Back off. It strikes anyone who breathes within its kill zone. Rakshasa sensed the lethal mana. These towers are linked. He warned grimly. Aggro 1. And they all fire. It's an instant death trap for anyone inside. Yue Ying frowned. If it's locked down? How did the Dawn Guild get through? A setup. Long Wang cursed. Xiao Qin quickly signaled for silence. Quiet, we must save them. Suddenly, Rakshasa spotted a silhouette moving within the sparks. Someone's coming, he shouted. From the shadows, a sinister smirk emerged. Rakshasa. The boss is waiting. Enter. My towers won't harm you. Yet. The figure stepped out. It was Dan Cao. The boss only invited you. The rest stay put. One step forward. And you'll be roasted alive. Huh. Without hesitating, Rakshasa stepped forward. Fine. I'm going in alone. Xiao Qin grabbed his shoulder. Facing the Dawn Guild alone is suicide. He ignored her. Following the giant, he left his team with one final order. Saving them comes first. Stay alert. Long Wang could only watch in frustration. Damn it, we can let him walk into a trap. Yue Ying prayed silently. The giant god growled, refusing to watch his comrade march toward his execution, while his team worried. The other hunters were fuming with jealousy. Total bull, why does he get to enter first? A hot-headed brawler roared. Another hunter pointed a trembling finger at Rakshasa's back. If he can pass, so can we. Driven by greed, the mob charged the array. For the loot. Move it. The result was a bloodbath. Blue bolts rained down, turning challengers into smoking husks instantly. Xiao Qin watched the carnage, shivering. I can clear this either. The lightning's paralysis would pin me down. I'd be a sitting duck. Meng Dai felt the crushing pressure of the magical defense. No one survives 20 towers firing at once. Xiao Qin gripped her spear, gritting her teeth. Is there no way Niu Dong stepped forward? Actually, I might have a plan. The girls whipped around. A plan, tell us. Quickly. Deep inside the array, Rakshasa reached the central hub. He glared at his escort. You built this slaughterhouse, 𝐷𝐀𝐍𝐊 just grinned. My trait, Tower Master. I summon defense structures that kill for me. Even S-rank hunters become target practice once they enter my domain. Rakshasa Sihid. Unimpressed. Impressive skill. A real lazy man's dream. 𝐷𝐀𝐍𝐊 laughed. Don't be modest. My towers are nothing compared to your legend. A summoner who calls bosses. Yuri the top dog of our class. I've been dying to see it. Rakshasa cut him off. His voice cold. Enough talk. Take me to the leader of Dawn. Now. The smile faded. 𝐷𝐀𝐍𝐊 turned silently, leading Rakshasa toward the grave digger's lair. First ray of light sensed approaching footsteps. He smirked at Trach Truong. Ah. So you finally arrived. Kid, welcome to Rakshasa's grand stage. Here. You'll witness a true miracle unfold before your very eyes. Trach Truong growled. I'm here. Release my sister now, First Ray laughed. Clapping slowly. Patience. The final show hasn't even begun. Darling. It's time for your grand entrance. Show yourself. Trach Truong froze. Out from the defensive zone, shadows stepped a figure, radiating an overwhelming, otherworldly aura. Fiery red hair commanded the room. It was Tai Van Trui, New Yet Trach. Truong's eyes widened in pure disbelief. Shock washed over him as he gasped. Liu Yueying. That name made the woman stop dead in her tracks. You know my sister, she asked. Trach Truong nodded. Stunned by the impossible connection between them. Her sister. Yuri actually related to Yuang. First ray of light cut in, abruptly ending the small talk. Enough chatter. Sweetheart. It's time for the main event. We can keep the audience waiting any longer. She nodded. Understood. My apologies. As she raised her hand, a wave of cold dread hit Trach Truong. What are you doing? He shouted. Suddenly, a blue system window flickered to life before his eyes. Warning, target Tai Van Trui Get is activating an innate trait on you. Suspicion flared. What was her hidden stat? What kind of deadly system trick was she pulling now? A heavy hand landed on his shoulder. Don't move. First, Ray hissed. Or your sister loses her life. His mind raced. How could he survive this, Xiao Feng? Please be safe. He prayed. Elsewhere, a thug snarled, pointing a finger at the young girl. Try another trick. And I'll break you, she screamed back. I can't hold it anymore. You won't let me use the bathroom. I'll go right here, disgusted. The man spat. Damn it, fine. Get in the bathroom. You brat. He shoved her inside. 5 minutes, hurry up. And don't you dare try anything funny. She let out a fake cry. But a devious smirk crossed her face the moment the door closed. 1 minute is all I need. Catch me in the demon realm if you can. Idiot, with a snap. She vanished. She materialized in the eerie, blue-tinged demon realm. So this is the abyss finally. I am free, but the air felt heavy. The danger wasn't over. She was still in a high-rank zone. She had to alert her brother. Desperately, she began typing a distress signal into her interface. System message, brother. It's Xiao Feng. I'm in the demon realm and safe. Please come save me. Message sent. Suddenly, a melodic voice echoed. Welcome, Peach Blossom, to the demon realm. I am your guide fairy. Her eyes sparkled. A guide. Does that mean I can finally awaken my trait? The fairy replied. Correct. But first, please select your customized demon realm attire. She tapped her chin. Let's go with a pink dress and a mysterious mask. Brother said this place is lawless. I need a secret identity. The fairy processed the request instantly. Confirmed. In a flash of light, her new gear materialized, fitting her perfectly. Ready for the awakening, place your hand on the orb to reveal your hidden potential. She stepped forward. As she touched the glass, a blinding gold light exploded from the core. Her heart pounded. What would her unique skill be? The tension was suffocating. No way I'll get SSS rank like brother. Right rank C or B would be fine. Awakening complete. Meanwhile, over at Yuang's location, the air was thick with heated debate. Wait. You have a plan, tell us. Don't keep us in suspense like this. I've analyzed the towers. Their lightning strikes can be countered by a high lightning attribute user. That makes sense. But how does that help our current situation? My affinity is random. But with this many hunters, someone must have lightning resistance. Even with lightning, the damage is insane. We'll need a top-tier healer to sustain the tank. The little princess raised her hand. I'll do it. My healing output is unmatched. Dragon King grinned. What are we waiting for then? Let's move. The leader took charge. No more delays. This is our only shot. Cast your buffs on me now. Understood. Commencing the enchantment now. Her hands weave signs. And a surge of elemental energy envelops the teacher. The teacher's eyes widen in shock. It's not the lightning attribute, it's pure flame. 60-second cooldown active. Next hunter up 𝐒𝐒𝐒 steps forward. Praying for a lightning tear awakening. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 weaves the signs once more. Not lightning. It's just ice. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 mutters in total disappointment. Steady now. We still have chances. The Titan reassures. He pulls earth. While another awakens the wood attribute. Frustration mounts. Still no lightning. 𝐒𝐔𝐌𝐌𝐎𝐍𝐆 barks. Step aside. It's my turn to change our luck. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 nods. Focusing her mana for one more high-tier activation. Violent purple light erupts, crackling bolts dance across 𝐒𝐔𝐌𝐌𝐻𝐿's staff. Yes, lightning attribute, haha. Finally, back at the front. Trach Truong's interface blinks. New message received. Please check your friend inbox. It's likely Tu Fong. He's trapped in the demonic abyss. I have to find a way to extract him, but reality bites. He's blocked by Trach Truong. The skill procedure is now complete. She sneers coldly. Trach Truong freezes. No stat changes, no physical recoil. What kind of twisted game is she playing? Thu Quang turns to her with a sickening smirk. Well, darling, did the skill hijack succeed? It worked. She replies. But the results. They aren't what the system predicted. Thu Quang's smile fades. Not what we predicted. How he grabs the skill book. His face twisting in horror as he reads. SSS-Rank Summoning Mimicry Copy. Damage 0. Graded as a soul-binding innate talent. Note 1 consumable item. Note 2. Requires the user to possess an existing SSS rank talent. Note 3. If talents exceed 5. 1 will be randomly deleted. Thu Quang lets out a primal roar. His face contorts in shadow. Must have. SSS rank talent. Impossible. This can be happening. My love. What's wrong? Trach Truong asks. Trembling. I won't accept this. I can take this anymore. He shreds the book into dust. I plan to use mimicry to strip your SSS rank summoning and make it mine. I was supposed to command a legion of S-rank bosses. I was supposed to be the undisputed god. Fate is a cruel mistress. The performance ends now. And your life ends with it. Rakshasa. He storms forward. I won't allow such a broken power to exist if it isn't mine. Die. The woman cackles. Stepping in. Boss. Let me kill him. I want his name for my collection. I've always wanted to ink the name of the world as first SSS rank hunter onto my skin. Thu Quang waves her off. Fine. You have 10 minutes before the charm expires. Make it quick. She licks her lips. Laughing. Thank you. Boss. I'll show him plenty of love before he's gone. Rakshasa. You're number 342. Suddenly. A massive explosion rips through the air from behind. Purple lightning tears through the dust clouds. A silhouette appears. Wielding a massive, high-caliber weapon. It's 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Rakshasa. The cavalry is here, the fatty yells. How did you breach my defense? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 levels his weapon. Save your breath. You bloated pig. Your defense is literal trash now. Those towers, nothing but dust. The teacher calls out. Your sister is safe. Trach Truong. My team is there. Trach Truong exhales in relief. Understood. Thank you. Teacher. I owe you one. Then. He smirks. Nice hair. 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Suits your new ego. Shut it and fight. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 barks. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 rushes over. Rakshasa. Are you hurt? What did those degenerates do to you? Later. But 𝐒𝐒𝐒. There's a woman named Trach Truong. She's your twin. She's with them. She pales instantly. My sister, with Thu Quang. The teacher cuts in. Focus, the zone boss is coming. The Titan squints at the horizon. Wait. Why does that boss have a charmed status icon? The woman, Dao Mo, sits perched atop a grotesque clown's head, brandishing her weapon with glee. Curtain call. Kiddies, ready for the final act. The undead clown screeches as the fatty opens fire. Tomb Raider. There's too many of them. I am providing cover fire, the fatty bellows. Guns blazing. Kill them all. Fatty. Dao Mo sneers. But Rakshasa is mine. The Titan raises his shield. Incoming. The boss is under her spell. But Long Vuong charges. Charmed or not, I am crushing everything. Trach Truong's eyes glow with cold fury. My turn. He opens his system and summons his ultimate lineup. Not bad for a direct clash. But let's see you handle this firepower, everyone. Come out. The Gravedigger smirked with a deadly glint. Since you brats are so excited, I have a special surprise for each of you. The Joker let out a twisted cackle and snapped his fingers. Mystery boxes suddenly rained from the sky. A box landed right in front of the Dragon King. What kind of cursed item is this? A level 1 horror box. System window skill activated horror box. Inflicts a random status effect. Explosion. Freeze. Sleep. Or silence. The teacher screamed a frantic warning. It's the Joker's skill, everyone. Get away from those boxes. Now. In an instant. The boxes detonated. Explosives were everywhere. Catching the party in a chain reaction, the blast was unavoidable. Minus 2,755 damage. The little princess has been silenced. Silence. What kind of debuff is this? I can't cast any skills. Others were instantly frozen solid, while some were encased in ice. Others fell into a forced sleep. Rakshasa stood his ground firmly. I'm silenced too. But my summons are already out. Teacher gritted her teeth. A boss from the death zone is truly merciless. The Gravedigger laughed triumphantly. Your numbers mean nothing now. Do you still think you can win? Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing her defense. Minus 4,755, Rakshasa aimed his bow. Try us, and find out for yourself. Gravedigger flinched in shock. This brat. His damage is off the charts. She ordered the Joker to eliminate Rakshasa. The Joker bared his claws, lunging forward with insane speed. You didn't buy a ticket. Kid teacher stepped up. Protect the fallen, I'll handle this monster myself. She leaped like a goddess of war, driving her weapon straight into the clown's head with divine force. Minus 9,411. The Joker shrieked in agony. This was the opening they needed. Swordsman. Bishop. Strike, now, kill the Gravedigger while her charm spell is broken. The swordsman moved like a gale, swinging his blade. But the Gravedigger vanished in a blur. She reappeared behind the bishop, slashing at his neck. Rakshasa. Are these the pathetic shadows you summoned? Too weak? These low-tier abyss bosses are nothing more than common mobs to me. The bishop let out a pained gasp. The snake demon lunged, trying to strike her from the shadows. She reacted instantly, her axe slicing toward the serpent's throat. Die. You pests. Minus 11,442. Seeing the serpent hit, the Dragon King roared. Heal the snake demon. The little princess panicked. She screamed back at him. You think I don't want to? I am still silenced. Titan ducked behind his shield, trembling. Is this the true power of a core member from the Dawn Guild? From the sidelines, Luna watched with a smirk. Oh, how interesting this has become. As the battle raged, she turned to the leader. My love, couldn't you just let them go? He sneered coldly. Spare them, the God Gate is opening. Soon, the abyss and this world will become one. As God's servant, I must purge the weak. Luna's eyes widened at the terrifying revelation. Is a new world truly coming nearby? The group finally began to stir. That was a long sleep. Moon Shadow. You're finally awake, watch out. The battle isn't over yet. The fat gunman opened fire. Gravedigger. Finish them. They're waking up. Titan stepped forward to block the bullets. Rakshasa commanded. Birdie. Suppress the caster, Moon Shadow. Find your opening and strike. The Gravedigger raised her scythe. That archer is trash. I'll take his head first, Dragon's Breath. Rakshasa blurred, dodging the blast with impossible grace. She gasped. That speed. It's impossible. His eyes turned ice cold as he locked onto his target. The counterattack was coming. Suddenly, gravity shifted. Gravity suppression. The Gravedigger screamed as she was pinned to the ground. Moon Shadow and the Sword God struck together. Go to hell, Hurricane Light Slash. The combined ultimate sent her crashing back. Only the fat man's intervention saved her from total annihilation. SSS-Rank Skill Overlord's Spear Teacher unleashed her true power, making the Joker wail in pain. 110,000 damage, his health bar vanished instantly. An SSS-Rank skill. How terrifying. The Joker collapsed at her feet. Teacher looked down at the Gravedigger. Your clown is done. You'll next, bloodied but defiant. The Gravedigger forced herself up, refusing to accept defeat. Don't rush. My Joker has one final trick. Miraculously, the monster stirs, chilling everyone. He unleashes his ultimate. Forgive me. Kids. That first act was just a warm-up, but this finale, it'll be a killer. The teacher screams. Look, our names are on those cards. The cards of death. If your name is drawn, you die instantly. Instant death. What kind of broken skill is this? I'm not ready to die, the Joker grins. Now, who shall be our first lucky winner of the day? Rakshasa. Be ready for anything. The Joker slowly flips the first card over. Damn it. Of all the targets, it picked the sky-swallowing toad. A massive hand descends from the heavens. With one swift crush, the summon vanishes into dust. Bastard, my summon was just wiped out, the teacher shouts. Rakshasa, now strike him down. Rakshasa draws his bow. Charged shot, pay for my summon with your life. The arrow pierces the Joker's skull, dealing devastating critical damage. 17,522 damage, the Joker collapses. The Gravedigger girl screams in fury. System Eerie Joker defeated. World announcement. Rakshasa has slain the Death Realm boss. The world chat explodes. Wait. The Death Realm boss is already dead. It's been less than 2 hours. How is that speed even possible in this difficulty? Who is this Rakshasa? We need to recruit him immediately. Wait. Isn't he the one who took down the Death Butcher recently? Seeing the boss fall, the fat man flees. Your Joker's done. I'm out of here. Don't let them escape. The teacher lunges forward like a predator. You think you can just leave? Leave your lives behind first. The Gravedigger tries to warp, but an arrow tears through her arm. She screams in agony. System, critical hit. Rakshasa deals 7,894 damage, cornered and bleeding. She collapses. Going somewhere. Rakshasa's voice is cold as ice. She snarls in defiance. Let me finish this, a teammate says. Leveling their spear. Asterisk clang times. A sudden blade parries the killing blow, sending sparks flying. What? Who is this? A mysterious figure. Dawn's light steps from the shadows. He shields the girl. My subordinates aren't for the likes of you to touch. Forgive me, boss. I failed. He sighs calmly. Rest now. I've got this. Retreat. Gravedigger. Rakshasa is stunned. How did he get here so fast? No one can move that quickly. It's impossible. It's not speed. She whispers. It's a talent skill. As his ally vanishes, the boss smirks, confused, wondering how I crossed the distance. Rakshasa, I promised you wouldn't leave alive. Everyone, fall back now. The boss is dead. The exit is open. Don't engage him. Just run, before they can react. He flickers and appears right in Rakshasa's face. Too slow. He holds up a mysterious, glowing die in his palm. The others can go. But Rakshasa, you're staying with me. Sensing an overwhelming killing intent, she screams. Rakshasa, look out for his skill. Suddenly, ominous floating dice materialize over both their heads. System. Death Gamble Level 1 activated. Target locked. The game begins. Rule 1, someone dies. Rule 2, if both live, both die after 15 minutes. Rule 3, no spatial limits. This curse follows you into the real world. A death gamble. How can such a terrifying skill even exist? This isn't a duel. He's literally gambling with Rakshasa's soul. First ray of dawn sneered. Listen, Rakshasa, I keep my word. In 15 minutes, only one of us leaves alive. I've marked you for death. When the God's Gate opens, it'll be the reckoning for all you degenerates. Enraged by his arrogance, My Way gripped her spear and lunged forward, initiating a high-speed strike. She screamed. Quit your delusions. I'll send you to the afterlife right now. He evaded the thrust with effortless grace, calmly remarking, Not bad spear work. Your form is decent. Moonshadow joined the fray, shouting, Attack together, he can dodge all of us. Giant God nodded in agreement. Agreed. We have 15 minutes to end this. Let's finish him fast. In an instant. Giant God, Moonshadow, Dragon King, and the little princess all charged the villain simultaneously. Rakshasa notched an arrow, scanning the chaos. The defense towers are down. More hunters are swarming in. He hesitated, thinking, if I summon the Joker now, controlling that monster in this crowd will be impossible. The crowd gasped, seeing the fallen boss monster. Unbelievable. Rakshasa actually took down the boss solo. Then they spotted the villain. Wait. Is that first ray of dawn? Why are they clashing here? Did Rakshasa's guild join the Demon Bureau? Are they finally purging the Dawn Syndicate? Good, those bastards have killed too many of our friends. The onlookers began cheering wildly for Rakshasa. Finish him. Rakshasa, wipe this twisted cult off the server map forever, despite the relentless assault from Moonshadow and Dragon King. The villain danced through their skills with ease. Rakshasa shouted. Little bird. Pin him down, she bit her lip. I can't, he's using instant blink moves. He pivoted to Chi-Thu. Chi-Thu. Find an opening. We need a movement debuff. Now. On it, Chi-Thu cast a frost spell. Ice crystals surging to bind the villain's feet in place, unfazed. He smirked. It doesn't matter how many of you low-rank hunters show up. Your low-tier skills are mere child's play. Rakshasa ignored him. Little bird. He's stuck, strike now. But before her magic could activate, the ice shattered. Suddenly, My Way appeared above him. Channeling her ultimate, the Tyrant's Spear, a massive spectral general materialized behind her. Die. You arrogant bastard, she roared. The crowd stared. Jaws dropping. What kind of insane trait is that? The explosive power is off the charts. This is legendary, I'm recording this. The forums are going to blow up. What a spectacle. We're witnessing top-tier hunters unleashing their hidden ultimate skills all at once. Simultaneously. Little bird finished her chant. A glowing magic circle erupted beneath his feet. Success, I've got him. Yet. He didn't move. His eerie, confident smile sent a cold shiver down Rakshasa's spine. Does he have a hidden trump card, a sinister, cunning grin spread across the villain's face? He raised a hand. Summoning SS-Rank Holy Light armor that slammed into the spear's path. Divine light protects me. You insects are doomed. The spear and armor collided in a massive shockwave. Rakshasa's eyes widened in total disbelief. Just how many active skills does this guy have? The Tyrant's Spear was a legendary SS-Rank skill. Yet it was stopped cold. My Way was frozen in shock. Dragon King cursed under his breath. That golden armor. What the hell kind of item is that? It tanked 110,000 damage. Impossible giant god and the little princess watched in pure terror. Rakshasa's face darkened. The deathmatch timer floating above the villain was ticking down. Only 7 minutes left, he chuckled darkly. Surprised, I haven't even revealed my main hidden traits yet. Too bad, the death wager is ending soon. You won't live long enough to see my real power. Moonshadow lunged forward. Teeth. Grit. We're out of time, we have to break through that defense. I don't care how strong that armor is, it can block all our skills combined. Rakshasa summoned his beastkin. The Swordmaster. Let's go. Swordmaster, we're counting on you to break him. First, Ray of Dawn sneered at them. Teaming up with a low-tier summon. How pathetic and naive. In my eyes, this entire party is nothing but a collection of worthless trash. The Swordmaster ignored the insult. Blade, flashing with divine energy. Sword art, flowing wind. Infuriated by his insults. Moonshadow roared. Dawn, touch my sister, I'll kill you and bring her back. Her strike fused with the Swordmaster's gale, unleashing a devastating whirlwind luminous vortex slash. Their combined assault chipped away at Dawn's health. Yet his holy light shield remained completely unyielding. He sneered at their effort. Dung Sao Vi panicked. Hurry, our suppression window is closing fast. Moonshadow charged again. Her eyes burning with pure, unwavering resolve. We break it now, Swordmaster roared. Activating Windstep to join her frantic, desperate assault, Rakshasa narrowed his eyes. That shield isn't invincible. It has a breaking point we can exploit. Everyone. Focus, fire. The guild members braced themselves. Fueled by absolute determination to win, they went all in. Rakshasa's arrow whistled through the air like a lethal, wind-tearing predator. Finally, the holy shield shattered into fragments. Now, strike him down, Moonshadow screamed. Ngahang followed suit, shouting. Don't give him an opening, kill him while he's vulnerable. Staring at his broken armor, Dawn's expression darkened. I only wanted Rakshasa. But plans change. Fury consumed him. None of you are leaving this place alive. He hissed through gritted teeth. He bellowed a terrifying war cry. Perish now. You insignificant, low-ranking worms. Dark energy swirled in his palm. Suddenly, Cloud Chaser appeared behind him. Desperate to stop him. Please. Stop this, she begged. Seeing her appear, Moonshadow cried out in shock. Cloud Chaser looked away in shame as Dawn began channeling the Great Dark Heaven ritual. He laughed maniacally. No one stops my judgment. Your deaths are already written in fate. Witness my ultimate skill. As he spoke, an absolute, Soul-chilling darkness engulfed the entire battlefield. Panic erupted everywhere. What is this? I can't see a thing. Where did he go? Voices cursed through the void. This cheap, blinding skill was a total nightmare for the hunters. The world had vanished into an abyss. Total blindness had neutralized their every tactical advantage. Rakshasa signaled for calm. Stay sharp, this darkness is a debuff. We have lost all vision. The group huddled together, back to back, forming a defensive circle in the crushing. Heavy gloom. A demonic face grinned from the shadows. Who wants to die first? Dawn's blade lunged. 6 o'clock, he's coming. 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐒's voice cut through the dark, warning the entire team. Wait. 10 o'clock, but it was too late. Nga Han took a massive 5,811 damage hit. She screamed, realizing 𝐒𝐒𝐒 was their only radar. Rakshasa stepped in to protect her. He readied his bow, eyes scanning the void for any ripple of movement or sound. Guard 𝐒𝐒𝐒 at all costs, he commanded, focusing his senses on her precise signals. Using her hypersensitive hearing, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 tracked his every step. Was she a high-tier scout? And shall we move to back her up? Rakshasa's unit tightened their formation around their guide, hidden in the ink-black void. Dawn observed their strategy with a cold, murderous intent. Her hearing was a threat. He needed to end this before they adapted to the darkness. Nyahang warned Rakshasa. Your Joker skill is on cooldown. He's going to target you next. I'll be the bait. Rakshasa decided. Moon Shadow. Sword Master. Get ready to counter-strike. Moon Shadow hesitated. But 𝐒𝐒𝐒 suddenly screamed. Rakshasa. Watch out, he's right behind you. Rakshasa tensed, every nerve ending screaming as the air pressure behind him shifted violently. Dawn blinked behind him. A vicious slash, carving out 62% of his health. Rakshasa. Now Rakshasa roared. Swordmaster instantly unleashed his ultimate Gale Force sword technique, fused with Moon Shadow's blade. It became a colossal, spinning whirlwind of light and steel. Dawn just laughed. I told you. These low-tier summons are just puppets to me. With one strike, he dealt 34,839 damage, crushing him effortlessly. The Swordmaster was instantly eliminated. Moon Shadow watched her mentor dissolve, her heart shattering as he vanished forever, seizing the opening after the swordsman's fall. First ray of light lunged. Go to hell. All of you. Trach Truong screamed a warning. Nyuet Un. Watch out. She stumbled back, bleeding and exhausted. Is this the end? She wondered. La Sat. There was so much more I wanted to say. Her allies charged forward in a desperate frenzy. Nyuet Un, hang on. We ray coming. Suddenly, a shadow flickered. Tai Van Trui Nyuet intercepted the blade, shielding her sister. A blood-curdling scream echoed. Nyuet Un gasped in horror. Sister, why? Why did you do that? Collapsing into the dirt, Tai Van Trui Nyuet reached out to the madman. One last plea. My love. Please stop. Spare them. The suffocating darkness finally began to lift, staring at her fallen form. First ray of light broke. You fool, why did you jump in? Clutching her sister, Nyuet Un begged. Princess, please, use your skills, save her life. Tai Van coughed, stopping her with a weak hand. It's useless. Nyuet Un. You must survive. The survivors turned their fury on first ray of light. This tragedy is all on your hands. End this death wager now. Surrender and face judgment for your heinous crimes. But there was no remorse in his eyes, only the hollow gaze of a shattered soul. He laughed maniacally. Surrender. I killed the woman I loved. None of you are innocent. I'll drag you all to the grave with her. Nyuet Un lunged. Die. You monster. The system window flickered. Death wager countdown 58 seconds remaining. Trach Truong slammed his palm down, mana surging. Everyone, cover me now. The summon gate cracked open. Protect the summoner. Intercept the enemy. Total assault. He's gone off the deep end. It's all or nothing now. Let's end this. First ray of light slashed wildly. Then. The Joker stepped onto the stage. In a blur of motion, spectral cards swirled, trapping the degenerate hunter in a lethal vortex. A lethal card shot forward. He roared, activating his defensive skill, Aura Armor. The Joker grinned. One player, how boring. Today's lucky winner is you. Trach Truong's eyes lit up. Finish him. The Joker's massive hand descended like a hammer, teeth bared. First ray of light struggled against the crushing pressure. Is this truly the end? Crack. The Joker's fist shattered the aura armor like glass. The defense was obliterated. Shards exploded through the dust. Suddenly, a notification pinged in the system interface. The death wager has been nullified. Cheers erupted. We did it. We actually won. Among the remains, 𝐒𝐿 noticed rare loot dropped by the fallen hunter. I'll secure these items for the Bureau's investigation. Then, a golden glow caught her eye. She picked up a legendary artifact. What is this God's Gate pass? Trach Truong frowned. God's Gate. I've never seen a hidden item like that before. 𝐒𝐿's face turned grim. This changes everything. I must report to the director immediately. Trach Truong scanned the pile of dropped loot. The sheer volume was staggering. Look at these skill books. He slaughtered countless hunters to hoard all this power. The domain began to tremble. Study the drops later. This floor is collapsing. Let's move. Nguyen looked back. Eyes misty. I never believed in fate. Until this moment. I hope in the next world. Sister. You finally find peace. Trach Truong stepped beside her. Loss is part of the path. Nguyen. We move forward. Everyone. Regroup. Target extraction point. The altar on the first floor. Let's get out of here. The crowd roared in triumph. Justice is served. The tyrant has been dethroned. That was legendary. You hunters from the China server are on a whole different level. That Joker summon was the ultimate skill evolution, a decisive turning point for us all, with the boss defeated and the quest complete. The hunters gathered at the altar. Xiao Feng waved energetically to Trach Truong, shouting, "Brother, I've been waiting forever for you." Shocked to see her, he called back, "Little sister," turning to the group. He added, "Everyone, thank you for today. I won't keep you any longer." He started, but a comrade interrupted. Rakshasa. No need for formalities among brothers. Today was pure chaos. Everyone should head back and get some much-needed rest. 𝐒𝐿 chimed in from behind. Seriously. I am drained. I still can't believe we actually took down Dawn. She prepared to log out, waving goodbye. Go rest. I'm heading back to investigate the aftermath. I'll update the group if I find anything. Trach Truong waved back, acknowledging her plan. Got it. Stay safe. One by one, they vanished. Trach Truong took Xiao Feng's hand, and they departed. As they walked, she asked curiously, "Brother, who were those kidnappers, and where did you guys go?" Squeezing her hand, he spoke softly. "Let's get home first. By the way, what talent did you awaken?" She skipped ahead, flashing a peace sign. "My talent. Hey. That's a secret I am not telling." He sighed at her antics. "You little brat." Meanwhile, in California, two men were sparring in a public dojo. Others approached the mat. Chen Feng. Stop. Get ready. We're heading back to the country next week. He didn't stop his flurry of strikes. Going back. Why would I want to leave now? I need to keep training. I have to clear the Rank 2 Abyss trial. The man in the black suit replied. The triennial Young Abyss Ranker Tournament is about to begin. Great Xia is hosting. And I'm sending you with a team. Chen Feng grunted. A tournament? Boring. I have zero interest. I'd rather stay here and get stronger. The man continued unfazed. Also, your family says your fiancé has been getting very close to someone named Trach Truong. That hit a nerve. Chen Feng instantly ripped off his boxing gloves and hurled them to the floor. Rage flared in his eyes. Damn it. Fine. I'm going back to prepare right now. That woman. How dare she play around? What an idiot. He stormed off. Cursing under his breath, the man in the suit watched him go. Then ordered his subordinates to prepare Henry's team for departure. Understood. Leader. The subordinate replied. Meanwhile, in Japan, a visitor arrived at a private estate. Apologies. Mr. Junichiro. Miss Takase is occupied and cannot receive guests today. Please forgive the intrusion. Junichiro gave a curt nod. I see. Then I shall return another time. Inside. Takase was resting. A servant whispered. Leader. Junichiro has departed as requested. Takase sat up slowly. He's a cabinet minister, useful for Dawn's plans. Go serve him tonight. Make up for today's disappointment. The servant bowed deeply. As you command. My leader. Now go. I want no more interruptions. The servant retreated. Suddenly, two figures appeared on a video screen. Takase asked. What is so urgent? The man in the suit spoke with gravity. Yang Nuo is dead. Takashi froze, her face turning pale. What? A one-eyed man explained. Video evidence shows a hunter named Rakshasa was the one who killed him. He's an anomaly. It looks like he has the power to summon boss monsters. The man beside him added. If the divine envoy finds out Yang Nuo was purged, his wrath will be absolute. The one-eyed man trembled. Ulrich, watch your mouth. Don't mention the envoy so casually. It's terrifying. Ulrich pressed on. A leader of Dawn was slain while the envoy sleeps. This is a total disaster. To make it worse, Yang Nuo was carrying a special divine pass when he died. Takashi snapped in fury. Silence. Our only salvation is to finish Yang Nuo's mission ourselves. We must activate the magic circle in 𝐒𝐒𝐒 during the tournament held at the Abyss Gate. I'll plant my agents in the Japanese delegation. We'll win back the envoy's favor there. She looked at the screen with cold intensity. We will complete this task at any cost. If we fail and the envoy wakes up to this mess, our lives are over. Ulrich nodded grimly. Let's hope. I hear the Americans are heading to the tournament too. Back at the hospital, Trach Truong asked gently. Xiao Feng, how are you feeling now? I'm ready to discharge. Brother, this hospital bed is suffocating. Stay put. Xiao Feng, don't push your luck during recovery. Teacher Gu arrived. Healing fast, good. We need you ready. Teacher Gu. Is the whole class here? Welcome. Everyone, Trach Truong. Are you ready for the International Exchange Summit, the Global Awakener Tournament? You haven't heard the news yet. Held every 3 years this time. It's right here in 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Prepare yourselves. Don't disgrace our guild on the world stage. Rumor says the champion earns a legendary to legendary hidden tier reward. We heading out. The team still needs intense dungeon practice. Understood. Teacher, I'll see everyone to the exit personally. Wait. Xiaovi, I need a moment. Stay behind. Any news on Liu Yuang? She's been acting strange lately. She said goodbye like she was facing a final boss. She didn't tell you her forced wedding is actually today. Marriage today. Since when did she agree to that nonsense? Her fiancé returned from abroad. The Liu clan demands it. Trach Truong froze. Her strange behavior finally made perfect sense. She'd never agree. What happens if she defies the patriarch? Banishment. She'll be stripped of her rank and family name. When is the ceremony, actually? It's happening right now. Today, Xiao Feng. Wait here. I'm crashing a wedding. Hey Trach Truong. Why are you dragging me along? We're going to the Liu Manor to steal back the bride. The Liu villa was packed with the city's top-tier hunters. Old man Liu. Forgive my absence. State business is exhausting. Nonsense. Serving the country is a high-ranking hunter's duty, unlike me. Rotting away in this suffocating mansion alone. Tam Thong. Check on Yuing. Is she finally ready? Hurry her up, the guests are losing their patience out here. A cold presence descended as heels clicked on the stairs. Yuing, come greet your future. This union is your destiny. She descended like a goddess. But her gaze was ice. Grandfather. I've decided. I refuse to marry Chen Feng. What? You should be honored to join our prestigious bloodline. You re nothing without us. Countless girls dream of this position. The hall went cold as the Chen matriarch hissed venomously. Defying me, you're a disgrace. Just like your failure, mother. Insult me. But leave my mother's name out of this. Enough. Marry him today or you'll be banished from this family. You'll be a degenerate with no guild backing or status. Fine. I'm leaving. I don't need your cursed name. Yuing. Stop. You're re-throwing your entire future away right now. Thank you for the shelter. Today, I cut all ties. The Chens watched the family collapse like a cruel game. He smirked coldly. Elder Liu. You really should discipline your niece. If word gets out, where will your guild's prestige go? Elder Liu reached his breaking point, slamming his cane against the floor and barking out a final, ruthless command. Mui Tam. Execute the family law. Even Tam Thong, standing right behind him, was frozen in state of absolute shock. The gossip-hungry guests watched as Ngu Tam approached Nguet on with a whip. Forgive me, young miss, he muttered coldly. Amidst the suffocating tension, Tran Fong's mother sat there indifferently, watching the brutal drama unfold like a twisted show. She mocked them. I heard the Liu family's disciplinary system is merciless to those who dare defy the guild. Traitors lose their limbs and stats before being exiled. I wonder if those legends are actually true, or just rumors. Ngui Tam warned. Miss, you know the rule. Those who leave the Liu family are forbidden from using our secret skills. Nguet On remained stoic. I know. Just do it. Tam Thong panicked. desperate to stop the inevitable from happening now. Father. Stop. She's your only granddaughter. One strike from that whip will leave her crippled and powerless for life. But Elder Liu glared down. His eyes filled with cold rage. The Liu name will not become a public mockery. He roared. Execute the law. Ngai Tam immediately raised his whip, ready to deliver a devastating and lethal blow. Steel enforcement whip activate. Nguyen An braced for the impact. Suddenly, a hand caught the barbed lash. Blood dripping from a firm iron grip. The hall gasped at the mysterious youth shielding her. Ngai Tam barked. Who are you to interfere with our family law? Nguyen An stared in disbelief at the man before her. The stranger's voice was calm, yet echoed with terrifying authority. I am Trach Truong. Suddenly, someone screamed. He's a demon realm powerhouse. A legendary high-rank hunter has appeared. The crowd erupted in whispers. Why would a demon realm powerhouse crash a private Liu family gathering like this? Is he here for the Lutran Alliance? The guests switched to full spectator mode. Sensing a major shift in power, who'd be reckless enough to challenge two elite guilds at once? They are practically begging for a death sentence. Amidst the chaos, some realized this was the scoop of the century. A massive event for the hunter community. This is huge. Stream it. Live this awakening story will go viral and top the ranking boards in seconds. A witness dialed their editor. Breathless. Boss. I've got a bombshell. A mysterious powerhouse just crashed the Liu mansion. A demon realm hunter just breached the villa. Meanwhile, Nguyen An's face flushed with a mix of confusion and hope. His sudden arrival and protective stance sent her heart into a chaotic overdrive she had never felt before today. Trach Truong turned to the crowd, his voice booming like a high-level system announcement through the entire hall. As long as I'm here, nobody touches her. Elder Liu and his men rose to their feet. Absolutely fuming, the elder slammed his cane. Who do you think you are? Invading my territory and stopping our sacred law? Before he could answer, Tran Fong stormed in. His face contorted with murderous rage and eyes full of hate. He pointed a finger at Trach Truong. You degenerate, trying to steal my woman. Trach Truong completely ignored his existence, fixing his gaze on Elder Liu. He spoke coldly. Old man, my name doesn't matter to a coward like you. Just know this, Nguyen An is leaving with me. Elder Liu's face turned purple with fury at the blatant disrespect. He barked his command to his guard. Wei Tam. What are you waiting for? Kill him where he stands. Kill this brat and that traitorous girl. No survivors. Ngai Tam stepped forward, swinging his lethal whip with insane speed. Nguyen An turned, her eyes filled with terror for the man who came to save her life. His divine whip technique is deadly. Trach Truong. Save yourself and leave me. But he didn't move an inch. He stood firm like an immovable mountain. Forget that. I'm here for you. Nobody in this room stops me. Leaning in, he asked softly. Nguyen An. Will you come with me? She nodded. Her trust in him finally ignited. Ngai Tam unleashed a devastating strike, aiming to shatter their bones with a single high-level skill activation. Trach Truong caught it barehanded. Wait here, he said calmly. I'll clear this trash out of the way first. Ngai Tam yanked his whip back, his face a mask of pure frustration and murderous intent towards the boy. He lunged again, but Trach Truong danced through the strikes. Elder Liu gasped. That's the legendary soft flow martial style. Ngai Tam hissed a final warning. Listen, kid. I'll give you one last chance to save your own life. Kneel and beg for mercy. Or die. Even your master can save you from the Liu family's absolute wrath. Trach Truong just smirked at the threat. Shut up. You talk way too much for a total loser. Those words shattered Ngai Tam's pride. He roared, unleashing his ultimate skill, the Iron Dragon Array. Fine. You arrogant brat. Nguyen An cried out in terror. Trach Truong. Watch out. She trembled, certain that the Iron Dragon Array meant certain death for him. Exhausted, Ngai Tam spat blood but smirked, launching a barrage of whip strikes straight at Trach Truong's vitals. Try escaping this. You degenerate, Ngai Tam sneered. Trach Truong only gave a cold, mocking smirk. Escape. Who said I was running? Trach Truong's speed stat peaked, dodging every strike effortlessly. In a flash, he countered, driving a devastating power-up punch deep into Ngai Tam's gut. The impact sent Ngai Tam flying like a broken doll, shattering the stone wall behind him. Elder Trun gasped in pure shock. He shattered a high-tier array with a single strike. Elder Liu froze, his eyes widening. Could that be the legendary Dragon's Breath technique? Even Tam Thong stood paralyzed. Suddenly, a frantic guard screamed. Fire, the backyard is burning. Chaos erupted. Guests dropped their glasses, fleeing in a desperate scramble for survival. Screams filled the air. It's a real fire, run, protect the elders. Someone douse the flames. Stay calm, clear the VIP exits. Dante push. Head for the emergency gates now. Elder Liu roared in fury. Who dares light a fire in my household? Is this an assassination? Without hesitation, he pointed a trembling finger at Trach Truong. It was him, that brat did this. The security bureau is coming. You're finished, sensing the trap. Wit-un grabbed Trach Truong's hand. Trach Truong. Run, Tam Thong yelled out, acting as if he were scolding him for the crowd. But then, he leaned in, whispering a secret warning that caught Trach Truong off guard. Take her and go. If the national security hunters arrive, you will never make it out alive. Nodding, Trach Truong didn't hesitate. He pulled Nguyen into the chaos. Move out. Now, safe from the inferno. Nguyen panted, looking up at him. How did you find me today? Did Salvi tell you? Trach Truong shook his head. I came myself. I won't let you marry him. Her face flushed. She looked away, whispering, but why? I'm nothing to you. Trach Truong stopped, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Maybe I'm late to say this, but you re-mine. I won't lose you to anyone. Nguyen froze, her heart racing uncontrollably. Their escape was cut short. 3 dark figures emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. An armed guard leveled his weapon. Freeze, you are both under arrest. Take them. Trach Truong snarled, shielding her. National security or not, you have no right to touch us. Trespassing, arson, and assault, the lead guard listed. And let's add kidnapping to the list. Shall we? Trach Truong's blood boiled. Kidnapping? Are you out of your mind? Look at the facts. The guard sneered, waving his cuffs. Save the excuses for the station. Cuff them now. Don't resist. You can't fight the system. Nguyen trembled. Trach Truong. What do we do? Trach Truong shifted into a combat stance. Then we fight our way out. Suddenly, a commanding voice pierced the tension. Stand down. It was the high ranker. Tiểu Câm. She strode forward, radiating an aura of absolute authority and cold fury. The guard paled, stammering. Chief. I was ordered to detain these 2 troublemakers. They are with me. She snapped. Report it to your superiors if you have a problem. The guard hesitated, his voice trembling. But Chief, how can I possibly explain this? You won't have to. These 2 are guests of Bureau Chief Dong Fung. Dare you interfere? At the mention of that name, the guard froze. The chief, I apologize. She gestured toward her armored vehicle. Get in. Fast. Trach Truong nodded. Got it. They sped away, leaving the bewildered guards in a cloud of dust. You've got guts. Trach Truong. She sighed. Kidnapping the Liu family's heiress. Seriously. Nguyen blushed, waving her hands frantically. No, it wasn't like that at all. Trach Truong lost his cool, shouting, this is a setup. I was saving Jai On from her own grandfather's murderous hands. Tio Cam smirked, her gaze turning cold. Drop the hero act. Kid. You're in deep water now. The Bureau can only shield you for so long. Your only hope is dominating the Youth Demon Realm Exchange. Nguyen gasped. The Demon Realm Exchange. She turned to Trach Truong, her eyes searching for answers. Are you really entering that hell? She whispered. Trach Truong gave a firm, silent nod. Out. Tio Cam broke the silence. Bags are in the trunk. Next stop the airport. Don't bother returning if you aren't rank 1. Trach Truong's heart skipped a beat at her coldness. No jokes. Without that title, even the director can't stop you from rotting in a prison cell. Cut to a dark city alley. A hooded figure moved through the shadows as a vengeful voice hissed. Trach Truong. I'll tear you apart with my own hands to avenge my uncle. The hooded man, Trinh Hao, ducked into a corner, dodging a police patrol with panicked, ragged breaths. A notification pinged. Who has this hidden number, is it? He muttered, his eyes trembling. A text appeared. Trinh Hao, if you rereading this, I am already dead. Do not mourn my passing. To die for the great God is the ultimate honor. My life was a small price to pay. You're alone now. Follow my final quest. Go to 89 Ho Hang Ha Street, Dongsan City. Trinh Hao. The disgraced degenerate. Growled the address. Soon. He stood before a decaying, numbered door. 89. Hoangha. He glared at the entrance. His heart, fueled by pure, unadulterated rage. Is this some kind of sick joke? This place looks like a literal tomb. He kicked the door open. Anyone here? Silence. Followed by a haunting, high-pitched feline screech. Trin Hao whirled around. Cold sweat dripping. A cat. Am I really in the wrong place? Your uncle's death was unfortunate. A voice echoed. Trin Hao froze. His blood running cold. A cat stood there. But its eyes held a terrifying, human-like intelligence. Trin Hao fell back. Horrified. A monster cat. You just spoke. He scrambled away from the nightmare-inducing creature. I am the emissary. This feline form is merely a vessel. Trin Hao gasped. The divine emissary. The cat groomed its paw. If your uncle sent you, are you prepared to serve the god? Give me power. Give me revenge, Trin Hao screamed. I'll serve anyone to kill that bastard. Strength is easy. But you must finish the mission your uncle failed. Are you ready? Greed flared in Trin Hao's eyes. Anything. Just make me the strongest, I'll do anything. The trap was set. The cat raised a paw. And a sinister, blinding light engulfed the room. Devout slave. By the god's will, I grant you the power of degeneration. System alert synchronization progress. 25%. 61%. 85% complete. An agonizing scream tore from Trin Hao's throat. 85%. A lucky awakening indeed. The cat purred. Your talent skill is now active within the demon realm's laws. Use your newfound power wisely. Trin Hao, bathed in blue aura. Disbelief etching his face. In the demon realm, no way. I can actually trigger my hidden stats inside the zone. The air around him began to distort. Did I stutter? Test it yourself if you doubt the god's grace. The emissary hissed. Power exploded. Trin Hao smashed the floor, roaring as the concrete shattered like glass. This is incredible. Watch it. You brute, the cat snapped. Don't destroy my sanctuary with your clumsy awakening. Trin Hao laughed maniacally. Emissary. Let your loyal servant lead you to our true home. A dark, oppressive aura surged from his body, signaling the birth of a terrifying new hunter. 1 week later, Trach Truong arrived at a lush summer resort. Wow. This ocean view is insane. Duong Sao Vi nodded proudly. The Great Xia is the host nation. We treat our own well, the crowd buzzed. Check out all those foreign hunters, it's like an international guild gathering. Never seen a foreigner before. Stop staring like you re at a monster zoo. Someone joked. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Trach Truong, stop right there. Sao Vi's face instantly soured. That pest Tran Fong. Still obsessed, the arrogant young master sneered. Blocking the path with toxic entitlement. Trach Truong. Taking my woman doesn't make you a winner. He spat with pure venom. I'll break you slowly. Trach Truong remained cold. Go ahead. I've got all the time. A guide interrupted the tension. Thon Dai Academy. Follow me to your quarters immediately. Zhao Vi whispered. That's Minister Thach Thon Truk. She's the one calling us over. Tran Fong hissed as they passed. Enjoy your stay. Trach Truong. Soon. You'll be begging. Unfazed. Trach Truong ignored the degenerate. Zhao Vi pulled him away. Forget that trash. He won't act in public. Let's move. Minister Tuck then began the event briefing. Minister. What's the blueprint for this year's International Exchange Tournament and ranking tiers? Standard procedure. She explained. Solo and team elimination rounds. Just like every other year. But as hosts, the Champion S prize pool has been buffed to 50 million credits. Tuan Duong. The orange-haired hunter. Gasped. Wait. What? 50 million, that's legendary loot. The squad stood stunned. 50 million credits, that's enough to fund a whole guild. High rewards draw monsters. She warned. Every nation sent their most elite, dangerous hunters. America is gunning for their 6th consecutive world title with an unstoppable roster. Their captain, Jun Kan Auten, is currently the world's only active rank 5 powerhouse. Rank 5. They froze. Japan and C Nation also sent their most brilliant combat aces. Don't underestimate them. Here are your keys. Go to your rooms and rest tonight. She handed out the cards. Sao Vi cheered. Finally, I'm hitting the shower first. Exhausted, but Trach Truong's hunter instincts flared. I'm not tired. This place. Something feels off. I am checking the coast. Tuan Duong tagged along. Wait for me, I need a walk too. The beach was packed. Civilians were playing in the surf. Oblivious to the hidden dangers, Tuan Duong's eyes turned into stars. Is this heaven? Look at all those swimsuits. Let's dive in. Trach Truong just shook his head. Go ahead. I'll keep watch here. Suddenly, a stunning girl in a bikini approached them. Holding a tube of lotion. I'm 𝐒𝐒𝐒 from Japan. She purred. Could you help me apply this sunblock? Trach Truong didn't even blink. He pointed a thumb at his thirsty, orange-haired friend. Tuan Duong here is a specialist. He'll ensure you get total coverage. Tuan Duong grinned maniacally. Her smile died. She gripped the bottle and walked off. Never mind. Forget I asked. Tuan Duong slumped in total defeat. Wait, why the sudden change of heart? I'm ready. Too crowded. Trach Truong muttered, standing up. I am heading back. Stay if you want. As he left, he spotted cloaked figures moving in a tight, suspicious formation toward the peaks. He narrowed his eyes. Hoods up in this heat, that's a major red flag. The shadows slipped toward the mountain's rear. Almost there. The lead figure whispered darkly. Why this secluded spot? Silence. This mission is critical. We can't afford a single mistake. They vanished into a hidden mountain crevice. It's beginning. Everyone. Move inside now. Trach Truong activated his stealth skill. Inside the cavern, torches flickered with eerie, dark mana. Suddenly, the cloaked men dropped to one knee, bowing deeply to a central figure. Lord Envoy, why risk a personal visit? We could have handled the extraction ourselves. Trach Truong watched from the shadows. The envoy was a cat perched on a subordinate's shoulder. Failure is not an option. The cat hissed. Other factions are already closing in. They share our goal. Do not leave a single trace for the hunters to find. Understood, they barked. The cat's eyes glowed. I've chosen a new leader for this land. When you return, inform your superiors. The time for the divine awakening is near. You are all slaves to the divine. And the divine rewards loyalty. Hail the light. The white cat issued a final command, be gone. Handle your own affairs. Trach Truong peeked out, spotting Trin Hao. Was this Tu Quang's secret faction? He stared at the talking cat, chills running down his spine. This was pure madness. Trin Hao bowed to the feline. Divine envoy. Why do these slaves obey you so blindly? Simple. The cat purred. They all crave the pass to the divine kingdom's gates. The divine kingdom. The cat smiled. It is the paradise every mortal dreams of reaching. Serve God. And you might enter. But first, let's deal with the rat in the corner. Trin Hao roared. Who's there? Show yourself exposed. Trach Truong stepped into the light. He confronted them boldly. Give it up. Your every move has been tracked already. Security forces are closing in. Speak. What is the Shangquang Guild planning here? The cat sneered. A brave little bug. Do you really think those lies work on me? Then came the cold command, Trin Hao. Take your revenge. Kill him. Trin Hao's aura exploded. You walked right into your grave. Trach Truong died. Trach Truong recoiled, shocked by the terrifying power surging from his enemy's hands. Wait. That's a forbidden demon realm skill. Trin Hao's power had quadrupled. Panic set in as Trach Truong struggled to survive the onslaught. Ha ha ha. This is where you die. Trach Truong, your life ends here. A massive boulder plummeted toward him. Cold sweat poured down. Is this really the end? Suddenly, a firm hand gripped his shoulder. If you want to live, follow me. They vanished into the sky in a flash of light. Trin Hao stood frozen. How? The cat's expression turned sinister. Don't fret. We'll meet again soon enough. We're safe now. His savior said. Still shaken. Trach Truong gasped for air. Who are you? Why save me? A blond man stepped forward with a calm smile. I'm Sun. This is our oracle. We are the Salvation Army. He declared. The Salvation Army, Shangquang's sworn enemies. We saved you because of who you are. Who I am, Trach Truong stuttered. Then, a young girl dropped a bombshell. Because you are my father. Trach Truong froze. His mind completely blank. Whatney, your dad, kid? I'm not even married yet. It's no joke. I'm Zhang Yue Lu. Your daughter from the future. Your wife is Lu Nu Yet An. I even know about the marks on your foot. This was insane. How could a daughter just appear out of thin air? I know your hidden trait. She whispered. The SSS-Rank Summoning skill. Are you a regressor, he asked. Trembling. The girl shook her head sadly. No? You sent me back before you died to lead the Salvation Army. Trach Truong's brain short-circuited. I died. When? Why did I die? Not just you. She cried. The entire world fell. Humanity was completely wiped out. In the year 321, the abyssal gates opened across the globe. Divine envoys awoke. By 3029, we cleared the 100th floor to reach God's gate, but instead of salvation, we found only absolute destruction waiting for us. The demon realm merged with Earth, turning our home into a living hell. Divine beings invaded, treating humans like livestock and pillaging everything we had left. You founded the Salvation Army then, rising as humanity's last hope and savior. We almost won. But the God King sacrificed millions to cast an SSS rank extinction spell in that final moment of despair. As the world crumbled, you used a chrono skill to send me back. Trach Truong stood frozen in pure horror. If your story is true, then 2021. Is this year? She asked, with unwavering confidence. Exactly. That cat was a divine messenger. Trach Truong leaned against the cliff, his energy completely drained. The massive info dump was overwhelming, and he struggled to process everything the girl had revealed. Noticing his confusion, the child offered comfort. It's okay. These truths are always hard to swallow. Trach Truong scratched his head. He needed a hotel bed to absorb this. You were pretty cute. Though, if she really was his daughter, his genes were top tier. Still, she followed his every step relentlessly. Night fell over the crowded city as skyscraper lights flickered to life across the urban skyline. Duong Xiaovi relaxed in her chair. You went for a walk and brought back a kidnapped child. The girl claimed to be his flesh and blood. Hello, everyone. I am Truong 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Trach Truong cut her off instantly. She's my sister 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Let me introduce you to my classmates. Before he could finish, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 spoke up, catching everyone off guard with her unexpected knowledge. No need for intros. I know exactly who every single one of you is. Aunt Xiaovi was a beauty back then. No wonder someone kept your photos hidden nearby. She pointed at another. Uncle Lam. Did you really move dumbbells with psychokinesis? And you have 200 IQ. My dad mentioned you often. If you had died young, humanity's fate would have been different. Sensing the rising tension, Trach Truong jumped in quickly. I am so sorry about this. Everyone. She's obsessed with reincarnation movies and isn't quite right. Keep your mouth shut now. 𝐒𝐒𝐒. While cooking, Xiaovi asked. Brother-in-law. Why are the Truong family members all so eccentric? Suddenly, the person next to her checked the time. Trach Truong. It is almost 8 o'clock. Ready to enter the demon realm. Trach Truong nodded. Yeah. Let's get synchronized and head online. She hoped the realm had stabilized. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stood nearby, watching their every move closely. Once the divine messenger awakens, the realm stabilizes. Just make sure you keep my mother safe, a shocked Xiaovi whispered. What is she talking about? Is this kid actually sane? Trach Truong waved her off. Just ignore her. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor of the demon realm, Ra-Sat waved to Liu Nugyet An. Sorry, I am late. Did something happen at the Hunter Assembly? Ra-Sat took her hand gently. It's a long story. I will give you the details later. Long Vuong interrupted their moment. Stop flirting already, we need to head to the boss room. The forums say the realm is normal again. The stone gate appeared, leading to the next floor. Nugyet An blushed deeply. The gate is back. Thank goodness everything is returning to normal. Long Vuong pointed ahead. Look, the synchronization is climbing rapidly. 158%. Everyone gathered as the numbers ticked up slowly. Wait. Do we really have to wait for 100%? Others groaned in frustration. Don't bother waiting. We tried, but the gate will not let us through. Long Vuong's excitement vanished. Ra-Sat watched the gate, recalling what 𝐒𝐒𝐒 had said earlier. She mentioned the divine messenger's awakening would fix the realm. It seems the messenger is still dormant. A hand touched Ra-Sat's shoulder. Nugyet An looked at him with concern. What is on your mind? Ra-Sat forced a smile. Oh. It is nothing important. Don't worry about it, since the next floor is locked. Let's just relax. I have so much to tell you tonight. Xiaovi teased them from the side. People in love are truly terrifying to watch. If the gate is closed, I am logging off to prep for tomorrow's duel. Her friend nodded. Me too. Meanwhile, on a tropical beach, Trin Hao sat with a peculiar talking cat. Trinh Hao refueled with some food. Hey, Divine Messenger. Are you holding up okay? The cat, glowing with an intense red aura, replied. It is nothing serious. Just a minor side effect. In 30 hours, my true form awakens, and I'll leave this feline vessel. We want meat for a while. Trinh Hao paused his meal, eyes widening. So, while you are gone, I'm the one in full command. The Divine Messenger gave a cool, sharp look, asserting its absolute authority even in silence. Don't get too arrogant. Looking at the sleeping cat, he thought, Earth or the Divine Realm. It doesn't matter. Soon, everything in this world will belong to me alone. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a system window flashed before him. Status stable. Initialization complete. Awakening in 29 hours. 52 minutes. And 9 seconds. Back at the safe house where Trach Truong rested, little 𝐒𝐒𝐒 was already pounding on the bedroom door. The door creaked open at last. Trach Truong opened his eyes to see her flower-like smile beaming right at him. Before he could even fully wake up, she was already dragging him away to an unknown destination. Cut to the coastal arena with a magnificent ocean view. The team was already there, loudly complaining. Today's tournament has 4 rounds and extreme danger. I want the win, but I won't lose anyone today. Know your limits. Late old Tu-Vu is up next. Get ready to move out. Trach Truong arrived with little 𝐒𝐒𝐒. The blindfolded girl signaled for everyone to pay close attention. She has a third eye hidden somewhere. Look, Tu-Vu is facing a literal savage beast today. East Asia's top martial artist Tu-Vu is in trouble. Trach Truong just smirked. Relax. He's got this. He's a genius strategist. He won't throw his life away on a suicide mission like that. The screen zoomed in on 2 warriors staring each other down. The crowd roared with frenzied excitement. The massive opponent sneered first. Hey kid. Are you ready to meet your maker? The glasses-wearing warrior ignored him, coolly adjusting his frames with a sharp, icy gaze. Suddenly he announced, Ref. I forfeit, leaving the referee and his opponent in total shock. Are you certain about this? The ref asked. He nodded calmly. I am positive. 𝐒𝐒𝐿 exploded in rage. What you said? He use wits. He just quit without fighting. Little 𝐒𝐒𝐒 giggled. Uncle Tu-Vu is being smart. Trach Truong just chuckled along. Ha ha ha, knowing when you're outmatched is true wisdom. The sexy assistant finally chimed in. 𝐒𝐿. Nuo dong. Tuan Duong Yuri up next. Prepare for the coming slaughter right now. Then, the assistant turned her sharp gaze toward Trach Truong. Trach Truong. Your round 3 foe is Tran Phong. He's undergone hellish special training. Don D. Reckless. Kick his ass. Brother-in-law Zhao V cheered wildly. MC gave a casual, confident shrug to the crowd. Don't worry. The announcer boomed. Round 2 begins, warriors. Take your positions immediately. Nearby, a blonde-haired degenerate was taking his blind rage out on a concrete pillar. Trach Truong. I'll bury you inside the arena. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch of violence. A ponytail warrior took flight, while Zhao V unleashed a flurry of devastating kicks with her long legs. Nuo Dong dominated, dismantling every challenger while she remained completely blindfolded. The audience watched in stunned silence, their jaws hitting the floor in pure awe. Finally, Trach Truong stepped out. The crowd erupted, led by 𝐒𝐒𝐿e's frantic, loud cheering. Zhao V dominated her opponent. Go back home, you out of your league. Loser. Zhao V wins. Tuan Duong followed suit, clinching his hard-fought victory moments later. But things turned grim for Nuo Dong. She was kicked nearly 8 meters back. Winner 𝐒𝐶𝐷, the announcer roared. Round 3 competitors. Take your positions. A mysterious figure whispered to Tran Phong. Prove your hellish training wasn't in vain. Tran Phong cracked his neck. Relax, Captain. He's already a dead man. Fate finally delivered him to me. I've been waiting for this chance to rip him apart. The fated match began. The underdog hero versus the vengeful, bloodthirsty rival. Tran Phong ripped off his shirt to reveal a physique built for war. I've worn this weighted gear for a year. Today, I finally unleash my true power. The shirt hit the floor with a massive thud. It weighed several tons. He's undergone a hellish evolution. Suddenly, Tran Phong lunged forward like a starved predator. So fast, MC gasped. But his hunter instincts barely allowed him to evade the strike. Dragon breath technique, with blinding speed. Tran Phong flickers behind Trach Truong, a smug smirk on his face. Ha ha ha. This power feels incredible. Trach Truong. Let's see how much longer you can dodge. Spectators in the stands watch in horror. That speed is insane. Trach Truong is in real trouble now. Beside him, a girl gasps. Titanium-weighted training gear. Only the top-tier elites can afford that kind of equipment. Duong Xiaovi clenches her fists as the tide turns against Trach Truong. Why isn't he fighting back? Frustrated. She groans. But the girl beside her remains calm. Relax. He's no match for my brother. Seeing no retaliation, Tran Fong's ego swells. He doubles down on his assault, fueling the fire with insults. Hey. Trach Truong wasn't T-speed, your specialty. Prove it. Tran Fong sneers with pure arrogance. You outclassed. Trach Truong? Come on, give me your best shot. Fed up with the taunts, Trach Truong's eyes narrow. Fine. I'll give you exactly what you asked for. He stands perfectly still, tracking Tran Fong's high-speed trajectory with a cold, focused gaze. In a flash, Trach Truong intercepts him, delivering a bone-shattering slap. That's for Injuedon. Tran Fong staggers, his vision spinning as he screams. But the punishment is only just beginning. A devastating kick sends Tran Fong flying. And that one's for me. Trach Truong gathers energy into his fists. Now. Here as a combined lesson you will never forget. Caught in a brutal combo, Tran Fong is pulverized, crashing onto the arena floor. Broken and bloody, Trach Truong lands gracefully, aura blazing, looking down at his fallen foe. He scoffs. Your speed, just a snail's crawl, with Tran Fong completely neutralized by Truong's superior strength. The announcer bellows. The victor of this match is Trach Truong of the Great Ha Republic. Incredible, a fan shouts. How did he win against that speed? His friend blinks. I didn't see a thing. The crowd erupts in shock. The Great Ha representative's power is truly on another level. Watching the defeat, Du Thi seethes with rage. I told you before, Tran Fong is a worthless degenerate. He never deserved this stage. A massive man beside her barks a command. Du Thi. Tend to that loser. Trach Truong has some skill. I will crush him myself. Understood, Captain. Meanwhile, a refined woman watches calmly. Well done, Trach Truong. Keep it up. Duong Xiaovi squeals in excitement. My brother-in-law is a total beast. Seeing Tran Fong get wrecked was so satisfying. But Trach Truong focuses elsewhere. Are Tuan Duong and Wok Dong okay? A teammate looks down grimly. Tuan Duong is badly hurt. He's out of the tournament. The semifinals are all on you and Xiao Vi now. The screen flashes Xiao Vi versus Henry. And Trach Truong versus 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Semi-finalists. Prepare for battle. Henry versus Xiao Vi. A warning rings out. Henry. It's a monster. Xiao Vi. You have to be careful. The bell rings. Henry unleashes a relentless barrage while Xiao Vi desperately maneuvers to survive. Henry grins wickedly. Last chance. Girl. Forfeit now. Or I stop holding back, the crowd whispers. She's no match for Henry. Staying in that ring is suicide. Rage flares in Xiao Vi's eyes. Don't you dare look down on me. You foreign punk. She lunges. But Henry reads her move instantly, burying a massive fist into her gut. Xiao Vi collapses, coughing up blood from the force. Trach Truong screams her name in horror. Trach Truong blurs into motion, catching her just before she crashes out of the arena. Xiao Vi, hang in there. Medical teams rush in, pushing through the chaos. High above, Henry stares down with cold arrogance. Yuri next. Trach Truong. I'll be waiting. Winner Henry of the Union of M, the announcer declares, as their eyes lock in a silent war. The MC speaks. Next up, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 versus Trach Truong. Seeing Trach Truong's headphones, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 sneers. You think some earmuffs can stop my hypnosis? Trach Truong shrugs. I just hate your trash playlist. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 thrusts his palms forward, eerie eyes open within his palms, unleashing a sinister, blood-red pulse of power. Trach Truong froze as dark aura surged. What? What is this nightmare? Eyes on his palms. Is this some sick degenerate monster trait? The villain sneered, thinking his hypnosis had snared another helpless victim. Within his subconscious, chains bound Trach Truong under a watcher's gaze. Darkness consumed him. His body no longer obeyed his own will. A familiar voice resonated. Focus. Trach Truong. Control your heart rate. That's it. The hypnotist gloated. Come closer. Like a good puppet, he chuckled maliciously. This match is already over. Too easy. As Trach Truong entered the kill zone, the final trap was set. Die. Trash. But a sudden, devastating kick sent the villain flying. You degenerate. That S for what you did to Nuodong. Bone-shattering strikes followed. Take your filth back to your country, the arena roared. The winner, Trach Truong of the Great Xia. Incredible. His dragon breath method shattered a high-level mental seal. 𝐒𝐒𝐿 is stable. Now, Trach Truong stands alone as our hope. The finals loomed. Against Henry. The victory odds were near zero. Henry stepped up. Radiating arrogance. Cute tricks. Kid. But useless. Surrender now. Henry mocked. Trach Truong's rage reached the boiling point. For my friends, I'll make you pay in blood today. Asterisk, flash times. Henry moved with god-tier speed. Too slow. Little Hunter. Fists collided. A shockwave rang out as Trach Truong reeled back. Trying to tank my hits, that's your first and last mistake. Panic gripped the crowd. Trach Truong's arm was completely shattered. He's finished, throw in the towel before he's killed. But Trach Truong never bows. His fighting spirit remained unbroken. One arm left. Henry sneered. Ready to die for nothing. Asterisk, internal analysis times, one arm down. The power gap is truly overwhelming. Suddenly, golden aura erupted. A hidden skill was finally awakening. Dragon breath, rapid regeneration. Henry charged. Sensing the sudden shift, ancient 𝐒𝐿. Modern science. Science always wins. Boy. Trach Truong leaped. Narrowly evading a lethal, high-speed blow. Direct impact is suicide. He moved to seal Henry's mana circuits. Success. He struck the pressure points. The crowd cheered. But the masters saw the true horror approaching. Henry laughed. His presence darkening. You think these needles stop me? The real hunt starts now. Trach Truong countered. Eyes blazing. A massive punch connected. This is for every drop of blood. Henry spat blood. A twisted grin forming. Not bad. For a human. Asterisk. Boom. Times. A shockwave of pure malice blasted Trach Truong away. Witness it. The peak of the God Soldier serum. Henry's body mutated. Muscles bulging into a monstrous, hulking form. What kind of nightmare is this? The boss monster lunged. Die, I'll grind your bones to dust. Trach Truong dodged frantically. He's no longer human. He's a degenerate beast. An explosion rocked the tower. A power beyond all rankings. A massive crater ruptures the arena floor. Carved by Henry S. Shear. Devastating force. Terrifying fangs emerge as Henry's roar echoes. His degeneration into a demonic beast is complete. I am invincible, Henry screams. While Trach Truong watches the madness in utter shock. A chilling realization hits Trach Truong. Has the captain truly become a late ghoul monster? Confusion erupts within the guild as their leader transforms into a nightmare before their eyes. 𝐿𝐿 suspects the God of War serum was secretly brewed from monster blood. Total insanity. Seeing the panic, officials scramble to announce an immediate emergency evacuation. The crowd flees in terror as the arena turns into a chaotic, high-stakes survival zone. Are you hurt? His sister asks. I am fine. Trach Truong replies as guards engage. Trach Truong's expression hardens as he assesses the monstrous threat looming over them. It's clear now Henry injected an illegal serum to trigger this sudden, demonic power awakening. We must go. It's too dangerous, his friends plead as they rush toward safety. The Mana Bureau will handle this. Priority 1 is treating Trach Truong's hidden injuries. Trach Truong nods, realizing the strategic need to retreat and recover his strength. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure monitors the system. Watching red dots multiply across the screen. 90% activation achieved. He sneers. Phase 2 of the Master S plan begins now. A sinister grin spreads as he whispers. Push those lowly humans to the very brink. Fight toward the 100th floor. My master's hunger is never truly satisfied. At the hospital, Trach Truong's arm is bandaged. But 𝐒𝐿𝐿 is covered in white. Rest. 𝐒𝐿𝐿. Trach Truong says softly. Your injuries are far from minor. Despite the bandages, Nuodong remains optimistic. Joking with Trach Truong about his hidden power. All patched up. The doctor notes. Trach Truong offers a quick word of thanks. The doctor pauses. Stunned by the patient's inhumanly high physical regeneration stats. Stay here. The teacher orders. I'm going to the center to demand the truth. Trach Truong rises immediately. His eyes determined. Director Thoch. I'm coming with you. Negative. Trach Truong. You need to rest and recover your depleted mana. Suddenly, a violent explosion rocks the building. Shattering the brief silence of the ward, the arena monster has tracked them down. Tearing through the hospital's crowded corridors, as his sister clings to him in fear. Trach Truong identifies the mutated threat. The beast looms over the terrified crowd. preparing for its next blood-soaked strike. This mutated lake ghoul knows no mercy. It lives only to consume and destroy. Evacuate everyone to the coast, Trach Truong shouts. Stepping into a defensive stance. Understood, Director 𝐒𝐒𝐒 yells back. Rallying the wounded hunters to move out fast. Wake up, we have to move, the monster horde is closing in on them. Go, I'll buy you time, Trach Truong prepares to face the swarm alone. No, you can fight them alone, 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 cries out in sheer desperation. But Trach Truong is already a wall of steel against the encroaching hospital darkness. Go now, he roars. Unleashing his power to clear a path through the monsters. Trach Truong strikes with lethal precision. Run to the beach, do not look back. His sister turns. Her voice trembling. Dad. Dad. Run with us. Please. Confusion hits Director 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Dad, that's your brother. What is she seeing? The horde is endless. Hopelessness sets in as the hunters realize they are surrounded. Food. The monsters hiss. Their primal hunger driving them toward the trapped humans. Is this the end? 𝐒𝐒𝐿 trembles. There's no safe zone left for us. A gargantuan spider monster with glowing blue eyes looms. Ready to end it all. Food. I need food, the beast shrieked. Trach Truong's sister braced herself for a desperate gamble. Flames erupted from the monster's maw. Trach Truong roared for Xiao Qin, who descended like a Valkyrie, an elite from the Abyss Bureau landing with a shockwave. She barked. Lucky, I'm your extraction point. Trach Truong gasped in relief. Sister Qin. You're a literal godsend. She smirked, eyes flashing with challenge. Oh, so now I'm sister again. Gripping her polearm, she commanded. Stay close, we're heading for the evacuation beach. Trach Truong surged forward. But the wounded 𝐓𝐑𝐀𝐍𝐊 and Nguyen Dong were struggling to keep pace. They're too injured, someone cried. We can't move fast enough. No time to lose. Xiao Qin urged them faster as a massive colossus targeted her. Watch out, Trach Truong shouted. Leaping in to help her intercept the boss-tier threat, it was a nightmare of blue scales, yellow fangs, and writhing octopus-like tentacles. Old Shang's face paled. These degenerates look absolutely revolting. The horde surrounded them. Xiao Qin grunted. This boss's power level is off the charts. Get them to the beach, Trach Truong ordered. Director 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Old Shang, lead them out. I'll draw aggro activating Dragon Breath. He pushed his speed stats to the absolute limit. He glanced back at Xiao Qin, his resolve hardening. Sister Qin, I'll tank the giant, you clear the rest, she urged. Evacuate now, go. 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 Director 𝐒𝐒𝐒 grabbed the young girl's hand. Understood, we're moving out. Dad. Where's Dad? The girl sobbed. Old Shang pulled her away. He's not here, run. Worried for Trach Truong but helpless. Old Shang fled with the child into the chaos. Brute force was failing. Trach Truong searched desperately for the monster's hidden weakness. The high-tier beasts were relentless. Suddenly, a serpent-type monster coiled around his leg. Caught, the beast wrapped around his torso and launched him high into the sky. A scream of agony tore from his throat. Xiao Qin's head snapped toward the sound. Trach Truong no, she swung her spear, desperately striking at the monster's coils. Hang on. But the scales tightened around his neck, crushing the life out of him. I can't move. He gasped, his vision blurring as his HP plummeted. What now? Fading out.